Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2082 to Chapter 2168. Bang! Facing the dragon's tail, Ba Lin Feng threw a punch and his fist collided with the dragon's tail. In a flash, Lin Feng felt as if he had collided with a gigantic mountain that was moving at high speed in the air. A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged into Lin Feng's body, causing Lin Feng's blood and qi to roil and his face to flush red. His body was sent flying by the impact. He retreated several thousand meters before regaining his footing in midair. This guy has become so powerful after atavism. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Long Xingchen was now many times stronger than before. This was the power of atavism. Long Xingchen was no ordinary person. He was many times stronger than Long Xingyu. Although Long Xingchen and Long Xingyu were brothers, Long Xingyu couldn't atavism. That was all. One could see the huge gap between the two of them. So strong. Lin Feng was sent flying. After atavism, Long Xingchen should be able to crush Lin Feng, right? That's right. Lin Feng is probably going to lose miserably this time. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Long Xingchen's power after atavism had deeply shocked everyone. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators weren't optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. Big brother Lin won't be in danger, right? In the distance, Naza couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Her pretty face was full of anxiety. Princess Shirley patted Naza's hand and said, "Don't worry, big brother Lin will be fine." Princess Shweli had absolute confidence in Lin Feng. She had absolute confidence in him. In her eyes, Lin Feng was a person who could turn something rotten into something miraculous. No matter what difficulties he encountered, Lin Feng would be able to solve them easily. Long Xingchen, who had transformed into an evil dragon, looked coldly at Lin Feng and said with a sinister smile, "Weak. You're really too weak. If that's all you've got, then you'll die today." Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, "Long Xingchen, it's too early for you to be complacent. You've indeed become a lot stronger after atavism, but there's still a huge gap between you and me. Heavens, you're still bragging at a time like this." The spectating cultivators couldn't help but roll their eyes. The way they saw it, Lin Feng was bragging. Shameless boasting. Long Xingchen's voice was ice cold as his huge body rushed towards Lin Feng. The huge dragon claw slammed towards Lin Feng, intending to scare Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng no longer held back. He began to circulate the fourth level of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art and directly activated the Qilin arm. Boom boom boom, waves of destructive power surged out. Kacha kacha, Lin Feng's arms instantly became 10 times thicker, turning into the arms of a dragonesque elephant. He felt that the power contained in his arms was enough to shatter the firmament and destroy the stars. "Eat my fist." Lin Feng roared and punched towards Long Xingchen's huge dragon claw. Long Xingchen's claw was as huge as a mountain. Lin Feng's body seemed so small under Long Xingchen's huge claw. However, he was fearless. Competing in strength with my evil dragon clan. What a fool. Long Xingchen's eyes were filled with deep contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. In his eyes, Lin Feng was simply courting death. Bang! In the next moment, the two sides collided. Along with the earth-shaking sound of the collision, the surrounding void was torn apart by the violent collision. Wave after wave of destructive power gushed out. Lin Feng stood still, while Long Xingchen's huge body was sent flying. How is this possible? My eyes must be playing tricks on me, right? Everyone roared in disbelief. How powerful had Long Xingchen become after atavism? Now, he was sent flying by Lin Feng with a single punch. Everything in front of them, it made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. Shock, emotion, disbelief, swish, the crowd hadn't come back to their senses yet, but Lin Feng had already disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared on Long Xingchen's mountain-like dragon back. A pitch-black demonic sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was the Black Dragon Sword. Lin Feng held the sword with both hands. He shouted. The sword pierced down. Puff, blood splattered. Then, he slashed down with both hands. Swish 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 sounds could be heard. Long Xingchen's huge dragon back was cut open by Lin Feng's Black Dragon Sword. Blood gushed out continuously. Ah! Long Xingchen roared in pain. He kept shaking his body, trying to fling Lin Feng away. However, he failed every time he tried. Swish! Swish! Lin Feng slashed Long Xingchen's dragon back with the black dragon sword. Each wound was dozens of meters long. He grabbed the dragon's skin that was flipped open. Then, he tore it apart. Large pieces of dragon skin were torn off. Long Xingchen's huge body rolled and twitched violently. The dragon skin was torn off by Lin Feng. It was extremely harmful to Long Xingchen. Long Xingchen's huge evil dragon head turned to Lin Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! He directly opened his bloody mouth. He spat out a large amount of dragon breath toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged the dragon breath and arrived at Long Xingchen's abdomen. He held the black dragon sword in his hand. He stabbed it fiercely. Puff! In an instant, the black dragon sword pierced Long Xingchen's abdomen. Lin Feng exerted force. Swish! The black dragon sword left a huge wound that was nearly 100 meters long on Long Xingchen's abdomen. Lin Feng grabbed the dragon skin and tore it apart. Large pieces of dragon skin were torn off, causing Long Xingchen to scream in pain. Long Xingchen spat out another dragon breath to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng arrived on Long Xingchen's back in the next moment. Swish! Lin Feng tore another huge wound on Long Xingchen's back. Blood gushed out. This is? Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a golden thing in Long Xingchen's flipped open body. It was growing all the way down his back, emitting a shocking fluctuation. Could it be a dragon tendon? Lin Feng was shocked. He grabbed the dragon tendon. He tore it apart. No, no, no! Long Xingchen screamed in horror. Seeing Long Xingchen's terrified expression, Lin Feng knew that he had guessed correctly. This was Long Xingchen's dragon tendon. Dragon tendons were the most important part of a dragon's body. The reason why a dragon was so powerful was closely related to the dragon tendon in their body. Dragon tendons could often be refined into the most powerful magic treasures. They were incomparably precious. After Lin Feng grabbed the dragon tendon, he tore it apart. A ripping sound was heard. He's going to skin Long Xingchen alive and pull out his tendons. The cultivators who were watching the battle were all shocked. Lin Feng's crushing defeat of Long Xingchen, who had returned to his ancestral state, had already shocked everyone. Now, Lin Feng was going to skin Long Xingchen alive and pull out his tendons. This was even more shocking. What were the dragons most afraid of? They were most afraid of being skinned alive and pulled out tendons. However, Lin Feng had done both of these things to Long Xingchen. Little bastard, even if I die, my father will avenge me. Long Xingchen roared furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. Is that so? If the ninth evil dragon dares to come, I'll kill it too. Do you believe me? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Chi La. The dragon tendon on Long Xingchen's back was forcibly pulled out by Lin Feng. Long Xingchen let out an incomparably shrill scream. Lin Feng suddenly pulled. Long Xingchen's dragon tendon was torn apart. Lin Feng grabbed a dragon tendon that was about 3,000 meters long. Long Xingchen's huge body twitched violently in midair. I can't believe I'm going to die like this. I really didn't expect it to be like this. Long Xingchen murmured. In the end, his huge body fell directly into the sea. Then, he died. Long Xingchen is dead. Many people were shocked. Long Xingchen, who had his dragon tendon pulled out, died in the most painful and miserable way. He was the crown prince of the ninth evil dragon palace. Everyone knew that Long Xingchen's death would definitely cause a huge uproar. The ninth evil dragon wouldn't let this matter rest. Long Xingchen is dead. Kill all the cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace. Don't leave a single one alive. Lin Feng waved the battle sword in his hand and shouted. His voice was so loud that it could be heard clearly from 100 miles away. The crown prince is dead. Run. The cultivators of the ninth evil dragon palace were scared out of their wits. They turned around and tried to escape. Kill all these bastards. Sun Jian roared. The dragon sex cultivator army launched an even more violent attack. After Long Xingchen's death, the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace had lost all will to fight. The morale of the army was slack. All they wanted now was to escape. How could he still have the strength to fight? However, how could they escape? The outer area was surrounded by the army of deep-sea beasts and the marine race's cultivators. As for the Dragon Sex cultivator army, they chased after him. Apart from the Dragon Gate cultivator army that had died in the previous battle, currently, the Dragon Sex cultivator army had about 1,700,000 to 1,800,000 people. Moreover, he was full of vigor. On the other hand, the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army only had 700,000 to 800,000 people left after the bitter battle. The number of people was small to begin with. All of them wanted to run for their lives. He had no power to resist at all. Under the siege of the Dragon Sex cultivator army, the Oceanic Clan's cultivator army, and the deep-sea ferocious beast army, the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace was being massacred. We surrender. We are willing to surrender. At this moment, the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army only had 300,000 to 400,000 people left. When these people saw that they could not escape, they threw away their weapons and begged loudly. Attack the hinterland of the Dragon Gate. You want to harm my family. He should be executed. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Lin Feng's voice was cold. Kill. The densely packed Dragon Sex cultivator army began slaughtering the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army. Not long later, the remaining 300,000 to 400,000 Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army were all killed. In the sea, there were corpses everywhere. Blood dyed the sea red. Collect the magic treasures and storage rings of the dead. As for these corpses, let the deep-sea beasts eat them. Lin Feng said. Soon, someone ordered everyone to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. The dead Ninth Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army was full of vitality. The deep-sea beasts were already itching to have a good meal. These deep-sea beasts were already incomparably ferocious to begin with. They were constantly eyeing the powerful bloodlines of cultivators. However, Su Jiyuan ordered them to temporarily restrain themselves. The deep-sea beasts did not immediately eat the corpses. In the vast sea, who knew how many forces were spread out? In the southernmost region of the returning ruined sea region, there was a giant level force in the vast sea world. It was the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. In the depths of the sea, there were many palaces. The crown prince, Long Xianxia, was anxiously pacing outside a huge palace. He was stopped by the palace's guards. The Ninth Evil Dragon was cultivating inside. Even though Long Xianxia was the Ninth Evil Dragon's son, he could not enter. He couldn't go in now, so he could only wait outside. Your Highness, this is bad. At that moment, the first elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Palace hurried over. What happened this time? Long Xianxia asked with a gloomy expression. The second prince's Primordial Spirit Lamp has also been extinguished. The first elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Palace said. Long Xianxia nodded with a gloomy expression. Although he was brothers with Long Xingchen and Long Xingyu, they were not born from the same mother. They were estranged. Moreover, they had been fighting both openly and covertly for the past few years. Thus, Long Xingchen and Long Xingyu's deaths made Long Xianxia happy. Of course, Long Xianxia would not show this joy on his face. After all, they were his brothers. It was necessary to show pain and grief on his face. Even if it was just an act for others to see, he still had to act it out. You can leave first. Long Xianxia said. Yes. The first elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Palace replied and left. Long Xianxia continued to wait outside. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At that moment, a dignified voice came from inside the palace. Is it Shoer? Come in. Yes, your son. Your son wishes Imperial Father to enjoy eternal blessings and a long life. Long Xianxia knelt on the ground and gave his blessings. Then, he stood up and pushed open the palace's door. He then entered the palace. An evil dragon was lying inside the palace. This evil dragon was 10,000 meters long. This evil dragon was the Ninth Evil Dragon. The bloodlines of the 9 evil dragons of the returning ruins were all incredibly powerful. It was said that there were even a few of them that were pure-blooded. Pure-blooded bloodlines were simply too terrifying. Only those that had the same bloodline as their ancestors could be called pure-blooded. Pure-blooded bloodlines were one of the most powerful bloodlines. The 9th evil dragon was not a pure-blooded one. However, the evil dragon bloodline in his body had reached 80%. Generally speaking, only 10% of the ancestral bloodline could be found in his body. He could awaken the memories within his ancestral bloodline. With 30% of the ancestral bloodline, there was a certain chance of returning to his ancestral bloodline after the baptism. With 50% of the ancestral bloodline, he could obtain almost all of the ancestral bloodline's divine abilities. With 80% of the ancestral bloodline, he could awaken the ancestral power slumbering within his bloodline. Once he awakened the ancestral power, his fighting strength would almost reach the same level as his ancestors when they were at the same level as him. It must be known that only great emperors or immortals could carry out bloodline inheritance. They could only reach the same level of fighting strength as those great emperors or immortals. That was simply too terrifying. If he had a pure-blooded bloodline, he could even reach the same level as his ancestors in the future. The 9th evil dragon had 80% of the ancestral bloodline. Although he had not reached the level of a pure-blooded bloodline, he had basically grasped all of the inheritance within his bloodline and awakened the ancestral power slumbering within his ancestral bloodline. Thus, the 9th evil dragon had cultivated to the 10th heavenly layer of the giant god realm and stood at the peak of the 9 provinces. The 9th evil dragon asked, "How's the attack on the Dragon Gate going?" The Dragon Gate should have been conquered by now, right? In the 9th evil dragon's opinion, it was only a dragon gate. Conquering it would not be difficult at all. He did not even take this matter to heart before. Xianxia fell to his knees with a thump. "Father! If you hear what I said, please don't get angry and harm your body," Xianxia said. The 9th evil dragon raised his huge head, and his expression turned gloomy. He felt that things had gone beyond his expectations. What happened? Could it be that the attack on a small dragon gate is not going smoothly? The 9th evil dragon asked in a deep voice. "Second brother. Third brother and the others are all dead. Most of the 4 million soldiers that they brought with them have been annihilated. Some of them even surrendered to Lin Feng," Xianxia said. What? 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 The 9th evil dragon said 3 things in a row. He could not believe his ears. A small dragon gate only had a few 100,000 soldiers. How could they resist the cultivator army of the 9th evil dragon palace? The 9th evil dragon was completely baffled. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Father." Third brother and Grand Elder Long Yuanhun followed the plan and surrounded the Dragon Gate's cultivator army at the Godstone mine. The Dragon Gate's cultivator army was originally doomed, but who would have thought that the deep-sea demon kingdom would lead an army of deep-sea beasts to reinforce the Dragon Gate's cultivator army? Third brother and Grand Elder Long Yuanhun were killed. The morale of the cultivator army of the 9th evil dragon palace was greatly shaken, and they all surrendered to Lin Feng. With the addition of 1 million cultivator army, the Dragon Gate's cultivator army's strength greatly increased. They returned to the Dragon Gate. At that time, second brother had already conquered the Dragon Gate Island, but he only led 1 million cultivator army. In the end, everyone, including second brother, was annihilated. The 9th evil dragon's face was filled with murderous intent. Gather the army. 10 days later, this emperor will personally lead the army to the south. Lin Feng, that little bastard, will be captured. This emperor will cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Yes, father. After receiving the order, Xianxia responded and left. Swish, in the next moment, the 9th evil dragon disappeared from the palace. When he reappeared, he was already in a pitch-black space. This pitch-black space exuded a chilling and terrifying aura. In this space, there were 9 chains forged from the mystic the arch-crimson demon iron, locking up an old man. That old man's hair was disheveled, his eyes closed, not moving at all. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The old man only opened his murky eyes when the 9th evil dragon approached him. What a rare guest. The last time I saw you was 70,000 years ago. The old man grinned and said. Do you know why I haven't killed you all these years? The ninth evil dragon asked. I'd like to hear the details. The old man asked. Because you still have value in being alive. The ninth evil dragon's voice was extremely cold. This is really great news. It seems that I can continue to live. The old man said with a smile. Since you are GFA's descendant, are you able to predict my future? The ninth evil dragon asked. I've been trapped here for so many years that I'm about to become a cripple. How can I tell what your future is like? The old man said. If that's the case, I have no choice but to send you to the afterlife. I don't keep useless people around, the ninth evil dragon said with a chilling killing intent. The old man hurriedly said. Wait. What? Do you have any last words before you die? The ninth evil dragon asked. Heading south will be shrouded by dark clouds. It's a great calamity. I advise you to give up on this mission. The old man said. That's not accurate. The ninth evil dragon's face sank. He raised his right hand, and a cold light flew out. Pooh, the old man's body was pierced. The ninth evil dragon then disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the old man's body was no longer bleeding. He raised his eyelids and spat. Then, he cursed, piece of shit. You're still far from being able to take my life. The conflict between the ninth evil dragon palace and the dragon sect was a major event. Many factions in the surrounding sea regions were paying attention to this matter. Originally, many factions thought that this battle would end with the dragon sect's destruction. However, the result was beyond their expectations. The ninth evil dragon palace's army of 4 million cultivators had lost 7 million. The remaining 3 million surrendered. The ninth evil dragon palace's second prince Long Xingchen, third prince Long Xingyu, and great elder Long Yuanhun had all died in battle. This matter caused a huge uproar. Countless people were talking about this matter. And many people knew about it. The ninth evil dragon would definitely not let this matter rest. Everyone was waiting for the final battle to erupt. In many people's opinion, if the ninth evil dragon personally led the army to attack the dragon sect, the dragon sect would definitely be destroyed. Because the ninth evil dragon was a 10th layer giant god realm expert. Such an expert. It was impossible to win. With the ninth evil dragon overseeing it. A mere dragon sect. How could they fight against the ninth evil dragon, just as the outside world was discussing the upcoming final battle? Lin Feng repaired the dragon sect's formation. Then, he began his seclusion. Lin Feng took out the 10,000 ghost devouring banner. This was a demonic treasure refined by the ninth evil dragon after killing 1 billion innocent people. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng began to refine this treasure. In order to refine this treasure, he had to erase the divine consciousness left behind by the ninth evil dragon. Initially, Lin Feng wanted to use the sky-absorbing jar to erase the ninth evil dragon's godly awareness in the godly swallowing banner. However, he had failed several times. The ninth evil dragon's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. The devouring heaven jar could not erase it, so Lin Feng had to do it himself. Lin Feng took out the 4 heavenly fires, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely. The 10,000 ghost devouring banner hovered above the 4 heavenly fires. As the 4 heavenly fires burned, the evil spirits within the banner let out piercing screams of pain. Found it. Lin Feng found the divine consciousness left behind by the ninth evil dragon in the banner. He used the 4 heavenly fires to envelop the divine consciousness left behind by the ninth evil dragon. He wanted to completely destroy this divine consciousness. Little bastard. You want to destroy this emperor's divine consciousness? Dream on. Today, this emperor will destroy your soul. The ninth evil dragon's divine consciousness let out a series of venomous roars and broke through the encirclement of the 4 heavenly fires. It turned into an evil light and quickly flew toward Lin Feng. Whoosh. There was a flash of light, it charged into Lin Feng's mind, wanting to destroy Lin Feng's soul. Brat, where's your soul? Where's your soul? The ninth evil dragon's divine will invaded Lin Feng's mind and transformed into a terrifying ghost face. It roared repeatedly as it searched for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Endless evil energy spread out. Lin Feng's mind seemed to have turned into a kingdom of evil. Found you. Found you. I finally found your soul. Have you thought about how you want to die? A series of gloomy voices could be heard. The ghost face formed by the ninth evil dragon's divine will pounced on Lin Feng's soul, wanting to devour Lin Feng's soul in one gulp. Impudent fool, are you here to die? Lin Feng's minion soul spoke coldly. His minion's soul soared into the sky. Then, it transformed into a divine diagram. It was Luya's stargazing chart. It was a peerless soul secret technique passed down by Taoist Luya. Luya's stargazing chart pressed down on the ghost face formed by the ninth evil dragon's soul. Bang, when the attack landed on the ghost face, it almost caused the ghost face's soul to dissipate. What is this? The ghost face screamed in fear. Lin Feng didn't answer the ghost face's question. Bang, bang. Bang, 3 consecutive attacks. The ghost face exploded and vanished into thin air. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He refined the myriad ghost-devouring banner and put it away. Shua, Lin Feng's hand flashed, and a devil palace slowly flew out. Devil Emperor Chonglu. The palace left behind by Great Emperor Chonglu. Now that Lin Feng had broken through to the true God realm, he could enter the third space of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng was curious about the treasures in the third space of the Chonglu Devil Palace. In the first space of the Chonglu Devil Palace, Lin Feng had obtained a Fire Devil Talisman. It was the cultivation method of the great sacrificial art. It introduced the various formations of the Chonglu Devil Palace and how to control it. In the second space of the Chonglu Devil Palace, Lin Feng had obtained the demonic immortal cauldron. The demonic immortal cauldron could continuously produce demonic immortal pills. 1 demon extermination immortal pill could be exchanged for 500 origin crystals. Ever since Lin Feng obtained the demonic immortal cauldron, he had no idea how much wealth he had accumulated. Now that they were about to enter the third space of the Chonglu Devil Palace, Lin Feng was also very curious. What kind of treasures were there in the third level of the Chonglu Devil Hall? With a thought, Lin Feng entered the Chonglu Devil Palace. The Black Bear Sage appeared and brought Lin Feng to the entrance of the third level of the Chonglu Devil Hall. The Black Bear Sage said, "The restriction has been activated. Master can enter now." Lin Feng nodded and entered the third level of the Chonglu Devil Hall. After entering the third space, Lin Feng discovered that there was a stone sword in the third space. This stone sword emitted an extremely ancient aura. That ancient aura made Lin Feng feel that it originated from the absolute beginning era. Kill your way up to the 9 heavens. I would rather die than submit. Death doesn't mean the end. I am willing to burn my demon blood and dye the sky red. Even if I die 9 times, I will not regret it. When Lin Feng saw the stone sword, voices appeared in his mind one after another. Those densely packed voices filled his mind. Lin Feng felt that his soul was about to explode. Ah! He hugged his head as his body twitched slightly. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Luya stargazing chart. That feeling of his soul collapsing finally dissipated. He looked at the stone sword again. The stone sword emitted a dense luster that pulled Lin Feng into a mysterious and illusory world. In that world, in the sky, there was rolling black fog. In the black fog, there was a sinister voice. Black fog living beings. Lin Feng frowned. Previously, he had seen the disappearance of the totem culture. After the disappearance of the totem culture, the black fog living beings had disappeared for many years. In this world, huge ancient cities could be seen everywhere. Obviously, this must be a certain era after the disappearance of the totem culture. What exactly is the black fog living beings? Lin Feng frowned. These black fog living beings were very mysterious. No one knew the race of the black fog living beings. The demon lord might know something about the black fog living beings, but the demon lord did not tell Lin Feng. Ancient cities were destroyed by the black fog living beings one after another. It was as if the world was being destroyed. Countless cities were destroyed. Countless people died miserably. My country is destroyed. What use do I have for this broken body? Countless people roared and charged towards the living beings in the black fog. However, countless cultivators' corpses fell. They died miserably at the hands of the black fog living beings. The black fog living beings were too terrifying. It was simply despairing. Until a stone sword streaked across the sky. It slashed towards the black fog. Pooh, a tearing sound was heard. It's actually, how is this possible? Weren't they destroyed? The 36 stone swords have been destroyed. Could the rumors be false? Waves of angry roars came from the black fog. It was the black fog living beings who were roaring. Amidst the roars of the black fog living beings, there were also sounds of extreme fear. Swoosh, all the images disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng returned to reality. He looked at the stone sword and could not help but take a deep breath. The stone sword traversed the void and could actually kill the living beings in the black fog. It was really shocking. Lin Feng had some understanding of the living beings in the black fog and knew how terrifying they were. They were almost impossible to kill. However, the stone sword killed the living beings in the black fog. Lin Feng walked towards the stone sword. Although he did not know the origin of the stone sword, Lin Feng knew. This stone sword must be something extremely heaven-defying. He was naturally extremely excited. He came to the side of the stone sword and held it with both hands. He realized that the stone sword did not move at all. I can't pick it up? Lin Feng was shocked. With his strength, he could not pick up the stone sword. Wasn't this stone sword too heavy? Lin Feng felt that it was inconceivable. There was actually something in this world that he could not pick up. Lin Feng tried to use his magic power to blood bond with the stone sword but failed. His magic power could not enter the stone sword. He also failed to use his divine will to blood bond with the stone sword. The situation was exactly the same as using magic power to blood bond with the stone sword. Lin Feng forced out a drop of blood and used it to blood bond with the stone sword. The stone sword did not absorb the drop of blood. Lin Feng frowned. There seemed to be no way to blood bond with the stone sword. Black Bear Sage, come over here. Lin Feng transmitted his voice. Swish. With a flash of light, the Black Bear Sage appeared on the third level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. Lin Feng asked, what is the origin of this stone sword? Do you know? The Black Bear Sage said, it is said to be a treasure from the absolute beginning era. However, there is also another saying that this stone sword is far from the absolute beginning era. With such a long history, do you know who created the stone swords? Lin Feng asked. The Black Bear Sage replied, no one knows who created the stone swords. Perhaps they were nurtured by the heavens and earth. The 36 stone swords have a long history and once shone through the ages. They have killed foreign rulers, stained with the blood of immortals, and slaughtered the creatures of the black fog. Lin Feng's expression changed. The more he listened, the more he felt that the stone swords were extraordinary. The Black Bear Sage continued, I remember that Master has a small primal chaos sword. I heard that it was created by imitating the stone swords, but it still lacked a lot of maturity and couldn't reach the level of the stone swords. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and muttered, oh? The small primal chaos sword actually has such a history? How shocking. Although the small primal chaos sword can't reach the level of the stone swords, it's still terrifying enough. The Black Bear Sage said. I think there are 36 stone swords. Lin Feng said. The Black Bear Sage nodded and said, there are indeed 36 stone swords. These stone swords appeared in the resplendent eras one after another. They cut through the sky and left behind countless legends before finally disappearing without a trace. Some say that the 36 stone swords were too terrifying and were destroyed by the combined forces of many experts. Some say that a portion of the 36 stone swords entered the past, a portion entered the future, and a portion remained in the present. Isn't that too ridiculous? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Past, present, and future. They represented 3 different points in time. The time they were in, the space-time they were in. The present was the present. Things that happened in the past were in the past. For example, yesterday, the day before, 10 days ago, a month ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, and so on. These were all points in the past. Some people said that if they could return to the past, what would happen to them? However, this was destined to be an impossible dream. The future was something that hadn't happened yet. For example, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that hadn't come yet. No one knew what would happen in the future. We lived in the present, reminiscing about the past, and imagining the future. We couldn't return to the past, nor could we enter the future. But now, the Black Bear Sage's words had greatly shaken Lin Feng. The Black Bear Sage said, "I also find it ridiculous. However, back then, I asked Demon Emperor Chonglu if the 36 stone swords were really distributed in the past, present, and future worlds. At that time, Demon Emperor Chonglu said something meaningful." "What words?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Anything is possible," the Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Demon Emperor Chonglu was also a peerless figure in the past. When he reached the Great Emperor realm, he touched upon the immortal realm. How powerful was such a character? Did Demon Emperor Chonglu mean something by this sentence? The 36 stone swords were really distributed in the past world. What about the present world and the future world? Lin Feng didn't know if that was the case. These were not things that he should be concerned about. Now, Lin Feng was only concerned about the stone sword in front of him. How should he refine it and control it? "Do you know how I can control this stone sword?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know either. Perhaps the opportunity isn't there yet. We need to wait," the Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng nodded and told the Black Bear Sage to wait for orders. Then, he transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. "Demon Lord, how much do you know about the stone sword?" The Demon Lord said. "I've heard some legends about it, but this is the first time I've seen it. Therefore, I don't know how to control it." Lin Feng said, "I wonder if my regal sword tomb can store the stone sword." With that thought, Lin Feng brought out the regal sword tomb and tried to store the stone sword inside. Crack! 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 However, the regal sword tomb emitted cracking sounds. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly cut off the connection between the regal sword tomb and the stone sword. The regal sword tomb can't withstand the pressure from the stone sword. What a terrifying stone sword! Lin Feng muttered to himself. The stone sword was too mysterious. Lin Feng didn't have a way to control the stone sword for the time being. Therefore, he could only leave the Chonglu Devil Palace for now. He would think of a way to control the stone sword in the future. After leaving the Chonglu Devil Palace, Lin Feng decided to strengthen the grand formation around the Dragon Gate Island. The Myriad Ghost Devourer banner was a powerful treasure that could refine 10,000 ghosts. 10,000 ghosts were born. The world seemed to have turned into hell. Therefore, the Myriad Ghost Devourer banner was very suitable to be used as the core of the grand formation. Lin Feng put the 10,000 ghosts God-swallowing banner into the great deployment spell of the Dragon Gate Island. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing cry resounded through the clouds. Boundless ghost aura soared into the sky, covering the sun as it churned violently. It covered the sky. Amidst the churning ghost chi, a dense horde of evil spirits appeared. The evil ghosts let out sharp, ear-piercing cries. What's going on? Countless people on the Dragon Gate Island were alarmed and quickly rushed out. They thought that some terrifying ghost had appeared. Lin Feng stood in midair and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Nothing happened. I just strengthened the Dragon Gate Island's grand formation, which caused this situation. Everyone can disperse and do your own things." "Yes." Everyone responded. Then, they dispersed. Time passed day by day. However, everyone knew that this was the last tranquility before the storm. Many cultivators in the surrounding sea regions gathered at the periphery of the Dragon Gate Island. They were waiting for the battle to begin. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On this day, the void was trembling violently. "Look over there," someone pointed into the distance. A dense number of ancient war chariots appeared in the distance. Those ancient war chariots came crushing through the sky. There were hundreds of powerful cultivators standing on each ancient war chariot. In the sea region, there were many huge ships. There were also many cultivators standing on each huge ship. The 9th Evil Dragon Palace's cultivator army has arrived. Many cultivators who came to watch the battle cried out in alarm. The arrival of the ninth evil dragon palace's cultivator army meant that the battle was about to begin. Roar, a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. A huge evil dragon flew over from afar. The evil dragon's body was 10,000 meters long. It was simply too huge and too shocking. A terrifying dragon aura spread out. Many people could not withstand that terrifying dragon aura. Their bodies trembled violently. The ninth evil dragon. Countless cultivators stammered in alarm. The ninth evil dragon. A super expert of the 10th layer of the giant god realm. This time, he was personally overseeing the attack on the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate is finished. Countless people muttered to themselves. No one thought that the ninth evil dragon would personally lead the cultivator army to attack the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate could still survive. Inside the Dragon Gate Island, everyone was panicking. The ninth evil dragon was like a god to many people. It was an existence that they could not fight against. Now, the ninth evil dragon had come personally. The cultivators on the Dragon Gate Island could not help but feel despair. Lin Feng knew that the morale of the Dragon Gate's cultivator army was low when they saw the ninth evil dragon. He could not help but shout, "Brothers of the Dragon Gate! I have a way to kill the ninth evil dragon." Today's battle will determine whether the dragon sect can establish itself in the ancient desolate sea region, and whether the dragon sect can become a top force, will depend on today's battle. Ah? The sect master has a way to kill the ninth evil dragon? The ninth evil dragon is a 10th heavenly layer giant god. Many people could not help but look at each other. Lin Feng's words sounded too unbelievable. Everyone, when has the sect master ever disappointed us? If he says he can kill the ninth evil dragon, he can definitely kill it. Sun Jian could not help but shout. That's right. If the sect master says he can kill the ninth evil dragon, he can definitely kill it. The sect master has accomplished so many things that others thought were impossible. I believe he can kill the ninth evil dragon. I also believe he can kill the ninth evil dragon. Soon, many people in the Dragon Gate's cultivator army began to shout. We swear allegiance to the sect master. Sun Jian raised his arms and shouted. We swear allegiance to the sect master. Countless people shouted with Sun Jian. Their voices shook the heavens. Fight to the death and fight for a bright future. Sun Jian continued to shout. Fight to the death and fight for a bright future. The Dragon Gate's cultivator army continued to shout with Sun Jian. Sun Jian was very good at stirring up the emotions of others. Even Lin Feng admired him for that. Therefore, it was easy to win people's hearts with a subordinate like Sun Jian. Get on the ship. Fight to the death with the ninth evil dragon palace's cultivator army. Lin Feng shouted. He soared into the sky and flew toward the ancient starship Xianxia that was docked at the dock of the Dragon Gate Island. The Dragon Gate's cultivator army also soared into the sky. They boarded the ancient ship of war. Deep-sea beasts could be vaguely seen in the sea. The deep-sea demon clan's cultivators were also hidden in the sea. They were commanding the army of the deep-sea beasts. Rumble, the ancient starship, Xianxia, took the lead and flew into the distance. Then, 2,000 ancient warships followed closely behind. They also charged towards the ninth evil dragon palace's army that was rapidly approaching from the horizon. The two sides were separated by a distance of 10 miles, and both sides stopped. The entire sea instantly fell silent. The two armies faced each other. The air seemed to have solidified. The ninth evil dragon hovered in midair. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Feng, who was standing on the ancient ship. Its eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. You are Lin Feng? That's right. It's me. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Ninth evil dragon, you shouldn't have come here. Coming here is simply suicide. When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a dumbfounded expression. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words to the ninth evil dragon. This was beyond everyone's expectations. His words could be said to be extremely arrogant. Even the ninth evil dragon was stunned. However, the ninth evil dragon quickly reacted. Its eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as it looked at Lin Feng. The ninth evil dragon was furious. A mere ant actually dared to say such reckless words to him. Was Lu Xian looking down on it? Brat, you're courting death. The ninth evil dragon roared and swiped its huge claws at Lin Feng. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky and quickly flew into the distance. Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? The ninth evil dragon's voice was cold. Its huge body quickly chased after Lin Feng. Fire! Sun Jian roared. Boom! Boom, boom. Every ancient warship fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons. The barrage of spirit stone cannons shot toward the ninth evil dragon's ancient warship. The ninth evil dragon's ancient warship also fired a dense barrage of spirit stone cannons at the Dragon Gate's ancient warship. The two sides immediately engaged in an intense battle. The ancient warship Xianyuan was controlled by the Godly Realm clone. Boom! Boom! Huge spirit stone cannonballs were fired one after another. Boom! Boom! The ancient warships of the ninth evil dragon's palace were destroyed one after another. Long Xianxia's expression was gloomy. He shouted, "Charge! Activate the formation-breaking dragon light. Break the defensive light barrier of the ancient warships and engage them in a melee." The Dragon Gate's cultivator army, the Oceanic Clan's cultivator army, and the Deep Sea Beast's cultivator army add up to less than 3 million people. The ninth evil dragon's palace will win this battle. As soon as Long Xianxia finished speaking, the warships of the ninth evil dragon's palace and the ancient war chariots in the sky charged toward the Dragon Gate's warships. The warships of the two sides collided. After the defensive restrictions of the warships were destroyed, the cultivator armies of both sides charged out of the warships and engaged in a fierce battle. People were constantly killed. Corpses were everywhere. The battle was extremely tragic. The Oceanic Clan's cultivator army and the Deep Sea Beast's army also joined the battle. Hence, the battle became even more tragic. On the other side, the ninth evil dragon caught up to Lin Feng and swiped its huge claw at Lin Feng. Dracophant arm, Lin Feng shouted. He circulated the fourth level of the archaic Dracophant art. The Dracophant arm appeared. Then, he threw a punch at the ninth evil dragon's claw. Boom, the two sides collided. It was like two primordial divine mountains colliding. With the point of collision as the center, the surrounding void began to collapse. After the attack, Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward the ninth evil dragon's head. Heavens, Lin Feng blocked the ninth evil dragon's attack. How is that possible? The ninth evil dragon is a 10th heavenly layer giant god. How can it not kill Lin Feng with a single claw? Many people roared in disbelief. Physical body. Its physical body. Look at Lin Feng's arms. They have become extremely thick, and they seem to contain terrifying power. In terms of pure physical strength, Lin Feng is not afraid of the ninth evil dragon. An old man said. After hearing the old man's explanation, everyone finally understood what was going on. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of the ninth evil dragon's head. Swish, Lin Feng brought out the black dragon sword. He swung the black dragon sword at the ninth evil dragon's head, intending to split it open. Lin Feng became one with the sword and slashed at the ninth evil dragon's head. But Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. When the black dragon sword collided with the ninth evil dragon's head, there was a metallic sound. Lin Feng's terrifying attack with the black dragon sword did not even tear the ninth evil dragon's scales. The ninth evil dragon's defense was too terrifying. Die! The ninth evil dragon's cold voice rang out. Next, a huge dragon claw reached out and tapped Lin Feng lightly. A beam of light shot towards Lin Feng, which seemed like it could destroy the earth and sky. The beam of light was too powerful. It instantly tore through the void and swept toward Lin Feng. If the beam of light hit him, no matter how powerful his body was, he would probably be torn in half. Is Lin Feng going to be killed by the ninth evil dragon? Many people cried out in alarm. The ninth evil dragon's attack was truly powerful, even from a great distance away. Even from the distance, many people felt a suffocating pressure. They also felt a deep sense of despair. The power of the attack was enough to make them despair. Facing the ninth evil dragon's terrifying attack, a dense layer of defensive crystal walls appeared around Lin Feng's body, These were the defensive crystal walls formed by the Great Defensive Technique. The ninth evil dragon's attack landed on the defensive crystal walls and quickly tore apart Lin Feng's defensive crystal walls. However, the defensive crystal walls were still able to slightly slow down the ninth evil dragon's attack. Lin Feng took advantage of this short window of time and quickly retreated. The ninth evil dragon's attack brushed past Lin Feng's body. Rumble. When the ninth evil dragon saw that Lin Feng had dodged its attack, it swung its claw at Lin Feng. A mountain-toppling power poured down. Swoosh, Lin Feng did not clash head-on with the ninth evil dragon. Instead, he pushed his speed to the limit and flew into the distance. The ninth evil dragon's attack hit nothing but air. The ninth evil dragon laughed sinisterly and chased after Yi Shiwen. He sneered and said, "Kid, don't you think it's too late to run now? You won't be able to escape today." Rumble, the ninth evil dragon's enormous body moved. Its enormous body that looked like a winding mountain range was not slow at all. It quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng actually ran away? That guy is too irresponsible. After all, so many of his subordinates are still fighting with their lives on the line. He actually ran away first. Everyone is fleeing in the face of disaster. Escaping is more important now. Who cares about so much? Come, let's follow them and take a look. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Then, many people followed behind Lin Feng and the ninth evil dragon and quickly chased after them. However, their speed was too slow compared to Lin Feng and the ninth evil dragon. They were quickly left behind by Lin Feng and the ninth evil dragon. Brat, you won't be able to escape from the palm of this emperor. If you stop now, this emperor will give you a quick death. If you don't know what's good for you, when this emperor catches you, this emperor will cut you into pieces and let you taste endless torture before killing you. The ninth evil dragon's sinister voice rang out. Lin Feng sneered and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you kill yourself now, you'll die a quick death. If you fall into my hands, you will die a miserable death. Even now, you still dare to provoke me. You're simply courting death." The ninth evil dragon's sinister and cold voice suddenly rang out. Then, he opened his bloody mouth. It spat out a ball of energy. The ball of energy quickly chased after Lin Feng and soon caught up to Lin Feng. Then, the ball of energy exploded with a bang. A terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Lin Feng was blown away by the explosion of the energy ball. Even with Lin Feng's powerful physical body, his skin and flesh were lacerated from the explosion. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? Damn. How is this ninth evil dragon so powerful? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had never fought against a 10th-layer giant god before. Therefore, he did not know how strong this cultivator was. Now that he had fought the ninth evil dragon, he finally knew how terrifying a 10th-layer giant god was. A cultivator at this level was so powerful that it made people despair. Lin Feng stabilized his body and circulated his immortal body. His injured body instantly healed. Then, Lin Feng summoned the death god armor to protect himself. Then, he used the world of 8 directions to increase his speed to the limit. Whoosh! Lin Feng turned into a streak of light and shot into the distance. The ninth evil dragon let out a sinister laugh. "You little ant, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. But no matter how many tricks you have, it's useless. You're destined to die by this emperor's hands." The ninth evil dragon moved as fast as lightning and chased after Lin Feng. The two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, quickly flew over 100 miles. "I'm finally almost there." A cold expression appeared on Lin Feng's face. This was the region where the deep-sea devil cave was located. The terrifying creature in the deep-sea devil cave had already reached an agreement with Lin Feng. That terrifying creature would help Lin Feng deal with the ninth evil dragon. In the future, when Lin Feng cultivated to the heavenly master level, he would help him escape. Lin Feng planned to use the terrifying creature in the deep-sea devil cave to kill the ninth evil dragon. However, the ninth evil dragon did not know about Lin Feng's plan. In the ninth evil dragon's eyes, Lin Feng would definitely die today. Suddenly, a series of violent fluctuations came from behind. Lin Feng could also hear the ninth evil dragon's low cries. The ninth evil dragon was chanting an incantation and using its most powerful draconic divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. Draconic divine abilities were the top divine abilities of the dragon race and were their trump cards. The dragon race would not easily use draconic divine abilities against their enemies. This was because using draconic divine abilities would consume a lot of energy. However, this time, the ninth evil dragon had used its draconic divine ability. It clearly did not want to continue chasing. Right now, the ninth evil dragon only wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. Boom! Finally, the ninth evil dragon successfully condensed its draconic divine ability. Streaks of Milky Way appeared in the void. It was unknown what kind of power these streaks of Milky Way were formed from. The power was unimaginably terrifying. Large swathes of the void collapsed, and wherever the streaks of Milky Way passed, everything would be completely destroyed. The huge streaks of Milky Way directly enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to drown Lin Feng. After sensing the aura of the Milky Way, Lin Feng's face was filled with horror. The Milky Way descending from the sky made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. The shadow of death enveloped Lin Feng, making him feel like he was about to suffocate. The Milky Way was simply too powerful and terrifying. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to dodge the ninth evil dragon's draconic divine ability. If such a powerful divine ability came crashing down, even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. However, Lin Feng had mastered the peerless heaven patching technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. Therefore, in the face of such a dangerous situation, Lin Feng directly used the heaven patching technique. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The Milky Way descending from the sky did not hit Lin Feng. Instead, it fell into the ocean. A huge wave soared into the sky. Whoosh, after dodging the draconic divine ability, Lin Feng directly rushed into the ocean and disappeared without a trace. The ninth evil dragon showed a contemptuous expression. Don't you know that the ocean world is the world of the dragon race? You actually dared to enter the ocean? How foolish of you! Rumble, a loud sound shook the sky. The ninth evil dragon's huge body also quickly rushed into the ocean and chased after Lin Feng, who had dived into the ocean first. Ant-like brat, you sure know how to jump around. But no matter how you jump around, you won't be able to escape from this emperor's palm. The ninth evil dragon's cold voice came from behind. It carried a chilling murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. The ninth evil dragon was thoroughly enraged by the fact that he was still unable to kill Lin Feng even after using a draconic ability. In the ninth evil dragon's eyes, this was a great humiliation. Four-horned reptile, I really don't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. Your attacks are pitifully weak. I only need to be a little more serious and I can immediately take your life. Lin Feng continued to taunt. The ninth evil dragon's murderous intent soared when he heard Lin Feng's provocation. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Rumble. His huge body quickly swam through the water. The ocean was indeed the territory of the dragon clan. The ninth evil dragon's speed greatly increased after entering the ocean. However, Lin Feng was not slow either. He cultivated the water elemental Dao. Although his water elemental Dao had yet to transform into the great water elemental technique, Lin Feng was still able to move through the water as if there was no one there. Half an hour later, Lin Feng could already see the deep-sea devil cave. He quickly rushed towards the underwater valley where the deep-sea devil cave was located. The ninth evil dragon couldn't help but frown when he caught up. Come down and fight me. I can kill you with a single palm. Lin Feng sneered. He continued to provoke the ninth evil dragon. However, the ninth evil dragon didn't rush over in anger. Instead, he frowned. The ninth evil dragon was in the giant god realm. He was very knowledgeable. Although the deep-sea devil cave wasn't emitting any special fluctuations or power at this moment, it was still very familiar. However, the ninth evil dragon still sensed that something was amiss. It was a special feeling that a peerless powerhouse had towards the outside world. Brat, this emperor will go back and kill all your subordinates, women, and everyone else. The ninth evil dragon laughed sinisterly. Then, he turned around and went back the way he came. The ninth evil dragon was extremely cautious. He couldn't figure out the exact situation, but he felt that something was wrong, so he wanted to leave. In the world of cultivators, those who could live for a long time were all cautious people. Since ancient times, countless experts had died because they were too careless. In the end, he ended up dead. Lin Feng grew anxious when he saw that the ninth evil dragon was about to leave. This guy didn't fall for it. This was troublesome. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of violent noises came from the surrounding sea. Immediately after, with the deep-sea devil cave as the center, a huge vortex condensed. The ninth evil dragon was also enveloped by the vortex. Next, endless black fog surged out from the deep-sea devil cave. Whoosh! Chains appeared in the black fog. Those were the chains of order. It was formed from the black fog. It was the mysterious existence imprisoned in the deep-sea demonic cave that had made its move. We must kill the ninth evil dragon as soon as possible. This guy's cultivation was too powerful. Moreover, he hasn't entered the deep-sea devil cave and is too far away from me. I can't suppress him for a long time. The imprisoned being transmitted its voice to Lin Feng. Crash, crash, as soon as its voice died away. The chains rushed to the ninth evil dragon's side and wrapped around it. Annihilation evil light. The ninth evil dragon shouted coldly. His eyes became extremely strange. Waves of evil light flashed past. Whoosh! Whoosh! Next, the ninth evil dragon's eyes swept out a dense number of light beams and swept toward the chains that wrapped around him. Clang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out. It sounded like metal clashing. Clang! Clang! The beams of light swept across the chains condensed from the black fog, but they were unable to break the chains. The power of the chains was so powerful that it shocked and moved people. The imprisoned being was extremely powerful. The chains wrapped around the ninth evil dragon's huge body. Go and kill him. The imprisoned being roared loudly. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed over. He flew directly to the ninth evil dragon's head. Then, he activated the Dracophant arm. Bang! 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 Punch after punch landed on the ninth evil dragon's head. The Dracophant arm was so powerful. The strength of this punch was enough to destroy a planet. The ninth evil dragon's defense was amazing. But, it had to endure the attack of Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. It would also be seriously injured. Ah, little bastard! How dare you trick me? The ninth evil dragon roared angrily. It kept shaking its huge head, trying to throw Lin Feng away. But, Lin Feng grabbed the dragon's horn with his left hand. No matter how the ninth evil dragon shook its head, it couldn't throw him away. Bang! 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 Lin Feng clenched his right fist. Punch after punch landed on the ninth evil dragon's head. After dozens of punches, puff, the scales on the ninth evil dragon's head exploded. Bang! 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 Lin Feng threw punch after punch at the ninth evil dragon. This time, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The ninth evil dragon suffered serious injuries. It wanted to fight back, but its body was entangled by the chains. It couldn't fight back against Lin Feng. Ah! The ninth evil dragon's roar shook the sky. It struggled violently. Crack, crack. The chains around the ninth evil dragon began to break. The ninth evil dragon was indeed terrifying. It was really difficult to kill it. Quick! 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 The imprisoned living being roared out loud. It kept urging Lin Feng to kill the ninth evil dragon as soon as possible. It was now an ally of Lin Feng. Naturally, it wanted to see the ninth evil dragon killed by Lin Feng. If Lin Feng was killed by the ninth evil dragon, it wouldn't be able to escape. Unless it waited for the next successor of the Celestial Master's bloodline to appear. The imprisoned creature was trying its best to repair the broken chains. But once the chains were broken, then, it would be very difficult for the chains to be completely restored. So, even if it was repaired by the mysterious creature, the chains around the ninth evil dragon's body, It wouldn't be able to hold on for long before it was destroyed. Lin Feng knew the situation was urgent. So, he didn't hold back. He directly used the great sacrifice art. I'm willing to use my life as a sacrifice to obtain great power. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the great sacrifice art. His lifespan had now reached 20 million years. His lifespan was incomparably long. So, Lin Feng directly burned 5 million years of his lifespan as a sacrifice. It increased his combat power. Boom, as the 5 million years of lifespan were sacrificed by Lin Feng. Waves of terrifying power. It descended from the sky and surged into Lin Feng's body. The power obtained through the sacrifice was all channeled into Lin Feng's right arm. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's right arm became thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it became 5 times thicker than before. Lin Feng had the feeling that an unimaginably terrifying strength was flowing through his right arm. Lin Feng had the urge to roar at the sky when he felt his strength exploding. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. Lin Feng swung his right fist and smashed it toward the 9th evil dragon's head. Bang, the fist smashed into the 9th evil dragon's head once again. Crack. Crack, crack. The 9th evil dragon's skull began to crack. The power of Lin Feng's right arm. It was simply too terrifying. Ah! The 9th evil dragon screamed in pain. His eyes had turned blood red. Boundless rage was accumulating in his chest. The 9th evil dragon, a 10th heavenly layer giant god, a lofty figure. Lin Feng was just an ant in his eyes, yet he was severely injured by this ant. This was even more unbearable than killing the 9th evil dragon. The 9th evil dragon roared again and again. He roared again and again. He kept struggling, trying to break free from the chains that wrapped around his body. Crack. Crack, the chains were cracking. However, the mysterious being that was imprisoned was doing its best to repair the cracked chains. Lin Feng, who had sacrificed 5 million years of his lifespan, had greatly increased the power of his right arm. He would not give the 9th evil dragon any chance to break free. I'll smash you until your peach blossoms bloom. Lin Feng roared. Bang! Bang, punch after punch. Every punch was incomparably violent. Crack! Crack! Crack, the 9th evil dragon's skull was cracking more and more. The 9th evil dragon suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. Break! Lin Feng roared. He punched out again. Bang, the punch once again landed on the 9th evil dragon's skull. Crack! Crack, the 9th evil dragon's skull shattered. As the skull shattered, blood and brain matter flowed out. It was extremely bloody. The 9th evil dragon's struggling body became weaker and weaker. The attack just now. To the 9th evil dragon. It was a fatal blow. The 9th evil dragon suffered unprecedented damage. Die! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. He then threw another punch at him. Bang, half of the 9th evil dragon's head exploded. The 9th evil dragon's body twitched violently. Then, it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Is it dead? Lin Feng half knelt on the ground and panted heavily. One must know that activating the Dracophant arm consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, he had sacrificed 5 million years of his lifespan. Therefore, at that moment, Lin Feng felt extremely exhausted. He wanted to lie down on the ground and sleep. However, Lin Feng knew that the battle on Dragon Gate Island was very intense. He needed to rush back and take charge of the situation. Go back early. This way, the Dragon Gate Cultivator army would have fewer casualties. This corpse is mine. The mysterious being in the deep-sea devil's cave said. Sure. I'll take its head. Lin Feng said no problem. That mysterious creature said. Lin Feng took out his black dragon sword and wanted to cut off the 9th evil dragon's head. But at that moment, a grayish-brown light flew out. Then, it drilled into Lin Feng's mind. Little bastard, how dare you trick me? You've caused me so much trouble. I'm going to eat your soul and take over your body. The grayish-brown light entered Lin Feng's mind and turned into the 9th evil dragon's appearance. It was the 9th evil dragon's soul. The 9th evil dragon's methods were very shocking. When Lin Feng thought that he had blasted open the ninth evil dragon's head, even the dragon's soul was scattered. But unexpectedly, the ninth evil dragon's soul was intact. Moreover, it launched a counterattack against Lin Feng. The soul of a 10th-layer giant god was much stronger than Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul sensed the ninth evil dragon's soul and quickly hid in the primal chaos ancient lamp. Come out! The ninth evil dragon's soul clawed at Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. Bang bang bang, one attack after another landed on the primal chaos ancient lamp. But Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp was too powerful. No matter how powerful the ninth evil dragon's soul attacks were, they could not break through the primal chaos ancient lamp's defenses. Seeing that the primal chaos ancient lamp could block the ninth evil dragon's attacks, Lin Feng could not help but sigh in relief. He began to use Luya's stargazing chart to deal with the ninth evil dragon's soul. Buzz. A divine diagram condensed in Lin Feng's mind. It was Luya's stargazing chart. Luya's stargazing chart quickly suppressed the ninth evil dragon's soul. Break! The ninth evil dragon's soul roared coldly and clawed at Luya's stargazing chart. Luya's stargazing chart was indeed powerful enough to block the ninth evil dragon's soul attacks. Heavenly fire, come quickly! Lin Feng's soul began to summon the heavenly fire. The soul was of the Yin attribute. The heavenly fire was of the Yang attribute. Yin and Yang countered each other. The 4 heavenly fires entered Lin Feng's mind and enveloped the ninth evil dragon's soul. Then, they began to burn the ninth evil dragon's soul. Ah! Heavenly fire! 4 heavenly fires! How can you refine so many heavenly fires? The ninth evil dragon's soul roared in disbelief. Heavenly fire was precious. When the world was first created, only 72 clusters of heavenly fire had been formed. They had been passed down until now. They had searched the heavens. They might not even be able to find the heavenly fire. And yet, Lin Feng had refined 4 heavenly fires. It was inconceivable. Die! Lin Feng sneered again and again. The primal chaos ancient lamp also charged toward the ninth evil dragon's soul. Luya's stargazing chart, 4 heavenly fires, primal chaos ancient lamp, the 3 of them attacked simultaneously. They surrounded and attacked the ninth evil dragon's soul. The ninth evil dragon's soul was very powerful. However, the ninth evil dragon's physical body was already dead. A soul without a physical body was like a rootless duckweed. Its power weakened very quickly. Moreover, Lin Feng's attacks were extremely ferocious. The 4 heavenly fires were the nemesis of souls. Therefore, the 2 sides fought for a while. The ninth evil dragon's soul could no longer hold on. Luya used the star chart to seize the opportunity and directly tore the ninth evil dragon's soul apart. Little bastard! Little bastard! I never thought that I would die at your hands in the end. I can't accept this. However, this emperor's 8 brothers will definitely avenge this emperor. This emperor will be waiting for you to accompany him in hell. The ninth evil dragon's soul roared with hatred. Bang! The next moment, the primal chaos ancient lamp charged over and shattered the ninth evil dragon's soul. The ninth evil dragon, a peerless powerhouse who had dominated the sea region for millions of years, had fallen just like that. Ha 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 ha, the ninth evil dragon's soul energy is too powerful. It's a great supplement for me. Devour, devour, devour. Lin Feng roared. He began to devour the ninth evil dragon's soul energy. The ninth evil dragon's soul energy was continuously devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul energy began to rise rapidly. Lin Feng's soul power was originally at the 5th firmament of the celestial god realm. After devouring the ninth evil dragon's soul power, Lin Feng's soul power began to soar. 6th firmament of the celestial god realm, 7th firmament of the celestial god realm, 8th firmament of the celestial god realm, 9th firmament of the celestial god realm, 10th firmament of the celestial god realm, as expected of the soul power of a 10th firmament giant god realm expert. It was truly too powerful. It actually allowed Lin Feng's soul power to rise so much. Moreover, the rise did not stop. Soon, Lin Feng's soul power had risen to the peak of the celestial god realm. Next, his soul began to break through to the giant god realm. In the purple palace of his soul, powerful energy began to circulate, transforming into the purest soul power. It began to break through to the giant god realm. It was a major leap for soul power to rise from the celestial god realm to the giant god realm. Once this barrier was broken through, the soul would enter a whole new level. Again and again, the impact came. He had no idea how many times he had tried. Finally, Lin Feng's soul power had completely transformed. From the peak of the celestial god realm to the first firmament of the giant god realm, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. After killing the ninth evil dragon, his soul had broken through to the first firmament of the giant god realm. The harvest was simply too great. After his soul had broken through to the giant god realm, Lin Feng immediately felt that breaking through to the giant god realm was tens of times more difficult than when he was in the celestial god realm. Lin Feng had already mentally prepared himself for this. The giant god realm was an extremely special realm. This was because the giant god realm was a preparation for becoming an emperor. Therefore, for experts at this level, whether it was breaking through to the giant god realm or breaking through to the giant god realm, it would be extremely difficult for them. Lin Feng recollected his thoughts and cut off the ninth evil dragon's head. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a powerful devouring power surged out of the deep-sea devil cave. The powerful devouring power directly devoured the ninth evil dragon's corpse. The sea region in front of the Dragon Gate Island was an unprecedentedly tragic battle. Both sides fought fiercely, and there were people dying tragically in this chaotic battle every moment. Corpses were everywhere in the ocean. The seawater had long been dyed red with blood. Look, Lin Feng is back. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted. Everyone looked into the distance and saw that Lin Feng had returned. Why is he carrying a small mountain back? Many people were puzzled. When Lin Feng flew over from afar, many people's faces turned pale with fright. That is, head. The ninth evil dragon's head. Oh my god, Lin Feng killed the ninth evil dragon. Many people were astonished. Countless spectating cultivators roared hysterically. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. The ninth evil dragon is dead. Ninth evil dragon palace's cultivator army, all who surrendered. Exempt from the death penalty. Anyone who resists shall be killed without mercy. Lin Feng carried the mountain-sized ninth evil dragon's head and flew to the sea region where the battle was taking place. His shout was like thunder, attracting everyone's attention. The cultivator armies of both sides looked at Lin Feng. When they saw the ninth evil dragon's head, the cultivator armies of the Dragon Gate and oceanic species cheered loudly. Their morale soared. As for the cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace, their expressions changed drastically. Even the ninth evil dragon had been killed. The cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace had a mental breakdown. Their morale had dropped. Lord Father was killed? How is this possible? How is this possible? Xianxia roared in disbelief. His face was as pale as a sheet. Your Highness, leave quickly, said an evil dragon expert beside Xianxia. They had no idea what was going on with Lin Feng. Moreover, the ninth evil dragon had been killed. The cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace had lost their morale. The only thing they could do was to retreat. Leave, said Xianxia. The cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace began to retreat. Those who don't surrender will be killed without mercy, shouted Lin Feng. Kill all these sons of bitches. Sun Jian cursed loudly. The cultivator armies of the Dragon Gate, oceanic species, and deep-sea beasts unleashed their most ferocious attacks on the cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace. The cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace, whose morale had dropped, could not resist at all. Pooh! 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 More and more people were killed. More and more corpses appeared. We are willing to surrender. Don't kill us. We surrender. Many cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace put away their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Seeing some people surrender, more and more cultivator army of the ninth evil dragon palace chose to surrender. The ninth evil dragon palace is finished. Many cultivators who were watching the battle began to discuss. The elite army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace had been transferred over. Now, the Ninth Evil Dragon had fallen. The cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace began to surrender. The Ninth Evil Dragon Palace was truly dead. The battles between the major forces were often this cruel. The fall or destruction of a powerful faction. It could happen at any time. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate, the oceanic species, and the deep-sea beasts chased after the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace that did not choose to ambush. In the end, only 1,000 people escorted Xianxia out. This battle. It ended here. The cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace had lost 2.6 million people. Most of them were killed in the process of escaping. Another 2.4 million people chose to surrender. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate had lost 700,000 people. The oceanic species army had lost many people in the previous battle. So before the battle, there were only about 40,000 people left. After the battle, there were only about 30,000 people left. The deep-sea beasts army also lost 300,000 deep-sea beasts. In this battle, the casualties of the Dragon Gate, the oceanic species, and the deep-sea beasts army were also extremely heavy. But in the end, they had won the battle. The cultivators who survived all roared excitedly, venting the depression in their hearts. Lin Feng walked over, step by step. He looked coldly at the 2,400,000 cultivators of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace and said, "Since you've chosen to surrender, I can spare your lives. If you perform well in the future, you'll also receive important things. Now, swear your loyalty to me." The cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace knelt down. "We are willing to swear a blood oath. From now on, we are willing to recognize Lin Feng as our master. In the future, we will be loyal and devoted, without any disloyalty. If we break this oath, our souls will be shattered and we will die a horrible death." The cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace swore together. In an instant, Lin Feng formed an oath contract with these people. The life and death of the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace was in his hands. The heavens are about to change. A true king is about to appear in the ancient desolate sea domain. Countless cultivators stood outside and watched as the cultivator army of the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace knelt before Lin Feng and swore an oath. They were deeply shocked. On Myriad Star Island, the Myriad Star restaurant was bustling with people. "Have you heard? The Ninth Evil Dragon led an army to attack the Dragon sect, but it was killed by the Dragon sect's leader." I heard. It said that the Dragon sect's leader, Lin Feng, is 30 meters tall and looks like a human. His eyes are like copper bells, and he can kill a divine beast with a single punch. He's so terrifying that even the Ninth Evil Dragon was killed by him. It can't be, right? I've heard that Lin Feng has been practicing cultivation for millions of years. His cultivation level is unfathomable and unfathomable. He fought against the Ninth Evil Dragon for hundreds of times, and then he killed it with great difficulty. Why did I hear that Lin Feng is a young cultivator who has only cultivated for slightly more than 30 years? Damn, brother, how can you believe such nonsense? The diners in Myriad Star restaurant discussed animatedly as they ate. Lin Feng naturally became the focus of everyone's discussion. The key to the Dragon sect's victory in this battle was Lin Feng's killing of the Ninth Evil Dragon. Therefore, the news about Lin Feng spread like wildfire. There were all kinds of rumors. However, many of the rumors were so ridiculous that they could not be taken seriously. Myriad Star Island was not the only place discussing Lin Feng. Countless cultivators from various places, such as the southern Immemorial Sea region, the ancient Desolate Sea region, and the Bottomless Sea region, were also discussing Lin Feng and the clash between the two great forces. Myriad Flower Restaurant, where the cultivators of the ancient Desolate Sea region gathered, was also bustling with people. The cultivators who could afford to dine here were naturally people with status. In a room on the 5th floor of Myriad Flower Restaurant. "Young miss, Lin Feng is too terrifying. If you enter the path of heartlessness with him, it won't be easy for you to sever your path in the future. Young miss, please reconsider," the beautiful woman advised. She naturally knew about the conflict between the Dragon sect and the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. She had thought that the Dragon sect would be destroyed by the Ninth Evil Dragon Palace. Lin Feng would be killed. However, they had never expected that Lin Feng would be the one to kill the ninth evil dragon, and that the Dragon Gate would destroy the ninth evil dragon palace. This matter had greatly moved and shocked the beautiful woman. However, she couldn't feel happy because the holy maiden of the 10,000 flower house, Miao Ke wanted to use Lin Feng to enter the emotionless Tao. In order to enter the emotionless Tao, one must first truly fall in love. After falling in love, she forcefully cut off the relationship. Only then would he be able to peek into the path of ruthlessness. But now, the beautiful woman was worried. What if the person she was looking for really entered the heartless Tao as Lin Feng, when the time comes? She would probably be deeply attracted to that man. He was unable to extricate himself. At that time, he would most likely end up in a situation where his divine arts would be reversed and his body and Tao would disappear. If only the results were better. Perhaps she would completely lose herself and willingly become Lin Feng's concubine. As Miao Ke's follower, the beautiful woman naturally did not wish for such a situation to occur. Miao Ke's beautiful eyes wandered as she said in a faint voice, "I'm afraid it's already too late. I miss him every moment now. I want to see him and accompany him by his side. I have to dress up properly before meeting him." Miao Ke sat in front of the dressing table like a little girl and began to dress herself up. Seeing this scene, the beautiful woman's face turned ugly. She knew that Miao Ke had already fallen in love with Lin Feng. Now, the beautiful woman only hoped that Miao Ke would be able to cut off her relationship with Lin Feng in the future and not fall in love with him. On the top floor of the Myriad Star Islands auction house, Yu Lianwei and that ice-cold beauty were sipping tea together. This woman was called Tang Lan'er. Like Yu Lianwei, she was a senior in her family and held a high position in the all-knowing pavilion. The two of them had come out to train and had come to Myriad Star Islands. They held important positions in both the all-knowing pavilion and the auction house. "Lan'er, what do you think of Lin Feng?" Yu Lianwei asked with a smile. Tang Lan'er said coldly. "This person is more complicated than I imagined." "Yeah. I'm getting more and more curious about him," Yu Lianwei said with a smile. Lin Feng's handsome face couldn't help but appear in her mind. When a woman is interested in a man, it usually means that she will gradually lose herself. Tang Lan'er said. Yu Lianwei smiled charmingly. "You don't understand. When you meet such an interesting man, you naturally have to interact with him more. If you're really like a moth flying into a flame, as long as you can have a vigorous process, no matter what the result is, you won't have any regrets. There are many times in life that you need to change and not stay the same. I prefer this kind of life," Tang Lan'er said. "That's because you haven't met someone who can make your heart beat faster. When you meet him, you'll know what it means to be a moth flying into a flame." Yu Lianwei said with a smile. She then stood up and walked outside. "Where are you going?" Tang Lan'er asked. "I'm going to see my darling. I don't know if my darling is injured." "I'm so worried," Yu Lianwei said with a charming smile. Tang Lan'er also stood up and followed Yu Lianwei outside. Yu Lianwei asked in astonishment, "Where are you going?" Tang Lan'er said, "I'm following you and watching over you. I don't want you to lose your head and lose yourself." Yu Lianwei rolled her eyes and said, "You're looking down on me too much." Spacetime Reversal Sea Region. Within the Red Dust Immortal Sect. The Red World Fairy stood on top of a cliff, looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. The Red World Fairy wasn't wearing women's clothes. Instead, she was wearing men's clothes. She looked very delicate. Old Mother Phoenix and Patriarch Tianlong stood behind the Red World Fairy. Old Mother Phoenix said, "This Lin Feng's ability isn't small. Even the ninth evil dragon has fallen into his hands." Patriarch Tianlong said, "An immortal sovereign's tribulation taker is indeed not a simple person." Old Mother Phoenix and Patriarch Tianlong fell silent for a moment. Old Mother Phoenix said, "Immortal sovereign. How do you plan to overcome the worldly love tribulation?" The Red World Fairy looked at the worldly love thread wrapped around her wrist and remained silent. Patriarch Tianlong said, "Although the love tribulation isn't the most powerful tribulation, it's the most complicated one. Since ancient times, the word love has turned many people into infatuated men and resentful women. They couldn't walk out of it and eventually fell into depravity, burying their great future," said Old Mother Phoenix, nodding. "Celestial Master, forgive me for being talkative, but Lin Feng is not bound to you yet. You should kill him. That's the best way to pass the Culpa test. In the future, you'll be bound to him more and more, and he'll become a demon in your heart." The Red World Fairy looked at the sea of clouds in the distance and said faintly, "I saw a trace of his fate. He's actually..." Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded through the clouds. A huge evil dragon flew over from afar. This was the sea region where the first evil dragon palace was located. The first evil dragon was the backbone of the 9 great evil dragons. He was also the most powerful evil dragon among them. It was said that the first evil dragon had broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm 2 million years ago. Such a long time. Now, he had no idea how powerful the first evil dragon was. The evil dragon that flew over from afar was the 8th evil dragon. After receiving news of the 9th evil dragon's death, the 8th evil dragon quickly rushed over to the first evil dragon. He entered the depths of the sea region. In the depths of the sea region, there were many palaces. There was a main palace that was 1,000 meters tall and hundreds of acres wide. The 8th evil dragon flew into the main palace. When he arrived, there were already 7 evil dragons gathered inside. "I'm late. Brothers, please forgive me," the 8th evil dragon said apologetically. "Your territory is the furthest away. It's normal for you to be late." "8th brother, don't mind," the 2nd evil dragon said. At this moment, the first evil dragon opened his eyes. It was as if there were 2 ancient worlds floating in his eyes. "Go burn some incense for the 9 emperors," the first evil dragon said. Whoosh, with a flash of light, the first evil dragon's huge body turned into a middle-aged man. The other 7 evil dragons also turned into their human forms. They followed behind the first evil dragon and walked into the depths of the palace. There was a room in the depths of the palace. There were many memorial tablets here. These memorial tablets belonged to the ancestors of the evil dragon tribe. The 9th evil dragon's memorial tablet was also placed here. The first evil dragon stood at the front. The other 7 evil dragons stood in a row behind the first evil dragon. The first evil dragon said in a sorrowful voice, "9th brother, back then, our evil dragon tribe was declining day by day. For the sake of reviving the evil dragon tribe, the 9 of us went to many dangerous places in search of opportunities to increase the power of our bloodline. How many times did we go through dangerous situations together? Which time did we not manage to escape from danger? But this time, you fell at the hands of that human brat. Don't worry, your blood won't be shed in vain. I will definitely bring that human brat's head here as an offering to your soul in heaven, 9th brother." After saying that, the first evil dragon picked up an incense stick from the table and lit it. The other 7 evil dragons also stepped forward and each took an incense stick. After lighting it, they returned to their respective positions. Under the lead of the first evil dragon, they began to worship the 9th evil dragon. After paying their respects, they left the room. They came to a living room not far away. The first evil dragon said, "9th brother's death is too strange. No one saw that human kid kill 9th brother, but he did bring back 9th brother's head." "What do you mean, big brother?" The 7 evil dragons looked at the first evil dragon in confusion. The first evil dragon said, "There are 3 possibilities. The first possibility is that the kid has an extremely powerful magic treasure. The second possibility is that he has a super expert behind him. The third possibility is that he used some kind of scheme to kill my 9th brother. Big brother, which possibility do you favor?" the 8th evil dragon asked. "That's hard to say." The first evil dragon frowned slightly and said, "What was his motive for luring my 9th brother away? He didn't want to expose his hidden trump cards?" the 2nd evil dragon asked. "Perhaps that's the case." The first evil dragon narrowed its eyes. "The dragon gate must be destroyed. Otherwise, where will the face of our evil dragon race be?" "Big brother, I'm willing to go," the 8th evil dragon said anxiously. The 8th evil dragon was an impatient person. If there was something he wanted to say, he would say it. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone," the first evil dragon said. "I'll go with 8th brother," the fifth evil dragon said. All right. The two of you can take care of each other, the first evil dragon nodded. That little bastard Lin Feng's cultivation is limited. It doesn't matter if he has an expert behind him, or if he has a powerful magic treasure, or if he used some kind of scheme to kill my ninth brother. This time, we won't give him another chance. The eighth evil dragon said coldly. All right. Go back and gather your troops. Once we've gathered, we'll set off together. I'll wait here for your good news. The first evil dragon said. Big brother. We're going. The fifth evil dragon and eighth evil dragon cupped their fists. Then, they transformed into huge evil dragons. They quickly flew out of the palace. They returned to their own territories to gather their armies. After destroying the ninth evil dragon palace, Lin Feng sent people to take over the ninth evil dragon palace's territories, as well as the resources and ores controlled by the ninth evil dragon palace. The treasures in the ninth evil dragon palace's treasury were transported to the Dragon Gate Island. On this particular day, two hearty laughter came from outside the Dragon Gate Island. Wen Xiren. Zhuge. We've come to pay our respects to Sect Master Lin. The two spoke at the same time. Their voices echoed. Everyone on the Dragon Gate Island was alarmed. Who are these two old men? How dare they make such a ruckus outside the Dragon Gate Island? A cultivator said coldly. Shoo. Don't speak nonsense. These two are extraordinary people from 3 million years ago. They've already broken through to the giant god realm. One of them is a top-notch spirit array master, while the other is a top-notch alchemist. A cultivator reminded. So powerful. The cultivators who were dissatisfied with Wen Xiren and Zhuge felt a lingering fear. Luckily, they didn't rush out to teach these two a lesson. Otherwise, they would have died miserably. Haha, the two seniors are here. Apologies for not going out to welcome you. Lin Feng laughed and flew out to personally welcome Wen Xiren and Zhuge. Sect Master Lin is too polite. The two cupped their fists. Then, Lin Feng brought the two into the Dragon Gate Island. In the main hall, the three of them sat down. Then, a maid served them spiritual tea. Zhuge said, as the saying goes, a gentleman keeps his word. Since we made a gentleman's agreement back then, we won't go back on our words. This time, we're here to join Sect Master Lin. Lin Feng said with a smile, the two seniors are true to their words. This junior admires you. Sect Master, please don't call yourself a junior. This is too much for the two of us. Wen Xiren said. Wen Xiren didn't flaunt his seniority. He knew who was the leader of the Dragon Gate. He also showed enough respect to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, all right then. From now on, I'll call the two of you fellow Taoists. Zhuge and Wen Xiren nodded. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, may I know what fellow Taoist is talking about? Zhuge said, I've heard that the other 8 evil dragons have gathered together to discuss how to deal with the Dragon Gate. They've decided to have the 5th and 8th evil dragons act to eliminate the Dragon Gate. Lin Feng said, I haven't heard about that, but I've long since guessed that the other 8 evil dragons wouldn't leave the matter at that. During this time, I've been setting up a grand formation, hoping to borrow the might of the formation to kill the invading evil dragons. Oh? May I know what kind of powerful formation you're setting up, Sect Master? Wen Xiren couldn't help but ask. Wen Xiren was also a formation expert, and he was familiar with many formations. He also knew that Lin Feng was a formation expert, so he couldn't help but be curious as to what kind of formation Lin Feng was setting up. Lin Feng said. The Immortal Extermination Formation. Wen Xiren was shocked. The third-ranked formation of the Immemorial era. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, that's the formation. A formation like that requires some top-notch treasures to suppress the formation's core. Only then can the formation's might be unleashed. I wonder if Sect Master has already prepared those top-notch treasures? If not, I'm afraid that the Immortal Extermination Formation won't be able to unleash its might. At that time, we won't be able to kill the 5th and 8th evil dragons. Wen Xiren said. Lin Feng said, I've already prepared them. However, setting up a formation like the Immortal Extermination Formation isn't easy. Fellow Daoist Wen, you've come at the right time. You can help me set up the Immortal Extermination Formation. Wen Xiren said, I don't think that setting up the Immortal Extermination Formation alone is enough. If we want to kill the other two evil dragons, we'll need to set up another formation. I can also provide a formation that can be used together with the Immortal Extermination Formation. Its might will be even greater. May I know what kind of formation it is? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Profound Pincushion Formation. Wen Xiren said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Profound Pincushion Formation was the second-ranked formation of the Immemorial era. It was ranked even higher than the Immortal Extermination Formation. If this formation could be set up successfully, it could be used together with the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation. Its power was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng said, all right. This formation perfectly complements the Immortal Slaying Grand Array. However, the two of you have come from afar and must be tired. Take a rest today and discuss the matter of setting up the formation tomorrow. That's fine too. Wen Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi nodded. Lin Feng turned to Zhuge Qinyi and said, Daoist Zhuge. I've collected a lot of the 9th evil dragon's blood essence. The 9th evil dragon is a 10th-layer giant god, so its essence blood is abnormally powerful. I wonder if fellow Daoist Zhuge can use its essence blood to refine a treasure like the heavenly god elixir. When the time comes, you can use it to awaken the slumbering artifact spirits of a few supreme treasures. Wen Xiren said, that's not a problem. I can start refining it tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded and said, all right, please follow me, fellow Daoists. I'll take you to your residences. Thank you, Sect Master. Wen Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi clasped their fists towards Lin Feng. There's no need to be so polite. Lin Feng said with a smile. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards their residences. After arranging the residences for Wen Xiren and Zhuge Qinyi, Lin Feng chatted with them for a while before leaving. Not long after, someone came to visit Lin Feng. They were none other than Yu Lianwei and Tang Lan'er. I wonder what brings Fairy Yu to my place. Your presence brings light to the dragon sect's humble dwelling. Lin Feng said with a smile. Yu Lianwei giggled and asked, then are you welcoming me or not? Lin Feng smiled and said, of course I'm welcoming Fairy Yu. It's been a while since we parted at the Myriad Immortals Island. During this time, I've been thinking about Fairy Yu. Yu Lianwei smiled and said, Ling Gongzi is actually thinking about the news of the Soul Master Dao sect in Duguya. Lin Feng smiled and said, of course I'm thinking about Fairy Yu. His gaze then turned towards Tang Lan'er who was standing beside Yu Lianwei and said with a smile, Fairy Yu, how should I address this Fairy Yu? Yu Lianwei said, this is my good sister, Tang Lan'er. Like me, Lan'er is also training at the Myriad Star Islands. So it's Fairy Lan'er. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng clasped his fists. Tang Lan'er looked at Lin Feng with a cold expression and nodded slightly. He nodded at Lin Feng as a form of greeting. Ling Gongzi, please don't blame Lan'er for her lack of etiquette. She has always been like this. She doesn't like to interact with outsiders and rarely interacts with strangers. Yu Lianwei said. Why would I blame Fairy Lan'er? Lin Feng smiled. At that moment, Wan Yin came to the guest hall and said, Master, someone is here to see you. Who is it? Lin Feng asked. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why were there so many people gathered here today to see him? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Master, it's me. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out. Following that, a beautiful woman walked in. This woman was none other than Miao Ke. Me? Since when did the famous holy maiden of the Myriad Flower Hall call herself a me in front of a man? Isn't it a little too obvious that she's trying to throw herself at him? After seeing Miao Ke, Yu Lianwei couldn't help but mock her. Clearly, Yu Lianwei recognized Miao Ke. Furthermore, the two of them didn't seem to get along. Why did the eldest daughter of the Yu clan come here as well? It seems that Miss Yu still doesn't know about the relationship between Ling Gongzi and me. Miao Ke came to Lin Feng's side and snuggled up to Lin Feng like a little bird. She looked at Yu Lianwei provocatively. What? Are you trying to say that you and Ling Gongzi are lovers? Yu Lianwei sneered and also came to Lin Feng's side, hugging Lin Feng's arm. Yu Lianwei, what do you mean? Are you in such a hurry to throw yourself at Lin Gongzi? I've never seen a woman in such a hurry to throw herself at a man like you. Miao Ke mocked. Lin Feng hadn't expected that Miao Ke, who usually looked so gentle and charming, would have such a side to her. She actually had such an unknown side to her. Quarreling seemed to be a woman's instinct. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Miao Ke sneered. I'm the one who's throwing herself at him. Lin Gongzi and I are lovers. The two women looked like they wouldn't give up until a victor was decided. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. I heard that a guest has arrived. May I know who it is? At that moment, a chuckle came from outside. Princess Shirley and Naza walked in. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw them. Yu Lianwei and Miao Ke were already in a heated argument. When they saw Princess Shirley and Naza enter the hall, Yu Lianwei and Miao Ke immediately stopped arguing. The two of them looked at Princess Shirley with hostility. The two of them were well informed, so they naturally knew that Princess Shirley and Lin Feng had an unusual relationship. Now, Princess Shirley was their greatest enemy. Sometimes, a war between women would come quickly. Sometimes, it would be very easy to calm down. Sometimes, enemies could become allies in the blink of an eye, just like Yu Lianwei and Miao Ke. Lin Feng didn't want the women to continue arguing, so he quickly smiled and said, Ladies, let me introduce you. This is Princess Shirley of the Deep Sea Yao Kingdom, and this is Naza of the Mermaid Clan. This is the Saintess of the Myriad Flower Pavilion, Miao Ke. These are the two vice presidents of the Myriad Star Island Auction House, Yu Lianwei and Tang Lan. Lin Feng's enthusiastic introduction didn't make the women particularly enthusiastic. Everyone just nodded their heads nobly. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play, but there were 5 women gathered here. They should be able to put on a show with ups and downs, right? Lin Feng felt that he should leave now. If he continued to stay here, who knew what terrible things would happen? He said, You're about the same age, so you must have a lot to talk about. I still have some things to take care of, so you can stay here and chat. I'll go take care of my business first, and then I'll come back to accompany you. Go, I'll entertain them well, Princess Shirley said with a smile, acting like the hostess of the house. Yu Lianwei and Miao Ke couldn't help but feel a deep sense of jealousy. In the evening, Lin Feng hosted a banquet for Wen Ziren and Zhuge Qinyi. The women also attended in splendid attire. It was breathtaking. The next day, Lin Feng and Wen Ziren worked together to make arrangements, while Zhuge Qinyi refined the giant god elixir with the 9th evil dragon's blood essence. The giant god elixir was similar to the heavenly god elixir. However, the effect was better. If they used the giant god elixir to activate various treasures, they would be able to awaken more power from those treasures. The array that Lin Feng set up had the Dragon Gate Island as the center, enveloping an area with a radius of 50 kilometers. Immortal Slaying Grand Array, Xianpin Grand Array. When these 2 great arrays were stacked together, their power would be unimaginably strong. Furthermore, Lin Feng also fused Emperor runes into the 2 great arrays. After incorporating the Emperor runes into the formation, the power of the formation would become even stronger. Other than that, Lin Feng placed the 9 Devils diagram, the Reincarnation Devil Palace, the 4 great swords from the Revered Sword Tomb, the Heaven Swallowing Jar, the Sage Emperor Stone, and other treasures in the core of the formation. In addition, a giant divine weapon or a celestial divine weapon would be placed in every ordinary formation eye to guard the formation eye. There were a total of 3,725 such formation cores. 2 types of top-notch killing arrays, coupled with so many top-notch true treasures. Once such a formation was activated, it would be very difficult to control. It was simply devastating. Of course, activating such a powerful formation would consume a huge amount of origin crystals. A formation like this would consume 10 million origin crystals per minute. It was simply not something that an ordinary force could afford. However, to Lin Feng, this bit of consumption was nothing. After setting up the great array, Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. Seeing Yu Lianwei, Miao Ke stayed at his place and refused to leave. Lin Feng found the 2 of them and said, Fairies, the enmity between the dragon sect and the evil dragon palace is getting deeper and deeper. I'm afraid that the evil dragon palace will not let this matter rest, and will soon attack the dragon sect again. For the safety of the two fairies, I ask that the two fairies leave the dragon sect first. Miaokuer smiled and said, especially at this time, this concubine naturally has to stay by young master's side. If there is any danger, this concubine is willing to face it with young master. Yu Lianwei was not to be outdone and said, Lianwei is also willing to stay by young master's side and tide through this crisis with young master. If young master does not abandon me, Lianwei will definitely follow you in life and death. Hearing the two of them talk, one after another, Lin Feng did not enjoy the happiness of having two people. He only felt a headache coming on. Actually, he hoped that Yu Lianwei and Miaokuer could leave in time. There was no need for them to get involved in this mess. However, Yu Lianwei and Miaokuer clearly did not plan to leave. As for Tang Lan'er, she followed Yu Lianwei to watch her. If Yu Lianwei did not leave, she naturally would not leave either. Lin Feng said, all right. If you want to stay, then stay on the Dragon Sex Island for the time being. In the afternoon, Sun Jian rushed back from the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. He said, Sir, we've discovered an extremely mysterious cage in the 9th Evil Dragon Palace. A mysterious person is imprisoned in that cage. We can't open the chains that lock the mysterious person up, so we've specially come to invite Sir to take a look. Oh? There is such a thing? Lin Feng was slightly shocked. A prisoner that could be specially treated by the 9th Evil Dragon Palace was naturally no small matter. Lin Feng did not hesitate and headed to the 9th Evil Dragon Palace with Sun Jian. In a cage, they saw the mysterious person that Sun Jian had mentioned. That mysterious person's body was pierced by 9 chains made of Mystic Emperor Scarlet Devil Iron. His aura was weak and listless. When he heard footsteps, he raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, who was at the front. Purple Qi from the east, a sign of good fortune. It seems that this old man will be able to escape today. The old man said. Senior, how should I address you? Lin Feng cupped his fists and asked. Ji Wu. The old man said. Hearing that this old man's surname was Ji, he suddenly thought of the Ji clan of the Tianwu continent. The Ji clan's origins were extraordinary. Their ancestor was Princess Gua. GFA had evolved the Xiantian 8 trigrams into the Hotian 64 trigrams. This was a historical breakthrough. Back when Lin Feng had entered the land of death, he had met the Ji clan's little princess, Ji Yuhan. However, he had never seen her again. He wondered how that slender and elegant girl was doing now. Lin Feng collected his thoughts and asked, May I know if Senior is a descendant of the civil and martial saint, Princess Gua? Princess Gua was known as the civil and martial saint by others. It was said that it was in recognition of his outstanding contributions. In the past, Princess Gua was an existence that everyone looked up to. Rumor had it that Princess Gua had used the 8 trigrams to prove her Tao and become an emperor. Later, she had evolved the innate 8 trigrams into the postnatal 64 trigrams. Thus, she had broken her shackles. She had become a true immortal. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether these rumors were true or not. After all, it was too long ago. Lin Feng was surprised by Ji Wu's words. He and Ji Wu were connected by fate because of Ji Yuhan. He couldn't help but ask, Senior, do you know the Ji family of the Tianwu continent? The reason why Lin Feng asked that question was because some of the top clans had many branches. He didn't know if Ji Wu was from the Ji family of the Tianwu continent. Ji Wu said, I'm from the Ji family of the Tianwu continent. Lin Feng said, I'm also from the Tianwu continent. Ji Wu said meaningfully, your ancestor isn't from the Tianwu continent. In fact, he's not even from the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. He asked, Senior, do you know something about it? Ji Wu said, there are some things that shouldn't be said. Everything has its own destiny. If you speak too much, you'll be punished by the heavens. Lin Feng nodded. He naturally understood this principle. This was especially true for people who were proficient in the 8 trigrams divination technique. They could divine some secrets. These secrets were the so-called heavenly secrets. As the saying went, the heavenly secrets couldn't be divulged, or one would suffer retribution. How did the civil and martial saint, GFA, die? It was said that his divination technique was too powerful, and he divulged too many heavenly secrets. In the end, he suffered a calamity. That was how he died. Lin Feng said, I'll help you break free first. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. Ji Wu said. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that Ji Wu knew his identity. The mystic Emperor Scarlet Devil Iron that pierced through Ji Wu's body was covered in evil dragon runes. Therefore, it was very difficult to break the chains. Furthermore, one couldn't use brute force to break the chains. This was because it would activate the evil dragon runes. Once the evil dragon runes were activated, Ji Wu would probably die. But Lin Feng was an expert in deployment spells, so he managed to break the evil dragon marks and the chains made of the great Emperor's Scarlet Demon Iron. He managed to save the old man. Ji Wu had been trapped for many years, so his blood wasn't flowing smoothly and his body was weak. Lin Feng fed Ji Wu a pill to replenish his Ji. Then, he circulated his magic power and opened some of Ji Wu's blocked meridians. Ji Wu's complexion improved a lot. Thank you, Sect Master Lin. Ji Wu expressed his gratitude. Senior is too kind. Lin Feng smiled. Wu returned to the Dragon's Gate Island and rested Dragon's Island. Rest. Lin Feng wanted Ji Wu to help him find information about the Dao sect and Duguya. Wu said. Ji Wu explained to Lin Feng what he knew about the Taoist sect. His divination method was also to use a turtle shell. Wu's Wuzovsli. The Li's of Wu's divination was. There was of course of the Wu SSS. If Tess Wu Tess. In the end, he would suffer a backlash. Moreover, if one were to suffer a backlash, the outcome would be quite tragic. The 7 stars shift, the heavenly stars fall, and the immortal treasure is about to appear. Wait for the right time. Ji Wu said. Lin Feng said. Senior, do you mean that the inheritance of the Dao sect is about to appear? The inheritance of the Dao sect is nothing. The real thing is this immortal treasure. Ji Wu said. Immortal treasure? Is it an immortal artifact? Lin Feng asked. If it was an immortal artifact, then it would be terrifying. Even in the 9 states, there weren't many forces with immortal artifacts. The birth of any immortal artifact would cause a storm of blood and gore. Ji Wu said. Immortal treasures aren't necessarily immortal artifacts, but they must be extraordinary. It seems that there will be a big change in the 9 states. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Ji Wu helped Lin Feng divine Duguya's location. 7 turtle shells were scattered on the ground, forming a strange pattern. Like dragons and tigers. The roars of dragons and tigers. Dragons are trapped in water, tigers are trapped in mountains. It seems that the person you're looking for is trapped somewhere. Ji Wu said. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the information he got from Yu Lianwei. 20 years ago, a heaven-shaking steel appeared in the southern immortal sea domain, and countless experts went to fight for it. Duguya also went to the southern immortal sea domain to fight for the heaven-shaking steel. Those who went to fight for the heaven-shaking steel disappeared without a trace. Could it be related to this matter? Lin Feng told Ji Wu everything he got from Yu Lianwei. Ji Wu said, if it's as you said, then it's possible that he's trapped somewhere in the southern immortal sea domain. Let me divine it again. Ji Wu put the 7 turtle shells into the jade tube. Then, he shook it again. While shaking the jade tube. While chanting an incantation. As the incantation fell, the 7 turtle shells were thrown out again. Crack. Crack, however, before Ji Wu could check them, the 7 tortoise shells cracked. What's going on? Lin Feng could not help but frown. Ji Wu said. Something terrifying is blocking the heavenly secret. Lin Feng felt a little regretful. At the same time, the 5th and 8th evil dragons had gathered their armies. The 5th evil dragon had gathered 5 million troops. The 8th evil dragon had also gathered 5 million troops. Both sides had gathered 10 million troops and rushed to the Dragon Gate Island. 2 evil dragons, 10 million troops, such a huge force was too terrifying. Rumble. Rumble, the ancient warships quickly sailed toward the Dragon Gate Island. Naturally, such a huge army couldn't hide from the eyes of the world. Countless people were alarmed. The current situation in the ancient desolate sea domain had attracted the attention of countless people, not just the forces in the surrounding sea domains. Even the forces inland were paying attention to the ancient desolate sea domain. Half a month later, the army arrived. Roar! Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through the sky. The fifth and eighth evil dragons flew over from afar. Their terrifying dragon aura spread for 3,000 miles. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle in the periphery felt the powerful dragon aura from the two evil dragons. They felt like they were suffocating. This time, the evil dragon palace has sent out 2 evil dragons and 10 million cultivators. It seems like they're determined to fight the dragon gate to the bitter end. The 9th evil dragon has died in battle. At that time, the dragon gate and the evil dragon palace will have no room for negotiation. They'll definitely fight to the bitter end. No matter how powerful Lin Feng is, he won't be able to deal with 2 evil dragons. Especially the 5th evil dragon. It's said that it has 1 foot in the Boundary Emperor realm. Apart from those Boundary Emperors, no one can defeat a powerful existence like the 5th evil dragon. No matter how many treasures Lin Feng has, he won't be able to fight against it. I'm afraid the Dragon Gate Island is facing a disaster this time. Rumble. Huge ancient ships were arranged in rows in an orderly manner. An army of more than 10 million cultivators looked majestic. The gigantic bodies of the 2 evil dragons spiraled in the air like 2 immortal gods as they looked down at the Dragon Gate Island below them. However, the Dragon Gate Island was very quiet. No one appeared. What's going on? Where are the people on the Dragon Gate Island? Isn't Lin Feng very powerful? Why is he hiding like a turtle now? Some people started muttering. This time, it's 2 evil dragons who have personally come. They even have an army of more than 10 million cultivators. If it were me, I would definitely hide like a turtle. Someone immediately said. The cultivators watched the situation nervously. Lin Feng, you brat. Come out and accept your death. The 8th evil dragon shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. It shook the surroundings. Which scoundrel is shouting outside? Tell me your name. The Dragon Gate doesn't kill nameless pawns. Sun Jian's voice rang out. Damn, aren't the Dragon Gate's people too arrogant? They actually called the 8th evil dragon a nameless pawn. More importantly, that person isn't Lin Feng. The 8th evil dragon is here to challenge the Dragon Gate Island. Lin Feng didn't even show up. Isn't he looking down on the 8th evil dragon? Yeah, he only sent a subordinate to deal with the 8th evil dragon. This will definitely anger the 8th evil dragon. Many cultivators started muttering softly. As expected. The 8th evil dragon was truly infuriated. He said coldly, Lin Feng, you brat, you actually sent an ant to talk to me? How dare you humiliate me like this? When I capture you later, I'll torture you and make you die a miserable death. Attack the island. The 8th evil dragon gave the order to attack the island. Fire. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Countless ancient ships fired spirit stone cannons at the Dragon Gate Island. However, the spirit stone cannons were all blocked by the Dragon Gate Island's restrictions. Formation breaking dragon beam. The 5th evil dragon shouted coldly. The ancient ships of war immediately activated the formation breaking dragon light and began to attack the restriction on the Dragon Gate Island. But now, the restrictions on Dragon Gate Island were extremely powerful. No matter how the other party attacked, they were unable to break the Dragon Gate Island's restriction. In the end, even the 5th and 8th evil dragons joined the fray. Evil dragon claws. Bang 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 bang, a loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The 5th and 8th evil dragons bombarded the restrictions of the Dragon Gate Island one after another. During this period of time, Lin Feng and Wen Xiren hadn't just joined forces to set up the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and Dark Lily Grand Formation. The two of them even worked together to reinforce Dragon Gate Island. Therefore, the current Dragon Gate Island's defense was extremely strong. It wouldn't be a problem to hold on for 4 to 5 days. Lin Feng did not choose to send out troops. He also did not choose to activate the Grand Formation to trap and kill the 5th and 8th evil dragons. This was because he wanted to exhaust the 5th and 8th evil dragons first. The fifth and eighth evil dragons worked together with the battleships to attack the restrictions on the Dragon Gate Island. This continued for several days. The consumption must be very serious. The two evil dragons' battle prowess was bound to plummet as they continued to be depleted. At that time, he would activate the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and the Xianpin Grand Formation. The chances of killing the fifth and eighth evil dragons would greatly increase. This time, Lin Feng chose to deal with the fifth and eighth evil dragons. Instead of luring the fifth and eighth evil dragons to the deep-sea devil cave. This was not without reason. First, the fact that he had killed the ninth evil dragon would definitely arouse the other 8 evil dragons' suspicions. Therefore, the chances of luring the fifth and eighth evil dragons to the deep-sea devil cave were not very high. Second, if the ninth evil dragon could discover the strangeness of the deep-sea devil cave, the more powerful fifth and eighth evil dragons would definitely be able to discover it as well. Moreover, Lin Feng and the mysterious being trapped in the deep-sea devil cave had already found it very difficult to kill the ninth evil dragon. It was almost impossible to kill the fifth and eighth evil dragons. Unless the fifth and eighth evil dragons entered the deep-sea devil cave. Perhaps the being trapped in the deep-sea devil cave had a way to kill the fifth and eighth evil dragons. However, the fifth and eighth evil dragons would not rashly enter the deep-sea devil cave. Therefore, the best way to deal with the fifth and eighth evil dragons was to set up a top-grade killing formation to trap and kill them. The fifth and eighth evil dragons continuously attacked the Dragon Gate Island's restrictions. The warships cooperated with them and attacked. No matter how they attacked, the interior of the Dragon Gate Island remained silent. There was no movement at all. These great formations can't stop the fifth and eighth evil dragons. The Dragon Gate Island has been holed up all this time. What are they trying to do? Are they really willing to wait for death? Some cultivators questioned. At this moment, someone else said, "Do you guys think that there might be some kind of space-time teleportation array inside the Dragon Gate Island? They're holed up inside because they're moving. Perhaps when the fifth and eighth evil dragons break through the Dragon Gate Island's restrictions, they'll find that the island is already empty." That's really possible. Many people agreed with this theory. At that moment, even the fifth and eighth evil dragons had the same thought. Therefore, their expressions were extremely gloomy. The attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. 4 days later. Crack! 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 The Dragon Gate Island's restrictions began to shatter, obviously. It would not take long. The Dragon Gate Island's protective restrictions would be broken soon. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice suddenly came from the interior of the Dragon Gate Island. "Fifth and eighth evil dragons. Are you guys in such a hurry to die? Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." It's Lin Feng's voice. Could it be that the Dragon Gate cultivator army hasn't retreated? This guy is still as arrogant as ever. This time, he's facing 2 evil dragons and an army of tens of millions of cultivators. Many cultivators who were watching the battle outside could not help but exclaim. They did not know where Lin Feng's confidence came from, but he was still so arrogant. Everyone felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Cultivators who were watching the battle outside, please retreat 100 miles away from the Dragon Gate Island. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for not warning you when the battle starts and your lives are at stake. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators who were watching the battle outside could not help but change their expressions slightly. Naturally, they would not joke about their lives and quickly left. Activate the Great Formation. Lin Feng looked at Wen Xiren who was beside him. Wen Xiren nodded. He began to work together with Lin Feng to activate the Great Formation. It was not easy to activate such a huge formation. The Mountain of Origin crystals provided the energy for the Great Formation to operate. An hour later. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Buzz, with the Dragon Gate as the center, the formation runes within 100 miles were intertwined. The densely packed formation runes sealed the heavens and the earth. The fifth and eighth evil dragons and the tens of millions of cultivators from the evil dragon palace were all trapped in the Great Formation. Look, the formation has been activated. Is he trying to use the formation to trap and kill the fifth and eighth evil dragons and their army of cultivators? A normal formation wouldn't be able to do something like that, right? Lin Feng is a formation grandmaster. He should know some powerful formations. It's a pity that we won't be able to see the battle inside. Countless cultivators felt that it was a pity. Formation? The fifth and eighth evil dragons sneered. They didn't think much of Lin Feng's formation at all. Lin Feng didn't refute them either. He would only know if the formation was useful after trying it out. Treasures flew out one after another. The 9-demon painting, the heaven-devouring jar, the reincarnation demon palace, the demon orb, the sage emperor stone, the Chonglu demon palace, the chaos miniature sword, the black dragon sword, the undying sword, the spring and autumn sword, the Xianming demon book, and many other treasures. These treasures were all powerful treasures that Lin Feng had collected over the years. Apart from these treasures, there were also 725 giant god weapons and 3,000 divine weapons that had been activated. Lin Feng had arranged for hundreds of powerful cultivators to guard each formation core. Lin Feng had mobilized close to 400,000 experts to activate this formation. Every minute consumed 10 million origin crystals. If the battle lasted for 10 minutes, it would consume 100 million origin crystals. If the battle lasted for an hour, it would consume 600 million origin crystals. If the battle lasted for a day, it would consume 14 billion origin crystals. If he wanted to kill the 5th and 8th evil dragons, it would probably take a long time. From the beginning to the end, it would probably consume hundreds of billions of origin crystals. Only someone as rich as Lin Feng could afford such an expenditure. Buzz, beams of terrifying light of destruction formed in the void and blasted towards the 5th and 8th evil dragons. Break! The 5th and 8th evil dragons attacked. They swung their claws and swung their tails. Bang bang bang, a series of collisions rang out. The 2 evil dragons destroyed a large amount of destructive light. However, the ancient warships below were having a hard time blocking the destructive light. The overwhelming light of destruction poured down in torrents. The light of destruction formed a rain of destruction that poured down from the sky. Activate all the defensive formations. The captains of the ancient warships were giving out orders. The defensive arrays on the ships were all activated, protecting the ships. Release the formation-breaking dragon light. The captains continued to issue orders. The formation-breaking dragon light was activated. It swept towards the rain of destruction that was pouring down like a rainstorm. The attack power of the formation-breaking dragon light was extremely strong. Not only could it break the formation, but it could also launch a powerful attack on the mission object. However, the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and the Xian Valley Grand Formation combined to form this rain of destruction. He was simply too powerful. The formation-breaking dragon lights condensed by the ancient ships of war were shattered by the rain of destruction. Then. The dense rain of destruction landed on the defensive barrier of the ancient warship. Kacha, the defensive light shields of the ancient warships were infused with the power of destruction. Kacha sounds could be heard as they were destroyed bit by bit. Lin Feng, who was standing at the core of the formation, was overjoyed when he saw how powerful the rain of destruction was. The combination of the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and the Xian Valley Grand Formation seemed to form a very special complementary force. Their energy also fused together. The rain of destruction was the result of the combination of the two formations. It was so powerful that it shocked and moved everyone. Find the formation core. Break the formation. The 5th and 8th evil dragons' faces suddenly darkened. They already felt that something was amiss. The formation here was much more powerful than they had imagined. Rumble, waves of violent energy swept through the world and shook the void. A huge sword condensed in the sky. The huge sword exuded a terrifying power that could tear the sky apart. With a light stroke, heaven and earth collapsed. It was the Immortal Extermination Sword condensed by the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation. Rumble, another wave of violent energy surged out. An ancient immortal gate appeared in the 9 heavens. It was the Xianpin Gate. The grain god was known as Xianpin. The Xianpin Gate was known as the root of heaven and earth. It was the Xianpin Gate. It was the root of heaven and earth. Now, it had manifested. The Xianping Gate suppressed the fifth evil dragon. The immortal extermination sword slashed at the eighth evil dragon. Bang! Bang! The two sides collided violently. The fifth and eighth evil dragons were sent flying by the Xianping Gate and the immortal extermination sword respectively. What kind of formation is this? How can it condense such a terrifying attack? The eighth evil dragon asked with a gloomy expression. He had seen many formations in his life. However, none of those formations could compare to the one he saw today. This is the Dragon's Gate formation. How powerful is it? Lin Feng said with a laugh. The Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and the Xian Valley Grand Formation combined to form a new formation. He named it the Dragon's Gate formation. The Dragon's Gate had the meaning of a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate and becoming a true dragon. However, if one couldn't leap over the Dragon's Gate, only death awaited them. What Dragon's Gate formation? I've never heard of it. The fifth and eighth evil dragons said with a frown. Lin Feng said. That's because you're ignorant. The others laughed inwardly. It wasn't that the fifth and eighth evil dragons were ignorant. It was because the Dragon's Gate formation was a name Lin Feng came up with to fool the fifth and eighth evil dragons. It was normal for the fifth and eighth evil dragons to not know about it. The fifth and eighth evil dragons flew into a rage when they heard Lin Feng's mocking words. They waved their huge dragon claws and attacked the Xianping Gate and the immortal extermination sword one after another. They wanted to destroy the Xianping Gate and the immortal extermination sword. At this moment, the defensive formation of the fleet of warships could no longer withstand the Rain of Destruction's attack. Crack! 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 The defensive formations of the warships began to crack. Bang! 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 The defensive formations began to crumble. When the defensive arrays of the ancient warships were destroyed, something terrifying happened. The dense rain of destruction destroyed the ancient warships one after another. The cultivators on the ancient ships of war rushed out from the destroyed ships. However, before they could stabilize themselves in the air, the rain of destruction that covered the sky and covered the earth drowned the cultivators of the evil dragon palace. Pft! 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 Quick! Use your defensive Dharma treasures to block the rain of destruction's attack. The densely packed evil dragon palace cultivators screamed in horror. The rain of destruction's attack was too powerful. The two evil dragons might be able to withstand it, but the rest of them couldn't. They hurriedly used their defensive Dharma treasures to block the rain of destruction's attack. Crack! Crack! Under the attack of the rain of destruction, those defensive Dharma treasures began to shatter. The defensive Dharma treasures were powerful, but they could not block the rain of destruction's attack. As the defensive Dharma treasures shattered one by one, those cultivators were completely exposed to the rain of destruction's attack. Puff! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The densely packed cultivators. They died tragically. They could not block the rain of destruction's attack. To make matters worse, Sun Jian led the Dragon Gate Islands fleet into the sea. Under Lin Feng's control, the rain of destruction would not attack the Dragon Gate Islands fleet. Fire! Sun Jian shouted. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. Densely packed spiritual stone cannonballs were fired. All of them were aimed at the Dragon Gate cultivators. The ancient warships that were not destroyed by the rain of destruction were destroyed by the spiritual stone cannonballs. Most of the cultivators were killed by the explosion. Some of them escaped, but they had just escaped from the war. They were immediately killed by the rain of destruction. Even if they were not killed by the rain of destruction, they were killed by the spiritual stone cannonballs. The scene in front of them could only be described as tragic. Surrender! We surrender! Spare us, we don't want to die. Many people begged, not wanting to die. The current situation was simply hopeless. Swear allegiance to me, and I will spare your lives. Lin Feng said. We swear. We swear. Countless cultivators said hurriedly. I am willing to swear loyalty to the Dragon Gate's leader, Lin Feng. If I violate the oath, my soul will be shattered and I will die a horrible death. The several million cultivator army swore the oath together. How dare you betray me? You're all courting death. The eighth evil dragon roared and spat out a dragon breath that filled the sky towards the cultivators below. All of you, die. The fifth evil dragon also roared. It was unknown what kind of divine ability it had used. Countless meteors fell from the sky. It smashed towards the cultivators below. Master, save me, the millions of cultivators screamed in fear. The attacks of the fifth and eighth evil dragons were too terrifying. The cultivator army couldn't resist at all. Ha 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 ha, fifth evil dragon, eighth evil dragon, your opponent is me, not my subordinates. Lin Feng laughed heartily and directly activated the universe-shifting Grand Array. He shifted the attacks of the fifth and eighth evil dragons to another location. The Grand Array that was set up this time was the Immortal Extermination Grand Array and the Xianpin Grand Array. Outside the main array, there were also all sorts of formations. The Universe-Shifting Array was one of them. The Universe-Shifting Array was a top-grade formation passed down by the Celestial Master Sect. It didn't have any offensive or defensive capabilities, but it could shift any divine ability to another location. The fifth and eighth evil dragons' attacks were powerful. However, they were still shifted away by Lin Feng's Universe-Shifting Grand Array. Kill. Kill everyone from the Evil Dragon Palace. The cultivators who had surrendered to Lin Feng roared and charged towards the cultivators who hadn't surrendered to Lin Feng. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Sun Jian led the cultivators of the dragon sect and charged out as well. They joined forces with the 6 million cultivators who had surrendered to Lin Feng. Soon, the cultivators of the Evil Dragon Palace who hadn't surrendered to Lin Feng were all wiped out. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng, you little bastard! I'll tear you to pieces! The eighth evil dragon roared furiously when it saw this. Kill! 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 I'll tear that little bastard Lin Feng to pieces! The fifth evil dragon also cursed. Their killing intent soared. Rumble, rumble, waves of destructive energy waves were emitted from the bodies of the two of them. They were awakening their bloodlines. They want to awaken their ancestral bloodlines. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. The fifth and eighth evil dragons were abnormally powerful. Once they awakened their bloodlines, their combat strength would naturally be terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Roar, roar, two high-pitched dragon roars resounded. Above the fifth and eighth evil dragons, an ancient evil dragon appeared in each of them. It was impossible to tell exactly how enormous that evil dragon was. That evil dragon was like the ruler of the 3 realms and 6 paths. It held the fate of countless living beings in its hands. It was the projection of the primordial evil dragon. After the 5th and 8th evil dragons awakened their ancestral bloodlines, the projection of the primordial evil dragon appeared. It was truly shocking. Could this be the power of the primordial evil dragon's bloodline? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Their bloodline purity had reached 80%. It could awaken the power left behind by the primordial evil dragon's bloodline. This power was left behind by the primordial evil dragon. Once awakened, it would become incomparably powerful. Lin Feng had never seen the power of the primordial evil dragon before. If the projection of the primordial evil dragon above the 5th and 8th evil dragons was the power of the primordial evil dragon, this was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a terrifying power appear in the world. Primordial spirit of the primordial evil dragon, please send down the wrath of the evil dragons. Send those lowly ants who dare to challenge the dignity of the evil dragons to hell. The 5th and 8th evil dragons prayed with utmost sincerity. Whoosh, whoosh, as soon as their voices fell, the eyes of the 2 primordial evil dragons suddenly opened. At that moment, evil winds blew between heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled in the 9 heavens. It was as if 2 ancient emperors had awoken from their slumber. What terrifying power! Lin Feng was shocked. Lowly ants, how dare you challenge the dignity of my evil dragon race? All of you, die! Rumble, as soon as the voices of the 2 primordial evil dragons sounded, the 2 primordial evil dragons waved their huge dragon claws. They attacked the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Slaying Sword respectively. Bang, bang, two consecutive violent collisions rang out. The Xianping Gate and the immortal slaying sword were sent flying. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw this. The attacks of the two primordial evil dragons were too terrifying. Everyone, activate the formation with all your might, Lin Feng shouted. The cultivators guarding the various formation cores crazily circulated their magic power. Powerful magic power poured into the formation continuously. At the same time, Lin Feng and the others took out the giant god elixir. The giant god elixir was very precious. Firstly, it was not easy to find the blood essence of the giant god realm elite who refined it. Secondly, it was not easy to find the various supplementary materials for refining the giant god elixir. Among the many supplementary materials for refining the giant god elixir, some of them were extremely rare. Therefore, it was not easy to refine some giant god elixir. If he could not use the giant god elixir, Lin Feng would not use it. But now the situation was not good. The attacks of the two ancestral evil dragons were too powerful. He had to use the giant god elixir to enhance the power of these top-grade treasures. As for the divine weapons, the giant god weapons did not need the giant god elixir to release their power. Swoosh! The giant god elixir was injected into the 9 demons painting, demonic orb, heaven-swallowing jar, and other top-grade treasures. Suddenly, the power of these top-grade treasures began to be awakened. Terrifying fluctuations surged out from these top-grade treasures. At the same time, the 400,000 dragon sect experts activated the array together. Immortal slaying sword. The power of Xianping Gate also increased greatly. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. And the powerful treasures also surged with terrifying power. These treasures merged with the array, so they could enhance the power of Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate. And at this moment, these treasures began to enhance the power of Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate. These treasures could enhance the power of Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate. What's more, Lin Feng used the giant god elixir to activate the power of the 9 demons painting and awaken the power of these treasures. Therefore, these treasures could enhance the power of Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate. 400,000 cultivators and nearly 4,000 magic treasures were working together to activate the formation. The Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate formed by the Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate were even more powerful. Waves of destructive energy surged out from the Immortal Exterminating Sword and the Xianping Gate. The Immortal Slaying Sword and Xianping Gate slashed at the two ancestral evil dragons. Bang! 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 The two sides collided. Blow after blow. Every time they collided, a wave of destructive power shook out. At this moment, the Demon Lord sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. If you want to destroy these two evil dragons, it's best to separate them and attack one of them. After killing one of them, we'll kill the other one. Lin Feng nodded. After that, he sent a voice transmission to Wen Xiren and said, "Fellow Daoist Wen, I'll activate the World Teleportation Grand Formation later. Teleport the 8th evil dragon away and find a way to stall the 5th evil dragon." The 8th evil dragon was easier to deal with than the 5th evil dragon. Bang bang. 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 Bang bang. Bang. Bang, God God Demon God, bang. 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 Bang, bang. Bang bang. 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 Light flashed. The 8th evil dragon and the progenitor evil dragon in its bloodline instantly disappeared. Lin Feng also disappeared from the core of the deployment spell. At the same time, the heretic sovereign saint and Zhuge Qinyi also disappeared from their respective formation cores. They heard Lin Feng's summon. Together, they went to kill the 8th evil dragon. 50 li away. The formation intertwined. It sealed this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Lin Feng, the heretic sovereign saint, and Zhuge Qinyi all appeared here. Bang, light flashed. The demon lord also appeared. Seeing the demon lord appear, Lin Feng's confidence was greatly boosted. Rumble. Rumble. The immortal exterminating sword and the Xianping Gate appeared. Lin Feng was now controlling the Immortal Exterminating Sword and the Xianping Gate to attack the ancestral evil dragon. As for Wen Xiren, he was temporarily unable to activate the Xianping Gate. Of course, Wen Xiren's current mission was to stall the fifth evil dragon. With Wen Xiren's formation skills, it was absolutely no problem for him to stall the fifth evil dragon for a while. Bang! Bang! Waves of powerful energy fluctuation surged out. The Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword descended from the sky. They all attacked the ancestral evil dragon. Bang! 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 The ancestral evil dragon collided with the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword. Originally, the ancestral evil dragon could deal with either the Xianping Gate or the Immortal Exterminating Sword by itself. But facing the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword at the same time, it was very difficult. Bang! 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 After the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword bombarded each other several hundred times, the ancestral evil dragon really couldn't take it anymore. The ancestral evil dragon was an illusion formed by energy. Under the continuous bombardment of the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword, the ancestral evil dragon became more and more illusory. Bang! Finally, the ancestral evil dragon's illusory body exploded. The Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword attacked the eighth evil dragon. Now that the eighth evil dragon had awakened its ancestral blood, its battle strength was very terrifying. The huge evil dragon's tail suddenly whipped. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds. The Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword were sent flying. Lin Feng continued to activate the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword to attack the eighth evil dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, the Demon Lord, the Heretic Sovereign Saint, Zhuge and the other two experts all rushed towards the eighth evil dragon. You all deserve to die. The eighth evil dragon roared. It directly spat out a dragon's breath that filled the sky towards the Demon Lord, the Heretic Sovereign Saint, and Zhuge. The three quickly dodged the dragon's breath. They quickly rushed to the side of the eighth evil dragon. Evil Dragon Tail Whip. The eighth evil dragon was really powerful. Its huge tail suddenly swept across the void. Bang! 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 Three consecutive collisions sounded. The Demon Lord, Zhuge, and the Heretic Sovereign Saint were all sent flying. At the same time, his two dragon claws directly grabbed the Xianping Gate and the Immortal Exterminating Sword. Ant-like existences, you think you can kill me? The eighth evil dragon roared. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared above the eighth evil dragon. He used the fourth layer of the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The dragonesque elephant arm instantly manifested. Lin Feng punched towards the eighth evil dragon's head. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the eighth evil dragon's head and sent it flying. However, the eighth evil dragon was very terrifying. It opened its mouth and spat out an energy ball towards Lin Feng. The energy ball directly exploded beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng was sent flying. Lin Feng was covered in blood from the explosion. Damn it, this eighth evil dragon is really powerful. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. Die. At this time, the Heretic Sovereign Saint quietly rushed to the eighth evil dragon's side. Its sharp claws directly grabbed the softest part of the eighth evil dragon's abdomen. The scales on the abdomen of a dragon were relatively thin. It was the weakest point of their entire body. PFFF. The Heretic Sovereign Saint's body was indeed terrifying. Its sharp claws directly cut open a bloody wound on the eighth evil dragon's abdomen. The Heretic Dominator Saint was an emperor corpse. He was a corpse cultivator. These corpse cultivators were most proficient in corpse poison. Lin Feng had experienced the Heretic Dominator Saint's corpse poison before. It was extremely terrifying. Now, the Heretic Dominator Saint's corpse poison had invaded the eighth evil dragon's body. The eighth evil dragon was instantly poisoned. Previously, Lin Feng had used the white jade toad to neutralize the Heretic Dominator Saint's corpse poison before subduing him. The eighth evil dragon did not have the white jade toad. Naturally, it could not neutralize the Heretic Dominator Saint's corpse poison. Corpse poison. Corpse poison. You're a corpse cultivator. How can the corpse poison in your body be so powerful? The eighth evil dragon roared furiously. He sent the heretic dominator saint flying with a claw. Pooh! 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 At this moment, the corpse poison in the eighth evil dragon's body began to erupt. The area on his abdomen that the heretic dominator saint had torn apart began to fester. A foul stench filled the air. Black blood flowed out from the festering areas. Within the blood, it was extremely poisonous. Evil dragon fire! The heretic dominator saint roared. The evil dragon fire in his body quickly surged toward the corpse poison. The heretic dominator saint's methods were extraordinary. He was actually able to use his evil dragon fire to temporarily resist the corpse poison's corrosion. However, due to the corpse poison, the heretic dominator saint's combat strength had greatly decreased. His cultivation has been greatly weakened. Let's attack together and destroy him. Lin Feng could not help but roar. Swish, the sword Qi seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the outer realm. The immortal slaying sword flew out. It slashed out a dazzling sword Qi. Rumble, the gate of Xianpin flew over quickly. It kept growing bigger and bigger. Soon, it was as big as a mountain. The gate of Xianpin descended from the sky. It ruthlessly pressed down on the eighth evil dragon. Lin Feng stepped on the octagonal world, activated the Dracophant arm, and punched toward the eighth evil dragon. Keek keek. The heretic dominator saint let out a sinister cry. His half-meter-long sharp corpse claws flickered with a blue luster. It was obvious that the corpse claw contained a deadly poison. The evil dominator saint's corpse claw was no ordinary corpse claw. He had long refined it into his most powerful magic treasure. Just like before, the evil dominator saint used its sharp corpse claws to deal with the eighth evil dragon. As long as he could break through the eighth evil dragon's defense. At that time, he could continue to inject the corpse poison into the eighth evil dragon's body. As a large amount of corpse poison entered the eighth evil dragon's body, its battle prowess continued to decline. They might even be poisoned to death. As an alchemist, Zhuge Qin's means were naturally not trivial. He took out a small black bell. He held the small bell in his hand and shook it. Clang 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 clang, along with the shaking of the little black bell, a series of hallucinatory sounds could be heard. The psychedelic voice poured into the eighth evil dragon's mind. The eighth evil dragon began to shake its head. That hallucinatory sound caused the eighth evil dragon to fall into a strange illusion. Although the eighth evil dragon had a strong will, it could not help but be affected. On the other hand, Yao Jun condensed several thick chains of order and wrapped them around the eighth evil dragon. Everyone worked together. The eighth evil dragon was no match. Moreover, its body was bound by the chains of order condensed by the demon lord. Although it kept struggling, it had struggled many times. It was still unable to break free. Moreover, the evil dominator saint left several wounds on the eighth evil dragon's body. A large amount of corpse poison entered the eighth evil dragon's body. The eighth evil dragon could no longer suppress the corpse poison that was entering its body. Its battle prowess had weakened to the lowest point. I can't accept this. The eighth evil dragon roared. But no matter how unwilling it was. This battle. It could no longer be reversed. Eighth evil dragon. Die. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He summoned the black dragon sword. He held the black dragon sword with both hands. He slashed at the eighth evil dragon's head. The eighth evil dragon was too deeply poisoned, and its body was bound by the chains of order condensed by the demon lord. It could not struggle. Therefore, facing Lin Feng's slash, the eighth evil dragon could no longer dodge. However, the eighth evil dragon's defense was indeed strong. The first slash was unable to break through its dragon scales. Clang, 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 9 consecutive slashes came down. Finally, Lin Feng had successfully cut off the eighth evil dragon's head. Let's go back and kill the fifth evil dragon. Lin Feng put away the eighth evil dragon's corpse. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. Whoosh, 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 the demon lord, the evil dominator saint, and Zhuge Qin followed closely behind and quickly left. In front of the Dragon Gate Island. The ancestral evil dragon condensed by the fifth evil dragon was constantly attacking the array. When Xiren's understanding of the array was profound enough, so he controlled the array. He controlled the array and blocked the fifth evil dragon's attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, Lin Feng and the others returned. Lin Feng sneered. The eighth evil dragon has been killed. It's your turn now. What? You killed eighth brother? Lin Feng, you little bastard, you deserve to die. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the fifth evil dragon roared like a madman. You're the one who deserves to die. Everyone, let's work together and kill the fifth evil dragon. Lin Feng shouted. Rumble. Xianping Gate took the lead and charged toward the fifth evil dragon. Swoosh. Sword chi soared into the sky. The immortal exterminating sword quickly slashed toward the fifth evil dragon. Lin Feng, the evil dominator saint, the demon lord, Zhuge Wen Xiren, and the others all charged toward the fifth evil dragon. The fifth evil dragon was much stronger than the eighth evil dragon. It was difficult to deal with. It was also much more difficult. However, Lin Feng and the others worked together to attack the fifth evil dragon. Although the fifth evil dragon was very powerful. However, under the combined attacks of Lin Feng and the others, the fifth evil dragon was eventually killed by Lin Feng and the others. Swoosh! The array dispersed. The fifth evil dragon's corpse floated above the sea. Deafening noises could be heard all around. Lin Feng and the others also looked relieved. They had finally killed the fifth and eighth evil dragons. The news that the fifth and eighth evil dragons had led an army of tens of millions of cultivators to attack the Dragon Gate and died quickly spread through the surrounding seas. Even some of the major forces in the inner lands of the 9 states who paid attention to overseas news had heard about it. The deaths of the fifth and eighth evil dragons were even more sensational than the death of the ninth evil dragon. It caused a huge uproar. Countless forces and cultivators in countless cultivators gathering places were discussing this matter. Spacetime reverse current oceanic territory, inside the Red Dust Immortal sect. The Red World Fairy stood on a mountain peak and looked into the depths of the Sea of Clouds. The first evil dragon palace. The first evil dragon and the other 5 evil dragons had created memorial tablets for the 5th and 8th evil dragons. Then, under the first evil dragon's lead, after paying their respects to the dead 5th and 8th evil dragons, they returned to the living room. Big brother. Now that 5th and 8th brother are dead, we must avenge them. Let's attack together. With our army, we can definitely flatten the dragon sect, said the 6th evil dragon. The 3rd evil dragon said, that's right. With Big Brother leading us, we can definitely destroy the dragon sect and capture Lin Feng alive. Then, we'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. We'll avenge our dead brothers, asked the 2nd evil dragon. Big brother, what do you think? Said the 1st evil dragon. Although I don't want to admit it, the dragon sect is already strong enough to kill 5th and 8th brother. It's impossible for a mere Lin Feng to kill 5th and 8th brother. There must be a terrifying expert behind Lin Feng. If the 6 of us work together, we might be able to flatten the dragon sect island. However, brothers, don't forget that our evil dragon tribe is not without enemies. There's the deep sea demon kingdom eyeing us covetously. There's also that group of crows from Fusang Island. The people from Myriad Immortal Island also have ulterior motives. Moreover, we have to be on guard against the merfolk. The merfolk are a group of greedy wolves. On the surface, they seem to have a good relationship with our evil dragon palace, but they've been secretly eyeing our ancestral treasure. If there's a chance to snatch it, those despicable merfolk won't let it go so easily. Most importantly, the evil dragon tribe has a blood feud with the White Peacock tribe. Once we start fighting the dragon sect, the White Peacock tribe will definitely make their move. Although the White Peacock tribe isn't as strong as they used to be, they're still very terrifying. We have to be on guard. Therefore, if we really fight, the dragon sect might be destroyed in our hands, but I'm worried that our evil dragon tribe will suffer a heavy blow. We might even be exterminated. Hearing the great evil dragon's analysis, the other 5 evil dragons couldn't help but frown. The great evil dragon's words weren't just words to scare them. They knew this very well. Are we going to let that little bastard Lin Feng go? Let go of the dragon sect? I can't accept this. The sixth evil dragon said with a gloomy expression. A blood feud must be repaid with blood. The first evil dragon's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lin Feng must die. All the members of the Dragon's Gate must die. All those who are related to Lin Feng must die. But now is not the best time to deal with Lin Feng and the Dragon's Gate. The first evil dragon said in a deep voice. The second evil dragon asked, "What are your plans, big brother?" Wait for an opportunity. If we can wait until Lin Feng is alone, that would be the best. We can directly capture that little brat and use the soul-seizing technique to control that little brat's soul. Then we can control Lin Feng and lure out the people behind Lin Feng. We'll kill them first, then cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces and send his soul to the 9 hells purgatory. We'll make him suffer endless torment for all eternity. He'll never be able to reincarnate. Lin Feng didn't know about the first evil dragon's plan. After killing 3 evil dragons in a row, the Dragon's Gate became famous. The Dragon's Gate's reputation reached its peak. As a result, more and more experts joined the Dragon's Gate. Many Empyrean gods came to join the Dragon's Gate. It was better to lean against a big tree. Everyone understood this principle. On this day, 3 terrifying experts came to visit Lin Feng. They called themselves the 3 Friends of Winter. Furthermore, all 3 of them were giant god realm experts. Initially, Lin Feng was discussing blade techniques with Wen Ziran and Zhu Guqiani, and they were talking about cultivation. A servant came to report that the 3 Friends of Winter had come to visit. He looked at Wen Ziran and Zhu Guqiani and asked, "Who are the 3 Friends of Winter?" "Fellow Taoists, have you heard of it?" Wen Ziran and Zhu Guqiani nodded. Wen Ziran said, "Those 3 aren't simple." "Oh? May I know where they're from?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Wen Ziran said, "To be more precise, those 3 aren't humans. They're demons. They're formed from a plum blossom, a pine tree, and a bamboo. Yunmei, my family washes the inkstone pool, blossoms blooming with ink. Don't want people to praise you for your good color, leave only a clear air filling the universe. Yunsong, don't you see, the cold of winter, where to seek the fragrant grass, don't you see again, the pine tree green and tender again. Heaven and earth are heartless, and all things are true. Straight and strong mountains, unparalleled in beauty. Full of ice and frost, 1,000 years have not passed. Upholding the high and firm gates of heaven, dry in the spring breeze and blue clouds. Yunju, 1,000 years again and again, the east wind, the new yellow bamboo of the ancient country is proud of its heroes. Even if humble in times of prosperity, don't let the tall hidden beetle. Plum, pine, and bamboo are often regarded as the symbols of evergreen and vigorous vitality. Sometimes, they also represent noble qualities. Just like the 3 Friends of Winter who are here to visit you, Sect Master. They are called Mo Mei Feng, Wu Yun Song, and Yuan Shizhu. They are all people of noble character. 3 million years ago, they had already dominated the sea area. Because they were willing to help others without asking for anything in return, they won a very good reputation and were highly respected. Later, they went into seclusion. Now, they are here to visit you. Wen Ziran said. Let's go and meet the 3 Friends of Winter. Lin Feng said. All right. Sect Master, please. Wen Ziran and Zhu Guqiani stood up and bowed slightly, allowing Lin Feng to go first. Previously, they had relied on Lin Feng because of a gentleman's agreement. But now, the 2 of them were completely convinced by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so young, but he had such a powerful cultivation, such a high level of spirit array master, such great talent, and knew how to judge people. In such a short time, he had established a huge force like the Dragon Sect. It was amazing and moving. A figure like Lin Feng. After such a long time. Only one person had appeared in the 9 prefectures. That was the Red World Fairy. A master like Lin Feng was worthy of them following. Lin Feng walked outside. Wen Ziran and Zhu Guqiani followed closely behind. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the hall. He saw 3 people sitting in the hall. The first person was an old man in white. The second person was an old man in green. The third person was an old man in blue. These three old men each had a sage-like demeanor. They didn't look like mortals, but like old immortals who had descended from the heavens. Obviously, these three old men were the three friends of winter. Hearing the footsteps, the three old men also looked outside. The three old men looked at Lin Feng at the same time. They saw Lin Feng walking with a majestic gait. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. Just by looking at his face, the three old men couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, he was a dragon among men. At such a young age, he already had the appearance of a saint emperor. Junior Lin Feng. Seniors, please forgive me for making you wait for so long. Lin Feng walked towards them. He looked like a celestial being. He cupped his fist and said in a resounding voice. He sounded sincere and apologetic, but he didn't lose his elegance. The three friends of winter's evaluation of Lin Feng improved once again. He was so young, yet he was still so humble. This kind of character was too rare. The three friends of winter said, Sect Master Lin is so busy every day. We came too hastily. I hope Sect Master Lin won't blame us. Seniors, you're too courteous. Your presence brings light to the dragon sect's humble dwelling. Lin Feng smiled. Zhuge Qianyi smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, I wonder if you still remember the two of us? The three friends of winter looked at Zhuge Qianyi and Wen Xiren. Could it be fellow Taoist Zhuge and fellow Taoist Wen? The three friends of winter were bewildered. Around 3 million years ago, they had met Zhuge Qianyi and Wen Xiren once. In the blink of an eye, 3 million years had passed. For a moment, they didn't dare to recognize them. Zhuge Qianyi and Wen Xiren smiled and said at the same time, It's us. Fellow Taoists, are you two also here to visit Sect Master Lin? Yuan Shizhu couldn't help but ask. Wen Xiren said, We're not here to visit Sect Master Lin. The two of us have already submitted to Sect Master Lin. The three friends of winter were shocked. They hadn't expected the famous alchemist Zhuge Qianyi and the formation grandmaster Wen Xiren to have submitted to Lin Feng long ago. This caused quite a stir in their hearts. Initially, the three friends of Sui Han had come to observe Lin Feng. They wanted to see if Lin Feng was the legendary destined one. But now, it seemed that Lin Feng was so young, but he already had the bearing of an emperor. There was an 80% to 90% chance that he was the destined one. Thus, the three friends of winter decided to submit to him. However, they still had some doubts in their hearts. Now that they saw Zhuge Qianyi and Wen Xiren submitting to Lin Feng so early, their doubts disappeared. The doubts in his heart were all gone. Wen Xiren was meticulous and seemed to know what the three friends of Sui Han were thinking. He said, Fellow Taoists, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for us to cultivate to this point. At the end of the day, we still lack some luck. Although sect leader Lin is young, his abilities are outstanding. Moreover, his talent, character, and cultivation are all excellent. Let's submit to sect leader Lin. When sect leader Lin becomes an immortal emperor in the future, he can also bestow upon us blessings and luck, allowing us to improve further. What do the three of you think? The three friends of winter had already made their decision. Now that he heard Wen Xiren's words, they smiled and said in unison, If sect leader Lin does not despise us for being old and useless, the three of us are willing to submit to sect leader Lin. Ha 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 ha. The three seniors are too polite. In the future, the dragon sect will have to rely on the three of you. Lin Feng said with a smile. To be able to recruit 3 giant god realm powerhouses. This was naturally something worthy of celebration. The three friends of winter said, Sect leader, please don't call the three of us seniors. We don't deserve it. Lin Feng said, Then I'll address the three of you as fellow Taoists just like how I address fellow Taoists Wen and Zhuge. That's great. The three friends of winter nodded. The news of the three friends of winter joining the dragon sect's sect leader Lin Feng spread like wildfire. Moreover, the news spread. Wen Xiren and Zhuge Qianyi had long since submitted to Lin Feng. Therefore, the news of the 5 powerhouses submitting to Lin Feng caused a huge uproar. One had to know. Giant god realm powerhouses were very rare. Even the top forces like the 10 great immortal sects did not have many giant god realm powerhouses. Now, in a short period of time, Lin Feng had gathered 5 giant god realm powerhouses under his command. Later, there was news that Lin Feng had another powerful figure by his side. It was the corpse of an immortal emperor who had awakened its intelligence and cultivated its cultivation. It was also a giant god realm existence. In this way, Lin Feng had gathered 6 giant god realm powerhouses under his command. The dragon sect had become a hot topic for countless forces and cultivators. Lin Feng's name had spread throughout the continent of the 9 provinces. Some people marveled at Lin Feng's superb means. At such a young age, he had already established such a huge force and gathered so many powerhouses. There were also some people who were dismissive of this. They thought that Lin Feng was just a chess piece pushed to the front stage. Moreover, that was what most people thought. After all, Lin Feng was too young. How could he accomplish so many impossible things? Therefore, many people began to guess who was behind Lin Feng. The news that Lin Feng came from the Reincarnation Immortal sect spread among the major forces, so many people speculated that the Reincarnation Immortal sect might be behind Lin Feng. The Reincarnation Immortal Venerable was ranked in the top 10 powerhouses in 9 regions. His cultivation base was exceedingly high. Many people wondered if there was a shadow of the Reincarnation Immortal Venerable. Later, another piece of news came out. This news was about Lin Feng's master. The news that Lin Feng was Master Tortoise's disciple quickly spread. Damn it. That old bastard, old tortoise, old hooligan, shameless disciple. Many people could not help but curse when they heard the words Master Tortoise. They gnashed their teeth and wanted to cut Master Tortoise into pieces. But in the end, they all gave up. It must be that old bastard Master Tortoise who was helping him behind the scenes. Many people muttered. Master Tortoise's reputation was very bad, which made many top forces gnash their teeth. This was because when Master Tortoise was young, he had flirted with many saintesses of the major forces. This was naturally a great humiliation for those major forces. But after a long time, Master Tortoise still lived very freely. Those who were in the same generation as Master Tortoise were basically tortured to death by Master Tortoise. Master Tortoise was a sacred beast, the black tortoise. The black tortoise was a kind of turtle. What was the greatest ability of turtle-type creatures? It had to be longevity. It was an unimaginably long lifespan. Master Tortoise had lived for such a long time, but no one knew what level his cultivation was at. Although many top forces recorded Master Tortoise's dark history. They wanted to cut Master Tortoise into 8 pieces and throw him into a pot of oil and fry him. But no force dared to provoke Master Tortoise. The Taisheng Immortal sect had been fighting with the Reincarnation Immortal sect for many years. But because the Taisheng Immortal sect was afraid of Master Tortoise, they did not dare to make a move against the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng did not know what the outside world was talking about and speculating about him. He was now holding a banquet to send him off. He planned to leave the 9 regions and return to the Ji family in the Tianwu continent to see his family and descendants. After the banquet ended, the guests dispersed. Lin Feng and Ji Wu were drinking tea in the living room. Fellow Taoist, I don't know when we'll meet again. I hope you'll be safe. Lin Feng said. If we're fated to meet again, we'll meet again. Ji Wu smiled. Lin Feng said, before you leave, can you perform another divination for me? Of course. Sect Master, what do you want me to divine? Ji Wu asked. Lin Feng told Ji Wu about Du Zhu and the Umbra Void Beast. Ji Wu said. Then I'll perform a divination. He took out a jade tube and a tortoise shell. Then, he placed the 7 tortoise shells in the jade tube. Clatter, then, Ji Wu shook the jade tube. The sound of the tortoise shells colliding could be heard from the jade tube. Ji Wu kept chanting some incantations that Lin Feng couldn't understand. After he finished chanting, Ji Wu threw out the 7 tortoise shells. The 7 tortoise shells were scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He had a bad feeling. Ji Wu glanced at it and couldn't help but frown slightly. He said, the divination is pointing to the northwest. It seems that the 2 subordinates of Sect Master are in a very dangerous situation at this moment. Can you tell where they are exactly? Lin Feng asked. It's difficult to see the truth with the concealment of the heavenly Tao. It seems that someone deliberately concealed the heavenly Tao. Ji Wu said. After a pause, he said, I think of a place. Where? Lin Feng asked. Evil Dragon Island. Jiwu said. Evil Dragon Island? The place where the Evil Dragon clan imprisoned countless criminals? Lin Feng frowned slightly. That's right. This was one of the most important places for the Evil Dragon race. Many prisoners were imprisoned there, and many of them had deep enmity with the Evil Dragon race. Of course, many of them were innocent cultivators. The Evil Dragon race specialized in refining evil devil magic treasures, such as the 10,000 ghost devouring banner. In order to refine evil devil magic treasures, the Evil Dragon race needed countless souls to transform into evil spirits. The evil spirits would kill each other to cultivate the strongest evil spirit or evil ghost. And the Evil Dragon Devil Prison of the Evil Dragon Island is a place to cultivate these evil spirits and evil spirits. Anyone who is sent there will ultimately be tortured to death by the Evil Dragon clan in the cruelest way. Any living being that dies miserably will often produce resentment, and it is even easier to form evil spirits and evil spirits. Therefore, that place can be called a purgatory in the human world. Anyone who is sent into the Evil Dragon Devil Prison is basically unable to come out alive. Moreover, that place was heavily guarded. Many experts of the Evil Dragon race were stationed there. It was said that the master of the Devil Prison had a great origin. It seemed that the 9 evil dragons had paid a great price to summon a terrifying creature from the underworld. Therefore, with the master of the Devil Prison guarding the Evil Dragon Devil Prison, the 9 evil dragons could sleep peacefully in the Evil Dragon Devil Prison. Moreover, this Evil Dragon Island was only about 1,000 li away from the first Evil Dragon Palace. If anything happened, the first Evil Dragon Palace could send an army to the island in less than an hour. Therefore, the Evil Dragon Devil Prison is a synonym for death. Anyone who enters the Evil Dragon Devil Prison will die. Back then, I was sent to the Evil Dragon Devil Prison, but because I still had some value, the 9 evil dragons didn't kill me. Instead, they imprisoned me until the sect master rescued me. Jiwu said. Lin Feng couldn't help but look grave and solemn. He said, if my 2 subordinates were really imprisoned in the Evil Dragon Devil Prison, wouldn't it mean that they would die? Jiwu smiled bitterly and said, theoretically, yes. The Evil Dragon Devil Prison is heavily guarded, and it's next to the first Evil Dragon Palace. It's impossible to attack by force. Even if we managed to take it down, hundreds of cultivators would die. Moreover, it's hard to say whether we could take it down or not. The first evil dragon is too powerful. Rumor has it that the first evil dragon sold his soul to a great fiend lord of the underworld. That's why he's so powerful and almost immortal. The reason why the 9 evil dragons can summon the master of the devil prison is also related to the fact that the first evil dragon sold his soul to a great fiend lord of the underworld. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, it seems like the first evil dragon is much more terrifying than I thought. Jiwu said, although the other 8 evil dragons are also terrifying, there are ways to deal with them. The first evil dragon can communicate with a great fiend lord of the underworld. His methods are strange, and it won't be easy to kill him. Only someone as strong as the Red World Fairy can kill him, or we can use an immortal weapon to kill him. It won't be easy to kill the first evil dragon with ordinary methods. Whether or not Sect Master's 2 subordinates are imprisoned in the Evil Dragon Devil Prison is only a guess after all. Therefore, Sect Master need not be anxious. Since Sect Master has already sensed them several times, I believe Sect Master will be able to sense them again very soon. At that time, perhaps you will be able to confirm their location. After confirming their location, it won't be too late to think of a way to rescue them. Lin Feng nodded and said, for now, we can only wait. Jiwu stood up and said, I've been away from home for more than 1,000,000 years. It's time for me to go back and take a look. I won't stay here any longer. Lin Feng took out a storage ring and gave it to Jiwu, saying, in the past, I was friends with Ji Yuhan of the Ji family, but we haven't seen each other for many years. There are some worthless things in this storage ring. Senior, please help me take them back. Ha 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 ha. Jiwu laughed. He took the storage ring and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, saying, who knows, maybe we'll become a family in the future. When I go back, I want to see which little girl is so lucky to have made you remember her. Lin Feng smiled and said, she's a very understanding and cute little girl. Lin Feng personally escorted Ji Wu out of the Dragon Gate Island. Then, he returned to his residence. The next day, Miao Kuo also came to say goodbye to Lin Feng. In the back garden, she stood side by side with Lin Feng and said softly, "If I leave, will you miss me?" Miao Kuo's beautiful eyes were like two pools of spring water. Although she only treated Lin Feng as a tool for her to cultivate the emotionless Tao. However, in order to cultivate the emotionless Tao, one must first fall in love. The current Miao Kuo. She had fallen in love with Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know that Miao Kuo wanted to use him as a tool to cultivate the emotionless Tao. He only felt Miao Kuo's infinite love. Lin Feng said with a smile. Of course. Miao Kuo took the initiative to hug Lin Feng, her beautiful face pressed against Lin Feng's chest. She was as quiet as a virgin, unwilling to be separated from Lin Feng for a long time. After Miao Kuo left, Yu Lianwei came to look for Lin Feng. Behind her was Tang Lan'er, her little tail. Tang Lan'er seemed to be worried that Yu Lianwei would do something out of line. Whenever Yu Lianwei went out alone, she would follow her like a shadow. That vixen left? Yu Lianwei curled her lips. Lin Feng said, "You seem to have a big prejudice against Miao Kuo." Yu Lianwei said, "It's not that I have a prejudice against her, but she's too sinister. She's just using you." Do you know that? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Lianwei suddenly giggled. Lin Feng asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yu Lianwei said, "I'm laughing at how someone as powerful as you was kept in the dark by Miao Kuo. She's not simple. She cultivates the emotionless Tao. Since it's the emotionless Tao, how can she fall in love? Now that she's fallen in love with you, don't you think there's something wrong with that? The emotionless Tao? Lin Feng frowned. He hadn't thought of that before. He said, "I've heard that women who cultivate the emotionless Tao are all as cold as ice. Miao Kuo isn't that kind of person. Are you mistaken?" Yu Lianwei said, "Miao Kuo's greatest ability is her ability to disguise herself. Her pitiful and weak appearance are all fake. You have to be careful." "Thank you for telling me," Lin Feng said. "If you really want to thank me, then promise me one thing," said Yu Lianwei. "What did I promise you?" Lin Feng asked. "How about marrying me?" Yu Lianwei asked with a smile. Lin Feng was stunned. He hadn't expected Yu Lianwei to make such a request. He. Yu Lianwei giggled and said, "Think about it. Once you've made up your mind, I'll bring you to my clan to give you betrothal gifts." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't know whether Yu Lianwei was telling the truth or joking with him. Yu Lianwei and Tang Lan'er also left the Dragon Gate Island. A few days later, Princess Shirley would return with her brother, Su Jiyuan. After all, Princess Shirley hadn't married Lin Feng yet. She had been living with Lin Feng for a long time, so she was worried about some rumors. Naza followed Princess Shirley to the ancestral grounds of the Deep-Sea Demon Kingdom. She wanted to live with Princess Shirley for a while, and Lin Feng naturally agreed. The originally bustling Dragon Gate Island seemed to have become much more deserted after these women left. On this day, the Grand Elder of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance of the ancient Desolate Sea region, Xiaoqua, came to see Lin Feng. Xiaoqua was a very well-hidden figure. In the past, Lin Feng felt that this person was unfathomable. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had increased, he could roughly sense Xiaoqua's realm. This Xiaoqua should be at the second or third firmament of the giant god realm. He was also the only giant god realm expert in the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. In the guest hall, the guest of honor was seated, and a maidservant served spirit tea. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoqua and said with a smile, "May I know what brings you here?" Xiaoqua smiled and said, "Sect Master Lin, I'm here as a representative of the various major factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region." "Oh?" Lin Feng was surprised. "Please speak frankly, Grand Elder." Xiaoqua continued, "Many factions wish to submit to you, Sect Master. I wonder if you're willing to accept them." When Lin Feng heard Xiaoqua's words, he knew what was going on. Previously, there had been conflicts between the various major factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region. However, when the outside factions wanted to make a move on the ancient Desolate Sea region's factions, the factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region would join forces to fight against the outside factions. However, the evil dragon palace attacked the dragon sect. The factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region were afraid of the evil dragon palace. They didn't help the dragon sect. Now that Lin Feng had led the dragon sect to slay 3 evil dragons, many experts had come to submit to him. The dragon sect had become a superpower in the ocean. The factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region were worried that Lin Feng would seek revenge and eliminate them. Therefore, they went to the itinerant Cultivator Alliance and invited Xiaoqua to persuade them. If Lin Feng was willing to accept them, the crisis would be resolved. However, if Lin Feng was unwilling to accept them, they would have no choice but to flee. Lin Feng did not blame the factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region. After all, who would dare to offend a faction as powerful as the evil dragon palace? It was not impossible for him to accept them. However, even if he accepted them, Lin Feng did not intend to put them in an important position. He looked at Xiaoqua and said with a smile, "If you are willing to submit to me, I will give you face and take in these factions. What do you think?" This? Xiaoqua hesitated. Xiaoqua had a carefree personality. She did not like to be restrained. That was why she hesitated. Lin Feng said, "Although it's easy to live a carefree life, cultivators like us should fight against the heavens and the earth to become a superpower. Even if it's not for ourselves, we should think of our descendants." Xiaoqua pondered with an uncertain expression. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right. From now on, I, Xiaoqua, will listen to your orders." The Grand Elder of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance in the ancient Desolate Sea region was actually the leader of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. The Itinerant Cultivator Alliance did not have an alliance leader. The one in charge was the group of elders. The Grand Elder was the leader of the group of elders. Therefore, Xiaoqua submitted to Lin Feng. It caused quite a commotion. Lin Feng took over the territories of the various factions in the ancient Desolate Sea region. After that, the ancient Desolate Sea region was completely under Lin Feng's control. Meanwhile, the Dragon's Gate had become a colossal superpower in the sea region. The rise of the dragon sect was too fast. It was unbelievable. It was only when everyone turned around that they realized something. The dragon sect had become a colossus that countless people looked up to. That night, when Lin Feng was cultivating, he once again sensed Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast calling out to him. It was still the same dark world. This time, Lin Feng could hear it more clearly. He heard countless miserable cries. "Dragon," Lin Feng heard Du Zhu's voice. Du Zhu mentioned a dragon. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast were really imprisoned in the evil dragon devil prison? At this moment, Du Zhu's voice disappeared. An extremely cold and gloomy aura emanated from the dark world. A ball of flames appeared in that world. The flames burned fiercely. Inside the flames, then, a blood-red eye appeared in front of him. Now, the blood-red eye that appeared in the flames looked at Lin Feng across the endless void. When it saw the blood-red eye, thump, 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 Lin Feng's heart started beating rapidly. He felt as if his heart was going to explode. The feeling of his heart about to explode was terrible. Lin Feng took a deep breath and quickly cut off the connection with the dark world. Only then did he feel much better. Fire in the darkness, eyes in the fire, how terrifying. It seems that place should be the evil dragon devil prison. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. According to Ji Wu, the evil dragon devil prison was heavily guarded and was so close to the number 1 evil dragon palace. It was impossible to use brute force. The only way was to sneak in, find Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast, and then find a way to get out of the evil dragon devil prison. However, it was easier said than done to sneak into the evil dragon devil prison. He summoned the 7 giant God Realm experts under his command. He told them about his plan to go to the evil dragon devil prison to rescue Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast. The 7 experts didn't know Du Zhu and the Shadow Void Beast, but they knew that they were Lin Feng's subordinates. Although they knew that it would be difficult, the 7 experts couldn't help but feel emotional when they saw Lin Feng doing his best to rescue his subordinates. They felt that Lin Feng was a master worth relying on. When Xiren said, "Since Sect Master has already made preparations to go to the evil dragon devil prison, we are willing to follow you there." We won't even frown if we climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. Lin Feng said, we can't have too many people going to the evil dragon devil prison this time. Moreover, fellow Daoist Wen and the others are all experts who have been famous for a long time. It's inevitable that they will be recognized. Therefore, I plan to bring only the evil dominator saint this time. What? Isn't it a little too dangerous to bring only the heretic sovereign saint with you? Wen Xiren and the others frowned. They didn't agree with Lin Feng's decision. In their opinion, it was too dangerous. Their lives could be in danger at any time. Lin Feng said, everyone, don't worry. Although there is a certain amount of danger, the evil dominator saint and I will be able to handle it. Zhuge Qinyi said, since Sect Master has already made his decision, then we will wait outside for Sect Master. If something unexpected happens, we can also attack the evil dragon devil prison and attract the attention of the guards. This way, we can reduce the pressure on the Sect Master, and when the time comes, it will be easier for the Sect Master to escape. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, that's good too. Get ready, we'll set off tomorrow. The rest of the people stood up and took their leave. Everyone went back to prepare. The next day, the ancient starship Xianyuan set off. When they were still 1,000 miles away from the evil dragon island, Lin Feng and evil revered saint left the Xianyuan ancient starship. The ancient starship Xianyuan also dived into the underwater world and slowly moved towards the evil dragon island. Master, what should we do next? The evil dominator saint asked. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he still couldn't think of a way to enter the evil dragon devil prison. The evil dragon devil prison was heavily guarded. He wanted to enter it. This was something that was almost impossible. Pretend to be a prisoner and sneak in. Lin Feng said. The evil dominator saint asked doubtfully. But how can we pretend to be prisoners and sneak into the evil dragon devil prison? I've already sent people to inquire about it. Every day, there will be ships filled with prisoners heading towards Evil Dragon Island. Most of these prisoners are slaves, some of them are cultivators secretly captured by Evil Dragon Palace, some of them are death row prisoners purchased by Evil Dragon Palace from various forces, and some of them are people who have enmity with Evil Dragon Palace. And these prisoners will all be imprisoned in Evil Dragon Devil Prison, then tortured to death by Evil Dragon Devil Prison's people and refined into evil ghosts, evil spirits. When the ship escorting the prisoners arrives, we'll sneak in. At that time, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace will escort us into the Evil Dragon Devil Prison. Once we're in the Evil Dragon Devil Prison, we'll think of a way to escape. After that, we'll look for Du Zhu and the Umbra Void Beast. Lin Feng said. I see. That's a good idea, the Evil Dominator Saint said. That night, a huge ship with the Evil Dragon Palace's flag sailed over from afar. The ship was enveloped by a restriction. However, such a restriction was nothing to Lin Feng. It was simply too simple. Lin Feng easily tore through the restriction and entered it with the Evil Dominator Saint. Then, he restored the torn restriction to its original state. After doing all of this, the two of them carefully searched for the place where the prisoners were being held. The guards on the ancient ship were not strict. Perhaps it was because the people from the Evil Dragon Palace were too confident. Of course, the other reason was that this was a ship that escorted prisoners. The most worthless thing was human life. Even if they worked hard to take down this ship, they wouldn't gain anything. Therefore, those pirate kings who roamed the seas were not interested in such a ship. There was a passage on the deck that led to the dungeon. It was pitch black and extended all the way down to a very deep place. It was sealed by a restriction. After Lin Feng broke through the restriction, he entered the dungeon with the Evil Dominator Saint. Then, he restored the restriction to its original state. The dungeon was very dark, and there were many people gathered there. There were old people, women, and children. Most of them were men. Some of the powerful cultivators had their limbs bound by restrictive chains, so they were no different from ordinary people. No one would pay attention to Lin Feng and the Evil Dominator Saint who appeared in the dungeon. 2 hours later, the ship that was escorting the prisoners had already arrived at the Evil Dragon Island. Then, Lin Feng heard a loud rumbling sound. The door to the Evil Dragon Island must have been opened. Following that, hundreds of evil dragon palace cultivators entered the dungeon, holding whips, urging the prisoners inside to leave. If anyone walked too slowly, they would be whipped a few times. Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint blended into the crowd. After they came out, Lin Feng discovered that the huge ship had entered a huge castle. This huge castle should be the evil dragon devil prison. The entire evil dragon devil prison was enveloped in a cold and terrifying aura. Too many people had died here, and the resentment was too strong. Some ordinary people walked out of the dungeon and hugged their heads, screaming miserably. Ordinary people or weaker cultivators couldn't withstand the terrifying resentment here. They went crazy. Throw these crazy people into the purgatory furnace. A tall middle-aged cultivator with a malicious gaze said. Yes, Lord Deputy Warden. Immediately, many cultivators rushed out, grabbed those who had gone mad, and threw them into a huge furnace not far away. The furnace covered dozens of acres of land and was about 1,000 meters deep. Inside it was burning with hellfire. Many people were thrown into the furnace and were immediately burned to ashes. The purgatory furnace was built according to the inferno hell of the 18 layers of hell. It was also the first layer of the 18 layers of hell. The souls of those who died in the purgatory furnace were not destroyed. Instead, they were devoured by a distorted black hole floating in the furnace. No one knew where they were devoured. Hurry up and get in. Don't dawdle. The prison guard scolded loudly with a whip in his hand. Those who could not withstand the resentment here were thrown into the purgatory furnace. Those who could withstand the resentment here were escorted to the lower layer by the prison guards. Lord Deputy Warden, our mission is complete. We'll take our leave first. The captain of the ancient ship that escorted the prisoners said. The deputy warden nodded but did not say anything. He turned around and walked inside. What the hell? He's just a deputy warden. How dare he put on airs in front of me? The captain muttered to himself. Then, he called for the cultivators on the ship to board and leave. After the ancient ship left the ancient city, the captain suddenly hugged his head. The captain let out an incomparably shrill scream. His head slammed into a pillar next to him. Bang, his head exploded. The captain of the ship immediately died. Captain, what happened to you? Captain, you died so miserably. Make way. The deputy captain is here. Let him see what happened. The cultivators outside shouted. Inside the ancient castle, the deputy warden was looking at the ancient ship leaving through the window. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Soon, Lin Feng and the others were brought to the second underground layer. There were a large number of guards guarding the first and second underground layers. There was no lack of experts among the guards. Their eyes were like torches, causing the prisoners to tremble in fear. Lin Feng and the others were placed in the prison on the second underground layer. These cages were not simple. They were all made of divine iron that restricted magic. The cultivators trapped in them would lose all their magic power. After Lin Feng and the heretic dominator saint were locked up, they found that they could no longer circulate their magic power. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why so many experts were trapped in the evil dragon devil prison without being able to resist. It turned out that the cages in the evil dragon devil prison were all made from forbidden divine stones. When a cultivator's magic power was sealed, it was equivalent to pulling out a tiger's fangs. The threat was greatly reduced. Some of the more powerful cultivators were even chained up by the restrictive chains. There was even less of a way to resist. Let us out. Why are you capturing us? A few dozen cultivators shouted. They punched the cage again and again, but the cage didn't budge. Naturally, the cage made from the forbidden divine stone was extremely sturdy. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens if one wanted to break through with their physical strength alone. The evil dragon palace has captured many innocent cultivators. Since they have been captured, it can only mean that you are unlucky. Save your energy. Don't waste your time. If you're imprisoned here, you can't get out. An old cultivator said coolly. The cultivators were naturally unwilling to give up. They continued punching the cage, trying to break it open. Lin Feng sat down next to the old cultivator and said, "Senior, The purgatory furnace in the first layer of the evil dragon devil prison seems to be a furnace that appeared in the inferno prison. It can burn a cultivator's soul and make them suffer a fate worse than death. Could it be that the evil dragon devil prison is related to hell? The old cultivator glanced at Lin Feng and said, "Little brother, you're quite knowledgeable. From what I know, the evil dragon devil prison isn't simple. It's based on the 18 layers of hell. The first layer of hell is the inferno prison. The purgatory furnace in the evil dragon devil prison is based on the purgatory furnace that appeared in the inferno prison. The second layer of hell is called the tendon extraction prison. In this layer, a cultivator's body will be cut open and their tendons will be pulled out. They will die in endless pain. There were even more: dark waste prison, capital prison, tongue-pulling prison, skin-stripping prison, torture prison, destruction prison, carriage-breaking prison, shell-breaking prison, intestine-extracting prison, blood pool prison, scale-pull prison, oil pot prison, darkness prison, blade mountain prison, ice prison, Avicii prison. The further down you go, the more terrifying it is. The punishment will also be more painful. The more severe the torture before death, the stronger the resentment will be. After death, the evil ghosts and evil spirits formed will be even stronger. In order to collect enough evil ghosts and evil spirits, the evil dragon palace followed the pattern of the 18 layers of hell and built this huge evil dragon devil prison. They're really vicious. Over the years, who knows how many billions of people have died here? The old cultivator sighed. Lin Feng said, "I heard that the evil dragon palace killed so many people to raise evil ghosts and evil spirits to refine evil magical treasures. However, after so many years, they should have refined enough evil magical treasures. Why does the evil dragon palace keep killing so many people to raise evil ghosts and evil spirits? Refining evil magical treasures is just a pretense. The evil dragon palace's real purpose in raising evil ghosts and evil spirits is to feed an ancient evil weapon." The old cultivator said. An ancient evil weapon? Lin Feng was surprised. He did know about ancient killing weapons. In the depths of the sky ring he had obtained in the Wu Yuan immortal abode, there was an ancient killing weapon locked in 18 chains. It was said that a light strike from the ancient killing weapon could destroy a great world. One had to know. 9 provinces. After all, it was just a great world. From this, one could see how terrifying ancient killing weapons were. Now, another ancient evil weapon had appeared. Lin Feng felt that it was not simple. What kind of weapon is an ancient evil weapon? Lin Feng asked. The old cultivator said, ancient evil weapons have a long history. It is said that when the heavens and earth were created, some special energies were born between heaven and earth, such as killing intent, evil qi, demonic qi, and immortal qi. By chance, these special energies fused with some divine stones and immortal metals formed between heaven and earth. Thus, these special energies changed the internal structure of these divine stones and immortal metals. After a long period of nurturing, these divine stones and immortal metals fused with these special energies turned into the most terrifying killing weapons, such as ancient killing weapons, ancient evil weapons, ancient demonic weapons, and ancient immortal weapons. These weapons are extremely rare, and after so many great changes, many ancient weapons have been destroyed. Thus, it is very rare to see such ancient weapons now. However, it is said that the 9 evil dragons obtained an ancient evil weapon. Hiss, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He said, the 9 evil dragons have an ancient evil weapon? Isn't that too terrifying? The old cultivator sneered and said, however, I believe that the ancient evil weapon controls the 9 evil dragons' fate. The 9 evil dragons are actually slaves of the ancient evil weapon. It didn't matter if it was the 9 evil dragons controlling the ancient evil artifact or the ancient evil artifact controlling the 9 evil dragons. This couldn't change the fate of countless people being imprisoned in the evil dragon devil prison. Ta, 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 ta. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. Following that, over 100 prison guards walked over. These prison guards held whips in their hands and opened the cages one by one. Come out, quickly come out. The prison guards shouted loudly. We don't want to go out. We don't want to die. Many people began to plead. Pa, pa, pa. The prison guards directly lashed out with their whips. Those whips weren't ordinary whips. They were extremely powerful magic treasures. They whipped their bodies. Their skin and flesh were torn apart. The pain seeped into their bones. Many people couldn't bear it and screamed miserably. They scrambled to their feet and walked out. Then, they were escorted away by the prison guards. "Why are you capturing us? Let us out." The dozens of cultivators who were escorted in with Lin Feng shouted loudly. These people might not know that this place was the evil dragon devil prison. They didn't know why they were captured and imprisoned in this cold and gloomy place. This kind of person was the kind of person who was a calamity from the heavens. They didn't have any grudges with the evil dragon palace. But they were captured by the evil dragon palace and refined into evil spirits. "You want to come out, right? I'll fulfill your wish." The prison guard leader laughed sinisterly. He waved his hand and said, "Release all of these people." "Yes, Lord." Immediately, the prison guards opened the door for these cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. One by one, they quickly retreated. They hurriedly said, "We're not going out. We're not going out." The prison guards laughed sinisterly. "You're the one who said it, and you're the one who doesn't want to come out. Are you making fun of us, brothers? Beat them." Pa, 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 after he finished speaking. The prison guards directly picked up the whips in their hands and lashed out at the group of people. When these whips hit their bodies, their skin and flesh were torn apart. They were all light injuries. Their internal organs were injured. It was normal for their bones to be broken. "Spare us, spare us. Don't hit us anymore. If you hit us again, we'll die. Spare us, we won't dare to do it again." The group of people loudly begged for mercy. "Get out. Didn't you hear me?" The prison guards began to curse. The group of cultivators no longer dared to stay in the cage. These prison guards were simply too cruel. They went out one after another and were taken away by the prison guards. The bird that sticks out gets shot. These juniors don't know how terrifying this place is, and now they're going to lose their lives. The old cultivator sighed. Those people were obviously being taken away to be tortured. He would be tortured to death by the prison guards here. A great deal of resentment was generated at the last moment. Not long after, the originally cathartic cage became quiet again. The people who were imprisoned here all had a lifeless look. Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cage. "Break him apart," Lin Feng said. The evil dominator saint nodded. His cultivation was cultivated by the emperor corpse. His physical body was powerful. The evil dominator saint grabbed the bars of the cage with both hands. Then, he used all his strength to break it apart. "No, I can't break it open," the evil dominator saint said. Lin Feng said, "You and I will each take one side." The evil dominator saint nodded and grabbed one of the bars with both hands. Lin Feng grabbed the other one with both hands. The two of them used their strength at the same time and tried to break it open. Two more crazy people. The old cultivator couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint being forced to break open the bars. As far as he was concerned, this was simply an impossible task. Those iron fences were all made of forbidden divine stones. Now, everyone's magic power had been sealed. Could it be that Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint wanted to rely on their physical strength to break open the bars? Wasn't this just a daydream? Look, suddenly, the old cultivator heard many exclamations from the surrounding people. He looked towards Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint and saw. The bars were really being forced open by Lin Feng and the evil dominator saint. Seeing this scene, the old cultivator was dumbfounded. Lin Feng made a shushing gesture and said, "Friends, please be quiet for a moment. Don't alarm the prison guards outside." Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone quickly shut up and didn't dare to make a sound. If they alarmed the prison guards outside, then all their efforts would be wasted. Lin Feng continued, "I understand everyone's feelings of wanting to escape from the evil dragon devil prison, but with just the few of us, it's impossible to escape from the heavily guarded evil dragon devil prison. So, later on, let's go to the lower level. When we're there, we'll snatch the keys to the various prisons and release the imprisoned cultivators." It's best if we can release all the imprisoned cultivators. That way, the entire evil dragon devil prison will be in chaos. At that time, we'll fight against the prison guards together and we'll definitely be able to escape. All the cultivators hurriedly nodded, obviously agreeing with Lin Feng's suggestion. Lin Feng and the evil dominator Saint pried open the bars of the prison, creating a 40 centimeters gap. It was easy for them to squeeze out from the side. After Lin Feng and the evil dominator Saint went out, the rest of the people also came out from the gap. Then, Lin Feng and the evil dominator Saint did the same. The iron bars of over 100 prisons in the second floor of the underground prison were all broken, and all the prisoners were released. Ordinary people or weak cultivators were already thrown into the purgatory furnace because they couldn't withstand the invasion of resentment. So the cultivators imprisoned in the second level were all very powerful. There were about 20,000 people in total. Let's go. Kill those bastards outside. Lin Feng waved his hand and led everyone to charge out. The dragon elephant arm activated. Bang, Lin Feng punched the prison door and sent it flying. More than 10 of the jailers who were guarding outside were smashed to death by the flying gate. Before the rest of them could understand what was going on, they were already killed by the prisoners who rushed out. Not good, all the prisoners have escaped. A prison guard in the distance saw the situation here and immediately shouted. Swish, just as the prison guard's voice fell, a black shadow appeared behind him. The black shadow's right hand grabbed the prison guard's neck from behind and directly broke his neck. Then the black shadow appeared. It turned out to be an extremely tall woman. She seemed to be able to turn herself into a black shadow and hide herself silently. Her method was very strange. But the prison guard's shout just now still attracted the attention of many prison guards and patrolling guards in the distance. The densely packed prison guards and guards quickly rushed over. When I came in, I already observed clearly. The keys to unlock the restriction chains on your bodies are in the hall in front. Let's snatch the keys and help you unlock the restriction chains. Lin Feng said aloud. Many powerful cultivators here were locked up by the restriction chains and couldn't use their magic power. So only by unlocking the restriction chains could they display their powerful combat strength. Okay. The cultivators who were locked up by the restriction chains shouted in unison. Follow me and kill them, shouted Lin Feng furiously while moving forwards. Behind them was a massive army of 20,000 prisoners. Together, they charged towards the devil prison guards and jailers. Bang, 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 both sides clashed in close combat. Lin Feng displayed his might and sent more than a dozen people flying with a single punch. The power of the dragon elephant arm was indeed powerful. On the other side, the evil dominator Saint also displayed his might. Poison surged, and many guards and jailers did not even have time to react. All of them had been poisoned and were killed by the cultivators who swarmed them. Under Lin Feng's lead, the cultivators rushed to the palace in front of them and took the key. Then, they unlocked the restriction chains. Kill your way to the third floor. Lin Feng roared and rushed towards the stairs. Kill. Kill all these damn guards and jailers. I want to eat their flesh and blood raw. Many prisoners roared, their faces full of malevolence. Many people's relatives, friends, lovers, and fellow sect members had died in the evil dragon devil prison. Therefore, these people hated the evil dragon devil prison. Naturally, they also hated the guards and jailers in the evil dragon devil prison. There were a lot of guards and jailers stationed on the second floor, about 10,000 of them. However, compared to the prisoners, the number was still much lower. The two sides fought each other, and it could be said to be incomparably tragic. There were constantly people being killed. There were prisoners being killed, jailers being killed, and guards being killed. Rebellion! Rebellion! Quickly go up and report to the deputy warden. The guard commander on the second floor shouted loudly. Swish, Lin Feng waved his hand. Formation runes intertwined. They directly sealed off the second floor. Soon, the guards and jailers found that they could not go out, nor could they send out the news. Puff. 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 Lin Feng led a group of experts to attack the stairs from the second floor to the third floor. This place was heavily guarded. But under the attack of Lin Feng and the others, The line of defense was quickly broken. Lin Feng and the others rushed to the third floor. After entering the third floor, the first thing he did was to seal the third floor with formation runes. The guards and jailers here could not send the news up. Go and snatch the key. Lin Feng shouted as he went straight to the palace where the key was stored. Not good, the prisoners are rioting, quickly kill these people. When the guard captain of the third underground floor noticed the sudden appearance of these prisoners, his expression changed drastically. He led a group of experts to attack Lin Feng and the others. The evil dominator Saint led a group of prisoners and charged towards the guards. The poisonous fog churned. A large number of guards were enveloped by the poison. Then, these people let out incomparably mournful and tragic cries of pain. A large number of cultivators were poisoned, greatly reducing their combat strength. Under the leadership of Du Zhu, the prisoner and the guards were engaged in a fierce battle. Lin Feng, on the other hand, led another group of prisoners and engaged in a fierce battle with the prison guards. Whoosh! 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 A black shadow was jumping around rapidly. Puff! 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 Puff, along with the sound of something being torn apart. One by one, the jailers' necks were slit open, and blood gushed out. Then, the jailers' bodies fell limply to the ground. It was the woman who could transform into a ball of darkness. Her methods were extremely strange. Die! 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 Roars could be heard. Bang bang bang, a 3-meter-tall man who looked like a golden iron tower waved his huge fist, and one punch was enough to kill several jailers. He was a cultivator of the ancient human race, a very rare race. Like the cannibals of the ancient human race, they were an extremely ancient race. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng was even more ferocious. His dragon elephant arm was invincible, and anyone who dared to block his way was killed. There were not many jailers. There were about 1,000 of them. Most of them were killed, and a small number of them were barely able to resist the attacks of the prisoners. Then, Lin Feng and the others obtained the key and quickly went to open the cages. Ha ha ha, we're free. We're finally going to see the light of day again. Kill the guards and damn jailers in the evil dragon devil prison. Many of the prisoners had sinister smiles on their faces as they quickly pounced on the guards and jailers around them. Basement 4, Basement 5, Basement 6, Basement 7, Basement 8, Basement 9, Basement 10, Basement 11, layer after layer of prisoners were released. The entire devil prison became extremely chaotic. There were battles between prisoners and guards or prisoners and jailers everywhere. At this time, the riot below was discovered. The deputy warden's expression changed drastically when he heard the news. These damned prisoners should be thrown into the Avicii devil prison to suffer endless pain. Quick, gather the garrison and enter the devil prison to suppress the riot. The deputy warden said in a deep voice. There were 500,000 soldiers stationed on the evil dragon island. Every level of the devil prison was guarded by 10,000 soldiers, and the security was tight. These people were enough to suppress the riot. When Lin Feng opened the 12th level of the devil prison, he discovered the Umber Void Beast. Master! You've come to save us. The Umber Void Beast was extremely excited when it saw Lin Feng. Where's Du Zhu? Lin Feng asked. Du Zhu is trapped in the devil prison of frost. The Umber Void Beast said. Du Zhu had a strong poison. The threat was too great. He was sealed in the devil prison of frost. That was indeed the best method. The devil prison of frost was on the 17th level. When Lin Feng, the heretic sovereign sage, and the Umber Void Beast arrived at the 13th level of the staircase, a huge battle had already broken out. Numerous prisoners and guards were engaged in a fierce battle. The battle was extremely intense. Some of the prisoners rushed to the 14th level. There's a passage to lead below the 18th level. Let's go to the 18th level, a prisoner shouted. Many of the prisoners were excited. It was a massacre. Above them, the deputy warden had already led the army into the devil prison to suppress the riot. Many prisoners were killed or captured. Many of them rushed down when they saw the army arrive. Lin Feng and the others fought their way to the 16th level. When they reached the 17th level, 9 cultivators appeared at the entrance of the staircase. Other places were garrisoned with large numbers of soldiers, but here, there were only 9 people guarding the staircase to the 17th level. Obviously, these 9 people were not simple characters. Everyone, let's end it here. If you obediently return to your cells, you can still live for a while. If you want to force your way in, only death awaits you. A demonic man standing at the front said with a sinister smile. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? Let's kill the 9 of them. A prisoner shouted. Then, that prisoner rushed over. Let's go together. Over 100 prisoners rushed over together. They wanted to kill the 9 people blocking their way. He, let me deal with them. Among them, a woman with an enchanting and hot figure wearing a leather jacket and pants walked out. Charming eyes. The woman laughed coquettishly, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, the hundreds of cultivators all stood on the spot, their eyes filled with confusion. Kill them. The enchanting woman pointed at Lin Feng and the others behind her. Kill. The hundreds of prisoners turned around and charged at Lin Feng and the others. These people are being controlled. Kill them all. Lin Feng roared as he charged toward the prisoners. Now, it was either you die or I die, so there was no room for any mercy from either side. Bam, the 2 sides immediately clashed. Lin Feng had more than 2,000 people on his side. It was not difficult for him to kill these prisoners. That girl over there, go deal with that witch. Lin Feng looked at the black-robed woman with strange means. The name of the seductive eyes that the seductive woman used was a type of bewitchment technique. This type of bewitchment technique was usually only effective on male cultivators. It was not effective on female cultivators. The black-robed woman on Lin Feng's side was very strong. She might not be able to defeat the seductive woman. However, she definitely had the strength to fight. The black-robed woman nodded slightly. Then, she turned into a black shadow and charged toward the seductive woman. Kid. It seems that you are the one who set these people free, right? The seductive man walked toward Lin Feng. A cold and terrifying aura emanated from the man's body. Your hands are not stained with the blood of nameless people. Who are you? Tell me your name. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. You can call me Darkness Emissary. The seductive man laughed sinisterly. Then, he turned into a black ray of light and charged toward Lin Feng. His speed was simply too fast. He was so fast that many people could not see his movements clearly. He clenched his hands into claws. Then, he reached for Lin Feng's neck as fast as lightning. Humph. Lin Feng sneered. The Darkness Emissary was fast, but he was not slow either. Facing the Darkness Emissary's claw, Lin Feng raised his right hand and punched out. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Lin Feng and the Darkness Emissary collided. Both of them were forced to retreat. On the other side, one of the 9 experts with a burly figure had turned into a giant bear. This was an expert of the Brown Bear clan, who could change the appearance of his body through the art of transformation. It was able to transform into something that was neither human nor bear. Its battle prowess was abnormally strong. The strong cultivator from the Brown Bear clan and the strong cultivator from the ancient human clan started fighting. Swoosh, among the 9 experts, a skinny middle-aged cultivator with a haggard face was fighting the evil dominator Saint. That cultivator was also a powerful corpse cultivator. He was locked in battle with the evil dominator Saint. Ha 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 ha, go to hell, go to hell. There were also 5 experts, each more ferocious than the last. They charged into the crowd as if they had entered a no-man's land. It was a one-sided massacre. A large number of cultivators were killed. Dark Sword Ocean. The Dark Emissary stepped forward, his voice cold. Behind him, an ancient ocean appeared. In that ocean, they were huge swords. There were countless huge swords. No one knew how many there were. It seemed to be endless. The Dark Sword Ocean shrouded over, and endless huge swords blasted towards Lin Feng. Defensive wall. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he condensed a defensive crystal wall with the Great Defense Technique. Clang! 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 The huge swords bombarded the defensive crystal wall. There was a series of clanging sounds. However, these huge swords were unable to break the defensive crystal wall formed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his right hand and punched the air in front of him. Above his fist, there was a huge ball of lightning circling around it. This was the lightning ball condensed by the Great Thunderclap technique. Bang! The ball of lightning exploded, shattering the dark sea of swords into pieces. The energy generated by the explosion surged towards the Dark Emissary. The Dark Emissary sneered, "You're quite capable." He waved his right hand gently in the air. In an instant, a dark space was faintly discernible. That dark space. It directly devoured all the energy. Then, the dark space enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to devour Lin Feng as well. "I come from hell. I control billions of souls in the world. I am the underworld emissary. I collect the lives of all living beings in the world." The dark emissary's voice was cold. Then, the dark space enveloped him. Lin Feng smiled icily. "You're just trying to act mysterious. Let's see how I'll destroy your dark space." As soon as his voice faded, Lin Feng punched out 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 The power of the arm of the dragon elephant was extremely terrifying. The 3 punches swept across the dark space. The dark space was directly shattered. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed forward, arrived in front of the dark emissary in an instant, and punched at the dark emissary. Humph! The dark emissary could not help but snort coldly. Around him, dense dark runes appeared. This was a type of defensive rune, and it was very powerful. He wanted to use this defensive rune to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng's arm of the dragon elephant was too powerful, and it directly shattered the rune. The dark emissary's expression did not change. This was an extremely powerful existence. Therefore, in the face of any situation, he could calmly face it. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he also threw out a punch. Bang! The 2 sides collided. Fist against fist. A dull sound of collision was heard. The dark emissary's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that something was wrong. The next moment, the dark emissary's body began to age. Great reincarnation technique. The dark emissary was experienced and knowledgeable, and he coldly spat out a few words. Then, he quickly retreated. "It's too late to retreat now." Lin Feng's voice was cold as he quickly chased after the dark emissary. By the time Lin Feng arrived in front of the dark emissary's body turned into a cloud of black gas and dissipated. It was too strange. Lin Feng did not care about the dark emissary who escaped. He quickly rushed toward the stairs leading to the 17th floor underground. "Kid, go to hell." 2 strong cultivators were rushing towards Lin Feng while smiling coldly. They wanted to stop him. "Get lost." Lin Feng coldly shouted and threw out 2 punches in a row, sending the 2 experts flying. "Go," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. The evil Dominator Saint and the others got rid of their opponents one after another and followed Lin Feng to the 17th floor underground. "Lord! They went in," an expert said with a gloomy expression. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, going in is suicide." The dark emissary returned to his youthful appearance and said with a gloomy expression. "Charge." More and more cultivators rushed over from afar and began to attack the defense line. At this moment, Lin Feng and hundreds of people had already entered the 17th floor underground. This was the Ice Devil prison, which was built based on the Ice Hell. After entering here, everyone only had one feeling. That was cold. Crack! 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 One by one, the cultivators were unable to withstand the cold and were directly sealed in ice. Unlike other places, the fiendish ice prison was too cold. There were basically no guards or prison guards around. Lin Feng estimated that the temperature here had reached -30,000 to -40,000 degrees Celsius. Even cultivators in such a cold place would find it difficult to withstand the cold. Only those cultivators who were extremely powerful or had cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods or divine abilities could withstand such cold temperatures. In the blink of an eye, there were still over 20 people who were not frozen. However, the temperature here was too low. Even the remaining 20 or so people were shivering from the cold. It was obviously not realistic to stay in the fiendish ice prison for a long time. This place is too cold. Let's quickly find the passageway to the 18th floor. A cultivator said. The 17th floor was rather special. It was snowing heavily here, and it was more like a dense forest. It was obvious that this place had long become an independent space. Many cultivators spread out to search for the passageway to the 18th floor. Lin Feng, the evil sovereign saint, and the Umber Void Beast were looking for the cages. Master, look over there. The Umber Void Beast pointed at a mountain peak in the distance. Lin Feng and the other two quickly walked over and discovered that there were many cages at the foot of the mountain. There were some prisoners imprisoned in the cages. However, many of them were frozen in ice. Lin Feng activated the dragon elephant arm and smashed open the iron bars of a cage with a punch. Then, he entered the cage and extended his hand to touch the prisoner who was sitting cross-legged inside the cage, sealed in ice. Bang! A terrifying scene unfolded. The frozen body of the prisoner immediately shattered. The temperature is too low. After being frozen, the body can't withstand it. Therefore, the body is completely frozen. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, he broke open many more cages. However, Lin Feng didn't find Du Zhu's whereabouts. Furthermore, everyone who had been imprisoned here had all died. Not a single person survived. Is it possible that the poison ancestor is imprisoned in the 18th floor? Lin Feng said. The Umber Void Beast said. I sensed Du Zhu's divine sense earlier. He said that he was imprisoned in the fiendish frost prison. He can't be wrong. Hurry up and run. Suddenly, cries of shock rang out from afar. Tens of cultivators ran out from the forest in a panic. Rumble, the earth trembled violently. Immediately after, giant beasts rushed out one after another. Those giant beasts were about 15 to 16 meters long and 10 meters tall. Its entire body was snow white. It looked like a tiger or a lion, but its head was like a dragon's head, with black wings on its back. He was as fast as lightning. There were more than 100 such beasts in total. The speed of these ferocious beasts was extremely fast and they quickly caught up with the fleeing cultivators. Bang bang bang, the ferocious beasts swung their huge claws at the fleeing cultivators. The cultivators who fled had extraordinary cultivation bases. However, when they collided with the ferocious beasts, they were directly slapped away by the ferocious beasts. Bang bang bang, the fleshly bodies of the cultivators who were sent flying directly exploded in midair. They died on the spot. Those are the black-winged dracolic, a type of ferocious beast that has long been extinct in the outside world. There are more than 100 of them here. The demon lord was shocked. A ferocious beast that could shock the demon lord was definitely not simple. At this moment, several black-winged dracolic pounced over. Lin Feng threw a punch at one of the black-winged dracolic. However, before Lin Feng's punch could land on the black-winged dracolic, he discovered that his body had started to freeze. Bang! The next moment, Lin Feng was sent flying by the black-winged dracolic. Lin Feng's physical body was strong enough that he was not killed by the attack. However, this attack caused his blood to churn, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. These black-winged dracolic were too powerful. They were simply undefeatable. On the other side, the evil sovereign saint was also entangled. He was besieged by 3 black-winged dracolic and encountered quite a bit of trouble. As for the shadow void beast, it was simply unable to contend against the black-winged dracolic. The reason why he was able to withstand the cold here was because he cultivated a type of ice sacred art. In reality, the shadow void beast's strength was not particularly strong. If he was really hit by the black-winged dracolica's claws, he would definitely die. Lin Feng dispersed the ice on his body and quickly rushed towards the shadow void beast. He punched the black-winged dracolic that was attacking the shadow void beast. Then, he kept the shadow void beast into the mountain river ring. There's no way to fight against these black-winged dracolic. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The evil sovereign saint broke out of the encirclement and ran into the distance with Lin Feng. As for the rest of the cultivators, they were all killed by the black-winged dracolic. Over 100 black-winged dracolic began to chase after Lin Feng and the evil sovereign saint. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the black-cloaked woman and the ancient human cultivator surrounded by a dozen black-winged Dracolic. The two were in big trouble. Lin Feng and the evil sovereign saint rushed over and each of them sent a black-winged Dracolic flying. The black-cloaked woman and the ancient human cultivator quickly rushed out of the encirclement. The rest of the black-winged Dracolic roared in anger. They all pounced, and over 100 black-winged Dracolic chased after them. Seeing this, the four of them turned pale with fright and turned to run. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and the others felt that their speed was getting slower and slower. This place was too cold, and their bodies were gradually unable to take it. There's a bottomless hole in the depths. I don't know where it leads to. Should we go in and hide? The black-cloaked woman said. She had discovered that bottomless hole by chance, but the aura was very eerie, so she didn't dare to go in recklessly. But now that they were in danger, she thought of the bottomless hole. Perhaps they could use the bottomless hole to get rid of the black-winged Dracolic. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. The black-cloaked woman led the way. Everyone quickly rushed into the depths, and it didn't take long for them to see the bottomless hole. Inside the cave, a chilling and terrifying aura emanated from it. It made the four of them shudder. They didn't know what kind of danger was hidden in the hole. Roar, behind them, roars shook the sky. A group of black-winged Dracolic pounced on them. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can reach the next level, Lin Feng said. The other three nodded. This was the only way, even though they didn't know if they would survive in the hole. But if they stayed in the demonic frost prison, death was the only way out. Whoosh, 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 the four of them quickly rushed into the hole. Roar, roar, roar. Over 100 black-winged Dracolic stood outside the hole and roared in anger. However, the black-winged Dracolic didn't chase them into the hole. Moreover, the black-winged Dracolic looked at the hole with fear in their eyes. The four of them carefully made their way down. Thud, 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 thud. Apart from their footsteps, there seemed to be no other sound. Everyone looked around warily. Everyone used their divine senses to explore, but they found that this place was actually hindering their divine senses. At most, their divine senses could only detect the situation a dozen meters away. This made everyone's expression become more serious. This place was strange enough, but it actually suppressed their divine senses. If there was any danger, it would be very difficult to detect it in advance. The only thing they were thankful for was that although the cave was pitch black, Lin Feng and the others were strong enough to see in the dark. It was not a problem for them to see 1,000 meters away. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the sound of bones cracking came from under their feet. The four of them looked down. Sure enough, they found some bones scattered on the ground. They were golden bones of an unknown race. They had been dead for many years, and only their bones were left. It seems that there were other cultivators who entered this cave like us, but they died here. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The others nodded. The woman in black said, "We didn't find anything special along the way." Lin Feng said, "Indeed, we didn't find anything strange, but that's exactly why something is wrong. Don't you think that this place is too quiet?" The four of them couldn't help but frown. When they heard Lin Feng's words, everybody realized that the cave was a bit too quiet. After walking for so long, they didn't encounter any danger. It was too strange. A place like this shouldn't be so quiet. It's better to be careful, Lin Feng said. The others nodded. The four of them continued to walk down, ever since they found the first skeleton. On the way, Lin Feng and the others found more skeletons. However, they still didn't encounter any danger. This passage was too long. Lin Feng and the others walked for about a day and a night before they saw a huge mountain in front of them. The mountain was pitch black. Moreover, this mountain was extremely strange. Not only did it affect their divine senses, even their visibility was suppressed by a strange force. Originally, Lin Feng and the others could see 1,000 meters away, but after entering the mountain, they couldn't even see their own fingers. This mountain seemed to be very deep. After Lin Feng and the others entered, they felt their bodies constantly falling. When he landed on the ground, he heard the sound of something cracking. It was as if they had stepped on a pile of fragile things. Lin Feng had many deep-sea luminous pearls on him that could illuminate the place. He took out the deep-sea luminous pearls from his mountain river ring. Then he scattered them around him. The originally pitch-black belly of the mountain suddenly brightened up. Heavens, a mountain of bones! At that moment, Lin Feng and the others couldn't help but gasp. Beneath their feet, there was actually a mountain of corpses. Who knew how many people had died here? The four of them quickly levitated into the air. Squeak! At this moment, a series of strange noises could be heard. This sound. It was like the sound of a ghost grinding its teeth. It was extremely demonic. It was eerie. Look, there are so many spiders on the rock wall. The woman in black pointed at the rock wall above. Lin Feng, the evil dominator saint, and the human cultivators in the wilderness all looked over. They immediately saw. There were spiders crawling on the rock wall. Those spiders were 7 or 8 meters long. They were all giant spiders. And those spiders had huge wings. Their 8 claws were like 8 sharp spears. With a light strike, they could pierce through all obstacles. The most creepy thing was that those spiders had ugly human heads on their abdomens. Pairs of resentful eyes looked at Lin Feng and the others. What kind of monster is this? The human cultivator in the wilderness felt his scalp go numb. He had seen many kinds of spiders, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge, ugly spider with wings and a human head. Human-headed double-winged evil god spider. This is a type of spider that disappeared a long, long time ago. It's extremely terrifying. I never thought that it would actually appear in this place. I'm guessing that the evil dragon palace's people must have obtained spider eggs and thus bred these terrifying spiders. Everyone be careful, these spiders' attacks are extremely powerful. Furthermore, these spiders contain a highly toxic poison. Don't be poisoned, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Hearing this, the others nodded. Screech! Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech rang out. The densely packed human-headed winged evil god spiders let out a screech. This screech was a terrifying soul attack. A soul attack from a single human-headed twin-winged evil god spider might not be able to cause too much damage to the group, but with so many human-headed twin-winged evil god spiders, there was no telling how many of them there were. Naturally, their soul attacks were incomparably terrifying. Lin Feng and the other 3 instantly suffered great damage. They hugged their heads, feeling as though their heads were about to split open. Lin Feng hurriedly activated Luya's stargazing chart. Only then did he manage to block the soul attack of the human-headed winged evil god spiders. At this moment, the human-headed winged evil god spiders spat out spider webs that wrapped around Lin Feng and the other 3. The human-headed winged evil god spiders' attacks came one after another. First, they used soul attacks to cause Lin Feng and the other 3 to sink into unbearable pain. Then, they used spider webs to wrap around Lin Feng and the other 3. At that time, they would be able to instantly kill the 4 of them. This plan could be said to be flawless. But Lin Feng had blocked the soul attack of the human-headed winged evil god spiders. When the spider webs wrapped around them, Lin Feng directly released his heavenly flames. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 4 heavenly flames flew out, turning the entire mountain into a world of flames. The spider webs spat out by the human-headed winged evil god spiders were all burned to ashes. Some of the human-headed winged evil god spiders were engulfed by the heavenly flames and their bodies were set ablaze. They let out agonized cries. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the horde of human-headed winged evil god spiders rapidly pounced towards Lin Feng and the other 3. Fortunately, the heretic sovereign sage, the woman in black, and the human cultivators in the wilderness had recovered. Be careful! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He took out the regal sword mound. 4 treasured swords flew out from the regal sword mound. Then, they charged towards the human-headed winged evil god spiders that were pouncing towards them. Poof! Poof! Following a series of ripping sounds, the human-headed winged evil god spiders were killed by the 4 treasured swords. But there were simply too many human-headed winged evil god spiders. The overwhelming horde of human-headed winged evil god spiders pounced towards Lin Feng. From the mountain of corpses below, several enormous human-headed winged evil god spiders emerged. they leaped up and charged towards Lin Feng. Seeing the human-headed winged evil god spiders fly up, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped down. Instantly, wisps of destructive power burst out from it. Bam bam bam, the human-headed winged evil god spiders were sent flying and their bodies exploded in midair. These human-headed winged evil god spiders were very afraid of the heavenly fire. Lin Feng's heavenly fire burned many of the human-headed winged evil god spiders to death. On the other side, the evil dominator saint displayed his might. His physical body was strong and he was completely unafraid of the venom of the human-headed winged evil god spiders. Therefore, the evil dominator saint was unstoppable. His sharp corpse claws clawed at the human-headed winged evil god spiders. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. The human-headed winged evil god spiders were torn apart by the evil dominator saint. The black-robed woman's methods were as strange as ever. She was like a ghost. She was silent and she held a dagger that radiated with cold air. With a light wave of the dagger, she could slash out a frightening cold light. The black-robed woman wielded the dagger and killed the human-headed winged evil god spiders one by one. The human cultivator from the wilderness also displayed his might. No one knew what kind of powerful mystic art he used. On the surface of his body, a golden sacred armor formed from energy appeared. The golden sacred armor's defensive power was shocking. Therefore, when the human-headed winged evil god spiders broke through the human cultivator's defense and reached him, the human-headed winged evil god spider's attacks were unable to break through his defense. At this moment, the human cultivator from the wilderness swept out with his fist. Bam bam bam, the human-headed winged evil god spiders were sent flying. The human cultivator from the wilderness had a strong physical body and his divine fist was invincible. He could smash a human-headed winged evil god spider to death with one punch. Although the human-headed winged evil god spiders were strong, Lin Feng and the other three's cultivation was too strong. The densely packed human-headed winged evil god spiders were killed by Lin Feng and the other three. Screech! At this moment, a furious roar sounded from the mountain of bones below. Crash! The skeletons quickly separated. A gigantic human-headed dual-winged evil god spider appeared before Lin Feng's group of four. When they saw the gigantic human-headed dual-winged evil god spider, Lin Feng's group could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. That gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider was over 1,000 meters tall. It was incomparably ugly, ferocious, and terrifying. They had never seen such a huge spider before. This giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider was different from other human-headed twin-winged evil god spiders. The other human-headed twin-winged evil god spiders only had one head. And this enormous human-headed double-winged evil god spider actually had 9 heads. Each of these 9 heads was uglier and more ferocious than the last. Lowly creatures, you dare to kill my people? You all deserve to die. The giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider let out a furious roar. Then, it raised its incomparably huge claws and stabbed towards Lin Feng's group. The claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider were incomparably sharp, and they flickered with a cold light. Slash! Lin Feng used the regal sword manipulation art and controlled the 4 great swords to slash at the claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider. Clang clang clang, a series of clashing sounds rang out. The 4 great swords slashed at the claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider, but they only produced a few sparks. They were unable to cause any damage to the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider. The gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider was too powerful. It was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. Swish, a cold light flashed. The sharp claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider were like a sharp spear, stabbing towards Lin Feng's chest. If the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider pierced through his body, he would die without a doubt. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He dodged to the left. He dodged the attack of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's claws. While attacking Lin Feng, the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider was also attacking the heretic sovereign saint, the woman in black, and the human cultivators of the wilderness. The heretic sovereign saint's sharp corpse claws viciously clawed at the gigantic claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider, but they weren't able to break through the defense of the claws. Instead, the heretic sovereign saint was sent flying by the sharp claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider. Then the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's other claw viciously stabbed into the heretic sovereign saint's chest. Clang! A huge sound rang out. The heretic sovereign saint's body slammed heavily into the stone wall. The sharp claws of the huge human-headed dual-winged evil god spider were still stabbing into the chest of the evil dominator Holy, trying to penetrate his chest. But the heretic sovereign saint's body was strong enough and didn't let the spider succeed. On the other side, the woman in black and the human cultivators of the wilderness didn't fight the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider head-on. They just barely dodged the claws of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider. Then they quickly flew towards the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's head. The woman in black flew towards the 9 ugly heads on the abdomen of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider. The human cultivators of the wilderness flew towards the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's ugly head. Seeing the two of them fly towards the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's head, Lin Feng's expression changed. Clearly, the woman in black and the human cultivators of the wilderness wanted to attack the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's head to kill it. Because the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider didn't have any weak points. Only the 9 ugly human heads growing from its head and abdomen might be the weakness of the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider. But in Lin Feng's eyes, these savage beasts seemed to have weak points. They often had even more terrifying dangers and killing intent. Shua shua. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, suddenly, a terrifying scene appeared. First, the human cultivators of the wilderness were attacked. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the 2 eyes on the hideous spider head. The 2 beams of light were simply too fast. The human cultivators of the wilderness didn't have time to dodge. Pooh! The 2 beams of light directly broke through the human cultivator's golden armor and pierced through his body. Wah! At the same time, the 9 ugly heads let out a sound like a baby crying. Ah! The woman in black seemed to have been struck by lightning. She suddenly grabbed her head and screamed in pain. Her body fell down uncontrollably. Shwa shwa, 2 cold beams of light flashed. The gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider raised its claws and pierced towards the woman in black and the human cultivators of the wilderness. At this moment, the 2 were unable to dodge. The 2 were about to be killed by the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider. Lin Feng hurriedly used the great binding art. Countless threads wrapped around the 2 of them. He pulled with force. The 2 were instantly pulled back by Lin Feng. The gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider's attack hit empty air. Are you okay? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. I'm not dead yet. The human cultivators of the wilderness grinned. This person was a tough guy. Even with 2 bloody holes in his body, he didn't even frown. I'm fine too. The woman in black said, but her face was still a bit pale. Lowly creatures, you are all my food. You all deserve to die. The gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider couldn't help but roar loudly. It raised its sharp claws and once again stabbed towards Lin Feng's group. Holy shit! Dodge! Lin Feng shouted when he saw the sharp claws stabbing at them again. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, the 3 of them quickly spread out, dodging the attacks of the giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider. It's useless. In this place, I am the ruler. No one can escape from me. The giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider laughed savagely. It did not stop and continued attacking Lin Feng's group. Stop! Lin Feng suddenly shouted. The giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider did not stop. It sneered and said, I won't give you the time to say your last words. Lin Feng said, I want to negotiate. Let's negotiate. What do you think? Negotiate? The giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Then, it sneered and said, You are a dying man. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? How laughable. Lin Feng said, Whether I have the qualifications to negotiate or not, we can decide after we've talked. The giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider sneered and said, "What do you want to talk about?" Seeing that the giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider seemed to want to negotiate, Lin Feng and the others sighed in relief. It was fine as long as it had this intention. Lin Feng said, "With your powerful cultivation, you won't be willing to stay in this dark place forever, right? We'll help you escape, and you'll let us live. How about it?" "That's a pretty good suggestion. How should we implement it?" "Let's hear it." The giant human-headed twin-winged evil god spider said. Lin Feng was about to speak. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. "Dodge." Lin Feng immediately dashed to the back. The black-robed woman and the human cultivator had been very focused all this time. When they heard Lin Feng's warning, they quickly retreated. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Swoosh, 3 thick tails emerged from the mountain of bones. These tails looked like those of a scorpion. The 3 tails were originally aimed at Lin Feng, the woman in black, and the human cultivator in the wilderness. Fortunately, Lin Feng discovered something wrong in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Keek keek, a sinister laugh came from the mountain of bones below. Then, a huge scorpion more than 100 meters long drilled out. The gigantic scorpion stood on the head of the gigantic human-headed double-winged evil god spider, and its pair of cold eyes stared at Lin Feng. Just now, the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider had pretended to negotiate with Lin Feng to distract Lin Feng and the others. Then, the giant scorpion suddenly attacked them, catching them off guard. His methods were truly sinister. The giant scorpion said, "Brat, you're quite sharp. You actually discovered my attack in advance." Three-tailed devil scorpion. Lin Feng frowned. The three-tailed demon scorpion was also a race that had disappeared from the outside world. The three-tailed demon scorpion was incomparably venomous, and its combat strength was terrifying. After seeing the three-tailed demon scorpion appear, Lin Feng felt that the situation was developing in an even worse direction. A single giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider was already hard enough to deal with. And now there was this terrifying three-tailed demon scorpion. Naturally, it would be hard to deal with them. On the other side, the heretical divinity saint finally broke free from the claws of the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider. The heretical divinity saint shouted, "Master, there's a tunnel in the depths. We can enter it, but these 2 fellows won't be able to." Hearing the heretical divinity saint's words, the eyes of Lin Feng and the others lit up. They looked towards the depths. In the darkness, they could vaguely make out a cave. The cave was roughly 2 meters in diameter. The giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider and the three-tailed demon scorpion were indeed unable to enter. They had been busy fighting the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider. That was why they hadn't seen the cave. Of course, it wasn't too late to find out now. "Let's go," Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, leading the charge towards the cave. Following closely behind, the heretical divinity saint, the black-robed woman and the human cultivators of the wilderness all charged towards the cave. "Kill them." The giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider let out a sinister roar. It and the three-tailed demon scorpion simultaneously attacked Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others really wanted to enter the cave to break free from the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider and the three-tailed demon scorpion. But they were being held back. The attacks of the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider and the three-tailed demon scorpion were simply too powerful. It wasn't easy to break free from them. The giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider unleashed its might. One after another, huge claws pierced towards Lin Feng and the others. At the same time, the eyes of the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider were constantly shooting out terrifying beams of light. Those beams of light were extremely powerful. Thus, while Lin Feng and the others were dodging the sharp claws of the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider, they also had to dodge the terrifying beams of light shooting out of the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider's eyes. Even worse, the three-tailed demon scorpion's 3 huge tails were wildly stabbing in the air. Puff, suddenly, a ripping sound rang out. One of the three-tailed demon scorpion's tails pierced through the human cultivator's left arm. A terrifying scene appeared. The human cultivator's left arm immediately began to rot, emitting an intense stench. The three-tailed demon scorpion's poison was simply too terrifying. Ah! The human cultivator was extremely decisive. He directly chopped off his left arm. But the poison still entered his body. His body began to turn black. He was on the verge of collapse. It seemed as though he was about to be poisoned to death. Lin Feng quickly flew over, grabbing the human cultivator's body. Then he quickly retreated, dodging the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider's sharp claws. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly took out the white jade toad. The white jade toad sucked out all the poison from the human cultivator's body. Only then was the human cultivator able to preserve his life. But his aura was weak and listless. The human cultivator revealed a grateful expression. "Brother, you've saved my life again. I'll remember this. If I can make it out alive, I won't even frown if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords or plunge me into a sea of flames." Lin Feng said, "We're allies. Of course we have to help each other. Rest well." The human cultivator nodded. "Keek keek, none of you will be able to escape. You'll all die here." The giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider cackled. "I love the taste of souls. Later, I'll eat your souls." The three-tailed demon scorpion cackled. The heretic sovereign sage, the black-robed woman, and the human cultivator all had grave expressions. The situation in front of them made them despair. At that moment, Lin Feng took a step forwards. His facial expression gradually became ice-cold. He walked step by step towards the three-tailed demon scorpion and the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider. "Brat, are you here to die?" The three-tailed demon scorpion cackled, its three tails stabbing towards Lin Feng. "Die." The giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider cackled, its sharp claws stabbing towards Lin Feng. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura. The aura of a supremacy emanated from his body. It suppressed the three-tailed demon scorpion and the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider. "Ah, how is this possible? It's the aura of a supremacy." The three-tailed demon scorpion and the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider cried out in terror. Under Lin Feng's aura of a supremacy, their bodies couldn't move at all. Lin Feng rushed forward and used his palm as a blade, directly killing the giant human-headed double-winged evil god spider and the scorpion. The supreme purple aura. The heretic sovereign holy, the woman in black, and the human cultivators all looked at Lin Feng with their mouths agape. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock. The aura could be described as rare in the world. As for the supreme aura, it was something that only appeared in legends. But at that moment, Lin Feng released a supreme qi. Everybody was astonished and their faces paled in astonishment. Lin Feng quickly withdrew the supreme purple aura. His body swayed, and he almost fell. With his current cultivation level, using the supreme purple aura would result in a strong backlash. His body would enter a weakened state for at least 3 days. That was why Lin Feng was in such a weakened state. When the heretic sovereign holy saw that Lin Feng's situation was not right, he quickly flew to Lin Feng's side and supported Lin Feng. "Master, are you all right?" The heretic sovereign holy asked worriedly. Lin Feng said, "I'm fine. I'll just enter a weakened state for a few days. We can't stay here for long. Let's go." With that, he waved his right hand, and a devouring force came from his mountain river ring. He put away the corpses of the three-tailed demon scorpion and the human-headed twin-winged demon spider. The heretic sovereign holy helped Lin Feng into the depths of the cave. The woman in black and the human cultivators followed closely behind. The 4 of them entered the cave and sat down cross-legged to adjust their bodies. After a series of fierce battles, everyone had exhausted themselves. The human cultivator in the wilderness, in particular, had lost an arm. His injuries were more serious. He needed to recuperate. Lin Feng summoned his celestial clone so that everyone could rest at ease. 2 hours later, the 4 of them woke up one after another. Lin Feng put away his celestial clone and cupped his fists. "I'm Lin Feng, the leader of the dragon sect in the ancient desolate sea region. This is my guard, the heretic sovereign holy. May I know your names?" My name is Xianxia, said the human cultivator. They're from the Chilean mountain tribe. The woman in black said, I am Lu Qingqing, a member of the Heaven Assassin organization. Lin Feng was slightly shocked. He had heard Lu Huaxian mention this Heaven Assassin organization before. Back then, Underworld was just a branch of Heaven. However, the higher-ups of Underworld betrayed Heaven and poisoned more than 10 of Heaven's top figures to death. Then, before Heaven's headquarters received any news, they organized a gathering. During the gathering, they poisoned a large number of Heaven's middle and high-level cultivators to death. From then on, Heaven declined and Underworld rose to prominence. For many years after that, the 9 Underworlds had been besieging Heavenly Hall's cultivators all this time, so Heavenly Hall's cultivators could only conceal their identities. A long time had passed, but the cultivators of Heaven didn't forget the unforgettable hatred. Back then, Heaven had shown signs of recovery in the Sky Martial continent. Other than being the saintess of the myriad flower building, Lu Huaxian had another identity. She was a descendant of one of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Hall who had been killed. In the end, Lin Feng had destroyed the 9 netherworlds and helped the Heavenly clan. Lin Feng asked, Miss Lu, did you come from the Sky Martial continent? Lu Qingqing was slightly surprised, but she nodded and said, how did Lin Gongzi know? Lin Feng smiled and said, I have a close female friend. She's the descendant of one of the Heaven Assassin organization's higher-ups who was poisoned by Underworld. That's why I know some things about Heaven and Underworld. I see. The woman in black nodded. Lu Qingqing then said, 8,000 years ago, I narrowly escaped death and came to the 9 prefectures. After that, I was trapped in the evil dragon devil prison for 3,000 years. I don't know what the situation is like in the Sky Martial continent. Lin Feng felt some admiration for Lu Qingqing. After being trapped in the evil dragon devil prison for 3,000 years, who knew how much torture she had endured, to be able to live through all kinds of torture until now, Lu Qingqing's willpower was very strong. Lin Feng said, I don't know much about Heaven's situation, but I've already destroyed Underworld. Ah? You've destroyed Underworld? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Apparently, she did not think of this matter. This news was very important to her. Naturally, this was a piece of great news. Underworld's assassin organization provoked me many times back then, so I found an opportunity to destroy all their bases. Lin Feng said. Xiao Qingqing said, thank you for helping Heaven get rid of this enemy. However, did you find the assassin scepter? The assassin scepter? What's that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Lu Qingqing said, the assassin scepter is Underworld's sacred artifact. It's a top-notch imperial armament. That's a great treasure. But I didn't see the assassin scepter at that time. If Underworld had such a top-notch imperial armament, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to destroy it. If you didn't find the assassin scepter, it would be troublesome. Lu Qingqing frowned. Are you saying that an expert from Underworld took away the assassin scepter? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. 8,000 years ago, an immortal treasure was born. It flew from 9 prefectures to the Tianwu continent. Countless people fought over it, but no one was able to obtain it. In the end, the immortal treasure flew back to 9 prefectures. At that time, many experts followed the immortal treasure. They went through many dangerous places like the Endless Sea to reach 9 prefectures. That's how I came to 9 prefectures. I'm guessing that a top-notch expert from Underworld took the assassin's scepter and came to 9 prefectures 8,000 years ago. If those people know that you've destroyed Underworld and they find out about you, it'll be quite troublesome. Lu Qingqing said worriedly. Lin Feng said. I'm afraid that they won't come. If they don't come, how am I supposed to obtain their imperial armament? Lu Qingqing was stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly. Lin Feng's methods were brilliant. The remaining members of Underworld had come. There was a high chance that they had come to throw their lives away. Huff, 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 at that moment, a chilly wind blew from the depths of the cave. Lin Feng and the other 3 couldn't help but shiver. This cave doesn't seem simple. Could there be some terrifying existence inside? Lu Qingqing frowned. Keek keek, little girl, you've guessed correctly. There is indeed a terrifying existence inside this cave. Suddenly, a burst of sinister laughter came from the cave. When they heard that voice, Lin Feng and the other three's expressions changed. They stood up and rushed outside. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" that sinister voice sounded. A terrifying suction force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the other three. Their bodies flew uncontrollably toward the depths of the cave. F*CK, we're in trouble now, Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wondered how powerful the mysterious expert in the depths of the cave was. He wouldn't kill them now, would he? "Senior, let's talk nicely. Don't be rash. Impulsiveness is the devil," Lin Feng shouted. "Keek keek." The mysterious expert cackled. A powerful devouring force pulled Lin Feng and the others into the cave again. The heretic sovereign's sage, Lu Qingqing, and Gu Xianxia's bodies were restrained. They couldn't move at all. "Kid, come in. Let's talk," the mysterious expert said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He couldn't run even if he wanted to now. Moreover, he was in a weakened state. It was difficult for him to even walk like a normal person. Not to mention fighting with others. Therefore, Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. He walked deeper into the cave. The cave was deep. After walking for a long time, Lin Feng finally saw the belly of a mountain. He entered the belly of the mountain. There was an old man chained in the belly of the mountain. 36 chains pierced through the old man's body, locking him in place. It was unknown how the old man managed to survive with so many chains piercing through his body. Especially the chain on his chest, it was simply too frightening. It was unknown how many years had passed, but blood was still flowing out of it. It was really creepy. "Senior, how should I address you?" Lin Feng asked. The old man didn't answer Lin Feng's question. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng. When he saw the red dust thread on Lin Feng's wrist, the old man was stunned. He couldn't help but ponder. Lin Feng didn't know about the red dust thread on his wrist. Therefore, he saw the old man staring at him. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. Could it be that he was an old man? Fortunately, the old man retracted his gaze in time. He laughed strangely and said, "Kid. Not bad. You actually know the aura of a supreme being." This old man's methods were extraordinary. It was normal for him to sense it when he used the supreme purple aura just now. Lin Feng laughed dryly and said, "Accidental awakening. I was just lucky." Among the ancient bloodlines, those who can awaken the supreme aura are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Therefore, it is not a fluke awakening, but because your luck is monstrous," the old man said indifferently. Lin Feng's heart involuntarily stirred. This old man actually talked about luck as well. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, luck was filled with a sense of mystery and did not seem to be very important. However, in the eyes of the top experts, luck was even more important than talent. Lin Feng saw that the old man didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. If he had made a move, he would have died long ago. It was impossible for him to have survived until now. Lin Feng asked, "Is there anything this junior can do to help senior? You seem to have cultivated the 8-9 arcane art? Senior, you know about the 8-9 arcane art too?" Lin Feng was shocked. The 8-9 arcane art was something Lord Tortoise had comprehended from the ancient stone tablet of the Black Tortoise Hunchback. Therefore, the old man's knowledge of the 8-9 arcane art had shocked Lin Feng greatly. Of course, there was one more thing. This old man was too amazing. He hadn't even activated the 8-9 arcane art, but the old man had already noticed that he cultivated it. "Your 8-9 mysteries is not complete. It seems that someone has improved it. But it's not bad. It's just passable." The old man narrowed his eyes. Lin Feng said, "The 8-9 arcane art seems to have very serious side effects. Senior, do you have a way to deal with them?" The old man said, "A heaven-defying technique like the 8-9 arcane art would naturally have side effects. There's nothing strange about that. How did the person who taught you the 8-9 arcane art explain it?" The 8-9 arcane art is divided into 5 levels. After mastering the first level, you have 10 years to cultivate the second level. If you can't reach the second level in 10 years, you'll die a miserable death. After mastering the second level, you have 20 years to cultivate the third level. If you can't reach the third level in 20 years, you'll still die. After mastering the third level, you have 30 years to cultivate the fourth level. If you can't reach the fourth level in 30 years, you'll still die. After mastering the fourth level, you have 40 years to cultivate the fifth level. If you can't reach the fifth level in 40 years, you'll still die. If you can cultivate it to the fifth level, you will be able to increase your combat strength by 33 times. However, this increase in combat strength will instantly deprive you of your lifespan. When the cultivation method ends, you will only have 3 years of lifespan left. If your lifespan is less than 10 million years, you will immediately die when your combat strength is increased by 33 times. Lin Feng smiled wryly. This 8-9 arcane art was simply an incomparably fraudulent cultivation method, said the old man. You're basically right, but the 8-9 arcane art is very complicated. It's not that simple. If the 8-9 arcane art can only increase your fighting prowess by 33 times and you'll only have 3 years left after using it, don't you think it's too weak? What do you mean, master? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The 8-9 mysteries you practice is incomplete. Although the flaws have been reduced after it was improved, it still lacks some maturity. Therefore, you can only display the power of the 8-9 mysteries when you practice to the fifth level. Moreover, you may only be able to use it once in your life, said the old man indifferently. What's so special about the 8-9 arcane art? Asked Lin Feng. The 8-9 arcane art can increase your fighting prowess by 5 times. The first level can increase your fighting prowess by 2 times. The second level can increase your fighting prowess by 4 times. The third level can increase your fighting prowess by 8 times. The fourth level can increase your fighting prowess by 16 times, said the old man. Lin Feng asked. Does the 5 levels correspond to the 5 levels of the 8-9 arcane art? Said the old man. That's right. It corresponds to the 5 levels, said Lin Feng. But I can't display the corresponding increase in fighting prowess. That's because to display the corresponding increase in fighting prowess, you need a certain support method, and you don't have one, said the old man. Support method? What kind of support method? Lin Feng was puzzled. You need to practice a kind of domineering aura, which is closely related to the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method. Only when you run it together with the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method can you increase your combat strength by 33 times. Although the person who taught you the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method improved the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method so that you can increase your combat strength by 33 times without using your domineering aura at the 5th level, that was his limit. He couldn't further improve the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method. Therefore, the first 4 levels of the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method can increase your combat strength by 2 times, 4 times, 8 times, and 16 times. You only know how to run the ultimate yin and yang cultivation method, but you can't display the increased combat strength of each level. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed since I started reading the book. The scenes of when I first uploaded the chapters still replayed in my mind, as if it happened yesterday. I've written a few books before, and the results were good or bad. Because it was on a small platform, it felt like a pool of stagnant water. Thus, I had the idea to go out and work hard. Knowing that Yuewen is a big platform, I handed the manuscript to my current editor, Xianxia, with a nervous heart. Following that, I waited anxiously. Old man to thought, will the editor not like this manuscript? Later, Xianxia sent me a message saying that it was well written. Old man to was overjoyed. Then, I signed the contract just like that. Many things have happened in between, and the book's results have gradually improved. I would like to thank editor Xianxia for recognizing my worth. I would also like to thank editor Taishan for taking care of me. For the second time, I hope to have good results through all channels. Brothers and sisters, I know that many fans of this book have read it from pirated websites. Old Mantu knew that many people might not be rich. Reading books is also an expense. But if you are rich, you can fork out 12 yuan every month to subscribe to the original version. 12 yuan for a meal. This is the money that Old Mantu needs to feed his family. Brothers and sisters who read pirated websites can download one, read it on QQ, log in with your QQ or WeChat number, search for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant spell and add it to your bookshelf. Or you can directly open QQ. On the far right, there's the word dynamic, followed by a column of status bars. One of the status bars has the word read written on it. Everyone, click on it and search for the Archean Dragonesque Elephant spell and add it to your bookshelf. Today, because it's on all channels, there are only 2 updates today. Tomorrow, there will be 20 chapters. I hope that everyone will support Old Mantu and support the original version. Old Mantu thanks you. Cultivating the aura? What kind of aura is this? This aura is compatible with the 8-9 arcane art? Lin Feng asked. That's right. This aura is compatible with the 8-9 arcane art. This aura is called epical aura. The old man said. Epical aura? That's a strange name. Why is it called epical aura? Is there a reason? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's a secret, the old man said. Lin Feng muttered inwardly. It's just a name. Can it be considered a secret? Do you want to learn this aura? The old man asked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Senior, are you willing to tell me the cultivation method of this aura? Of course. You cultivate the 8-9 arcane art, so this aura is fated with you. Moreover, this aura can only be cultivated by someone who cultivates the 8-9 arcane art. Anyone else who cultivates it is courting death. The old man said. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng hurriedly thanked the old man. A moment later, information flowed into Lin Feng's mind. It was the cultivation method of epical aura. Lin Feng sensed it. He frowned. The cultivation method of epical aura was very different from what he knew. Lin Feng said, I heard that to cultivate the aura, one needs to cultivate at least 9 forces. Then, one has to fuse the 9 forces together to transform into the aura. Why isn't that the cultivation method of epical aura? It's indeed a method to condense aura, but it's also the most troublesome method. As time passes, the method of condensing aura gradually disappears. Therefore, there are only 2 methods that have been passed down in the world. The first is to fuse the 9 forces together and condense the aura. The second is through bloodline inheritance. However, that doesn't mean there are no other methods to condense aura. If some lost methods are discovered, one can naturally condense aura. The old man explained. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Reverse the meridians and reverse the flow of magic power. Half is yin, half is yang. Lin Feng began to recite the cultivation method for epic hegemony. This domineering aura needed to be channeled together with the 8-9 mysteries. Ordinary people would not be able to cultivate it. First of all, the basic requirement to cultivate this qi was to have a primary primordial spirit. At the very least, he had to have a secondary primordial spirit. Only in this way would he be able to multitask. However, even if he had a primary and secondary primordial spirit, he would only meet the basic requirements to cultivate epical hockey. The basic condition meant that one was just barely qualified to cultivate. Therefore, if he wanted to succeed in his cultivation, the journey of 1,000 miles was only the first step. There was still a long way to go. Epical hockey was even more so. The epical hockey would merge with the 8-9 mysteries in Lin Feng's body to form a yin and a yang. There was a saying in the world of cultivators, yin and yang circulate, the great Tao never stops. It meant that after the yin and yang cycle was formed in the body, the cultivator would be able to continuously comprehend various grand Taos. But how could the cycle of yin and yang be so easy? The prerequisite for the cycle of yin and yang was that yin and yang were in perfect harmony. And this degree of compatibility. The control of 2 different types of energy had to be perfect. The energy of the yin pole would increase or decrease by a sliver. In that case, when it interacted with the yang pole, due to the uneven energy, it would cause yin and yang to repel. Once the yin and yang repel each other, the problem would be very serious. If it was light, he would go berserk. If it was serious, he would explode and die. The 8-9 mysteries that Lin Feng cultivated was domineering and strange. If he cultivated epical hockey, it would be fine if it went smoothly. If it did not go smoothly, yin and yang would repel each other. With the strangeness of the 8-9 mysteries and the dominance of epical hockey, he would definitely self-destruct. Lin Feng would probably die without a burial place. The incantation was not very long. It was only a few hundred words. After Lin Feng finished reciting the incantation, the old man said, "How is it? How do you feel about this epical hockey?" Lin Feng said, "If I can cultivate it successfully, it will naturally be a happy ending." The old man smiled and said, "You still don't know much about epical hockey. Epical hockey has the most important ability that I haven't told you yet." "Oh? What ability?" Lin Feng asked. "Epical hockey. It's a hockey that can evolve." The old man said. "What? Epical hockey can evolve? Hockey can evolve?" Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief. He had originally thought that hockey was a form that had been determined. 9 types of hockey. 9 colors. It was impossible to evolve. He had never heard that hockey could evolve. The old man said, "In the heavens, only epical hockey can evolve. Other hockey can't evolve." Upon hearing the old man's words, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. He had not expected epical hockey to be so special. Lin Feng could not help but ask, "What's the difference between epical hockey and other hockey? Why can epical hockey evolve but not other hockey?" The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "This is also one of the secrets of epical hockey. However, this is a heavenly secret. With your ability and cultivation, knowing this heavenly secret will only bring you harm and no benefits." Since the old man had already said so much, Lin Feng naturally did not continue asking. He could not help but have a thought. He asked, "What's the initial level of epical hockey?" Hockey was divided into transparent hockey, which meant that it could not be seen but could be sensed. This was the most basic level of hockey. Following that, there was white hockey, red hockey, orange hockey, yellow hockey, green hockey, cyan hockey, and blue hockey. There was also the supreme purple hockey. Different hockey had different powers. High-level hockey could usually restrain low-level hockey. Therefore, there was a suppressive relationship between the different hockey. Once the supreme purple hockey was released, any other hockey would be suppressed, and it would be difficult to display the power of the hockey. Lin Feng had mastered the supreme hockey, so he knew how terrifying it was. As for the other hockey, he did not particularly understand it. After all, he rarely saw anyone use hockey. The old man said, "The initial color of epical hockey is transparent hockey. This is the easiest color to control. If you can cultivate epical hockey, you need to completely master it before you can consider evolving it. Moreover, any hockey is incomparably terrifying. Even if it's just transparent hockey, it's not easy to control it." Lin Feng asked, "How can I evolve hockey?" "If you want to evolve your hockey, you need something. It's extremely rare. It's not easy to find it, but if you can find it, you'll benefit immensely." The old man said faintly. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Have you heard of a tyrant beast?" The old man asked. Lin Feng shook his head. "A tyrant beast has a tyrant bone. A tyrant bone can increase the level of a tyrant's hockey. Although the tyrant beasts are extinct now, there are still some in this world. So, you can find a way to find a tyrant bone in the future and use it to increase the level of your hockey," the old man said. Lin Feng nodded. "Alright, I'll find a way to find a tyrant bone in the future." He then said, "Senior, who imprisoned you in this place? Could it be one of the 9 evil dragons?" "The 9 evil dragons? They're just 9 ants." The old man sneered, as if he didn't care about the 9 evil dragons at all. This surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that this old man had an extremely powerful background. If you're not imprisoned here by the 9 evil dragons, then there's only one possibility. "Senior, were you imprisoned here by an ancient evil weapon?" Lin Feng asked. "You know about ancient evil weapons?" The old man looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Ancient killing weapons, ancient evil weapons, ancient immortal weapons, ancient demon weapons, ancient demon weapons, ancient underworld weapons, ancient Buddhist weapons, ancient blood weapons, and ancient Tao weapons. They're the 9 legendary weapons. Any one of them can destroy a great world with a single blow. I heard that the 9 evil dragons have an ancient evil weapon. Since Senior doesn't think much of them, then it must be that ancient evil weapon that's suppressing you. Lin Feng said. You know quite a lot. The old man narrowed his eyes. That's right. Back then, I was ambushed and severely injured. Then, I was ambushed by an ancient evil weapon and was finally captured. However, the ancient evil weapon's soul was shattered by me. It should still be recovering now. Treasures like the 9 ancient weapons had extremely powerful weapon spirits. They were equivalent to weapon cultivators. Very few people could wield ancient weapons. These ancient weapons were all independent entities. Some ancient weapons would also kill cultivators and plunder their fortune, wealth, and so on. This mysterious old man was able to shatter the soul of the heresy weapon even though he was severely injured. Who knows how strong he was at his peak? This junior knows some spirit array techniques. Perhaps I can give it a try and see if I can help Senior escape. Lin Feng said. You are the successor of the celestial master Taoism. Your level is far from enough to break the runes on these chains. Wait until you find the stone scripture of your lineage. Perhaps it will be possible. The old man said. This old man's ability was too terrifying. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from him. The old man continued, cultivate your qi here and then think about leaving. If you don't cultivate your qi, it won't be easy to leave the evil dragon devil prison. Lin Feng nodded and said, there are still 3 friends outside. Can you return their freedom? I've already told them to wait outside. The old man said. After Lin Feng's period of weakness passed, he began to cultivate epical haki. At this time, the riot in the evil dragon devil prison had been suppressed. Inside the evil dragon devil prison, it seemed to have returned to its former state. However, no one knew that Lin Feng was currently cultivating epical haki in a mysterious devil cave on the 17th floor underground. This epical haki was indeed very difficult to cultivate. But fortunately, Lin Feng's comprehension was extremely high. And the most important thing was, Lin Feng had mastered the Great Yin Yang technique, which was ranked 6th among the 3,000 Great Tao. The 8-9 mysteries and epical haki formed a yin-yang cycle. This involved the use of the Tao of Yin and Yang. Lin Feng could use the Great Yin Yang technique to constantly adjust the balance between epical haki and the 8-9 mysteries. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. And Lin Feng had finally completed the most crucial transformation. He had successfully cultivated epical haki. Epical haki was transparent. After it was released, it was like a flowing stream. After successfully cultivating epical haki, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He had finally succeeded in cultivating epical haki. This was the second type of haki he had mastered. And it was a haki that could evolve. In the future, epical haki might surpass autark haki and reach a new height. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's current cultivation was not enough to use autark haki. Every time he used it, he would suffer a backlash. However, there was no problem in using epical haki. Your 8-9 mysteries is currently at the 2nd stage. Although epical haki combined with 8-9 mysteries can increase your combat strength by 4 times, there is a principle in this world. However, there is an eternal principle in this world. The more you gain in one aspect, the more you will lose in another. Therefore, when you increase your combat strength by 4 times, you will lose a large amount of life force. The old man said. Lin Feng had expected this. He couldn't help but ask, how much lifespan do I have to lose before I can use epical haki once? The old man said, double your combat strength will cost you 1/5 of your lifespan. Quadruple your combat strength will cost you 2/5 of your lifespan. 8 times your combat strength will cost you 3/5 of your lifespan. 16 times your combat strength will cost you 4/5 of your lifespan. 33 times your combat strength will leave you with only 3 years of lifespan left. Moreover, no matter which level you use, there is a prerequisite, your lifespan must be greater than 10 million years. If you use it for less than 10 million years, you will immediately die. Lin Feng didn't find it strange that such conditions were so harsh. What really pained him was the loss of lifespan. Now, Lin Feng's 8-9 mysteries had reached the 2nd level, and his epic qi had fused with it. With epical hockey, Lin Feng could increase his combat strength by 4 times. However, Lin Feng would lose 2/5 of his lifespan if he used epical hockey. Lin Feng's current lifespan was about 15 million years. Losing 2/5 of his lifespan was equivalent to losing 6 million years of lifespan in one go. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel pained. My 5 black holes can increase my physical strength by 5 times. The second stage of the 8-9 mysteries combined with epical hockey can increase my dermic powers by 4 times. I wonder how much my overall combat strength will increase. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Generally, cultivators relied on various divine abilities and dermic powers in a battle. If the divine abilities didn't change, the stronger the dermic powers, the stronger the combat strength. Therefore, when it came to increasing one's battle prowess by several times, it meant increasing one's magic power by several times. Increasing one's dermic powers by 4 times was basically the same concept as increasing one's combat strength by 4 times. Cultivators rarely used their physical bodies in a battle, but Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng liked to use his physical body. The Dracophon arms of the Archean dragonesque elephant art and his ancestral devouring martial soul could greatly increase his physical strength. The increase in his physical body and magic power was naturally unimaginable. As for how much combat power it would increase, he would only know after a real battle. Lin Feng had made some progress in his cultivation, so he planned to leave now. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, can this place lead to the 18th floor? The deepest part of this place is indeed connected to the 18th floor. You can pass through here," the old man said. Lin Feng looked into the depths of the mountain and saw the passage. He nodded and sent a voice transmission to the heretic sovereign sage, Lu Qingqing, and Gu Xianxia. Lin Feng bid farewell to the old man, then entered the passage with the 3 of them and quickly left. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't mention the mysterious old man, everyone didn't ask. The 4 of them continued to walk deeper. The passage was slanted downwards. As they went deeper and deeper, a gloomy qi filled the air. When Lin Feng and the others sensed that gloomy qi, they gradually looked grave and dignified. After walking for about 6 hours, they finally saw the exit of the passage. Huff, 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 suddenly, a violent gust of wind rushed into the passage from the outside, directly sweeping Lin Feng and the others. They were swept out of the cave by the gust of wind. After leaving the cave, Lin Feng and the others found out where the gust of wind came from. They saw an incomparably huge beast resting on the ground. The ferocious beast had 3 huge heads, and its entire body was as black as ink. Its body emitted a deathly aura. It was this ferocious beast, whose body was as huge as a mountain, that produced a huge gust of wind when it breathed in while sleeping. It swept Lin Feng and the others out. A 3-headed hellhound. When he saw this beast, Lin Feng was shocked. His face even revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The 3-headed hellhound was the guardian beast of the underworld. In the world of the living, it was very rare to see such a creature. Lin Feng had been to so many places and seen so many different races. However, he had only seen the Cerberus once before. Long Yushi had raised a young Cerberus in the past. The Cerberus was treated like a treasure by Long Yushi. Apart from the Cerberus that Long Yushi had raised, the Cerberus in front of him was the second Cerberus that Lin Feng had seen in so many years. However, it was clear that this Cerberus was many times stronger than Long Yushi's infant Cerberus. Lin Feng and the other 3 controlled their bodies and got rid of the strong wind that enveloped their bodies. He then carefully retreated, afraid that he would wake up the Cerberus that was resting on the ground. However, unexpectedly, the Cerberus suddenly opened its eyes and saw Lin Feng's group of 4 retreating. Then it raised its huge claws. He swatted at the 4 of them fiercely. Dodge! Lin Feng couldn't help but shout as he quickly dodged to the left. The rest of the people hurriedly moved to the sides. He dodged the huge claws of the Cerberus. Bang! The Cerberus missed its attack and slammed onto the ground. The earth shook violently a few times. Roar! The Cerberus then roared as its huge body stood up. After the Cerberus stood up, Lin Feng's group of 4 then realized how huge the Cerberus was. The Cerberus was 3,000 meters tall and 4,500 meters long. Its body was too huge. It was too shocking. After the Cerberus stood up, its cold eyes swept towards Lin Feng's group. Terrifying rays of death shot out. The rays of death were too terrifying. They instantly shattered the void. It was so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. Seeing how terrifying the Cerberus attack was, Lin Feng's group of 4 didn't plan to continue fighting with the Cerberus. They were here to save people, not to fight to the death with the Cerberus. There's a passage in front. The evil Dominator Saint pointed forward. Let's go. Lin Feng shouted as he rushed towards the passage. The evil Dominator Saint, Lu Qingqing, and Gu Xianxia followed suit. The Cerberus's roar shook the sky. Terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes one after another. Lin Feng's group of 4 dodged the attacks of the Cerberus pathetically. Fortunately, the 4 of them managed to dodge the attacks of the Cerberus and successfully entered the passage. However, the Cerberus's body was too huge. It was blocked outside and couldn't enter the passage. Lin Feng's group of 4 heaved a sigh of relief. Keek keek. At this moment, they heard strange laughter coming from the depths of the passage. The 4 of them then carefully walked in. Soon, they saw a cage. A middle-aged cultivator in a black robe was imprisoned here. The middle-aged cultivator emitted an evil aura. He should be an expert of the evil demon sect. Impressive. You actually came to this place. Let's make a deal. Let me out and I'll give you countless riches. The evil demon sect expert said sinisterly. Lin Feng ignored him and continued walking deeper. He discovered that there were more than a dozen cages here, each of which imprisoned a cultivator. When they saw Lin Feng's group of 4, they kept banging on the doors of the cages, begging Lin Feng's group to let them out. Master. I'm here. The poison ancestor's voice rang out from the deepest part of the prison. Lin Feng's face lit up and he hurried over. When he reached the cage, Lin Feng noticed that something was wrong with Duzu. Duzu's aura was many times stronger than before. Did you have a fortuitous encounter here? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Duzu said, those bastards threw me into the fiendish ice prison to torture me. I didn't expect to find the corpse of a god-demon expert trapped there. I refined that expert's corpse into my body. My cultivation sword. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng was shocked. The god-demons had long disappeared from the 9 prefectures. There were actually corpses of god-demons trapped here. Could they have been suppressed by the heresy ancient artifact? The heresy ancient artifact was equivalent to a weapon cultivator. Therefore, it could increase its cultivation by devouring the flesh, blood, and essence of experts. Lin Feng was not surprised that the heresy ancient artifact had suppressed experts in the past. The door of the cage was made of forbidden divine metal. Lin Feng smashed it open with a punch. Then, he took out the black dragon sword and cut off the shackles on Duzu's body. Haha, I'm finally free. Duzu laughed heartily. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a low voice and quickly walked out. Before he left, he smashed open more than 10 cages and cut off the forbidden divine chains that bound the experts. They had regained their freedom. The experts began to circulate their magic power. Monstrous auras emanated from their bodies. I've been unable to circulate my magic power for so many years. Now, I can finally circulate my magic power. This feels great. These experts let out a series of excited roars. Lin Feng said, everyone, the Cerberus is guarding the outside. The situation outside is very dangerous, but there's no need for us to fight to the death with the Cerberus. Once we get rid of the Cerberus, we'll head to the tunnel leading to the outside world on the 18th floor. At that time, we'll have to work together to fend off the enemy. The 18th floor was called Avicii Devil Prison. It was created based on the 18th floor of Hell, Avicii Hell. This floor was definitely the most dangerous place. Because it was a prison, they had only seen the Cerberus for the time being. However, once they left the prison, no one knew what kind of danger they would face. This was also the main reason why Lin Feng let them out. If there was any danger, they could face it together. Lin Feng and the rest would feel less pressure. Keek keek, don't worry. If we don't work together now, we'll die. The Devil Dao expert laughed sinisterly. He narrowed his eyes and said, everyone, I'll say one more thing. The Lord of Devil prison should be sleeping on the 18th floor. Once we get out, we can't waste time. We have to leave before the Lord of Devil prison wakes up. Once he wakes up, it won't be a good thing for us. The others nodded as well. Clearly, these experts were wary of the Lord of Devil prison. Lin Feng said, since that's the case, let's charge out together. Let's go. So. When Lin Feng finished talking, all the silhouettes moved as fast as lightning towards the outside. There were 17 of them. Soon, they reached the outside world. Hoo, a violent gust of wind swept over them. Lin Feng and the rest had just rushed out when a huge beast claw descended from the sky, slapping towards them. When the Cerberus guarding the outside saw Lin Feng and the rest appear, it immediately attacked. It attacked them fiercely. However, Lin Feng and the rest were all experts. Thus, when the terrifying claw of the Cerberus came slapping over, they all dodged. Everyone hurriedly dodged the Cerberus attack. The Cerberus body was huge, and its strength was unimaginably terrifying. It also had an extremely demonic and terrifying ability. However, the Cerberus had its own weakness. Its weakness was that it was relatively slow. After all, its body was simply too big. With such a huge body, its speed would naturally be slower. After dodging the attack of the Cerberus, Lin Feng and the rest rushed out of the prison. The Cerberus let out an angry roar. At this time, the Cerberus began to show its might. The Cerberus eyes once again shot out terrifying beams of death light. The voids the hell's eyes as the deaths. The Cerberus's attacks were truly terrifying. Lin Feng and the others were in a difficult situation as they dodged the deadly lights from the hellhound's eyes. The Cerberus tattoos the Cerberus. Pooh. 2 experts' deaths and the death SSSS. To the end, the two to be the 2 experts were swept away. After all, these experts had been trapped for many years and had just been able to circulate their magic power. They needed some time to adapt. After being trapped for so many years and not being able to replenish their strength, their battle prowess had declined significantly. So Lin Feng didn't find it strange that someone was injured by a terrifying creature like the Cerberus. The rest of the people didn't stop at all. Now that a disaster was about to befall them, they had to scatter. Stay and be the hero. Only death awaited them. Lin Feng and the rest of the 15 people rushed out of the prison. As soon as they rushed out, they heard a scream coming from the prison. Obviously, the cultivator who screamed had died. Save me, there was also a cultivator who only had half of his body left. The lower half of his body seemed to have been eaten by the Cerberus. The upper half of his body had just flown out of the prison. A huge tongue reached out from the prison and wrapped around the lower half of the cultivator's body. It swallowed the cultivator in one gulp. Lin Feng and the rest didn't stop and quickly ran away. The Cerberus wouldn't come out of the prison. Lin Feng and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. The Devil Dao expert led Lin Feng and the rest towards the tunnel leading out of the Avicii Devil prison. In the Avicii Devil prison, there was rolling black fog everywhere. There was nothing around. A cold and terrifying aura filled the air, making Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Ta. Suddenly, it approached from afar. Something was lightly treading on the void. And it was approaching quickly. Not good, something is coming. Everyone, be careful. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He took out the 9 demons picture, the Supreme Sword Tomb, and the Death God armor. Screech! At this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing cry was heard, and a dense group of evil spirits rushed over. Those evil spirits were all ferocious and terrifying. Some were shaped like skeleton warriors with weapons in their hands. Some were like malicious spirits with ghost claws that were more than a meter long. There were too many of those evil spirits. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The two sides immediately engaged in a great battle. Clang, 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 sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The 9 demons picture opened a path. The 4 great swords protected him. Even with the Death God armor, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a cold aura entering his body. That aura seemed to want to freeze his body. When the evil spirit army gathered together, it was very powerful. Lin Feng and the rest were trapped. Pft. 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 tearing sounds could be heard. Another 3 experts were killed. The situation was very dangerous. Namo Amaba. At this moment, a monk in the group put his palms together and stepped forward. The monk's body began to burn. May my body be burned, Buddha's light illuminates, dispel the evil spirits, and cross the sea of bitterness, the monk kept chanting the Heart Sutra. As his body continued to burn, Lin Feng could clearly feel that the monk's life force was getting weaker and weaker. The monk's method of burning his own body to dispel the evil spirits was very effective. However, it would cause a lot of damage to his body. Lin Feng and the rest were very emotional. As expected of an eminent monk of Buddhism. Sacrificing oneself for others. This kind of thinking, this kind of awareness, was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Under the monk's lead, everyone finally broke out of the encirclement of the evil spirit army. They rushed to the exit of the Avicii devil prison. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged from behind. In the endless darkness, a ball of flame appeared and flew over quickly. Within that ball of flame, there was a blood-red eye that was staring at Lin Feng and the rest. He's here. When Lin Feng saw the blood-red eyes within the flames, his expression turned extremely grim. The master of Devil Prison was the legendary being that had walked out of the netherworld. Back then, he'd sensed the location of Du Zhu and the Umbra Void Beast. But the master of Devil Prison had discovered him. Through the endless void, the master of Devil Prison had attacked him. The scene back then, it was still vivid in his mind. Go. Without even thinking, Lin Feng turned and charged toward the pitch-black tunnel. Even the void there began to distort. As long as he charged in, he would be able to escape. The others clearly had the same idea as Lin Feng. They all charged toward Devil Prison, wanting to charge out. However, no one was able to charge out. Numerous godly laws intertwined, sealing the exit and stopping everyone. You can't leave so easily like this. A hoarse voice rang out from within the flames. The owner of this voice should be the master of Devil Prison. Sir, are you trying to force us to stay? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He was already prepared for battle. The master of Devil Prison said, I remember you. I've sensed your aura before. Who are you? The master of the Dragon Gate, Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The master of Devil Prison was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to have such an identity. The master of Devil Prison didn't care about anything that happened outside of Devil Prison. But when it came to Lin Feng, he had more or less heard some rumors. After all, 3 evil dragons had died at Lin Feng's hands in a row. Even if the master of Devil Prison didn't care about what happened outside, he would still have heard some rumors. Thus, when he learned of Lin Feng's identity, he was rather shocked. You're quite honest. The master of Devil Prison said. There's nothing to hide, Lin Feng said calmly. Looks like the evil dragons will have to thank me properly, because I'm going to get rid of a huge problem for them. The master of Devil Prison said. With just you? An eyeball? Lin Feng mocked. The price of angering me is terrifying. The Lord of Devil Prison's voice grew cold. Whoosh, suddenly, the pair of blood-red demonic eyes flickered with a strange luster. Lin Feng shouted, everyone, be careful. The Devil Prison's master's soul attacks are extremely terrifying. Don't fall into his trap. The reason why Lin Feng knew about the Lord of Devil Prison's methods was because the Lord of Devil Prison had discovered the Umbra Void Beast the last time he sensed Du Zhu. At that time, he had only made eye contact with that pair of evil eyes, and his head felt like it was about to split open. The pain was unbearable. The scene was still vivid in his mind, and he would never forget it. Now that he saw the Lord of Devil Prison making a move, he was instantly on guard. Although the others knew how terrifying the Lord of Devil Prison was, they didn't know much about his methods. After hearing Lin Feng's reminder, he hurriedly began to construct a soul defense system. Then, the 12 powerhouses all charged towards the Lord of Devil Prison. When darkness descends, death will also descend from the heavens. You lowly creatures are destined to become the undead of the underworld, an ancient and demonic voice rang out. Next. Within the flames, the pair of blood-red demonic eyes shot out strange beams of light one after another. Pu, Pu, Pu. The strange beams of light pierced through the void. Then, they quickly shot towards Lin Feng and the others. Everyone's expression abruptly changed. No one had expected that the attacks from those blood-red eyes would be so terrifying. Everyone dodged. However, 3 cultivators didn't. Bang! 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 The 3 cultivators' bodies exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. They had been instantly killed by the Lord of Devil Prison. This was truly a terrifying scene. It was truly shocking. The Lord of Devil Prison was facing off against Lin Feng and 12 other powerhouses by himself, and he was still so strong and tyrannical. No one knew what this guy's cultivation base was. You guys go break the god law set up by the Lord of Devil Prison. I'll deal with the Lord of Devil Prison, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Damn, I don't think I can win against him alone. Master, is there something wrong with your head? Duzu cried out. Duzu had always been such a troublemaker. Hence, Lin Feng was already used to it. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and break the god law sealing this place. Lin Feng cursed. Duzu mumbled, then hurriedly said, Brothers, follow me and break the god law sealing the exit. We have to be quick. If we can't break the god law before my master is killed, we're all dead. Hearing Duzu's words, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. How could someone slander their master like that? He really wanted to slap this guy to death. Swoosh, suddenly, another beam of light swept over. It was a beam of light shot out from that blood-red eye. It was extremely terrifying, but Lin Feng still managed to dodge it. Oh? You do have some strength, but it's far from enough. The Lord of Devil Prison's cold voice rang out. Swoosh, swoosh, next, blood-red chains appeared in the air and moved towards Lin Feng, trying to bind him. Lin Feng wanted to dodge those blood-red chains, but he was shocked to find that. Those chains. There was no way to dodge. Bang! One of the chains whipped Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng instantly felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His blood and qi churned, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Next, the rest of the chains flew over. One after another, they whipped Lin Feng's body. Crack! 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 Lin Feng had lost count of how many bones in his body were broken. How refreshing. Yours truly loves to torture and kill ants like you. This gives yours truly pleasure. The Lord of Devil Prison laughed sinisterly. Piak! Piak! Numerous thick chains continued whipping towards Lin Feng. It was just as the Lord of Devil Prison had said. He liked to torture and kill others, and not kill them directly. He liked to see the fear in the other party's eyes. As expected of someone from the netherworld. How monstrous, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely cold expression. He activated his immortal god body. His injured body recovered instantly. Eh? Immortal god body. The Lord of Devil Prison revealed a look of surprise. Boom, next, Lin Feng unleashed his epic aura. Right now, his epic aura was only a transparent aura. However, its power was extremely strong. Any type of aura was a heaven-defying ability. When Lin Feng's transparent aura was activated, step by step, he walked towards the Lord of Devil Prison. The chains that were whipping towards Lin Feng shattered the moment they touched Lin Feng's epic aura. Haki has many uses, such as attack, defense, shock, suppression, and so on. Lin Feng released his epic qi, and as expected, his fighting strength was terrifying. He easily shattered the Devil Prison Master's attack. Lin Feng wanted to see what kind of creature the Devil Prison Master was. He naturally didn't believe that the Devil Prison Master only had a pair of evil eyes. This was just something the Devil Prison Master deliberately showed to confuse everyone. So you still have Haki? The Devil Prison Master's voice was cold. Shwa. That blood-red eye once again shot out a terrifying light beam. This time, it was a blood-red light beam. The blood-red light beam turned into a blood-red spear. That blood-red spear pierced through the void, heading towards Lin Feng's body. Humph, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing that blood-red spear attack, he didn't dodge or evade. Just like before, he walked forward step by step. The transparent hockey enveloped Lin Feng in a 100-meter radius. That blood-red spear pierced through Lin Feng's transparent hockey, but it only flew for a dozen meters before shattering. "Looks like your attack has no effect on me." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he quickly rushed towards that blood-red eye. He wanted to use the transparent hockey to cover that blood-red eye. Then he attacked the blood-red eye. But that blood-red eye quickly retreated. In the raging flames, the Devil Prison Master's voice sounded again. "Transparent hockey, the lowest level of hockey. Although this hockey is powerful, it's not impossible to break." As the Devil Prison Master's voice fell, shwa shwa shwa, countless rays of blood-red light shot out from the demonic eye. Suddenly, the world in front of Lin Feng disappeared. He appeared in a blood-red world. In this blood-red world, there were blood-red eyes everywhere. Who knew how many blood-red eyes there were? Those blood-red eyes only needed one look. It could make people fall into eternal oblivion. After seeing those blood-red eyes, Lin Feng felt waves of dizziness in his head. He shook his head hard, trying to wake himself up. But Lin Feng realized his dizziness was getting worse. This made Lin Feng's heart sink. The blood-red eyes were too strange. It could make people lose their minds. Lin Feng wanted to use Luya's star chart to block this strange attack. But in Lin Feng's brain, a voice resonated in his head. "Look at those eyes, you will sink into oblivion. That is the final destination of life. Give up any resistance, return to the embrace of death." Along with the strange voice's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's body suddenly trembled. His will to resist became weaker. As if he wanted to give up resistance. The transparent hockey released on his body also began to violently. It was as if he was going to be dismembered at any moment. The transparent hockey had a strong defense. It protected Lin Feng's body from harm. But once the transparent hockey dissipated, Lin Feng would definitely be attacked by the Devil Prison's master. At that time, he would be in danger. Swish, suddenly, the densely packed blood-red eyes shot out a terrifying blood-red light beam towards Lin Feng. The transparent hockey that Lin Feng released was about to shatter. After being attacked by these blood-red light beams, the hockey that surrounded Lin Feng's body was about to collapse. When the hockey dissipated, Lin Feng would definitely be in great trouble, and might even be killed by those blood-red light beams. But at this extremely dangerous moment, Lin Feng's originally confused eyes instantly became clear. His strong willpower played a role at the critical moment. He defeated the voice that confused him. The hockey around Lin Feng's body condensed again. The blood-red light beams shot out from the blood-red eyes were all scattered by the hockey. And then Lin Feng stepped on the 8-directional world and quickly rushed outside. Those blood-red eyes weren't real eyes. They were condensed by the Devil Prison's master using a theurgy or some strange secret technique. Therefore, when those blood-red eyes saw Lin Feng's transparent qi, they were shocked. Those blood-red eyes directly shattered. Lin Feng rushed out of the blood-red eyes world formed by the Devil Prison's master. He instantly rushed to the flame not far away. The Devil Prison's master was hidden in this flame, only revealing a pair of demonic and terrifying blood-red eyes. Epic hockey. 8-9 Mysterious art. Rushing to the Devil Prison's master, Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly increased his battle strength by 4 times. Epic hockey increased his battle strength by 4 times. Lin Feng's battle strength instantly rose to the peak. This was something that even the Devil Prison's master didn't expect. After his battle strength soared, Lin Feng used Stone Man Watching the Cloud Sea. This was a peerless ultimate technique. A half-immortal level theurgy. Bang! The Stone Man Watching the Cloud Sea enveloped the front and collided with the flame burning in the darkness. The raging flames were almost shattered. And that blood-red eye was sent flying. Shwa! Light flashed. A terrifying figure was shaken out of the void. This was an existence shrouded in darkness. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only his pitch-black body could be seen. That person. It was the Devil Prison's master. This Devil Prison's master was a creature from the underworld. Who knew what kind of monster he was? He really only had one eye. This eye appeared in between his brows, shining with a demonic light. Eerie and terrifying. It was as if there were two ancient worlds floating in that blood-red eye. Just one look and one would feel like they were sinking into it. It made one's heart tremble. Kacha kacha. At this moment, the sound of a god law shattering could be heard from behind. Under the combined attacks of Du Zhu, evil dominator saint, and the others, the god law sealing the exit was finally destroyed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a few cultivators who had nothing to do with Lin Feng hurriedly rushed into it and fled. Du Zhu, evil dominator saint, Lu Qingqing, and Gu Xianxia were still waiting for Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't continue fighting with the Devil Prison's master. The Devil Prison's master had only revealed one eye. This meant that he had only used a portion of his cultivation. Once the Devil Prison's master erupted with his strongest battle strength, who knew how terrifying it would be? Swoosh, Lin Feng retreated. The Devil Prison's master didn't give chase. He just watched as Lin Feng's group left. Interesting. A descendant with sinner's blood. After Lin Feng left, the Devil Prison's master let out a sinister laugh. It's a pity that a descendant with sinner's blood is dead now. He should be left to those people and give them a headache. Swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others appeared in the sea outside. The vast sea was turbulent. The blue sea and the blue sky were clear. This was the territory 100 li away from the evil dragon island. From afar, one could still see the huge island floating in the sea. What are the two of you planning to do? Lin Feng looked at Gu Xianxia and Lu Qingqing. I want to return to my family to take a look. Gu Xianxia said. The four seas are our home. Enter the Tao through killing. Lu Qingqing said. The few of them bid farewell. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint flew toward the dragon sect. An hour later, swish, a huge ancient ship appeared. It was the Xianyuan ancient ship. Wen Ziren, Zhuge Qinyi, and the Sui Han three friends, who were waiting for Lin Feng outside, appeared. Sect Master, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, we would have already mobilized our troops to attack the evil dragon island. Zhuge Qinyi said. Ha 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 ha, I've made everyone worried. Fortunately, this trip went smoothly. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Rumble, the Xianyuan ancient ship crushed the sky and flew toward the dragon sect. Not long after, news of the evil dragon devil prison began to spread in the sea. When the news spread out, it caused a huge uproar. The evil dragon devil prison was an extremely terrifying place. It was also a place that countless people were unwilling to mention. However, during this period, people began to talk about the evil dragon devil prison. Moreover, there was news that the one who caused trouble in the evil dragon devil prison was none other than the dragon sect master, Lin Feng. Many people knew about the grudges between the dragon sect and the evil dragon palace. However, they never expected the dragon sect master to enter the tiger's den. Later on, everyone found out. It turned out that the dragon sect master had two subordinates imprisoned in the evil dragon devil prison. Hence, the dragon sect master personally went to rescue his subordinates. This news caused a huge uproar. Seeing the dragon sect master risking himself to enter the tiger's den in order to rescue his subordinates, many people came to join the dragon sect. Such a master. Worthy of joining. Publicity and hype were the best ways to attract experts. And this time, the publicity and hype had obviously achieved a very good effect. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had a frown on his face. Many experts were sitting on chairs on both sides of the living room. When they saw Lin Feng frowning, they didn't know what had happened. Sovereign. You've been frowning ever since you saw the seal in your hand. Could something have happened? Wen Ziren asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, It's nothing. It's about my marriage. Marriage? This is a good thing. Is the sovereign getting married? Who is he marrying? Haha, when the time comes, I must drink a few cups of wine. Not only do we have to drink a few more cups of wedding wine, we also have to play in the bridal chamber. The group of giant God realm experts all laughed. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to attend the wedding banquet for now. I'll be leaving tomorrow, And I'll have to trouble you all to take care of the various matters of the Dragon Gate. Rest assured, Sovereign. We'll definitely do our best. The various experts said. Lin Feng nodded. He waved his hand and said, "You're all dismissed." This subordinate will take his leave. Everyone stood up and left. The poison ancestor, on the other hand, remained seated calmly as he asked, "Marriage? Who does Master want to marry? There are so many women. Could it be that you want to marry all of them?" Lin Feng said, "This is a marriage that my master, Lord Tortoise, told me about." Du Zhu stood up and walked over to Lin Feng's side. He picked up the letter and read it. Immediately, he grinned. This was a letter that Lord Tortoise had written to Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to go to the Mu clan in Tianhuang to marry the Mu clan's second daughter, Mu Xianling. In the letter, Lord Tortoise praised Mu Xianling to the skies, saying that she was unparalleled in the heavens and a peerless beauty in the mortal world. He also wrote that Lin Feng had only been able to marry Mu Xianling because he, as his master, had shamelessly asked for her hand in marriage. Then, Lord Tortoise emphasized that he had done his best for Lin Feng and asked Lin Feng to be filial to him. Lin Feng took out an extremely precious ancient jade talisman. The refinement method for this kind of long-distance voice transmission jade talisman had long been lost. Thus, such voice transmission jade talismans were very rare. However, Lin Feng just so happened to have one that could communicate with Lord Tortoise's talisman. "Master, where are you? Hurry up and reply when you hear my voice," said Lin Feng angrily to the talisman. "You received the letter? Aren't you excited and happy?" Lord Tortoise's lazy voice sounded. "Master, what are you trying to do? Who is this Mu Xianling?" Lin Feng asked. Tianhuang's Mu clan is one of the oldest clans in the 9 prefectures. They are the descendants of the ancient sage emperor. You should be happy that you're able to marry their beloved daughter. Lord Tortoise pursed his lips. "Don't try to trick me with these useless words. Master, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll pretend that you never wrote me a letter," Lin Feng said. "You little bastard who deceives your master and destroys your ancestors. Do you think it was easy for me to arrange a marriage for you? You actually dare to doubt your own master." Lord Tortoise began to scold Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng quickly interrupted Lord Tortoise and said, "Master, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll stop talking to you." Don't. Lord Tortoise hurriedly said. Then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Actually, it's like this. Some time ago, I got together with a few old monsters. I took a fancy to a treasure on Old Monster Mu, so I made a bet with Old Monster Mu to win the treasure. Who knew that I would lose the bet?" Lin Feng was speechless. "And then?" asked Lin Feng. "Old Monster Mu also wanted a treasure on me. You know that I'm poor, and I don't have many powerful treasures on me. How could I give it to Old Monster Mu? So, I told him that I've recently accepted a disciple who has a good character and looks. He can marry into the Mu family and become their son-in-law." Old Monster Mu was overjoyed when he heard this, and he happily agreed. Lord Tortoise said, "Damn, you're saying that you're selling your own disciple? And that you're marrying into the Mu family?" Lin Feng shouted angrily. "Don't be angry. The Mu family is an ancient sacred emperor family that even the 10 great immortal sects don't dare to provoke. They're high and mighty. Being able to marry into the Mu family is a blessing that you've cultivated in your previous life," Lord Tortoise said with a smile. Lin Feng was just about to continue complaining and reject Lord Tortoise's suggestion to cheat his disciple. However, at that moment, the communication jade talisman in his hand emitted cracking sounds. Then, it cracked. This kind of communication jade talisman couldn't be used for long periods of time. It would be destroyed after one use. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw that the communication jade talisman had been destroyed. He hadn't even finished what he wanted to say. Du Zhu grinned and said, "Congratulations, Master. You're about to marry into the Mu family. Sometimes, living off a woman is also a skill." Scram. Lin Feng kicked Du Zhu and sent him flying. The divine realm of Tianhuang was one of the 9 great prefectures in the 9 prefectures. It was also the most mysterious, the largest, and the most ancient prefecture. In this prefecture, there were descendants of the ancient saint emperors, ancient religions, and even some ancient Taoist temples and temples. Therefore, the divine realm of Tianhuang was shrouded in a layer of mystery. The divine realm of Tianhuang was located in the west of the Dragonfire Prefecture. It was very far from the ancient desolate sea domain. Lin Feng took the space-time wormhole and spent a year to reach the divine realm of Tianhuang. From this, one could tell how long it had been. He, Du Zhu, and the heretic holiness sage walked out of a teleportation array in Beixian City. Marry into the family, marry a wife, and give birth to a chubby little boy, Du Zhu grinned from the side. Lin Feng had the urge to slap this guy to death. He even dared to tease his own master. Should he consider hanging him up and whipping him for 3 days and 3 nights? Let's see if this guy will become obedient. Fairy Miaoqing has appeared in the heavenly immortal pavilion. Let's go and take a look. What? Fairy Miaoqing is here? Let's go and take a look at this peerless beauty on the list of beauties. At this moment, the voices of many cultivators could be heard from afar. Then, many people rushed in a certain direction. Fairy Miaoqing? Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He had some impression of this girl. He had seen her in Snow Eagle City. If he remembered correctly, Fairy Miaoqing was Duga Ditian's fiancée. Duga Ditian was extremely arrogant. He had once chased young Master Mingyu all the way to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. This was a serious provocation to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. However, Duga Ditian's cultivation level was too high. As one of the 3 supreme saints of the Taishang Immortal Sect, Duga Ditian was an extremely terrifying existence. Later on, Lin Feng, young Master Mingyu, young Master Han, Lei Gan, and the others went to the battle's sacred ape secret realm together. They clashed with the experts of the Taishang Immortal Sect led by Duga Ditian again. The battle was very intense, and many people from the Taishang Immortal Sect died. The enmity between the two sides could be said to be growing deeper and deeper. Lin Feng had fought with Duga Ditian before, but at that time, Lin Feng was still not Duga Ditian's match. Now, a few years had passed. If he met Duga Ditian again, Lin Feng believed that he could definitely kill this person. Let's go and see Fairy Miaoqing. Lin Feng said with a smile. Master, please reconsider. You're here to marry into the Mu clan. If the Mu clan knows that you've been fooling around outside, the Mu clan will be angry. Du Zhu grinned. The Mu family? Which Mu clan? Could it be the Mu clan from the ancient Sacred Emperor clan? Many people around them looked over in surprise when they heard Du Zhu's words. Du Zhu said, it's the Mu clan. Do you see our young master? He's a talented man, a dragon among men. He's about to marry the second daughter of the Mu clan, Mu Xianling. Brag, brag with all your might. Many people curled their lips in disbelief. Du Zhu shouted. I'm telling the truth. Mu Xianling is about to become our young master's wife. Even though our young master is only marrying into the Mu clan. We won't believe it even if he marries into the Mu clan. Many people shook their heads. Why? Du Zhu asked. Mu Xianling is one of the 5 goddesses of the divine realm of Infinite Wasteland. Her cultivation has suppressed the experts of the older generation to the point that they can't breathe. She once said that her future father must have the bearing of an emperor and the bearing of a ruler. This woman has high standards. Not just anyone can marry her. Someone said. Du Zhu wanted to say something else, but Lin Feng hurriedly left with the heretic sovereign sage. Du Zhu, that bastard. You're embarrassing me. Will you die if you don't say that I'm marrying into the Mu clan? Besides, this time, Lin Feng hadn't come to marry into the clan. In Lin Feng's opinion, this marriage was just a farce. The Heaven Immortal Pavilion was bustling with people. Fairy Miaoqing and Mu Xianling were both part of the 5 goddesses of the divine realm of Tianhuang region. No matter where they went, they would attract countless people to watch. Fairy Miaoqing was playing the zither on the 2nd floor. Those who could go to the 2nd floor had to have an extraordinary status. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage found a place to sit down on the 1st floor and ordered some spirit tea and snacks. They listened to the zither as they tasted the tea. Fairy Miaoqing's zither music was melodious. Many people were immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves. When the zither music ended, many people still wanted to continue. Fairy zither music is so beautiful. I'm afraid it's hard to find a zither master who can compete with fairy in this world. A young master said. Someone recognized the young master's identity. His name was Duamu Fengshen. He was ranked 6th on the prodigy roll. His cultivation was unfathomable. His background was also extraordinary. He came from the Duamu family of the divine realm of Tianhuang region. The Duamu family was also a famous force in the divine realm of Tianhuang region. Like the Mu family, they were part of the ancient divine emperors. Young Master Duanmu, you flatter me. Miaoqing doesn't deserve such praise. Fairy Miaoqing said modestly. Duanmu Fengshen was very handsome. When he smiled, he looked even more handsome. He asked with a smile. I heard that fairy has been traveling outside. When did you return to the divine realm of Tianhuang region? I've been back for some time. I received an invitation and rushed here. Fairy Miaoqing said. It seems that fairy has also received an invitation. Duanmu Fengshen smiled. Many people were confused. They didn't know what Fairy Miaoqing and Duanmu Fengshen were talking about. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage left. They planned to find an inn to rest for 2 days before heading to the Mu family. In the next few days, a piece of news quickly spread throughout Beixian City. Mu Xianling was engaged to a mysterious man. The two of them were about to get married. This piece of news caused a huge commotion. One had to know that Mu Xianling's standards were extremely high. She didn't think highly of many disciples of ancient divine emperor families and immortal sections. But now, she was about to get married to someone. This piece of news was too sudden. It caused countless people to discuss it. Clearly, someone purposely released this piece of news. When Lin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He had originally hoped to resolve this matter quietly, but the news had still spread. At noon, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage left the inn to find a place to have lunch. In the distance, 9 flaming divine birds were pulling a divine chariot. Flaming divine birds pulling the chariot. Mu Xianling is here. Someone said. Mu Xianling's arrival caused a huge commotion. Because in the past few days, everyone in the ancient city had been talking about Mu Xianling. Now that Mu Xianling had appeared, everyone was naturally curious. Were the rumors true? Was Mu Xianling really getting married? The 9 divine birds surrounded by flames stopped in midair. Next, a woman stepped out. This woman was wearing a purple dress and had a tall and moving figure. Her palm-sized face was exquisite and beautiful. Master, your wife is really good-looking. Master is blessed. Du Zhu said with a grin. Lin Feng said indifferently, what wife? It's just a farce. I'm here to cancel this engagement, not to marry into your family. What a pity. What a pity. Master, you must think twice before you act. Du Zhu called out. Lin Feng said, if you talk any more, I'll seal your mouth. The evil sovereign saint laughed and said, if that's the case, the world will be peaceful. Big zombie, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Du Zhu rolled his eyes and glanced at the evil sovereign saint. The evil sovereign saint raised his fist and said, you can try. Thinking of the evil sovereign saint's abnormal physical body, Du Zhu immediately shrank his neck in fear. Mu Xianling landed and many people greeted her. This woman was extremely arrogant and didn't even look at the people who greeted her. Cold like a fairy from the moon palace, how wonderful, many people said, praising Mu Xianling's character and beauty. Damn, to think that you can still shamelessly praise that woman after being ignored. I can't accept the heavens or the earth. I only admire the shamelessness of these people. Du Zhu shouted. After Mu Xianling left, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint also left and came to the Heaven Immortal Pavilion. This Heaven Immortal Pavilion was a very famous restaurant. It was different from ordinary restaurants. Even the servants who served tea and water in the Heaven Immortal Pavilion were beautiful women. Moreover, there were also many beautiful women performing for the diners here. They played the flute, played the zither, sang. There were all kinds of performances. Furthermore, there was a zither platform on the stage on the second floor. On the zither platform, there was a zither. If anyone was itching to play, they could sit in front of the zither and play a song. Previously, Fairy Miaoqing had sat in front of that zither and played a song. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint had reserved a seat on the third floor. They could see the performance on the second floor. A beautiful woman was playing the zither. Another beautiful woman was playing a flute. There were also more than 10 beautiful women dancing. Lin Feng and the two others ordered a table full of good food and wine and started eating. Not long after, there was a commotion. Lin Feng looked down and saw 7 or 8 young cultivators. There were men and women. He saw Fairy Miaoqing. He also saw Mu Xianling. These people were around the same age, from the same region, and had similar reputations. They naturally knew each other. Now, they had come together. These people also reserved a table on the third floor. After ordering the food and drinks, they watched the performance on the second floor. Fairy Miaoqing said with a smile, "Little sister Xianling is also proficient in the zither. Are you interested in playing a song?" Hearing Fairy Miaoqing's words, the eyes of the others lit up. Duan Mufengshan said with a smile, "If little sister Xianling plays the zither, it will definitely become a good story." Mu Xianling said, "I'm not in the mood." "Why? Could it be that little sister Xianling is missing your future husband?" "Little sister Xianling, you haven't told us how you met that Mr. Right." Fairy Miaoqing said with a smile. "A man that little sister Xianling is willing to entrust her life to is definitely not an ordinary person, right?" Another blue-clothed young master said. Mu Xianling's face was cold as she said, "I don't know this person. I don't even know where he came from or what his name is. How is that possible? If little sister Xianling doesn't know this person, why did you agree to be engaged to him?" Duan Mufengshan asked in confusion. "It's the marriage arranged by the clan." Mu Xianling's face turned even colder. Mu Xianling was furious that her clan had arranged this marriage. She had been waiting for that person to appear. However, that person never appeared. It's very normal for large clans to form an alliance through marriage. A blue-clothed young master said indifferently, "Aren't I the same? I got married early and didn't even get to meet her before the marriage. I'm different from you." Mu Xianling said indifferently. The blue-clothed young master said, "Of course we're different. I'm a man and you're a woman. You with the surname Sun, I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Don't force me to throw you out." Mu Xianling said coldly, not showing any courtesy to the blue-clothed young master. The blue-clothed young master's face turned slightly unsightly. Fairy Miaoqing said, "Xianling, brother Sun is just joking. You don't have to take it seriously." Duan Mufengshan advised the blue-clothed young master, "Brother Sun, little sister Xianling has such a temper. Don't take it to heart." The two of them nodded and didn't say anything else. At this moment, Fairy Miaoqing continued, "Little sister Xianling, if you're really not interested in that fiancé, with your status in the clan and your father's power, it's not a big problem to cancel this marriage. Some time ago, Di Tian sent me a message and asked me to ask you something." "What is it?" Mu Xianling asked. "I'm sure you know Di Tian's senior brother, Wu Qiankuan. Wu Qiankuan is a dragon among men. He's young, but his cultivation is unfathomable. In the Supreme Immortal sect, he's one of the 3 supreme saints. He wants to meet little sister Xianling. I wonder if little sister Xianling will agree?" Fairy Miaoqing said. "His fists can shake mountains and rivers. His martial arts can move the universe. Wu Qiankuan is indeed terrifying. Among the younger generation, perhaps no one dares to say that they can win against him." Duan Mufengshan said. Speaking of Wu Qiankuan, there was a solemn expression between his eyebrows. Mu Xianling said, "When I went out to train in the past, I went out with Wu Qiankuan. That's why I know him. However, we don't have much interaction, and we haven't seen each other for many years. There's no way we can be friends." Fairy Miaoqing said. "I think little sister Xianling knows what I mean." Duan Mufengshan smiled and said, "Wu Qiankuan should be more reliable than your fiancé. He might be someone you can entrust your life to. Little sister, what do you think? Are you willing to meet Wu Qiankuan? Fairy Miaoqing asked. Mu Xianling pondered for a moment before she said, let me think about it before I tell you. Alright, I'll wait for your reply. Fairy Miaoqing smiled. She understood Mu Xianling's character. Since Mu Xianling didn't reject Duan Mu Fengshen, it meant that there was hope. Lin Feng also noticed the group of people, but he didn't pay much attention to them. As for Mu Xianling, he didn't pay much attention to her either. He had come to cancel the engagement, so he wouldn't have much interaction with Mu Xianling. After the meal, he left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. That person. Fairy Miaoqing looked at Lin Feng's back with a puzzled expression. What? Do you know that person? Duan Mu Fengshen looked at Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng looked like a stranger. He had never seen such a person before. I don't know him. I just feel that he's not simple, Fairy Miaoqing said. There are always hidden experts in this world, Duan Mu Fengshen said. They stayed in Beixian City for 3 days. Then, the 3 of them left Beixian City and headed to the Mu clan. The Mu clan was located in the Sacred Wood Mountain Range. It was a huge force that could make the earth tremble with a stomp of its feet. The Mu clan structure was complicated. The main branch was divided into 5 branches. The head of the clan was the head of the first branch. The leaders of the other 4 main branches were appointed as great elders. Mu Xianling was the great-great-granddaughter of the head of the first branch. Because of her amazing talent, she was the apple of everyone's eye since young. Other than the 5 main branches, the Mu clan had 36 side branches. Some of them had the surname Mu. Some of them were in-laws or relatives of the Mu clan. Apart from the 36 side branches, there was also the Sacred Wood Palace. The Sacred Wood Palace recruited geniuses from all over the world. Many talented geniuses had come out of the Sacred Wood Palace. Some outstanding geniuses were even recruited by the Mu clan as son-in-laws. Of course, it wasn't easy to marry a young lady from one of the 5 main branches. Only monstrous geniuses were qualified to do so. Therefore, the women that those geniuses married were all pretty girls from the side branches. The Sacred Wood City was located outside the Sacred Wood Mountain Range. It was bustling with people. Many people came here because of the Sacred Wood Palace's reputation and wanted to learn from a master. However, it wasn't easy to join the Sacred Wood Palace. One had to go through a strict selection process. Most of the people living in the Sacred Wood City were from the side branches of the Mu clan or their distant relatives. They didn't have the qualifications to live in the Mu clan's territory. Therefore, they lived in the Sacred Wood City. Of course, if one of the side branches or distant relatives had a genius disciple, their treatment and status would be different. The first thing that came into view after entering the Sacred Wood City was a huge plaza. There was an ancient statue erected in the plaza. The statue was dedicated to the first ancestor of the Mu clan, Mu Yuanji. It was said that he was an ancient saint emperor. Many people were kneeling in front of the statue, kowtowing and praying. Lin Feng and the other 2 first found an inn to stay in. Then, Lin Feng wrote a visiting card. He asked the evil sovereign saint to bring the invitation to the Mu clan. Even though they were here to break off the engagement, they still had to show proper etiquette. The evil dominator saint took Lin Feng's invitation and went to the Mu clan to see Mu Xianling's father, Mu Shenhai. This man looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. Now, he was looking at Lin Feng's invitation card. The content of the invitation was simple. Lin Feng introduced himself as a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial sect. His name was Lin Feng and he was here to discuss his marriage with Mu Xianling. He would be here in 3 days. Lin Feng didn't mention that he was here to cancel the engagement. This matter involved the face of the Mu clan. If they wanted to break off the engagement, they had to sit down and have a good discussion. If they wanted to forcefully cancel the engagement, at that time, he would definitely fight to the death with the Mu clan, a colossus. This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. Alright. I already know why you're here. Go back and tell your young master that the Mu clan will welcome you with open arms when the time comes. Mu Shenhai said. Alright, I'll take my leave then. The evil dominator saint cupped his fists and left. After sending the evil dominator saint off, Mu Shenhai brought the invitation card to the Mu clan leader. Mu Shanhai's father had passed away when he was young. Therefore, he was brought up by his grandfather. His grandfather was the current Mu clan leader, Mu Tianjiang. Grandfather, that person is here. His identity has been confirmed. He's Lin Feng, a disciple of the Reincarnation Celestial Sect. Mu Shanhai handed the invitation card to Mu Tianjiang. Mu Tianjiang was tall and sturdy. He didn't look old. In fact, he was only 2 million years old. His lifespan was still very long. Lin Feng? Who's that? Mu Tianjiang frowned slightly. Mu Shanhai said, I just asked someone to investigate him. He seems to be Lord Tortoise's disciple. Lord Tortoise, the corners of Mu Tianjiang's mouth twitched violently. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. He felt a headache coming on. Why did the old ancestor betroth Xianling to Lord Tortoise's disciple? With Lord Tortoise's personality, how can he teach a good disciple? If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Mu Shanhai said with a wry smile, according to the investigation, this guy has a bad reputation in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It is said that he offended a few fairies of the Reincarnation Immortal sect and almost became the public enemy of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. It's normal for him to be Lord Tortoise's disciple. I don't think there's anything strange about it. Mu Tianjiang said. Mu Shanhai said. But I have another piece of information here. What is it? Mu Tianjiang asked. Didn't the Dragon Gate appear in the sea some time ago? It has a grudge with the evil Dragon Palace. The leader of the Dragon Gate is Lin Feng. However, I'm guessing that he's just a cover. The Reincarnation Celestial Sect might be behind the Dragon Gate. Mu Tianjiang nodded. Mu Tianjiang nodded. He didn't really care about this matter. After all, the Mu clan had established its own power in the sea. For example, the Mu clan had established the Wood Celestial Island in the southern Celestial Sea. The leader of the Wood Celestial Island, Mu Xianhe, was none other than Mu Shanhai's eldest son. When the Wood Celestial Island was first established, it had encountered many difficulties from the southern Celestial Sea. However, with the support of the Mu clan, the Wood Celestial Island eventually gained a foothold and expanded. It became an important gathering place for the Mu clan to gather resources from the sea. In Mu Shanhai and Mu Tianjiang's opinion, the Dragon Gate and the Wood Celestial Island were the same. They naturally didn't care about Lin Feng, the so-called leader of the Dragon Gate. Grandfather, what do you plan to do? Agree to the marriage? Or reject it? Mu Shanhai asked. He actually didn't agree to the marriage. He felt that marrying his daughter to Lin Feng was too unfair for Mu Xianling. However, this was an order from the Mu clan's ancestor. As a junior, he didn't dare to object. When young people get together, the most important thing is to have a good relationship. Mu Tianjiang said. We can let Xianling interact with this young man first. If they have a good relationship, it won't be a problem. If they don't have a good relationship, I can talk to the ancestor about it. Mu Shanhai's eyes lit up and he said, Yes, grandfather. I know what to do. Lin Feng looked at the evil Dominator Saint who had just returned and asked, What did he say? He said that he'll welcome you in 3 days, the evil Dominator Saint replied. Heh. The poison ancestor sat on a stool with a sloppy appearance. He cracked some melon seeds and said, I don't think this matter is so simple. A dignified ancient Saint Emperor clan is marrying off their daughter, but when the son-in-law came, no one came to greet him. They only said that they would sweep the bed and welcome him in 3 days. What does this mean? It goes without saying. Du Zhu's words made sense. Lin Feng said, My master seems to be on good terms with the Mu clan's current ancestor. As long as the Mu clan's matter is resolved satisfactorily, it doesn't matter if they treat me coldly. I won't have much interaction with the Mu clan in the future, so I don't care about their attitude. TSK, what a pity that you don't want such a beautiful girl. Du Zhu cried out loudly. The next day, while they were eating in the restaurant, a group of people came from afar. The leader of the group was a young man in white. He was quite handsome. After they arrived, they went to the second floor of the restaurant and went straight to Lin Feng's table. Kid, come over here. Young Master Xiange has something to say to you. a young cultivator said. The young man in white was obviously the young master Xianxia that he was talking about. He stood in the distance and looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng felt extremely strange. He didn't know this so-called young master Xianxia, so he didn't understand why he was looking at him with such a cold expression. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. "Grandson, what are you shouting about? Can't you see that Grandpa is eating here? What nonsense is this young master Xianxia? If you want to see my young master, come over here yourself." Du Zhu, who loved to see the world in chaos, shouted loudly. Lin Feng poured himself a cup of wine and didn't pay attention to this group of people. Many diners recognized the identity of this group of people. When they saw the so-called young master Xianxia, many of their expressions changed slightly. This young master Xianxia was called Mu Xianxia, the son of Mu Shenhai. This man was not someone that anyone could afford to offend. Provoking Mu Xianxia in Wood Sacred City was simply courting death. Those fellows must have just arrived at Mu Xingqing, right? Could it be that he was here to learn martial arts? I wonder who Mu Xianxia is? Many people muttered in their hearts, looking at Lin Feng and the other two with pitiful expressions. Teach this guy a lesson. Mu Xianxia's expression darkened as she said coldly. Immediately, more than a dozen people pounced on Du Zhu. Ever since Du Zhu obtained a fortuitous encounter in the evil dragon devil prison, his cultivation had improved greatly. It would only be a matter of time before he regained his half-martial emperor cultivation. Naturally, these people were nothing in Du Zhu's eyes. Du Zhu stood up and waved his right hand. More than a dozen cultivators pouncing on Du Zhu were swept away by Du Zhu. Bang, 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 these people fell to the ground one by one, screaming in pain. Du Zhu strode toward Mu Xianxia. What are you doing? This is Wood Sacred City, the territory of my Mu clan. I am the great-great-grandson of the Mu clan's patriarch. Do you dare to touch me? I won't let you off so easily. Mu Xianxia immediately threatened loudly. Bang! Du Zhu didn't say anything and sent Mu Xianxia flying with a punch. Grandson, what are you shouting for? Are you looking for a beating? The poison ancestor said viciously as he stomped on Mu Xianxia. Mu Xianxia was the young master of the Mu clan. When had he ever been humiliated like this? His eyes turned bloodshot. You are dead. All of you are dead. Mu Xianxia roared furiously. We are dead? You are in my hands and you still dare to threaten me? You have guts. Du Zhu revealed a devilish smile as he grabbed Mu Xianxia by the collar and lifted him up. Slap, 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 slap after slap landed on Mu Xianxia's face. Mu Xianxia was stunned by the slap. The surrounding diners were also stunned. Who was this? He even dared to slap Mu Xianxia. Wasn't he too gutsy? I want your lives. Mu Xianxia roared. The poison ancestor slapped him again and again. Mu Xianxia's anger soared. However, he couldn't break free. After dozens of slaps, Mu Xianxia's originally handsome face was swollen by Du Zhu's slaps. He begged, spare me. Spare me. Stop hitting me, brother-in-law. I am Mu Xianling's younger brother. I am your brother-in-law. Don't let him hit me. Brother-in-law? Mu Xianxia called that young man brother-in-law? Swish, countless gazes turned to Lin Feng, who was eating. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces. They had heard that Mu Xianling was about to get married. However, they didn't expect that the man who was engaged to Mu Xianling was here. Everyone was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. What kind of person was qualified to marry Mu Xianling? Lin Feng picked up a handkerchief beside him and wiped his mouth. Then, he looked at Du Zhu and said, all right, stop hitting him. Bring him here. Yes, young master. Du Zhu carried Mu Xianxia to Lin Feng's side as if he was carrying a chicken. Kneel on the ground and talk. If you dare to stand up, I will slap you again. Du Zhu said fiercely. Mu Xianxia was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He didn't dare to stand up. Instead, he knelt in front of Lin Feng and said, brother-in-law, I didn't mean to offend you. Please spare me. For my sister's sake, please give me another chance. You're Mu Xianling's younger brother? Lin Feng asked. Yes, yes, yes. I'm her real brother. Mu Xianxia said with a crying face. Stand up and talk. Lin Feng said. Mu Xianxia quickly got up and rubbed his face with both hands. When he looked at Lin Feng, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Why are you looking for me today? Lin Feng asked. Mu Xianxia had originally come to warn Lin Feng. He wanted Lin Feng to stay away from his sister. However, he didn't dare to say such words now. Mu Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, I heard that brother-in-law is here, so I came to pay my respects to you. Naturally, Lin Feng didn't believe this nonsense. He said, you don't have to call me brother-in-law. The matter between your sister and I will be resolved soon, so you don't have to worry about anything. Go back and tell your sister not to worry. Alright, you can leave now. Then I'll take my leave. Mu Xianxia bowed and hurriedly left. His group of followers also hurriedly got up from the ground and left together. After leaving the restaurant, Mu Xianxia said fiercely, Bastards, how dare they beat me up like this? When have I ever suffered such a loss? Come, follow me back to the clan. I want to invite a few experts to teach them a lesson. Young Master Xianxia, this won't do. If your father or the patriarch finds out about this, I'm afraid they will punish you. This marriage was decided by the old ancestor. Someone said. Originally, I wanted to give that brat a show of strength so that he would back off. However, I didn't expect that I would be the one to be beaten up. This is a great humiliation. It's really a great humiliation. Do you want me to swallow this resentment? This young master has never suffered such a huge loss before. Mu Xianxia said in exasperation. Young Master Xianxia, no matter what, that Lin Feng is your brother-in-law. I don't think it's appropriate for you to do it. You should let Miss Xianling do it. Miss Xianling has always been against this marriage. When she appears, this marriage might be cancelled. When those people leave, you can go to the Wood Sacred Hall and ask for some experts to stop them on the way and give them a good beating. As long as the people in the Wood Sacred Hall are taken care of, they won't leak any information. Young Master Xianxia won't have to worry about your father or the patriarch finding out about this. Another disciple from the Mu clan said. Haha, you're smart. I'll bear with it for a few days. See how I deal with that brat then. Mu Xianxia said viciously. Mu Xianxia was just a small interlude. Lin Feng naturally didn't take it to heart. 3 days later, Lin Feng prepared some gifts and headed to the Mu clan with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. On the Mu clan's side, Mu Shenhai and the other 4 great elders received him. Lin Feng didn't see Mu Tianzhong. Nephew, have you rested well these few days? Mu Shenhai asked with a fake smile. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, Thank you for your concern, uncle. I've had a good rest. I came here because of your daughter's wedding. Mu Shenhai asked calmly, Nephew, when do you plan on marrying into my Mu clan? Lin Feng smiled and said, I have no intention of marrying into the Mu clan. Mu Shenhai frowned and said unhappily, Nephew, are you thinking of marrying Xianling to you? Mu Shenhai's words were filled with dissatisfaction and contempt for Lin Feng. Lin Feng said casually. I don't plan on marrying her either. Then what do you mean? Mu Shenhai asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng said. I have never met your daughter, so I don't have any feelings for her. This marriage is a bet between my master and the Mu clan's ancestor. I didn't know about it before, but after I heard about it, I decided to make a trip down personally to talk about cancelling the marriage. Preposterous. The faces of the Mu clan's face. Naturally, the engagement could be annulled. But even if the marriage, the Mu clan Lin Feng shouldn't be the one to talk about breaking off the engagement. Nephew, was it your idea to say those words, or was it Lord Tortoise's idea? Mu Shenhai asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng said. It's my own idea. I can handle everything on my own, so there's no need to drag my master into this. After all, my master handled this matter inappropriately, so I won't mistreat the Mu clan. How about this? I'll give the Mu clan 1 trillion origin crystals, and we'll call off the marriage. 1 trillion? Mu Shenhai and the others looked at each other. Even the Mu clan. Over the years, they had only accumulated 4 to 5 trillion origin crystals. Lin Feng casually gave away 1 trillion origin crystals. Mu Shanhai and the others were tempted. Hee, there's nothing that can't be discussed in this world. The first elder of the second main branch said with a smile. He looked at Mu Shanhai and said, Shanhai, you're Xianling's father. You should say a few words about the marriage of a child. Mu Shanhai smiled awkwardly and said, actually, Xianling is very against this marriage. Since you don't agree with it, we can cancel the marriage for everyone's sake. But now the news is spreading like wildfire. Everyone knows about this marriage. If we cancel the marriage, what should we say? If you bring it up, where will the Mu clan's face go? Mu Shanhai was a sly old fox. They wanted to obtain 1,000,000,000,000 origin crystals. But he didn't want to embarrass the Mu clan. Lin Feng said. That's easy. Just say that someone is spreading rumors and that the marriage is fake. But will the others believe it? Mu Shanhai frowned and said. Lin Feng said. They have to believe it even if they don't. Who dares to say no in front of the Mu clan? Are they tired of living? Ha ha ha, that's right. It's a rumor. The matter of the engagement is simply a false rumor. Mu Shanhai and the others laughed. Lin Feng laughed as well. This matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, I don't agree. Then, an old man walked in. Grandfather, clan leader, Mu Shanhai and the others stood up and bowed to the old man who walked in. Lin Feng stood up as well. This was the Mu clan's clan leader, Mu Tianjiang. Lin Feng bowed to Mu Tianjiang. Mu Tianjiang smiled and said, Little friend, there's no need to be so polite. Let's sit down and talk about this. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and sat down. Mu Tianjiang said, Little friend. The marriage between you and Xianling was agreed upon by your master and the Mu clan's ancestor. If you want to cancel the marriage, you have to wait until the Mu clan's ancestor returns. Little friend, you have to tell the Mu clan's ancestor personally. If the ancestor agrees, we won't have any problems. If he doesn't agree, we have no right to make a decision. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This matter involved the Mu clan's ancestor, and it was troublesome. He was someone who had a good relationship with Lord Turtle. He was definitely a super old antique. When the time came to face such an old antique, who knew what would happen? But since Mu Tianjiang had already said so, Yi Zichen didn't hesitate. Lin Feng knew that his plan to cancel the marriage was going to fail. Lin Feng stood up and said, All right. Then this junior will wait for a few more days. When the Mu clan's ancestor returns, this junior will personally explain this matter to him. Mu Tianjiang smiled and said, Little friend, you're a reasonable person. Since you've come to the Mu clan, you can stay here. This old man will get someone to prepare a villa for you. Lin Feng said, Thank you for your kindness, senior. We already have a place to stay outside, so there's no need for you to worry. This junior will take his leave. Shanhai, send little friend Lin out. Mu Tianjiang said. Yes. Mu Shanhai sent Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint out before returning to the living room. He said, Grandfather, why did you reject Lin Feng? That's 1,000,000,000,000 origin crystals. I have contacted the old ancestor before. This is an order personally given by the old ancestor. Not to mention 1,000,000,000,000 origin crystals, if the old ancestor doesn't agree, even if it's 1,000,000,000,000 origin crystals, he won't agree to cancel the engagement. Mu Tianjiang said. Why does the old ancestor insist on marrying Xianling to Lin Feng? It's really puzzling. Mu Shanhai said with a frown. I have also asked the old ancestor about this, but he didn't say it clearly. However, since the old ancestor has done this, he must have his reasons. Let's wait for the old ancestor to come back. Mu Tianjiang said. Yes. Mu Shanhai and the others responded. Lin Feng and the other two left the Mu clan and returned to their residence. After returning, Lin Feng frowned. He felt that the cancellation of the engagement was going to be a big problem. Mu Shanhai and the others obviously had different opinions from Mu Tianjiang. Logically speaking, even Mu Tianjiang shouldn't refuse 1,000,000,000,000 origin crystals. Mu Tianjiang's action was a little strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Du Zhu said, If the young master really wants to cancel the engagement, I think we have to find the young master's master to solve this matter. Otherwise, it'll be difficult. After a pause, Duzu lowered his voice and said, even a trillion origin crystals can't satisfy those guys. They're really greedy. I think they want to take all of the young master's property. Evil Dominator Saint said, Master's master and the Mu clan's old ancestor are old friends. Do you think the Mu clan will blatantly take the master's property? I think the main problem in this matter is the Mu clan's old ancestor. I guess when the young master's master sold the young master to the Mu clan's old ancestor, he must have said something special. Otherwise, the Mu clan's old ancestor wouldn't have stuck to the young master like this. Lin Feng said with a wry smile, my cheap master made a bet with the ancestor of the Mu family. It's definitely not as simple as losing a magic weapon. I've often been cheated by this old guy, but this time it seems to be a huge trap. However, it's unrealistic for a cheap master like me to help me solve this problem. I'll talk to the Mu clan's old ancestor about this matter when I see him. Duzu grinned and said, this matter can't be rushed. Young master, let's go have some fun tonight. Lin Feng rubbed his head and said, my head hurts. If you want to have fun, you can go by yourself. The more troublesome something is, the more you should relax. Duzu said. Lin Feng replied, alright, let's go and relax then. Big Zombie, are you going or not? Duzu asked. I'll go wherever master goes, the heretic sovereign saint said. Duzu cursed, shameless thing, you clearly want to have fun too, but you insist on pushing the reason to the young master. As expected of an old zombie that evolved over millions of years. Your skin is as thick as a city wall. What are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating? Do you think I won't cut you? The heretic sovereign saint said angrily. Duzu curled his lips, who are you trying to scare? Do you think I won't poison you to death? You think I'm afraid of your poison? The heretic sovereign saint said disdainfully. If you're not afraid, we can try. Duzu sneered. When he saw the two of them arguing again, Lin Feng said, arguing is so boring. If you're so capable, let's fight outside. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint immediately shut their mouths. These two fellows only knew how to talk. Duzu said with a smile, how can we be violent in front of the young master? Let's go have fun now. If we're late, all the top-grade goods will be taken away. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he left with Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint. When he returned in the middle of the night, Lin Feng lay on his bed and fell asleep. Lin Feng, get out here. Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside. Who is it? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Lin Feng muttered and sat up on his bed. However, as soon as he sat up, rumble, the house shook violently. The next moment, the entire courtyard collapsed. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic sovereign saint rushed out of the ruins in a sorry state. Then, they saw a woman standing in midair, looking coldly at them. You're that Lin Feng? Said Mu Xianling looking at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. She looked extremely arrogant, like a proud peacock. Lin Feng nodded, that's right. Why are you here so early in the morning instead of sleeping? You even destroyed the house I was sleeping in. Is there something wrong with your head? What did you say? Say it again. Mu Xianling glared fiercely at Lin Feng. When she returned to her clan and heard that Lin Feng wanted to break off the engagement, she wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into pieces. She was one of the 5 goddesses of Tianhuang region. She hadn't taken the initiative to break off the engagement. Yet this guy had taken the initiative to break off the engagement. Mu Xianling already hated Lin Feng to the core. Now that she heard Lin Feng's mockery, she couldn't help but charge at Lin Feng, wanting to fight him. Swish, Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint stopped Mu Xianling. I'm not interested in fighting you, and I don't want to have anything to do with you. Go back and wait for my news. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng, you're a coward. Fight me if you dare. Mu Xianling said coldly. Not interested. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Don't say you're not interested. Mu Xianling mocked. Think what you want. Lin Feng said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Mu Xianling. This woman was too full of herself. I'll only ask you one thing. What right do you have to break off the engagement? What right do you have to break off the engagement? You're just an ordinary core disciple in the reincarnation celestial sect. You haven't even been crowned a saint. Oh, right. I heard that you created a dragon sect in the ancient Desolate Sea region, and you're the leader of the dragon sect. Is that something you should be proud of? What a joke. Everyone knows that you're just a puppet that the reincarnation celestial sect pushed to the surface. Do you really think you're someone important? If your master didn't trick the old ancestor of the Mu clan, do you think you can marry me? Mu Xianling said coldly. Think what you want. I'm waiting for the old ancestor of the Mu clan to come. Then, we'll settle this matter, said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, he walked away. Mu Xianling wanted to chase after him, but Du Zhu laughed sinisterly. Leave. Don't disturb my young master. Mu Xianling frowned slightly when she sensed Du Zhu's aura. She didn't chase after him. Instead, she looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint who were following behind Lin Feng. Mu Xianling couldn't see through the two of them. However, she could tell that the two of them respected Lin Feng greatly. If Lin Feng was just a puppet pushed by the reincarnation celestial sect, would he be respected by such experts? Mu Xianling was puzzled, but she didn't think too much about it. She looked at Lin Feng's back and snorted coldly before leaving. Author's note: I encountered some troublesome matters in the real world. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you in the future. Since Lin Feng was staying in a high-class area of the inn, there was no other courtyard nearby for a long time. Therefore, this small conflict did not attract the attention of others. Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to compensate the inn's owner for the damage done to his courtyard. Then, he asked the inn's owner to arrange a new courtyard for him. Lin Feng spent most of his time in seclusion, cultivating wholeheartedly. On this day, someone sent over an invitation letter. Lin Gongzi, tonight, there will be a banquet in the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion to entertain young master. I hope young master will do me the honor of attending. The name Su Miaoqing was written on the note. There's no good banquet. Du Zhu sneered when he saw the contents of the letter. Lin Feng said with a smile, this fairy Miaoqing is no ordinary person. Look at her letter. Although it's only a few sentences, she sounds like an old friend. However, her fiancé, Dugadi Tian, has a great enmity with me and many of my fellow disciples. Moreover, I've killed some disciples of the Supreme Immortal sect over the years. For the sake of the Supreme Immortal sect's dignity, Dugadi Tian will definitely think of a way to kill me. Therefore, with the relationship between Dugadi Tian and me, it can be said that Fairy Miaoqing and I are like fire and water. However, looking at this letter, it doesn't seem like fire and water at all. The heretic sovereign saint said, Master, what are your plans? Are you going to attend the banquet? Should I go or not? Lin Feng said, since it's an invitation from a beauty, why wouldn't I go? At night, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint to attend the banquet. When they arrived at the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, they saw more than 10 young elites gathered there. Lin Feng even saw the siblings, Mu Xianling and Mu Xianxia. He also saw many people, but he did not recognize them. They were probably the young elites of the god realm of Tianhuang region. Lin Feng was not familiar with the young elites of the god realm of Tianhuang region. Servants are not allowed to enter. After seeing Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint, a young master in purple clothes said indifferently. Are you blind? We are Lin Gongzi's friends. Du Zhu said. You're lying. He's clearly a servant. Mu Xianxia said coldly. Are you looking for a beating? Du Zhu glared fiercely at Mu Xianxia. Previously, Mu Xianxia was scared of Du Zhu. It was as if she was traumatized. When he heard Du Zhu's threat, he shrank back in fear. He did not dare to provoke Du Zhu now. Brother Lin, is this how you discipline your subordinates? The purple-clothed young master said coldly. This person seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for him. Du Zhu curled his lips and said, looks like you're not just blind. You have a problem with your IQ as well. I've already said that we're friends, yet you insist that we're servants. Your grandfather knows a few skilled doctors. Do you want me to introduce them to you? You dare humiliate me? The purple-clothed young master glared at him. You want to fight? Are you qualified? Someone like you is only fit to fight with those kids playing in the mud outside. Duzu said disdainfully. You're going too far. The purple-clothed young master could not take it anymore. He wanted to fight Duzu, but he was stopped by a young master in golden clothes. The young master in golden clothes said, Brother Morong, please don't be angry. This is a gathering of the young people. There's no need to bicker with old men. I hope that some old men will take the initiative to leave. Don't make us feel bad. The old men he was referring to were naturally Duzu and the heretic sovereign sage. It was obvious that Duzu and the heretic sovereign sage had lived for tens of thousands of years. Duzu said. Old man, are you talking about yourself? I'm only 18 this year. What a beautiful age. Pfft. Many people burst out laughing. Lin Feng also burst out laughing. With Duzu's eccentric personality, it was easy for him to say some shocking things. However, those who argued with Duzu would definitely be angered to death by Duzu. When the golden-clothed young master heard Duzu's words, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He said coldly, Who are you trying to fool? I don't know if I'm lying, but I'm not lying. Duzu said with a shrug. Pfft. Many people burst out laughing again. Duzu was clearly saying that the golden-clothed young master was not human. Lin Feng watched this scene with a smile. Wasn't arguing with Duzu just asking for trouble? You dare to scold me? The golden-clothed young master looked at Duzu angrily. He had been trying to persuade the purple-clothed young master not to get angry, but now he was even angrier than the purple-clothed young master. Duzu said, I'm not scolding you. You're not human. If I'm not wrong, you're a cultivator from the Golden Wolf tribe, right? Why? Don't you want to be a member of the Golden Wolf tribe? Do you want to be human? You can't not acknowledge your ancestors. If you don't even acknowledge your ancestors, you'll be struck by lightning. The others tried their best to hold back their laughter. They were about to die from Duzu's antics. This fellow was simply the type to anger people to death. The golden-clothed young master was so angry that his entire body trembled. He wanted nothing more than to slap Duzu to death. When Fairy Miaoqing saw that the situation had developed to this point, she could not let the two sides continue arguing. Or else, the two sides would definitely fight. She did not organize this gathering to let them fight. She had her own goals. If the two sides fought, the gathering would definitely not be able to continue. Her goal would be to fail. Thus, Fairy Miaoqing said, Two young masters, please give me some face today and stop arguing. What do you think? The golden-clothed young master said with a gloomy expression, Since Fairy Miaoqing has spoken, we naturally have to give you some face. Originally, I wanted to throw this impolite fellow out. Now, let him off. Duzu smacked his lips and said, Fairy Miaoqing called me young master? TSK, that's not a bad way to address me. Fairy Miaoqing's face darkened. That was just a form of address, alright, what was this fellow thinking? Fairy Miaoqing decided to ignore Duzu. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Gongzi, please take a seat with your two friends. Lin Feng nodded. He found a place to sit with Duzu and the heretic sovereign sage. Duzu said, We are very busy. Why did you call us here? Hurry up and say it. Don't delay our matters. Fairy Miaoqing's face darkened. Who invited you? If you were busy, you could have left. This place does not welcome you. At this moment, Fairy Miaoqing had the urge to throw Duzu out. Fairy Miaoqing's complexion does not seem too good. Could it be that your body is unwell? I am not talented, but I am skilled in medicine. I can do a full body checkup for Fairy Miaoqing. Duzu said with a grin. Many people looked at Duzu from the corner of their eyes. Is this old fellow daydreaming? He actually wants to do a full body checkup for Fairy Miaoqing. We want to do that too. Even if we want to do a full body checkup for Fairy Miaoqing, it won't be your turn. Fairy Miaoqing's expression became a little unnatural. As one of the 5 great goddesses of the divine realm of Tianhuang region, who would dare to tease her like this, however, Duzu continued to tease her shamelessly. Right now, she really wanted to kick the poison ancestor into outer space. However, she had no choice but to suppress her anger and say, "Thank you for your concern, young master. There is nothing wrong with my body, so there is no need for a checkup." Duzu smiled and said, "I know Fairy Miaoqing doesn't mean it. It's fine, we can do it in private." Many people wailed in their hearts. What kind of weirdo is this? He really dares to say anything. He even dares to tease Fairy Miaoqing. He really doesn't want to live anymore. If Fairy Miaoqing doesn't deal with you and Dugu Di Tian finds out, will he let you off? I said there is no need for a checkup. Fairy Miaoqing's voice gradually turned cold. Duzu smiled and didn't say anything else. Fairy Miaoqing heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow finally stopped talking. If he continued talking, she was really worried that she wouldn't be able to resist beating him up. Fairy Miaoqing said, "I believe everyone still doesn't know Lin Gongzi. Let me introduce him to everyone. This Lin Gongzi is the disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect's Lord Turtle, Lin Feng, the leader of the overseas dragon sect." After hearing Fairy Miaoqing's introduction of Lin Feng, no one had a particularly enthusiastic reaction. They didn't really care about the so-called leader of the dragon sect. They all felt that Lin Feng was just a chess piece that the reincarnation immortal sect had pushed to the surface. Their families also had similar forces overseas. As for Lord Turtle's disciple, he couldn't attract the attention of these juniors. Lord Turtle's reputation was extremely resounding among the older generation experts. Everyone who saw him was afraid of him, and ghosts who saw him were frightened. They gritted their teeth in hatred. However, they couldn't do anything to Lord Turtle's eyes. As for the younger generation, some of them might have heard of some of Lord Tortoise's deeds, but when the younger generation heard about the deeds of the older generation cultivators, they basically treated them as stories. After all, he was far from being young. Basically, there was no interaction between them. Compared to Lin Feng's identity, everyone seemed to be more concerned about Mu Xianling's engagement. The golden-robed young man said, "Sister Xianling, I heard that you are about to get married. We don't even know who your fiancé is. Isn't this a little too secretive?" Mu Xianling sneered. "He's just a coward. I don't care about him at all. A coward like him isn't even worthy of my attention. How can I marry a coward like him?" Coward? Everyone looked at each other. Duan Mufengshan said, "It seems that Sister Xianling has already met her fiancé. To me, that coward is just a passerby. If that coward's master hadn't used despicable means to deceive our ancestor, how could our ancestor have agreed to this marriage?" Mu Xianling said disdainfully. Her eyes were intentionally looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally felt Mu Xianling's gaze, but his expression remained calm. He wasn't angered by Mu Xianling's mockery. "Seems like Sister Xianling challenged her fiancé, but her fiancé didn't accept, right?" A young man said with a smile. "Do you dare to accept? I can crush him within 3 moves. Mu Xianling said arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, we believe that Sister Xianling has the strength to do so. Among the younger generation, anyone who can withstand 3 moves from Sister Xianling is at least a peak expert." Someone immediately laughed. Fairy Miaoqing smiled as her eyes drifted between Lin Feng and Mu Xianling. She smiled and said, "Sister Xianling is a peerless beauty. Once you awaken your Wood Saint bloodline, there will be very few people who can withstand your attacks. Ordinary men are naturally not worthy of Sister Xianling." At that moment, a hearty laugh came from outside. "I wonder if I'm late." As soon as the voice faded, a man with eyes as bright as stars and a jade-like complexion walked in. Wu Qianquan. Many people quickly stood up when they saw the man. Wu Qianquan was ranked 3rd in the previous Heaven's Pride ranking. He was also one of the 3 supreme chosens of the Taishang immortal sect. Even during a gathering of the younger generation's top experts, Wu Qianquan was the center of attention. Wu Qianquan was definitely a figure that everyone adored. His arrival had caused quite a stir. Everyone stood up and greeted Wu Qianquan. Wu Qianquan also smiled and greeted everyone. "Lin Feng, it's you." When Wu Qianquan saw Lin Feng, who was sitting there and sipping tea, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. There's a grudge between the two of them? Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they saw the killing intent on Wu Qianquan's face. There was going to be a good show to watch. Lin Feng said indifferently. Long time no see. You still dare to appear in front of me? Wu Qianquan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If it wasn't for the demoness Mu Xian you saving your little life in the sea, you would have already been killed by me and fed to the sea beasts. Now that we meet again, do you want me to kill you? Or do you want me to kill you? That way, you can die a quick death. Wu Qianquan was extremely domineering. He did not think much of Lin Feng. Wu Qianquan, someone like you dares to act tough in front of me. I won't make a move. If I do, I'll crush you like an ant. Lin Feng said indifferently. Many people rolled their eyes when they heard Lin Feng's words. Among the younger generation, who would dare to say that they could defeat Wu Qianquan, yet, Lin Feng dared to say that he could crush Wu Qianquan like an ant. Wasn't he too good at bragging? Will this guy die if he doesn't brag? Many people muttered in their hearts. Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard today. Some people are so stupid that they don't even know their limits. They are simply courting death. Wu Qianquan stepped forward. A powerful aura spread out and shrouded Lin Feng. He wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. Many people were excited when they saw this scene. Those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind it. Naturally, they didn't mind watching this conflict. That guy is dead for sure, Mu Xianxia said softly. In his eyes, Wu Qianquan was like an unsurpassable mountain. Now, Wu Qianquan wanted to make a move on Lin Feng. Mu Xianxia gloated at Wu Qianquan's misfortune. Mu Xianling, who was sitting at the side, looked indifferent. She looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Her thoughts were the same as Mu Xianxia's. Wu Qianquan made a move. Lin Feng would definitely die. If Lin Feng was killed by Wu Qianquan, it would save her a lot of trouble. TSK. Kid, do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight? If it's a one-on-one fight, you can challenge the two of us. If it's a group fight, the two of us will beat you up. Du Zhu stood up and looked at Wu Qianquan with a cold smile. The heretic supremacy saint stood up as well. One on the left and one on the right, they locked onto Wu Qianquan. With Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy saint around, Lin Feng was naturally happy to be at ease. Right now, he was enjoying the feeling of others gnashing their teeth in hatred but being unable to do anything to him. How satisfying. I'll anger you to death. Wu Qianquan frowned when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Du Zhu and the heretic supremacy saint. Wu Qianquan frowned slightly. He looked at Lin Feng and said with a cold smile, "It seems like your character hasn't changed after so long. You don't even have the courage to come out and fight. What a coward." Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, "Do you want to die so badly? I'm not killing you now because I'm giving your supreme immortal sect some face. Yet, you're fooling around in front of me. I'll even dirty my shoes if I crush an ant like you. If you really want to die, the two people beside me can crush you to death. I don't even need to do anything." Keep bragging. Many people started to slander him in their hearts. In their opinion, Lin Feng did not dare to come out and fight because he was afraid. Besides, Lin Feng had two strong cultivators on his side. Therefore, he was very confident. He bragged with all his might and belittled Wu Qianquan in all sorts of ways. Anyway, he had two experts by his side. There was no need for him to be afraid of Wu Qianquan. "Young masters, how about we each take a step back? Miao Qing would like to propose a toast to the two of you. I hope the two of you can calm down a little." Fairy Miao Qing raised her cup and drank it in one gulp. According to Wu Qianquan's character, he would definitely make a move. However, he was afraid because of the two experts by Lin Feng's side. Now, Fairy Miao Qing had found a way out for him. Wu Qianquan did not continue to pester Lin Feng. However, before Wu Qianquan opened his mouth, Lin Feng had already said, "Today, I will give face to Fairy Miao Qing and spare your life. Don't show up in front of me in the future. Otherwise, I don't mind chopping off your head." Many people had bitter smiles on their faces. This guy was addicted to bragging. Wu Qianquan was extremely shrewd. But no matter how shrewd he was, now, he was almost angered to death by Lin Feng. He really wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, he had no choice but to endure it for now. "I'm not going to argue with you. Who's weak and who's strong, who's brave and fearless, who's a coward, we all know. Wu Qianquan looked gloomy as he found a place to sit down. Fairy Miaoqing says, everyone is giving Miaoqing face by coming here. Miaoqing offers everyone a toast. Fairy Miaoqing raised her cup again. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups one after another. Then, they drank the wine in their cups together with Fairy Miaoqing. The gathering started with some exchanges on cultivation. Then, some people talked about some interesting stories or legends that they had heard when they were out training. Some people talked about some clues of secret treasures. Some people even talked about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The cultivator who talked about the heaven-shaking stone tablet was called Xianxia. When he went to the forbidden land of Tianhuang, he heard some cultivators talking about the heaven-shaking stone tablet in the outer region of the forbidden land of Tianhuang. The biggest secret of our Tianhuang God realm is the forbidden land of Tianhuang. It's extremely dangerous and full of killing intent. It's said that there's a heaven-shaking stone tablet in there. Zhang Ziwen says. Oh my God, it can't be? Won't those experts go crazy? Suddenly, someone exclaims. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was indeed too shocking. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. Zhang Ziwen says, it's just a rumor after all. I'm not sure if it's true. The forbidden land of Tianhuang is so dangerous. Those experts wouldn't dare to enter it casually. Unless the restrictions of the forbidden land of Tianhuang are removed, it's suicide to enter. Everyone nodded. It was indeed as Zhang Ziwen said. There were many dangerous places in the forbidden land of Tianhuang. It was said that great emperors were once buried there. There were even creatures from the underworld and ghost realm who stayed there. Therefore, that place could be called a forbidden zone for life. Such a place buried all the creatures of the world. Who would dare to enter it casually? Casually entering it was tantamount to throwing one's life away. Everyone was well aware of this. Those experts were all old foxes. Without absolute confidence, they would never take the risk to enter it. Let's not talk about these things. Let's talk about Brother Wu. I heard that Brother Wu is already engaged to the third Miss of the Zhang clan in Dragonfire State. It's said that Miss Zhang is also a peerless beauty. Brother Wu is really lucky with women. Fairy Miaoqing looked at a skinny young noble and couldn't help but smile as she spoke. The young man smiled and said, Miss Zhang is indeed a good woman. I won't let her down if I get such a beauty. Many people here were young Master Wu's friends. They couldn't help but tease him. Naturally, they were only joking. Young Master Wu laughed it off. Fairy Miaoqing then looked at Wu Qianquan and said with a smile, Senior Brother Wu is a dragon among men. You're also one of the 3 paragons among the younger generation of the Supreme Immortal sect. In the future, you'll definitely become the Supreme Immortal sect's guardian. I wonder if Senior Brother Wu already has a woman in mind. Wu Qianquan smiled and said, Indeed, I do have a woman in mind. However, I don't know what she's thinking. Oh? Brother Wu already has a woman in mind? What kind of woman can make Brother Wu take pity on her? Many people were shocked. Wu Qianquan was a peerless genius. It was unknown how many forces wanted to marry her. Over the years, there had been many matchmakers who came and went to the Supreme Immortal sect. Many of them were peerless beauties on the list of beauties. If he could get one of them, he would have no regrets in his life. However, Wu Qianquan had never agreed to it. Now that Wu Qianquan had a woman in mind, it was beyond everyone's expectations. I wonder which peerless beauty is so lucky to make Senior Brother Wu take pity on her. Fairy Miaoqing said with a smile. She would occasionally glance at Lin Feng with a hint of mockery on her face. Clearly, this woman had ulterior motives for organizing this gathering. It's Fairy Mu Xianling. Wu Qianquan said. The others were stunned. They didn't expect Wu Qianquan to have a crush on Mu Xianling. Mu Xianling was already engaged. Moreover, the engagement was set by the old ancestor of the Mu clan. It wouldn't be easy to change the engagement. Was Wu Qianquan trying to steal her away? Everyone turned to look at Mu Xianling, wanting to see her reaction. Fairy Miaoqing asked with a smile, Sister Xianling, do you have a crush on Senior Brother Wu? Fairy Miaoqing's question was very direct, and she would occasionally glance at Lin Feng. Clearly, she had found out through certain channels that Lin Feng was the man who was engaged to Mu Xianling. Lin Feng had long known that Fairy Miaoqing was up to no good. Now, he had guessed correctly. Fairy Miaoqing wanted to help Wu Qiankuan poach him. Lin Feng originally wanted to break off the engagement. That was true. But, the engagement had not been broken off yet. At least, before the engagement was successfully broken off. Mu Xianling was still his fiancée in name. However, Lin Feng was still as calm as an ancient well. No one knew what he was thinking. No one could guess what he was thinking. Sister, senior brother Wu is a dragon among men. He is the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless people. Just agree to senior brother Wu. Mu Xianxia said. Mu Xianling did not directly agree or reject. Instead, she said, let's not talk about this for now. Fairy Miaoqing said with a smile, little sister Xianling, as the saying goes, a good marriage is bound by a single thread. A good marriage is the most beautiful story. A goddess like you and a god's son like senior brother Wu are simply a match made in heaven. No matter where you go, won't people be envious? Mu Xianling's beautiful face turned slightly red. She did not have any ill feelings towards Wu Qiankuan. In fact, she even admired him. However, it was unrealistic for her to agree to Wu Qiankuan's request now. Mu Xianling's standards were very high. Naturally, she would not casually agree to someone else's request. This concerned her life. Everyone was waiting for Mu Xianling's answer. They did not know if Mu Xianling would agree to Wu Qiankuan's request. Based on their understanding of Mu Xianling, they knew that Mu Xianling did not directly reject him. Many people knew that even if Mu Xianling did not agree now, Wu Qiankuan only needed to pursue her closely. Sooner or later, he would be able to deal with Mu Xianling. Perhaps Wu Qiankuan was thinking the same thing. He could not help but reveal a hint of pride. A goddess that many people could not conquer. A goddess that many people had to look up to. Since she did not reject him, it meant that his chances were very high. Wu Qiankuan could already see the scene of him chasing after Mu Xianling. While Wu Qiankuan was feeling complacent, Du Zhu said with a smile, so you're colluding with each other? Are you so eager to become an adulterous couple? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Du Zhu to say something like that. They did not understand why Du Zhu would say such a thing. Saying those words would completely offend Wu Qiankuan and Mu Xianling. Offending Wu Qiankuan and Mu Xianling was equivalent to offending the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Mu clan. Lin Feng smiled faintly. There were some words that were not suitable for him to say. But Du Zhu could say it. Du Zhu was also very good at figuring out Lin Feng's thoughts. He knew what Lin Feng was thinking. Who are you calling an adulterer? Wu Qiankuan said coldly. Wu Qiankuan, you know that Mu Xianling has a fiancé, yet you still came to seduce her. Mu Xianling has a fiancé, yet she did not reject him. If you're not an adulterer, what are you? As for the famous Fairy Miaoqing, she's known as the goddess of heaven. Now, she's purposely trying to ruin someone's marriage. She's simply a male prostitute. Du Zhu spoke frankly with assurance. Du Zhu's words caused a huge uproar. What did you say? Fairy Miaoqing stood up and looked at the poison ancestor with eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Female prostitute. That was perhaps the greatest insult to a human being. For a goddess of heaven like Fairy Miaoqing to be called a male prostitute by Du Zhu, it was naturally unacceptable and intolerable. Fairy Miaoqing, don't be angry. Everyone, calm down. Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Gongzi, your friend is too much. If you don't make things clear today, it won't end so easily. Fairy Miaoqing said coldly. Lin Feng smiled and said, more importantly, my friend isn't wrong. You're a male prostitute. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Fairy Miaoqing's eyes widened. She could not believe that Lin Feng would say something like that. This was a complete falling out with her. Lin Feng said indifferently, everyone, don't look at me in shock. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm the fiancé of Mu Xianling that you're talking about. However, a few days ago, I went to the Mu clan to break off the engagement, but they refused. I offered 1 trillion origin crystals, but they refused. TSK, Do you think the Mu clan is trying to latch onto me? Someone like Mu Xianling is already fooling around outside before she's even married. How can I marry her? Even if she lies on the bed and begs me to pamper her, I won't even look at her. Of course, Brother Wu can accept a woman that I don't want. After I break off this engagement, Brother Wu can officially pursue Mu Xianling. Don't worry, Brother Wu, no one will say that you're picking up a broken shoe. Wu Qianquan's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He originally wanted to pursue Mu Xianling and have her break off the engagement. That way, even if he married Mu Xianling, there wouldn't be any gossip. But the current situation was that Mu Xianling's engagement was about to be broken off by Lin Feng. A woman that Lin Feng didn't want. But he, Wu Qianquan, accepted her. If this wasn't picking up a broken shoe, then what was? If this matter spread out, where would Wu Qianquan put his face? Lin Feng, you bastard, I want your life. Mu Xianling roared and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Wu Qianquan and Su Miaqing also joined the battle. Wu Qianquan and Lin Feng were old and new enemies. Wu Qianquan couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. As for Su Miaqing, she was scolded by Lin Feng as a male thief and female prostitute. They had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Not to mention, Su Miaqing was Du Gudi Tian's fiancée. She originally wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing to hide. A broken shoe, a slut, and a despicable person. Kill the three of them. Lin Feng shouted. Along with Du Zhu, evil sovereign saint, Wu Qianquan, Su Miaqing, and Mu Xianling immediately started fighting. Suddenly, tables, chairs, and tea sets flew everywhere. The rest of the people quickly dodged, making enough space for the 6 people to fight. Stop. Just as they started fighting, a cold shout could be heard. Then, more than 10 people rushed over. The leader was none other than the Mu clan's patriarch, Mu Tianjiang. An old friend came to visit Mu Tianjiang. Both of them came out together to experience the prosperity and liveliness of Mu Saint City. They didn't return to the Mu clan for dinner. Instead, they went to Celestial Pavilion for dinner. Celestial Pavilion could be found in many ancient cities. It was a chain restaurant and was also one of the Mu clan's businesses. Originally, it was a very happy meal. However, Mu Tianjiang was angry because Lin Feng's movements were too big. He couldn't not know even if he didn't want to. What are you guys doing here? Do you know how many people are laughing at you? Mu Tianjiang said in a low voice. Lin Feng looked very sad as he said, Senior, Mu Xianling has let me down. There's no way we can get married. Senior, I want to break off the engagement. Bullshit. When did I let you down? I never agreed to Wu Qianquan's request. Moreover, it's impossible between us. Whatever I do has nothing to do with you. Mu Xianling glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Wu Qianquan said, I didn't know that junior sister Xianling was already betrothed to someone else, so I asked junior sister Miaoqing to bring up this matter. If I knew, I wouldn't have acted so rashly. Please forgive me. Wu Qianquan's words immediately pulled him out of the situation. There were 3 meanings behind his words. First, he didn't know that Mu Xianling was engaged before he pursued her. If he knew, he wouldn't have pursued her. Second, he wouldn't have pestered Mu Xianling. Third, he had been tricked by Su Miaoqing. Although Wu Qianquan and Du Gudi Tian were both one of the 3 supreme experts of the younger generation of the Supreme Immortal sect, in reality, the relationship between Wu Qianquan and Du Gudi Tian was not as harmonious as it seemed on the surface. The 2 of them were fighting openly and secretly. This was because they were fighting for the position of sect master. Unsurprisingly, the sect master of the Taishang Immortal sect was one of the 3 supreme holy sons. Once he became the sect master, he would be above the immortal sect. He would be in charge of the most ancient sect. Just think about it. To fight for this position. It would be strange if Wu Qianquan and Du Gudi Tian could become brothers who could talk about anything. Since ancient times. To fight for power. Son killing father. Brother killing brother. This kind of thing had happened countless times already. Moreover, Wu Qianquan and Du Gudi Tian were only brothers. It was normal for them to plot against each other. Wu Qianquan wasn't stupid. He knew that Fairy Miaoqing was using him to deal with Lin Feng, but he didn't expose her because he also wanted to deal with Lin Feng. If he could get the beauty back, it would be great. But now, the matter had blown up. Wu Qianquan naturally wanted to protect himself. The first thing he needed to do was to protect his reputation. He had to extricate himself from it. After that, he did not forget to scheme against Fairy Miaoqing. Lin Feng had already guessed Wu Qianquan's plan. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. These people were also scheming, trying to outwit each other. In the end, Fairy Miaoqing shot herself in the foot. She deserved it. This woman looked like a goddess. But in reality, his intentions were treacherous. She was a complete slut. This was all a misunderstanding. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I think we should let this matter rest for now. Mu Tianjiang was an old fox, he said aloud. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. Mu Xianling wanted to say something, but Mu Tianjiang glared at her. Mu Xianling swallowed the words that she was about to blurt out. You can all leave now. Young friend, please follow me back to the Mu clan. Let's have a good chat. Mu Tianjiang asked. Lin Feng smiled. Of course, no problem. After returning to the Mu clan, Mu Tianjiang said, Young friend, please wait for a moment. My clan's old ancestor will be here soon. Oh? The Mu clan's old ancestor is back? Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, he just came back today. Originally, I wanted to inform you tomorrow, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? So, I brought you here to meet the old ancestor. Mu Tianjiang said. All right. I'll wait here for the old ancestor. Lin Feng said. Young friend, please wait for a moment. Mu Tianjiang said and ordered an elder to accompany Lin Feng. Not long after, a hearty laughter could be heard from outside. Young friend, sorry to keep you waiting. As the voice faded, a tall and sturdy old man in a white robe walked in. Old ancestor. The elder of the Mu clan stood up and bowed to the old man. Lin Feng also stood up and bowed. Is your master doing well? Mu clan's old ancestor asked. Lin Feng said. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. I've heard that you want to cancel the engagement. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with Xianling? Mu clan's old ancestor asked. Lin Feng said. I already have someone I like, so I won't agree to this engagement no matter what. Mu clan's old ancestor said. Don't use these words to lie to me. You have many women around you. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Since you're so direct, I'll be frank too. I've met Mu Xianling, and I don't like her character. Moreover, she doesn't like me. Since we don't like each other, the engagement should be cancelled. If we force ourselves to be together in the future, it won't be good for either of us. Moreover, marriage isn't a bet between the two of you, so I won't agree to this engagement. Marriage is decided by your parents. Your parents aren't around, so your master is like a father to you. Naturally, you have to listen to Master Gue. Mu clan's old ancestor said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. What kind of twisted logic was this? Mu clan's old ancestor said. Since you don't like Xianling, I'll help you choose another one. There are many beautiful women in the 5 branches of the Mu clan. Moreover, there are a few whose talents aren't inferior to Xianling's. They're gentle and know how to take care of others. If they stay by your side, they can take care of your daily life. Lin Feng said. Old ancestor, can this engagement really not be cancelled? It's already set, so it can't be cancelled. Mu clan's old ancestor said firmly. Lin Feng had a helpless expression. He said, then can Senior reveal the matter of the bet you made with my master? What happened back then? What did my master tell you? Why are you so determined to marry a woman from your clan to me? Mu clan's old ancestor said. Some things have to be prepared for a rainy day. Look at how prosperous the world is, and you don't see any signs of collapse. However, in reality, there's already an undercurrent surging. There's a pair of invisible hands controlling everything. We have to prepare as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the great calamity arrives, everything will be too late. Great calamity? What great calamity? Lin Feng asked curiously. Your master didn't tell you anything? Mu Clan's old ancestor asked. No. Lin Feng shook his head. Mu Clan's old ancestor said faintly. Then, do you know Master Gui's true identity and origin? This, Lin Feng hesitated. He wanted to say yes, because he knew many things about Master Gui. However, since Mu Clan's old ancestor asked such a question, Master Gui's origin was definitely not simple. Lin Feng said, this master of mine hides a lot of things from me. There are many times when I wonder if this master of mine is really my master. Looking at the Mu Clan's ancestor's smiling face, Lin Feng asked calmly, Senior, tell me about this master of mine, what other awesome background does he have? Let this junior admire his glorious deeds. The Mu Clan's ancestor said, this master of yours, his background is not simple. He is, suddenly, the Mu Clan's ancestor stopped speaking. He did not continue speaking. Lin Feng was listening with interest. The Mu Clan's ancestor stopped abruptly. Wasn't this making him anxious? Lin Feng hurriedly said, Ancestor, why did you stop? Continue speaking. The Mu Clan's ancestor coughed dryly and said, the secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. What the? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This Mu Clan's ancestor was really too deceitful. He only spoke halfway, and his curiosity was completely piqued. Now, he actually stopped talking. This made Lin Feng feel as if 100 claws were scratching his heart. Lin Feng said, Senior, you can't be like this. We can't speak halfway. The Mu Clan's ancestor said, just remember one thing, this master of yours is a... Seeing that the Mu Clan's ancestor had stopped speaking, Lin Feng said, is he a very awesome person? The Mu Clan's ancestor smiled and said, he's a very deceitful old bastard. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Lin Feng felt that he had been played by the Mu Clan's ancestor. He felt that he should regain some initiative, or else he would be played in circles by the Mu Clan's ancestor. This was not something that Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng said, Senior, if you continue to play this junior like this junior will definitely not marry your daughter. Even if she is as beautiful as a flower, this junior will not take a look at her. The Mu Clan's ancestor snorted and said, do you know how many people want to marry into my Mu Clan's 5 lineages? The line is enough to circle the entire god realm of Tianhuang region. You actually don't know what's good for you and refuse? Let me tell you, you will regret it. Lin Feng said, what kind of beautiful woman have I not seen? Although I like women, I will not be controlled by them. Kid, you're definitely going to be my Mu Clan's son-in-law. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. When the time comes, else will force you to go through the wedding ceremony. What is done cannot be undone. At that time, my daughter of my Mu Clan's daughter will bear your child. The old ancestor of the Mu family said indifferently. Lin Feng was sweating profusely. Stop. Lin Feng hurriedly called out. He then continued, let's talk about the great calamity. The Mu Clan's ancestor's expression turned solemn. He said, it's a long story. Do you know what the universe is made of? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect the Mu Clan's ancestor to go so far. He even talked about how the universe was made of. Lin Feng explained his understanding of the universe. Originally, the universe was a primal chaos world. Then, in that primal chaos world, some terrifying creatures were born. Those creatures were innate beings. Pengu was born in that primal chaos world. He used his axe to split the primal chaos world. Then, the primal chaos turned into all kinds of things, including all kinds of stars, all kinds of lives, and so on. Yes, that's true, the Mu Clan's ancestor continued. Do you know what an epic is? An epic? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was the epic hegemony he had learned. It was a hegemony that could continuously evolve. Epic hegemony carried the word epic. He wondered if it was related to the epic the Mu Clan's ancestor was talking about. However, Lin Feng had no idea what an epic was. Lin Feng said, I don't know what an epic is. Senior, please enlighten me. The Mu Clan's ancestor said, an epoch is a unit of time. Oh? A unit of time? Lin Feng was surprised. The current unit of time was divided like this: there were 12 months in a year, 5 weeks in a month, 6 days in a week, 12 hours in a day, 4 quarters in a day, 3 cups of tea in a quarter, 2 incense sticks in a cup of tea, 5 minutes in an incense stick, 6 seconds in a minute, and 10 seconds in a snap of a finger. An instant was a second. The Mu clan's ancestor said, "A long 1 million years have passed. This 1 million years is just a number. When an epoch ends, another epoch begins. This is also the division of time. An epoch is a unit of time with a huge span. When 3,000 epochs have passed, we call it an epoch. An epoch. 3,000 epochs is an epoch? Buddhism says that there are 3,000 great realms. Does the division of the 3,000 great realms have anything to do with epochs?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Everything in the world has its own rules and forms. These rules and forms abide by the laws of epochs. That's why the universe is divided into 3,000 great realms. The Mu clan's ancestor said. If I'm not mistaken, it's already the 3,000th epoch since the beginning of the first great era. This should be an epoch, right? Lin Feng said. That's right. An epoch has passed. The current epoch we're in is the end of the epoch. It's the last epoch, and it's also the most terrifying one. This is because an unprecedented calamity will occur at the end of the epoch. This calamity is called the 5 signs of heavenly decay. The Mu clan's ancestor said. 5 signs of heavenly decay? Lin Feng frowned slightly. What? You know about the 5 signs of heavenly decay? The Mu clan's ancestor looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng said. I have a friend who's a cultivator of the mountain mover Taoist lineage. I once heard him mention the 5 signs of heavenly decay. What did your friend say? The Mu clan's ancestor asked curiously. The 5 signs of heavenly decay is a Taoist term. The signs of the signs are as follows. 1. Withering corolla. The corolla worn by a heavenly being is weaved from fresh flowers. It's always fresh, fragrant, and clean. When one's life ends, the corolla will naturally wither. 2. Dirty clothes. The clothes worn by a heavenly being are very clean. They weigh only 3 baht, and 24 baht is 1 tael. They don't need to be washed. Why? Because the sky is clean, and there's no dust. When one's life ends, the clothes will naturally be dirty. 3. Sweating from the armpits. Because the sky is cool, a heavenly being never sweats. When one's life ends, sweat will flow from the armpits, and the stench is unbearable. 4. Body odor. A heavenly being's body will always emit a fragrance. Kindness will magnify the fragrance, and kindness will emit a small fragrance. It's several times more fragrant than the perfume of the mortal world. When one's life ends, a strange stench will be emitted. It's like a corpse, and other heavenly beings won't dare to approach. 5. Restless in the seat. A heavenly being often meditates, not moving from the seat. Clothing, food, and transportation can be obtained with just a thought. As the saying goes, thinking about clothing comes to mind, thinking about food comes to mind. The clothes are neither too big nor too small, neither too wide nor too narrow. They fit perfectly. The food is neither too much nor too little, neither too salty nor too bland. They fit the taste perfectly. When one wants to travel, one can think about it. What's the logic behind this? Because a heavenly being has the divine feet, they can do as they please without any restrictions. However, when one's life ends, they lose their composure. Knowing that the 4 signs have already happened, their hearts will be in a mess. They will be restless, sitting and standing. They will fall into the cycle of reincarnation, to experience life and death, to fall into hell, or to become a human. There's no definite answer, but it's all determined by karma. If one doesn't meditate, one will still fall into the 3 evils Tao. Even Shi Huanin, known as God in the Western world and the Jade Emperor in the Taoist world, is no exception. He will still reincarnate. Who are the heavenly humans? The Mu clan's patriarch asked. The heavenly humans are referring to the heavenly humans in the heaven realm, right? They're a terrifying race. They're ancient and powerful. There's also an immortal race. They're very powerful and can fight against the heavenly humans. Many top-tier worlds like the Heaven Realm are controlled by these two races. Lin Feng said. The 5 decays of the heavenly humans in Taoism are indeed referring to the heavenly humans. Of course, I'm not sure if the immortal race is included in it. However, the 5 decays of the heavenly humans that I'm going to talk about today are related to the various races and living beings in the universe. The Mu clan's patriarch said. When Lin Feng heard the ancestor of the Mu clan, he looked solemn. The Mu clan's patriarch's words, the implications were too great. Heaven and earth will be removed, the universe will evolve, the era will begin, and life will be born. A brand new world, a brand new heaven and earth, will appear in front of us. This world, this heaven and earth, will give birth to countless hopes. Various races will appear and civilizations will appear in the world one after another. However, after 3,000 great eras, the epic has come to an end. Just like the end of human life, the heaven and earth will be destroyed and all living creatures in the heaven and earth will be destroyed. This is the great calamity that we have to face. The Mu clan's patriarch said with a serious expression. Hearing these words, Xianxia said. Lin Feng's expression changed again and again. No eggs will remain intact when the nest is overturned, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Cultivators who lived in the world. How could they survive? 3 realms and 6 paths. 3,000 great worlds. Billions of medium worlds. Small worlds. There were countless living beings. They would all die in the 5 decays of the heavenly humans. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. The 5 decays of the heavenly humans were too terrifying. Is there no solution? Lin Feng frowned and asked. It said that at the end of the era, after the world was destroyed, some people were lucky enough to survive and wait for the next era to begin. The Mu clan's patriarch said. There's such a thing? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He instantly thought of many things. If what the Mu clan's patriarch said was true, didn't that mean that there were cultivators from the previous era who hadn't died before the start of this era? A black fog appeared in the darkness. They have unimaginable strength. They control many things in the world. They're so strong that it makes people despair. The creatures in the black fog are from the last epoch, said Lin Feng. The old ancestor of the Mu family said. Senior, you also know about the creatures in the black fog? Lin Feng said in surprise. How could I not know? It is precisely because I know of their existence that I know how terrifying the creatures in the black fog are. The old ancestor of the Mu family took a deep breath and said. What exactly are the creatures in the black fog? Lin Feng asked. The ancestor of the Mu clan frowned and said with a serious expression, no one knows what race they are. Perhaps the people who saw them are already dead. That night, Lin Feng and the Mu family's old ancestor chatted until late at night. He roughly knew why the ancestor of the Mu clan was so insistent on betrothing a woman from their clan to him. It was because of the 5 decay of the celestial being. The ancestor of the Mu clan wanted to prepare for a rainy day. He didn't know what Lord Tortoise had said to the ancestor of the Mu clan to make the ancestor believe in him. In the Mu clan's patriarch's opinion, if the decay of the celestial being really came, Lin Feng might be the most likely person to protect some people against the decay of the celestial being and survive until the next epoch. Young friend, it's getting late. Don't go back. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The ancestor of the Mu clan said. Lin Feng nodded. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint were still waiting for him in the side hall. The ancestor of the Mu clan ordered someone to arrange a place for Lin Feng with an elegant environment. There was a large grassland around him that was full of greenery. Behind him was a purple bamboo forest. There was a huge pond in front of him. All kinds of fish swam happily in the pond. Beside the pond was a gurgling stream, rockery, and a small bridge with flowing water. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the heretic sovereign saint quickly rested. Early the next morning, Lin Feng had just woken up. He put on his clothes and opened the door. He got up and was about to wash up. At this moment, a woman walked in with a wash basin. There was clear water in the wash basin. This woman had a graceful figure and a picturesque face. Her palm-sized face could be said to be a masterpiece of the heavens. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. She exuded an aura that was like a classical beauty. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. Even though Lin Feng was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, he couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this woman who was like a fairy from a painting. "You are?" Lin Feng asked. The woman put down the wash basin, placed her hands in front of her, and bowed to Lin Feng. Then she said, "Young master, I am Mu Xianxia." I am, at this point, she was unable to continue speaking. She lowered her head, and her beautiful face was flushed red. Lin Feng had already guessed who this woman was. She should be the woman that the Mu clan sent to replace Mu Xianling to marry him. There was a good saying, no comparison, no harm. Mu Xianling's personality was self-righteous. Her high and mighty expression was really disgusting. Mu Xianxia was beautiful, gentle, attentive, and considerate. She was the dream marriage partner of all men. If the Mu clan had directly asked Mu Xianxia to marry him, Lin Feng might have agreed. Why would he reject the marriage? Lin Feng reached out and grabbed Mu Xianxia's hand. He smiled and said, "You are my future wife." Mu Xianxia's face was so red that it seemed like blood could drip out. She wanted to retract her hand, but she was worried that Lin Feng would be angry. Thus, she allowed Lin Feng to grab her hand. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Mu Xianxia carefully. The more he looked, the more beautiful she was. Even a fairy from a painting couldn't compare to Mu Xianxia. Mu Xianxia said, "Let me help you wash up." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I will have to trouble you, my wife." Mu Xianxia blushed and said, "We haven't married yet." "It's not good to call me that." Lin Feng smiled and said, "No problem. There are no outsiders now, so I will call you my wife. When there are outsiders around, I will call you Shi-er." Mu Xianxia had a strange feeling in her heart. She had always been single and had never had intimate contact with any man. Lin Feng was the first man that she had intimate contact with. His actions were a little frivolous. Mu Xianxia thought that she wouldn't be used to it. However, when she heard Lin Feng's frivolous words of love, Mu Xianxia felt that she wasn't that resistant. Perhaps it was because her life was already promised to this person? Thus, she didn't reject him. Seeing that he liked her so much, she was also very happy. Under Mu Xianxia's care, Lin Feng finished washing up. Mu Xianxia said, "I brought breakfast when I came over. Go and have some now." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. He went to the living room with Mu Xianxia. Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint were already sitting there. Lin Feng hadn't eaten yet, but the two of them had already started eating. Mu Xianxia was very considerate. She knew that there were 3 people with Lin Feng, so she specially brought 3 sets of breakfast. "This fairy is?" Duzu looked at Lin Feng with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Mu Xianxia bowed and said, "I am Mu Xianxia. I am now Lin Gongzi's fiancé." Yesterday, Lin Feng had talked to Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint about the annulment of the engagement. Because the Mu clan's ancestor didn't agree, the annulment of the engagement was naturally left unsettled. However, he would be engaged to another girl. Thus, Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint knew about this. Seeing how gentle Mu Xianxia was, the heretic sovereign saint said, "She's better than the other one." Duzu smiled and said, "This little girl is indeed not bad. She's much better than that Mu Xianling. It's a good choice for the young master to marry her." This time, the old fogies of the Mu clan didn't blindly set up a matchmaker. When Mu Xianxia heard Duzu talking about the Mu clan, she didn't say anything. Lin Feng said, "Sit down and eat too." "I've already eaten," Mu Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded and didn't force Mu Xianxia. After Lin Feng finished his breakfast, Mu Xianxia left. In the distance, Mu Xianling couldn't help but reveal a cold expression when she saw Mu Xianxia leave. She pulled out her sword and charged towards Lin Feng's residence. Bang! The door to Lin Feng's courtyard was kicked open by Mu Xianling. "Lin Feng, you bastard! What right do you have to divorce me? What right do you have to divorce me?" Mu Xianling directly charged into the living room with her sword. Duzu shouted, "Wah, the bitch is here. I'll hack you to death, bastard." Mu Xianling slashed her sword towards Duzu, but Duzu easily dodged the attack. Poison Ancestor curled his lips and said, "I can't provoke you, but I can always hide from you." The poison ancestor stood in the distance, watching the show. The evil sovereign saint also stood together with the poison ancestor. Clearly, they had no intention of meddling in this matter. It involved women's affairs. It was too troublesome. Lin Feng said indifferently, this matter was resolved peacefully. Your Mu clan's ancestor agreed to it, so there's no need to divorce you. Moreover, I know that you don't like me. Since you don't like me, there's no longer any connection between us. This matter can be considered the most perfect solution for both of us. Mu Xianling said coldly, it's true that I don't like you, but even if the marriage is to be annulled, I should be the one to bring it up first, not you. That's not up to you to decide. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you don't like it, you can look for your Mu clan's ancestor and talk about it. You don't have to come here and talk to me about these useless things. Mu Xianling said coldly, I won't look for the ancestor. Stop pestering me, said Lin Feng coldly. Mu Xianling said sarcastically, I know that the clan has betrothed Mu Xianxia to you. Do you know who Mu Xianxia is? Mu Xianxia is from the third main branch. Her mother was just a lowly servant back then. A person like Mu Xianxia doesn't have any status in the clan. Her existence is just a tool for marriage. However, a person like you isn't worthy of me. You're only worthy of marrying the bastard child of a maid in my Mu clan. Get out. Lin Feng said coldly. What? Did I hurt your pride? Could it be that I'm wrong? With your status, you don't even have the right to make me look at you. However, you're quite compatible with Mu Xianxia's bastard child. Mu Xianling said with a laugh and walked out. You self-righteous crazy woman. Lin Feng sneered. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and the Mu clan's ancestor gathered to discuss the marriage with Mu Xianxia. Lin Feng wanted to postpone the marriage. He wasn't in a hurry to get married. Moreover, since both parties had already agreed on the marriage, Lin Feng wouldn't go back on his word. The Mu clan's ancestor didn't have any objections. Lin Feng planned to leave. He couldn't wait to return to the reincarnation immortal sect. He wanted to interrogate his chief master and find out what kind of identity he was hiding. Lin Feng guessed that once he found out about Master Turtle's identity, he would definitely be shocked. That identity would definitely be very frightening. Therefore, Lin Feng bid farewell to the Mu clan's ancestor. Mu Xianxia also knew that Lin Feng was about to leave, so she came to Lin Feng's place. Be careful on the road. Mu Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded. He saw that Mu Xianxia seemed to have a lot on her mind, so he asked, did something happen? Mu Xianxia said in a leisurely voice, I already know that Mu Xianling came to find you. My father is the fourth-generation great-great-grandson of the third main branch's first elder. My mother is just an ordinary maid. Many people call me a bastard. I know that I am not worthy of young master. I know that you're leaving because you're regretting it. If you don't want me anymore, I can go to the Mu clan's ancestor and tell him about it. Lin Feng suddenly felt sorry for her. He caressed Mu Xianxia's beautiful face and said, the Mu clan's ancestor promised you to me, so he knows that I'm not the kind of person who cares about status. I'm leaving not because of you, but because I want to return to the sect and see my master. I haven't seen him in a long time, and there are many things that I want to verify with him. Therefore, I chose to leave it this time. Please don't let your thoughts run wild, understand? Mu Xianxia raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. She could see the sincerity in Lin Feng's clear eyes. Mu Xianxia nodded her head heavily. Her voice trembled as she said, can you hug me? Lin Feng hugged Mu Xianxia tightly. 2 hours later. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint left the Mu clan and quickly left. 5 days later, they arrived at Beixian City. There was a spacetime wormhole in Beixian City, so they could go directly to Snow Eagle City in the northern Barbarian province. After reaching Snow Eagle City, they could return to the reincarnation immortal sect after flying for half a month. Lin Feng and the other two were about to head to the teleportation plaza. Suddenly, in the depths of the divine realm of Tianhuang, a thick immortal light shot up into the sky. Following that, a voice resounded throughout the entire divine realm of Tianhuang. Who can become an immortal? It sounded like a shout. It sounded like a question from an immortal. It reverberated through heaven and earth, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. At that moment, countless people heard that voice. It sounded like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. It suddenly sounded. It was shocking and moving. Look, it's the forbidden ground of heaven wasteland. Everyone looked into the distance and saw immortal light soaring into the sky. Countless people roared in shock. The forbidden ground of heaven wasteland. It was a forbidden zone filled with countless secrets. Lin Feng even heard Xianxia when talking about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. It was rumored that a heaven-shaking stone tablet had appeared in the heaven wasteland sacred ground. It was really earth-shattering news. However, the heaven wasteland sacred ground was too dangerous and no one dared to explore it. Now that there was a change in the heaven wasteland sacred ground, everyone was shocked. The cycle of time, the birth and death of fate, the decay of heaven and earth, only immortals are eternal. The path to immortality, singing the heavenly song, billions of years pass in the blink of an eye. The ethereal voice once again reverberated in the sky of the heaven wasteland sacred ground. It's the legendary song of immortality. Many experts of the older generation rushed out, extremely excited. The song of immortality has appeared and the forbidden ground has opened. Quickly go to the forbidden ground of heaven wasteland and find the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The secret to immortality is on it. Many experts of the older generation were so excited that they could not control themselves. The heaven-shaking stone tablet had a lot of implications. It was an opportunity that could make anyone go crazy. The heaven-shaking stone tablet recorded supreme immortal techniques, the way to immortality, the way to become an emperor, and so on. They were the greatest secrets in the world. Many people were looking for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if they did not want to become an immortal, they wanted to become an emperor. Emperor. It was the pinnacle of the world. Immortal. It was a faintly discernible existence, an existence that only existed in legends. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless figures flew into the depths of the forbidden ground of heaven wasteland. Let's go and see if there really is a heaven-shaking stone tablet in the forbidden ground of heaven wasteland. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, if we can find the heaven-shaking stone tablet, I don't want the way to become an immortal, only the way to become an emperor. If we can get it, we will become an emperor. Du Zhu suddenly burst into laughter. Du Zhu was originally an expert of the half-emperor realm. Back then, he was still a bit away from becoming a true great emperor, mainly because he had not grasped the method to affirm his Tao and become a great emperor. Later on, after being suppressed by someone, his cultivation dropped. Currently, Du Zhu's cultivation was gradually recovering. If Du Zhu could really master the great emperor technique, he would be able to do so. In that case, it was not impossible for Du Zhu to break through to the great emperor realm. I also need the great emperor technique. The evil dominator saint said. The light in his pale green eyes pulsed violently, showing that his heart was not calm. The evil dominator saint was a corpse cultivator. The corpse of a great emperor had awakened its consciousness. But this was already a brand new life. He was no longer the great emperor of the past. Therefore, only the evil dominator saint's physical body had reached the emperor realm. His own realm was still far from enough. Naturally, it wasn't easy to raise one's cultivation level to the emperor realm. However, if one could find the sky-shaking stone tablet and obtain the opportunity within, one would be able to obtain this great fortune. Who dared to say that the evil dominator saint could not prove his Tao and become an emperor? For Lin Feng, he also wanted to find the sky-shaking stone tablet. This was not the first time he had seen the sky-shaking stone tablet. Back then, he had carried the sky-shaking stone tablet to kill the foreign realm gods in the ancient city of stars. However, at that time, the sky-shaking stone tablet had flown away before he could comprehend the secrets of the sky-shaking stone tablet. And now, there was still a broken sky-shaking stone tablet in Lin Feng's mountain river ring. He didn't know what kind of expert had broken it. Now, it was silent. There was nothing special about it. Now that a new sky-shaking stone tablet had appeared, this was a rare opportunity. As for returning to the reincarnation immortal sect to ask Master Turtle some questions, Lin Feng had already forgotten about it. He could ask Master Turtle any time. However, he didn't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again if he missed the opportunity of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland this time. There was a huge crowd in front of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Densely packed cultivators were scattered everywhere. No one knew how many people there were. And this was only the cultivators who were closer to the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Some cultivators who were further away must still be on their way. The restriction in the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland had not completely disappeared. Therefore, it was still emitting waves. Everyone was waiting quietly. Boom, a terrifying wave came from the depths of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Then, a dazzling ball of immortal light flew out quickly. What's going to fly out? Many people exclaimed. Hurry up and get ready to snatch that treasure. Many people yelled excitedly. The immortal light lingering around it would definitely shock the world. If this treasure really flew out, it would probably cause a bloody battle. Immortal artifact. Someone shouted. It's really an immortal artifact. Then, many people shouted in shock. As the ball of immortal light flew over, everyone could feel the powerful immortal pressure. It must be an immortal artifact. Otherwise, what could release immortal pressure, even in the 9 states? Only a few forces had immortal artifacts. If they could get an immortal artifact, that would be too heaven-defying. However, the ball of immortal light did not rush out of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Instead, it stopped outside. Come out quickly. Many people shouted anxiously, waiting for the immortal artifact to rush out. Whoosh, the ball of immortal light flew into the depths again and soon disappeared. Oh, it ran away. What a pity, why isn't this damn restriction gone yet? Many people shouted gloomily. But no matter how depressed everyone was, now they could only wait outside for the restriction to open. Lin Feng looked at the immortal artifact leaving and frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered the divination Ji Wu had done for him. The 7 stars will shift, the sky will fall, the immortal artifact will appear, wait for the right time. At that time, Lin Feng asked Ji Wu to help him divine the location of the Soul Master Dao sect. Ji Wu did a divination for Lin Feng. Then he got this conclusion. Ji Wu said that when the immortal artifact appeared, the inheritance of the Soul Master Dao sect would also appear. He asked Lin Feng to wait for the immortal artifact to appear. And now, wasn't it the birth of the immortal artifact? Is the inheritance of the Soul Master Dao sect also going to appear? Lin Feng's face showed a hint of joy. The inheritance of the Soul Master Dao sect appeared. The soul planting technique on Yuer could be resolved. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked to the left. He saw a man walking over. The man, who looked like a savage, had disheveled hair and exuded an ancient and intimidating aura. Many people couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure emitted by the man and retreated. They stood in the distance and pointed, discussing the man's identity. The savage man stood quietly in the forest, looking into the depths of the forbidden grounds of Infinite Wasteland. Lin Feng looked at the barbarian-like man and frowned slightly. The origin of this man was too mysterious. Even Lin Feng had not figured out the origin of this man. Like an immovable ancient god, he stood on the spot and looked into the distance. Lin Feng touched his chin. This place was not simple to attract a barbarian. Could it be that the barbarian had also heard about the legend of the heaven-shaking stone tablet and had come to look for it? What a strong competitor! Of course, the barbarian might have another purpose. Lin Feng hoped that he was not here for the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Time passed by. Day by day, more and more cultivators gathered outside. As for the restriction, it was constantly weakening. 10 days later. Finally, the restriction finally dissipated. Let's go. Many cultivators shouted loudly, rushing into the sky and rushing into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. But there were also many cultivators who did not rush into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. This forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland was a terrifying forbidden zone for life. Many people were naturally more cautious. They were also worried that once they entered the Heaven Wasteland Holy Land, they would encounter danger, so they chose to wait outside. If there was no danger, they would enter. Seeing that the first batch of cultivators who rushed into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland did not encounter any danger, those people were relieved and also rushed in. More and more cultivators rushed into the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland, including the barbarian man. Like a fiend god, he stepped forward, his figure tall and imposing, and his aura terrifying, causing passers-by to retreat. It's not a good thing for such a powerful person to enter the Heaven Wasteland Holy Land. Some top-notch experts were secretly communicating with each other. The barbarian man gave them a great sense of oppression. We came with supreme treasures. If we join forces, we won't be afraid of this person. Then, someone said with a sneer, his voice containing cold killing intent. That's right. There's no need to worry at all. We have supreme treasures that can kill gods and Buddhas. Why should we be afraid of this person? As the voices of those experts faded, they also quickly entered the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint did not panic after entering the Heaven Wasteland Holy Land. How could the immortal artifact and heaven-shaking stone steel be so easily obtained? Therefore, there was no need to be anxious. That kind of treasure would definitely cause a storm of blood. If he went there now, he would only exhaust his battle strength in advance. The losses outweighed the gains. It would be better to wait until the most critical moment of the battle before finding an opportunity to strike. All of a sudden, Lin Feng felt a few icy cold killing intents directed at him. He turned towards the direction where the killing intents came from. On his left, Fairy Miaoqing was dressed in snow-white robes. She looked like a fairy that had descended from the 9 heavens to the mortal world, pure and holy. She had always been beautiful and moving. Her temperament was so outstanding that no one dared to look at her directly. Because he looked directly at Fairy Miaoqing. It was a form of blasphemy to her. On the other side, Lin Feng saw Wu Qianquan. Wu Qianquan was like a dragon among men. He was surrounded by the aura of an emperor. This person was simply too extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could become a supreme expert of the younger generation. There were also 2 other killing intents that Lin Feng was unable to pinpoint. The other party had deliberately concealed themselves. Danger lurks everywhere. Lin Feng muttered softly. He did not stay and left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. No matter who came, Lin Feng was fearless. Even if an expert at the peak of the giant god realm came, Lin Feng was confident that he could escape even if he was no match for such an expert. A treasure mountain has appeared ahead. Many people have gone there to dig for treasures. It is said that many people have dug out some precious items. Some even dug out the inner core of a silver horn heavenly dragon. What? Silver horn heavenly dragon? A heavenly dragon's horn has evolved into silver. It should be at least at the half-emperor realm, right? The inner core of a heavenly dragon is already rare. A half-emperor heavenly dragon's inner core is simply unimaginable. Many people have dug out a giant god weapon. Some even dug out a half-emperor weapon. If they continue digging, they might even find an emperor weapon, the group of people discussed excitedly. Then, they rushed to the front one after another. Let's go and take a look too. Lin Feng said. He was also very curious as to what kind of treasure mountain could have so many treasures. The 3 of them quickly flew forwards and after a short time, Lin Feng saw the treasure mountain. To be precise, it was a huge mountain range that stretched for more than 10 miles. It lay in the forest like a huge dragon resting on the ground. This is a dragon vein. What a good place. A place with good feng shui. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed a place of treasure. It was no wonder there were so many treasures buried in the mountain. Let's go and dig. Lin Feng said. He knew the dragon-seeking formula and was familiar with the method of locating acupoints. Therefore, it was easy to dig out some treasures here. Lin Feng took out some tools and distributed them to Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. Then, the 3 of them began digging. This place could indeed be called a treasure mountain. It did not take long for Lin Feng and the other 2 to dig out more than a dozen giant god weapons. It was a huge harvest. Boom, at that moment, a terrifying fluctuation came from afar. Someone dug out a heaven-defying treasure. Following that, a cultivator shouted. Such a powerful fluctuation. What exactly did they dig out? Lin Feng's face was full of shock and emotion. He, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage quickly rushed out. They wanted to see what kind of powerful treasure the cultivator had dug out. By the time they rushed over, a battle had already broken out at the place where the treasure was dug out. The cultivator who dug out the treasure was not alone. He had more than 30 companions with him. There were even more cultivators surrounding them. Some of them were tempted by the treasure. It was common in the world of cultivators to kill and steal the treasure. Therefore, Lin Feng was not surprised. Many cultivators gathered around to watch the show. Many of them had fierce looks in their eyes. Although they were holding back from attacking, if there was a chance to attack, they would definitely attack without hesitation. The battle was very intense. Although the cultivators who had obtained the treasure were not weak, there were too few of them. They were gradually unable to hold on. Bang! Suddenly, a cultivator's storage ring exploded. Then, a grayish-brown ball of light flew out. "That's the treasure!" many people exclaimed. The grayish-brown ball of light was obviously unwilling to be taken by someone just like that. It wanted to break out of the encirclement. However, there were formation experts here. They sealed the void and prevented the grayish-brown ball of light from escaping. Many cultivators pounced on the grayish-brown ball of light. "That's my treasure!" The cultivator who obtained the treasure first shouted angrily. He quickly chased after the grayish-brown ball of light. He was the closest to the grayish-brown ball of light and wanted to suppress it. At that moment, the surrounding cultivators attacked. All kinds of divine abilities were thrown at the cultivator. Bang! The cultivator's body instantly exploded. He died on the spot. "It's mine! It's mine!" Many people roared and continued to fight for the treasure in the grayish-brown orb. However, no one knew what the treasure in the grayish-brown orb was. The grayish-brown light concealed the true form of the treasure, so it was able to fool everyone. However, everyone fought like crazy for this unknown treasure. It was clear that everyone treated the treasure in the grayish-brown light as a supreme treasure. In the end, the treasure broke through the seal and fled into the distance. Lin Feng wanted to give chase, but he stopped in time. Duzu asked, "Why aren't you chasing?" "I didn't see what kind of treasure it was, but from the powerful energy waves it emitted, it's definitely an extraordinary supreme treasure." Lin Feng said, "I sense the power of a curse from that treasure. It's definitely not simple. I'm afraid it's related to a curse. As long as it's related to a curse, I think we should stay away from it." A curse, Duzu and the heretic sovereign saint's expressions turned serious. It was the most terrifying and evil Tao in the world. There were millions of curses in the world, and any one of them was enough to cause extremely terrifying things. Even someone like Lin Feng, who cultivated the great curse art, didn't want to be involved with another curse. "Chase! Don't let that treasure escape." The densely packed cultivators chased after it. Naturally, they wouldn't let such an extraordinary treasure escape. That would be too much of a pity. Of course, not everyone gave chase. Many people didn't want to get involved in this mess, so they didn't chase after the treasure. Instead, they returned to the treasure mountain to continue digging. "My little baby, come out quickly. Don't hide anymore. Come out quickly," Duzu shouted as he dug. His eyes were shining. This guy had dug out quite a few good things. Crack! The heretic sovereign saint swung his shovel down. Immortal light instantly filled the surroundings. Waves of fragrance wafted through the air. Next, the sound of the great Tao resounded. "Heavenly Tao origin!" Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. His face was filled with incomparable shock. The evil sovereign saint actually dug out such a treasure. The evil dominator saint and Duzu's eyes lit up. Duzu was about to drool as he shouted, "Let me do it, let me do it." The evil dominator sage gave him some space, and the poison ancestor dug out a lump of immortal Tao origin source with a few shovels. Immortal energy swirled around. Waves of immortal light intertwined, and waves of divine charm surged. The immortal Tao quintessence vibrated with powerful ripples. "Ha ha ha ha, what a huge ball of immortal Tao essence. We're rich." Duzu laughed loudly. Then, he sealed the immortal Tao origin and handed it over to Lin Feng. This guy didn't seem to be too pleased with himself. He still remembered that such a treasure should be distributed by Lin Feng. "Come out." At this time, a cultivator's cold shout came from outside. Lin Feng kept the heavenly Tao origin and then walked out with Duzu and the evil dominator saint. At this time, over 100 cultivators had gathered outside. The person in the lead had triangular eyes and a skinny figure. He gave off a sinister feeling. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter? Kid, hand over the immortal Tao origin. Otherwise, die." The triangular-eyed cultivator sneered. The people from the Evil God Valley are the #1 evil faction in the divine realm of Tianhuang region. These people are all extremely evil. Now that you've been targeted by them, you won't have a good ending. There are too many people from the Evil God Valley. When these demons gather together, there's no one they don't dare to rob. There are only 3 of them. I think this is going to be troublesome. Unless you hand over the immortal Tao origin, you'll be able to avoid disaster. That's right. You have to make a choice. Many people started discussing. Naturally, they didn't think that Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator saint would win. The difference in numbers was too great. If they really fought, they didn't even need to think to know what the result would be. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You're acting recklessly. If you want to live, piss off. Everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Evil God Valley were stunned. No one expected Lin Feng to be heavily surrounded. They actually dared to ask the people from the Evil God Valley to get lost. Wasn't this too arrogant? Did they really think that the people from the Evil God Valley were kind people? After all, these people were a group of extremely ferocious and evil people. Courting death. Courting death. Kill these 3 people. The triangular-eyed cultivator roared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Then, over 100 experts from the Evil God Valley surrounded Lin Feng and the other 2. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Said Lin Feng with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked indifferent. Yes, young master. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint responded. Then, they rushed out like 2 spirits. Their bodies were emitting waves of cold and terrifying killing intent. After the 2 charged into the crowd, it was as if they had entered a place where no one could stop them. Poof. Poof. Poof, tearing sounds rang out one after another. One by one, the experts from the Evil God Valley were killed. These people could tell that Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were not to be trifled with. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. The triangular-eyed cultivator shouted, "Hurry up and leave." He took the lead and retreated outside. The rest of the Evil God Valley cultivators also followed closely behind, wanting to retreat. However, no one was able to escape. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were too powerful. Are you really going to kill us all? Our Evil God Valley is not to be trifled with. The triangular-eyed cultivator shouted angrily, wanting to threaten Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was not moved at all. Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint did not receive Lin Feng's order to stop, so they naturally would not stop. Thus, the 2 sides continued to fight. In the end, Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint killed all the cultivators from the Evil God Valley. Seeing the corpses on the ground, many of the spectating cultivators turned pale. Aren't these people too savage? So many experts from the Evil God Valley were killed by them. Let's go. Lin Feng said as he walked into the distance. After Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint took these people's storage rings, they followed closely behind Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng and the other 2 did not go far. They stopped at a mountain peak not far away. Since they had obtained the immortal Tao origin, they naturally had to refine it quickly to prevent any accidents from happening. Lin Feng divided the immortal Tao origin into 3 portions, 1 for each of them. Du Zhu cried out, "Immortal Tao origin, what a good treasure. After we finish refining it, we can continue digging. Who knows, we might even be able to dig out the immortal Tao origin." Lin Feng laughed and said, "I hope so." He then set up a few arrays, and the 3 of them found a place to refine the immortal Tao origin. One day later, Lin Feng finally refined all of the heavenly Tao origin. And his cultivation. He had also broken through from the 2nd layer of True God Realm to the 4th layer of True God Realm. This made Lin Feng extremely happy, as expected of a treasure like the immortal Tao origin. It actually allowed him to break through 2 levels consecutively. After Lin Feng broke through, he noticed that Du Zhu and heretical sovereign saint were still breaking through. He didn't disturb them and instead walked out of seclusion to look at the treasure mountain from afar. Many people were still digging at the treasure mountain. There were indeed many treasures there, so more and more cultivators were attracted. However, as more and more cultivators came to dig, more and more conflicts and bloodshed occurred. At this time, more than 10 cultivators flew over. 2 women among them attracted Lin Feng's attention. These 2 women were actually a pair of twin sisters. They looked exactly the same. They were tall and slender, and their faces were exquisite. This was the type of woman who had fair skin and a beautiful face. If it was just one woman, she wouldn't be that attractive. However, when the 2 sisters stood together, there was indeed a kind of shocking feeling. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Admiring beauty was something everyone liked to do. He was no exception. What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyes out? One of the women noticed that Lin Feng was looking at the 2 sisters and immediately became fierce. She directly threatened Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "How do you know I'm looking at you if you're not looking at me? I know that I'm very handsome and that everyone loves me, so if you want to look at me, you can look as much as you want. There's no need to be secretive, and there's no need to provoke me to get my attention. There are too many women who have fallen in love with me at first sight. How can I pay attention to all of them? Damn, this brother is too good at bragging, right?" The group of cultivators rolled their eyes. The female cultivator scolded, "How can you be so shameless? There are plenty of men like you on the streets, yet you're still acting so smug. What a joke. If you dare to peek at me again, I'll beat you into a pig's head." Lin Feng smiled and said, "I don't know if you can beat me into a pig's head or not, but you're already a pig's head if you don't get beaten up." Pfft, the others burst out laughing. Lin Feng was too good at mocking people. "This young lady is as beautiful as a flower, yet you dare to call this young lady a pig's head? This young lady will fight it out with you." The woman gnashed her teeth in anger. She was about to pounce on Lin Feng and fight Lin Feng to the death. However, she was pulled back by the woman beside her. "Sister, when you're outside, you must not cause trouble. This place is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's not something our small place can compare to. If we provoke someone we can't afford to provoke, we will be in big trouble," the elder sister said. The woman snorted. "Him? I can't afford to provoke him? I'll beat him with one punch." Even though she didn't want to admit defeat, she still listened to her sister's advice and didn't attack Lin Feng. "Humph." Before she left, she groaned at Lin Feng and waved her fist at him. Then, she left. Actually, her personality was quite cute. Straightforward. Unlike Fairy Miao Qing, who looked like a goddess, but in reality, her heart was extremely dark. At night, Lin Feng barbecued meat in the mountain forest. Many people passed by and saw Lin Feng eating barbecued meat. They muttered in their hearts. People were digging for treasures, but this guy was eating barbecued meat. What a weirdo. "Sister, look at that guy. He's actually cooking barbecued meat. I really don't know why he came to the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. Why can't he eat barbecued meat? He actually came to the forbidden land of Heaven Wasteland. If he has the time, he might as well dig for more treasures," the woman said. This woman was called Situmenjing. Her twin sister was called Situmingyu. The 2 sisters came from the divine realm of Heaven Wasteland, Xianxia city. This Xianxia city could only be considered a medium-sized city. There were a few families inside, but they weren't very powerful. The Situ family was one of them. Situmingyu and Situmenjing were very talented. Although their family wasn't a big family, the 2 sisters had shown extraordinary cultivation talent since they were young. Now, they had cultivated to the peak of the true God realm. Even in the entire 9 prefectures, this level of cultivation was considered to be quite strong. Of course, the sisters were still young. Compared to those cultivators who had cultivated for many years, their strength was still lacking. But with their talent, it wasn't impossible for them to catch up. "He's really a strange person," Situmingyu said. The 2 sisters then chose another place and began digging for treasures. The next day, Duzu and the heretic sovereign sage came out of seclusion. La 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 la. After the poison ancestor came out of seclusion, he immediately started to ramble on and on. Lin Feng was speechless. Did you cultivate your brain into an idiot? Du Zhu grinned and said, I'm just happy. The effect of this immortal Dao source is really too good. If I can get a bit more, I might be able to recover to the half-step emperor realm. Lin Feng said, it won't be easy to dig up something like this again. Let's try our luck again. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage nodded. The three of them continued digging. The harvest here was huge. Lin Feng's dragon-searching formula played an important role. Dozens of giant divine warriors were dug out, and there were countless other treasures of all kinds. Not long after, Du Zhu dug up a corpse. This corpse had long been dried up and was very hard. After being dead for so many years, the corpse hasn't decayed. It's only dried up. Looks like it was an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. Du Zhu said. Lin Feng and the heretic sovereign sage nodded in agreement. At that moment, an incomparably shrill scream sounded. What the hell is this? Following that, a terrified scream sounded. Lin Feng and the other two were shocked. They hurriedly rushed out of the cave. At that moment, they saw an overwhelming black fog appear in the depths of the cave. In the black fog, there were densely packed monsters with green fur. Those monsters were attacking the cultivators digging for treasures in the treasure mountain. The green-furred monsters were practically invulnerable. Many cultivators used their magic treasures to attack those green-furred monsters, but those green-furred monsters didn't suffer any damage at all. Those green-furred monsters took the opportunity to pounce on those cultivators and bite their necks. Those cultivators let out incomparably shrill screams. But at that moment, a terrifying scene appeared. Those cultivators who were bitten by those green-furred monsters. Soon, green fur grew on their bodies. They turned into green-furred monsters and bit everyone they saw. Whoosh. At that moment, a green-furred monster rushed out of the cave behind Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage. The green-furred monster glanced at Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage. It discovered that Lin Feng's cultivation base was the lowest. It felt that Lin Feng was the easiest to deal with. Therefore, it pounced at Lin Feng as fast as lightning. Seeing the green-furred monster attacking Lin Feng, Du Zhu gloated, so this green-furred monster also knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Feng glared at Du Zhu in annoyance. Then, he raised his hand and sent the green-furred monster flying with a saber gleam. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint quickly rushed forward and suppressed the green-furred monster. Eh? Isn't this green-furred monster the corpse from before? Du Zhu said in surprise. Lin Feng took out his heavenly fire and burned the green-furred monster's green fur clean. The green-furred monster's true appearance was immediately revealed. It was indeed the corpse from before. Now, it had somehow turned into a green-furred monster. This is a green-furred zombie, a cursed corpse. The heretic sovereign saint said in a deep voice. The green-furred monster struggled violently, letting out a series of roars. The green fur on its body that had been burned clean by Lin Feng's fire actually grew out again. A cursed corpse? No wonder it's so strange. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint nodded. The three of them were about to leave. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The ground began to collapse. Endless corpse chi permeated the air. Countless green-furred monsters rushed out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. A single green-furred monster was already so difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were simply too many green-furred monsters in front of them. There were about 20 to 30,000 cultivators gathered here. However, there were at least 10 times more green-furred monsters than cultivators. As far as the eye could see, there were countless of them. Damn, why are there so many green-furred monsters here? This couldn't have been a place to pile up corpses back then, right? Lin Feng said in shock. He thought of many possibilities. Du Zhu said, these green-furred monsters were extremely terrifying experts when they were alive. How could so many of them die at once? And they were all piled up in one place? This matter was indeed strange. Master, you must be careful. Don't get injured by these green-furred monsters. Once the corpse poison enters your body, it will be very troublesome. I know. Lin Feng said. Although he had the white jade toad to detoxify the poison. However, there were simply too many green-furred monsters here. The green-furred monster was extremely poisonous, and it could attack continuously. When the time came, even the white jade toad wouldn't be able to detoxify it in time. Lin Feng and the other two quickly rushed outside. However, there were simply too many green-furred monsters. Soon, the three of them were separated. Roar, 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 hundreds of green-furred monsters rushed towards Lin Feng, blotting out the sky. Lin Feng was just about to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, he felt as if his head was about to split open. Curse technique. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Someone had secretly cast a curse on him. At this time, a dense swarm of green-furred monsters had already rushed over. The situation was extremely dangerous. Shua. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique, narrowly avoiding the fatal attacks of the green-furred monsters. Then, he used the Great Curse technique to dispel the curse on him. After the curse was dispelled, Lin Feng felt a little better in his head. Damn it, it's you. Lin Feng saw a familiar figure not far away. That pair of green eyes were looking at him. It was actually the cursed doll. Gaga gaga. Kid, you're good. You've learned the Great Curse technique in such a short time. The cursed doll laughed strangely. Damn it, I was almost killed by your scheme. Lin Feng rushed towards the cursed doll. Across the void, he threw a punch at the cursed doll. There were constantly green-furred monsters pouncing towards him. Lin Feng was multitasking. While attacking the cursed doll, he repelled all the green-furred monsters that pounced on him. The cursed doll moved horizontally and dodged Lin Feng's attack. Then, it hit among the green-furred monsters and disappeared without a trace. There were simply too many green-furred monsters here. As far as the eye could see, there were green-furred monsters everywhere. More than half of the 20,000 to 30,000 cultivators had been bitten by the green-furred monsters. Then, they turned into green-furred monsters. This was the most terrifying part. There might be a way to deal with the green-furred monsters' corpse poison, but if they were bitten by the green-furred monsters, there was nothing they could do about it. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and quickly rushed out. Suddenly, he saw hundreds of cultivators being surrounded by thousands of green-furred monsters. Those cultivators could not resist the attacks of the green-furred monsters at all. Their necks were constantly bitten by the monsters. Then, they turned into green-furred monsters. Only the two sisters managed to escape by relying on a supreme treasure to protect themselves. However, there were too many green-furred monsters. Before they could escape far, they were surrounded by the green-furred monsters again. Sister, we're going to turn into green-furred monsters too. Situmenjing said with a pale face. We can definitely escape. Situmengyu's face was also as pale as a sheet. She was encouraging Situmenjing. However, at this moment, their supreme treasure shattered under the attacks of the green-furred monsters. The densely packed green-furred monsters pounced on the sisters. The sisters' faces were as pale as paper. The situation before them made them feel incomparable despair. Bang! Bang, bang! Lin Feng rushed over and sent the green-furred monsters flying. It's you, the sisters looked at Lin Feng in shock. Originally, the sisters thought that Lin Feng was an ordinary young man. They did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Call me husband, and I'll save you. Lin Feng said with a smile. Shameless. Situmenjing could not help but curse. Situmengyu's pretty face turned red. In that case, I'll leave on my own, Lin Feng said with a smile. Young master, can you really save us? Situmengyu asked. Big sister, look. At this moment, Situmenjing pointed into the distance and suddenly shouted in horror. The ground kept cracking open. More and more green-furred monsters rushed out. There were probably more than 1,000,000 of them. Many of these Corpse King rank green-furred monsters have appeared. Almost all of these Corpse King rank green-furred monsters have giant god cultivation bases. Lin Feng's facial expression became grave and solemn. The sisters were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Their bodies were trembling, and their expressions were full of despair. More than a dozen green-furred monsters pounced on Lin Feng's group. "We're dead," Situmenjing said in horror. "We're doomed," Situmenjing said in horror. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Follow behind me." He walked forward step by step. Boom! Next, Lin Feng released epic haki from his body, protecting Situmingyu and Situmenjing. The green-furred corpse kings were oppressed by Lin Feng's chi. They couldn't control their bodies anymore. They fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. How is this possible? That's a zombie king-level green-haired monster, which is equivalent to a giant god realm powerhouse, but it can't resist the aura emitted from his body. Situmingyu and Situmenjing's faces were full of deep shock, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Not everyone had seen haki before. They didn't recognize the haki released by Lin Feng at all, and only thought that it was a special kind of aura. Aura itself had a powerful combat strength. But the two girls didn't know one thing. Aura couldn't be used for defense, and only by raising it to the level of haki could it be used for both offense and defense. Roar! 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 The densely packed green-haired monsters roared and rushed towards Lin Feng, Situmingyu, and Situmenjing. However, no matter how many green-haired monsters rushed over, when they reached 10 meters from Lin Feng, all the green-haired monsters would fall from mid-air. Those green-haired monsters were stunned by the aura released from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng rushed out of the dense green-haired monsters with Situmingyu and Situmenjing. They didn't stop and quickly rushed into the distance. As for Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint, Lin Feng wasn't worried about their safety. With their abilities, they would have rushed out long ago. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? A low and cold voice came from the depths of the earth. The earth was still collapsing. Not long after, a huge stone coffin appeared. The voice came from the stone coffin. Bang! The lid of the stone coffin directly flew up into the sky. A red-haired monster sat up. The surrounding green-haired monsters all knelt on the ground as if on a pilgrimage. After the red-haired monster stood up, he walked out of the stone coffin. He jumped lightly from the depths of the earth to the mountain forest. Looking around, the ground was full of green-haired monsters. "This is the power of the curse." The red-haired monster looked at his body and gently touched the red hair on his body. His eyes flashed with endless coldness. "Who dares to place such a curse on me? And who am I? Who can tell me who I am?" The red-furred monster let out a series of low growls. The red hair on the surface of his body gradually receded into his body. The dense green hairs on the surface of the surrounding green-furred monsters also gradually retracted into their bodies. After the hair on the surface of these monsters entered their bodies, they all turned into dried corpses. "Almighty fate, it will bestow upon us the power of new life." The red-furred monster turned into a tall mummy. He let out a deep voice, calling out to the mysterious Tao of Destiny. Immediately after, waves of the power of destiny falling from the sky. It swept across the world. The power of fate finally surged into the mummies' bodies. Dried corpses. Their bodies began to fill out. It didn't take long for the dried corpses to become exactly the same as normal people. This was the power of fate, powerful and mysterious. Lin Feng brought Situmingyu and Situmenjing and flew for 15 kilometers before stopping. At this moment, Lin Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was too dangerous just now. With so many green-furred monsters, there must be an emperor among them. Fortunately, he came out in time. If he had waited for the emperor of the green-furred monsters to wake up, if he had wanted to escape, this was already not an easy task. Situmingyu and Situmenjing had escaped death. Even now, they still felt as if they were in a dream. At this moment, they came back to their senses and bowed to Lin Feng. The two sisters said in unison, "Thank you for saving us, young master." "That's it? Is there something else you haven't said?" Lin Feng looked at the two delicate flowers in front of him with a smile. "What is it?" The two sisters looked at Lin Feng in confusion. "Thank you for saving us, young master. I have nothing to repay you with but my body," Lin Feng said with a smile. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Situmingyu's face flushed red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. She was usually a gentle and quiet girl. Therefore, she was more conservative. She was easily embarrassed. Situ Menjing, on the other hand, was impetuous and straightforward. She snorted and said, "Who asked you to save us? You were the one who wanted to save us. If you dare to take advantage of us again, I'll kill you with my sword." The girl threatened Lin Feng fiercely. Then, she took out a sword, as if she really wanted to kill Lin Feng with it. Lin Feng stood up and sighed. Falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water has no feelings. We'll meet again someday. After saying that, he flew away. He left in a carefree manner. You bastard, how can you leave just like that? Come back quickly. Situ Menjing angrily stomped her feet. However, Lin Feng had already disappeared without a trace. She could no longer hear her shouts. This made Situ Menjing have an indescribable complex feeling in her heart. She was also very curious about Lin Feng. She just wanted to scare Lin Feng. She did not expect Lin Feng to leave just like that. Now, she did not even know Lin Feng's name or where he came from. After this parting, wouldn't it be very likely that they would never meet again? Thinking of this, Situ Menjing's heart could not help but feel deep regret. She should not have said those words to Lin Feng. However, she also felt wronged. How could this guy leave so easily? Don't you have any reluctance to part with us, two delicate beauties? Situ Mingyu sighed and said, such a person is too far away from us. Let's go. Situ Menjing bit her lips and could not help but sigh. She left with Situ Mingyu. Lin Feng quickly flew 10 kilometers away. Then, he coldly said, "You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet? You're quite protective of the fairer sex. You know that you're going to die, so you didn't implicate the two sisters." A cold voice said. Following that, a black-clothed man walked out. The black-clothed man held a saber in his hand. An assassin? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Someone from the longevity camp wants your life. Moreover, it's not just one faction that wants your life. The black-clothed man said with a sneer. Which mission did your excellency accept? Lin Feng's expression was still indifferent. Missions from the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Evil Dragon Palace. I'm not talented, but I accepted them all. One faction wants your corpse, while the other doesn't want your corpse. They only want your life. Killing you is just nice. Not bad, not bad. The black-clothed assassin said sinisterly. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. What if you include us? A hoarse voice said. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, 35 black-clothed assassins rushed out of the forest and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 36 assassins around him. These 36 assassins had powerful auras, and their cultivation bases were unfathomable. Lin Feng also noticed something shocking. The breathing rate of these 36 assassins was exactly the same. That was a little too scary. You guys shouldn't be nameless people, right? Lin Feng asked calmly. Reincarnation sect. 36 Hell emissaries. The first assassin to appear said. He was the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries. Reincarnation sect is an assassin organization? Lin Feng asked calmly. The longevity camp was not an assassin organization. Instead, it was a powerful intermediary organization. Anyone could issue missions in the longevity camp. Some of the assassin organizations that were connected to the longevity camp, some of the rogue cultivators, and some of the experts from the major forces could accept these missions. However, if one did not have connections, no matter how tempting the rewards of the missions in the longevity camp were, they would not be able to claim them. One of the top assassin organizations in the 9 prefectures. What, you don't even know this? The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng said calmly. I have no interest in organizations like you that live in the dark. Is it strange that I don't know? You know now, but you're still going to die. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries sneered. Back then, an assassin organization tried to assassinate me again and again. However, I eradicated them in the end. Lin Feng chuckled. Even though he was surrounded by the 36 Hell emissaries, he was still very calm. He had seen too many storms and waves. Although the 36 Hell emissaries were very scary, Lin Feng believed that he could deal with them. Is that so? Looks like that assassin organization is very weak. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries drew his saber. Most assassins used swords as weapons. Swords could be made as thin as a cicada's wings, making them easy to carry around. They could even be wrapped around the waist. Moreover, when killing with a sword, swords were very thin. Therefore, the air friction created was very small, making it easier to hide the body. Many people were assassinated before they could even react. But sabers were different. Sabers required strength, so sabers were generally thicker. When one used a saber to kill someone, they would usually infuse their strength into the saber. This would easily cause intense air friction. It was also easy to be discovered. Therefore, assassins usually chose to use swords instead of knives. The saber is 5 feet 9 inches, 3 inches wide, and 1 inch and 2 centimeters thick. Its name is Blood Drinker. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries introduced his treasured saber. This was an extremely terrifying killing blade. It was unknown just how much blood it had been stained with. Now, it seemed to know that it needed to drink blood again. As a result, it emitted a series of trembling sounds. The rest of the assassins also drew their weapons. These people's weapons were all sabers. Lin Feng quickly understood why these people were using sabers. These assassins were different from other assassins. Other assassins were all assassins. The target was assassinated without a sound. As for the 36 Hell envoys, they did not practice the Tao of assassination. These people attacked together, besieging their target. Since it was a siege, naturally, there was no need to consider whether using a weapon like a saber would alert the target in advance. A saber was obviously more suitable as a weapon than a sword. Blood Drinker. Blood Drinker. You are about to drink blood again. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries gently wiped the Blood Drinker saber. It was as gentle as if he was treating his lover. It's just a broken saber. If I throw it on the ground, I won't even bother looking at it. Is there a need to wipe it so carefully? Lin Feng curled his lips as he said. Kid. How dare you insult my Blood Drinker saber? You deserve to die. Attack. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries could not help but shout coldly. He gripped the Blood Drinker saber with both hands. The rest of the Hell emissaries also gripped their treasured sabers and pointed them at Lin Feng. Lin Feng curled his lips. The Hell emissaries send the dead into the netherworld. You assassins have the nerve to call yourselves Hell emissaries. Do you have any shame? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the rest of the assassins roared furiously. These assassins killed countless people every year. Thus, they were usually very violent. Naturally, they could not tolerate being ridiculed. Dragon kill. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries shouted coldly. Shua, he swung his saber at Lin Feng. The other 36 Hell emissaries also swung their sabers at Lin Feng. The auras of these people were actually connected together. Roar, a series of dragon roars resounded throughout the area. Dazzling sword lights suddenly turned into dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they moved towards Lin Feng. 36 evil dragons instantly pounced. Just as the dragons were about to hit Lin Feng, they transformed into saber gleams. Great defensive art. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had used the great defensive art to create a defensive crystal wall. Clang! Clang! When the saber light slashed the defensive crystal wall, the saber light slashed the defensive crystal wall. Clang! 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 36 saber gleams, all of them were blocked by the defensive crystal wall. Lin Feng immediately stepped into the void. The power of death permeates the heavens and the earth. The river of death traverses the past and present. The eternal river of death, come out quickly and reap the lives of these lowly creatures who have blasphemed the Hell emissaries. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the great death art. A series of deep and mysterious voices resounded throughout the area. As his voice faded away, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A river of death that traversed the heavens and the earth appeared. The river of death swept across the heavens. It traversed the past, the present, and the future. It directly enveloped the 36 hell emissaries. The 36 hell emissaries were unable to dodge. All of them were enveloped by the river of death. One after another, the gods of death appeared in the river of death. Those death gods, all of them pounced at the 36 hell emissaries. Kid, you can even summon the river of death. You are really powerful. Today, we, the 36 hell emissaries, will let you have a taste of the power of the death god .. The leader of the 36 hell emissaries sneered. Death god .. Immediately after, the 36 hell emissaries shouted at the same time. Their auras connected together and then they slashed out a peerless slash. All of the saber gleams, all of them gathered together and formed a dazzling saber gleam. Then, that saber gleam actually split the river of death that Lin Feng had formed. Bang, the river of death was directly shattered. However, that dazzling saber gleam did not dissipate because of this. Instead, it tore through the void and quickly slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left, wanting to avoid the saber gleam's attack. However, he was shocked to find that, no matter how he dodged, he was unable to avoid the terrifying saber gleam. This saber gleam, it did not slash Lin Feng. It was unwilling to give up. The killer god's single blade slash was indeed powerful. It made Lin Feng shudder with fear. However, Lin Feng's means were also unimaginable. In the face of this terrifying attack, lightning surrounded his hands. Lin Feng performed the Great Thunderclap art recorded in the 3000 Great Tao. The 3000 Great Tao was violent and domineering. Once it was unleashed, it could destroy everything in its path. Boom, the Great Thunderclap art was unleashed. The lightning and the dazzling blade light collided. Clang, suddenly, a series of sonorous and powerful collision sounds were heard. It was as if two peerless divine weapons had collided. The attacks from both sides were broken. 9 Cycle of Reincarnation Immortal Slaying Slash. Whoosh, the leader of the 36 Hell Envoys roared again and slashed his blade toward Lin Feng. That terrifying blade seemed to be able to slaughter a group of immortals. The power of this blade was even stronger than the killer god's single blade slash. Clang, the two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng was sent flying thousands of meters away. What a terrifying attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The saber had left a deep wound on his arm, so deep that his bones could be seen. However, Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body. His injury was instantly healed. Then, he began to perform the Great Curse art. The cooperation of these assassins was almost impeccable. However, the Great Curse art was different. It was strange enough that it could attack anyone silently. Puff. 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 After Lin Feng performed the Great Curse art, the chests of 3 assassins were pierced through silently. Then, screams were heard. The 3 assassins' faces were as pale as paper. They didn't die immediately, but they were seriously injured. Curse art. The leader of the 36 Hell Envoys was very knowledgeable. When he saw that his 3 subordinates were injured, he knew that Lin Feng performed the curse art. He knew how strange the curse art was. Therefore, he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out a golden jade talisman. The golden jade talisman flew out and floated above the heads of these people. Rays of golden light shone down, protecting everyone. When Lin Feng used the curse technique to attack these people again, he suddenly realized that the curse technique seemed to have lost its effect. He could no longer harm this group of assassins. You blocked my curse technique? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He looked at the jade talisman. The reason why the curse had lost its effect was because of the mysterious jade talisman that the 36 envoys of hell had used. That jade talisman was extremely strange. There were too many capable people in the world who could resist the art of curses. Therefore, it was not strange that such a treasure could be smithied. Brat, I can't use the curse technique. Let's see how you die now. The eyes of the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries were filled with dense killing intent. Whoosh, these people attacked again. Chaos Sky-Splitting Blade. The group of assassins attacked at the same time. Their auras were connected, and even their attacks were stacked together. The chaos sky-splitting slash's power was extremely terrifying. It directly split heaven and earth, locked onto Lin Feng's figure, and slashed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the Stoneman watching the sea of clouds, an offensive divine ability that was at the half-immortal level. This divine ability instantly broke the attacks of the group of assassins. Then, Lin Feng used the 8 directional worlds to rush into the group of assassins. The Dracophant arm was activated. His arm became incomparably thick, his strength increased crazily. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng threw out punch after punch. One assassin after another was sent flying by Lin Feng. These people couldn't withstand the attacks of the Dracophant arm at all. Their bodies exploded in midair. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 assassins were killed by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries were filled with endless killing intent. Ghost Saber Slash. With a cold shout, he became one with the saber and slashed towards Lin Feng. At that moment, it was as if there was only this saber between heaven and earth. This was the saber intent. And it was an extremely powerful saber intent. The leader of the 36 Hell emissaries directly pulled Lin Feng into the saber intent. He forcefully restrained Lin Feng's movements. Then, he killed Lin Feng in one blow. Kill him. The rest of the assassins were also filled with killing intent. Seeing that Lin Feng was restrained by the saber intent, they all attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your death is here. At this moment, a woman flew over from afar. It was none other than Fairy Miaoqing. Fairy Miaoqing was also hiding in the surrounding forest. However, Fairy Miaoqing hadn't shown herself before. She was waiting for a rare opportunity. Now, this opportunity was finally waiting for her. Seeing that this opportunity had arrived, Fairy Miaoqing didn't hesitate to attack Lin Feng. Ever since she had shed all pretense of cordiality, Fairy Miaoqing had already decided to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, Fairy Miaoqing condensed a 4-sided seal and attacked Lin Feng. Mountains, rivers, scorching suns, divine moons, ancient forests, and so on appeared on the 4-sided seal. This divine ability was called Heaven-Earth-Sun-Moon Seal. It evolved the mysteries of heaven and earth and deduced the changes of the sun and moon. Its power was boundless. Boom, in another direction, a terrifying aura spread out. Wu Qianquan walked over. His body was surrounded by Emperor Qi. Like a young emperor, he walked over with majestic steps and punched towards Lin Feng. Above his fist, a bright starry sky condensed. Billions of stars. No one knew what kind of terrifying divine ability it was. The attacks of so many experts simply made one feel despair. Lin Feng looked indifferent when facing those people's attacks. Epic dominance, boom. Once the dominance was released, who could fight against it? Bang 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 bang. Everyone was pushed back by the dominance released by Lin Feng. Sword Blade Storm. Lin Feng roared and soared into the sky. This Sword Blade Storm was a supreme sword technique recorded in the 9th level of the Raging Wave sword technique. It was extremely powerful. With Lin Feng as the center, a huge amount of sword qi emerged from his body and formed a hurricane. These sword qi were infused with the power of dominance. Therefore, it was extremely terrifying. Retreat. Everyone's expression changed and they quickly retreated. However, not everyone could escape from Lin Feng's attack. Pft. 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 Ripping sounds could be heard. One by one, the assassins were killed by Lin Feng. In the end, only Wu Qianquan, Fairy Miaoqing, and the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries managed to dodge Lin Feng's attack. The rest were all killed by Lin Feng. Little bastard. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Seeing the rest of the assassins being killed, the eyes of the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries turned blood red. He roared furiously and wanted to fight to the death with Lin Feng. Fairy Miaoqing and Wu Qianquan looked indifferent. The two of them also started to prepare a new attack. They wanted to attack Lin Feng together with the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries. Fairy Miaoqing, Wu Qianquan, and the leader of the 36 Hell emissaries all had extremely terrifying hidden moves. They believed that once they used these moves, Lin Feng would be dead for sure. Keek keek. At this moment, a sinister laughter could be heard from afar. Endless black fog rolled and swept across the land. Within the black fog was a man in a black robe. No one knew who he was. His aura was so terrifying that it was suffocating. Run! 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 When they saw the terrifying man in the black robe, Wu Qianquan and Fairy Miaoqing who were about to attack Lin Feng changed their expressions. They seemed to know the man in the black robe and turned to flee. Oh no, it's him, the great demonic god. The leader of the 36 hell emissaries also changed his expression. Without thinking, he turned and fled. What's going on? Lin Feng was stunned. He did not know why these people were avoiding the man in the black robe as if he was a ghost. Lin Feng did not dare to stay and ran away. He, kid, don't go. Don't go. Let me eat you. The man in the black robe swept up the endless devil fog and chased after Lin Feng. A blood-curdling sound came from his throat. That sound. It was like the roar of a ghost. It made Lin Feng feel a chill down his spine. Why don't you go and eat Su Miaoqing? She's a delicate beauty and her skin is so tender. I'm a man and my flesh is so hard. Lin Feng shouted. He. The man in the black robe laughed weirdly again and said, how can Su Miaoqing's flesh be compared to yours? I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Your bloodline is so powerful that it makes my heart burn. The man in the black robe shouted. Damn, can you not be so disgusting? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Kid, go to hell. The man in the black robe waved his hand. Suddenly, the devil chi condensed into a ferocious demonic god and pounced on Lin Feng. The demonic god's speed was too fast. Like a black lightning bolt, he arrived in front of Lin Feng in a flash. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he threw a punch at him. Bang, the Dracophant arm collided with the demonic god. Lin Feng felt as if his body was hit by an ancient mountain. His body was sent flying by the impact. His blood and chi churned. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that's too perverted. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He turned around and continued running. You can't escape. What you're doing is useless. You can't escape your fate of becoming my food. The man in the black robe. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng gloomily. You don't even know who I am? The man in the black robe. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, if I knew who you were, would I still ask you? I am the great demonic god. Alas, the demonic god was disappointed. Lin Feng's expression didn't change at all. He even muttered, who is the demonic god? Is he famous? The demonic god's mouth twitched. You don't even know who the demonic god is? Which mountain did you crawl out from? The demonic god looked at Lin Feng with disdain as he spoke. Lin Feng continued running. Who the hell knows who you are? Is it strange that I don't know who you are? The demonic god said coldly, you're so ignorant. You don't even know the demonic god, who was ranked first on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Isn't it just the Heaven's Pride ranking? Look at how arrogant you are. I thought you were ranked first on the Sovereign ranking. Lin Feng mocked. Lin Feng's mockery infuriated the demonic god. This brat dares to look down on me, how preposterous. The demonic god decided to reveal a little more about his identity. This brat would definitely be scared out of his wits once he learned of his identity. Thinking of this, the demonic god revealed a smug expression and said, Brat, do you know what race I am? I'm not interested, Lin Feng replied indifferently. The demonic god wanted to cry. He had already prepared a speech, but Lin Feng's reply had made him swallow his words. Why was this brat asking to be taught a lesson? The demonic god no longer wanted to eat Lin Feng. He had decided to teach Lin Feng a lesson after capturing Lin Feng. He wanted to make Lin Feng feel like he was going to die. That was the only way. Only then could the demonic god vent the anger in his heart. The demonic god took a deep breath. Although Lin Feng didn't want to know about his race, the demonic god still decided to tell Lin Feng. The demonic god really wanted to see Lin Feng's shocked and terrified expression when he learned about his race. Thinking of this, the demonic god's lips curled into a cold smile. He said, Brat, listen carefully. I, the demonic god, am a member of the demonic god race. 2,000 years ago, I walked out of the sealed stone. Oh, so you're a member of the demonic god race. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, the demonic god was stunned. The demonic god was stunned. Shouldn't this brat be shocked? Shouldn't he be terrified? Why does this guy look so calm and collected? Could it be that her identity did not cause any emotional stimulation or shock to him? Did I not hear clearly? The demonic god consoled himself. The demonic god decided to tell Lin Feng his identity again. This time, the demonic god's voice was much louder, practically roaring as he revealed his identity. I said, I'm a member of the demonic god race. Did you hear clearly? The demonic god's roar was so loud that even people dozens of kilometers away could hear it clearly. Many birds and beasts in the forest were so frightened that they lay on the ground, trembling. Lin Feng was speechless. What are you shouting for? I'm not deaf. Of course I can hear what you're saying. The demonic god muttered to himself. Can't hear what I'm saying, why does this brat still look so indifferent? Do you know about the demonic god race? The demonic god asked Lin Feng. He even felt that Lin Feng might not know how powerful the demonic god race was. After all, he didn't know which mountain this guy came from. The race with 3 heads and 6 arms, right? Lin Feng glanced at the demonic god and pursed his lips. The great demon god actually had the urge to cry. So you know about the demonic god race? The demonic god decided to transform into his true form to shock Lin Feng. I'll transform into, the demonic god growled. He transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. He then looked at Lin Feng smugly. At that moment, he realized that Lin Feng had already turned around and sped up, leaving the demonic god 7 or 8 kilometers behind. The demonic god had even torn his clothes in order to transform. This brat didn't even look at him. The demonic god was about to go crazy. He roared furiously, Brat, don't run. I'll tear you apart. Do you think I won't run just because you don't want me to? Why should I listen to you? Lin Feng pursed his lips. He had raised the 8 corners world to its limit. The great demonic god's cultivation was indeed formidable, but in terms of speed, the great demonic god was no match for Lin Feng. The fact that he was able to follow Lin Feng was already pretty good. Lin Feng's speed had always been fast, and during this period of time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. His speed had also increased tremendously. Currently, Lin Feng's speed was many times faster than before. As such, the great demonic god was unable to catch up to Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng managed to shake off the great demonic god. The great demonic god roared in anger. Many people turned and fled in fright when they saw the crazed great demonic god. Lin Feng was not afraid of the great demonic god. However, that did not mean that others were not afraid of the great demonic god. After shaking off the great demonic god, Lin Feng found a place to rest. Beside him was a pool and a small stream. The water in the stream gurgled. Lin Feng lay down on a smooth rock to rest. Not long after, someone flew over and landed beside the stream. Then, she found a place to rest. Upon seeing this person, Lin Feng sat up and smiled. Isn't this Fairy Miaoqing? What a coincidence to see you here. Lin Feng stood up and walked toward Fairy Miaoqing step by step. The grudge between the two was very deep, to the point where they were like fire and water. Lin Feng did not need to be courteous to Fairy Miaoqing. This woman was very sinister. If he did not get rid of her, she would become a huge disaster sooner or later. What a coincidence. Looks like your luck is pretty good. You actually managed to escape from the great demonic god's pursuit. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Fairy Miaoqing frowned slightly. Then, she sneered. Said Lin Feng indifferently. Are you disappointed to see that I'm still alive, Miaoqing? Fairy Miaoqing said, yes. If you die, we can save a lot of trouble. Lin Feng said, that's what I'm thinking as well. If you die, it'll save me a lot of trouble. However, I've always been a man with tender feelings for the fairer sex. If you agree to become my concubine, I'll spare your life. How about it? Shameless boasting. Fairy Miaoqing sneered. She leaped out and pushed both her hands towards Lin Feng. In an instant, A great sun and a bright moon appeared. The sun and moon complemented each other, forming a complementary force of yin and yang. They pressed down on Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Facing this attack, his expression did not change. Brandishing the arm of the dragon and elephant, it smashed towards the great sun and divine moon. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive strikes. The great sun and divine moon were blasted away by Lin Feng. However, at this moment, Fairy Miao Qing had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Her right index finger was pointing towards Lin Feng's forehead. Fairy Miao Qing's finger had turned golden. This attack. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The attack power was incomparably terrifying. Fairy Miao Qing was about to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng disappeared silently. It was as though he had teleported. He used the heaven patching technique to dodge Fairy Miao Qing's attack. As a result, Fairy Miao Qing's attack missed. Lin Feng, on the other hand, threw a punch towards Fairy Miao Qing. Feeling the terrifying aura surging from behind, Fairy Miao Qing's expression suddenly changed. She was different from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the heaven patching technique. He could borrow another chance from the heavens. Therefore, when he encountered a dangerous situation, he could use the heaven patching technique to escape and avoid a fatal blow. However, Fairy Miao Qing did not have the ability to use the heaven patching technique. Therefore, facing Lin Feng's attack, she had no choice but to block it. Fairy Miao Qing's reaction was fast enough. She turned around and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided. Fairy Miao Qing was no match for Lin Feng. She was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng's Dracophant arm was extremely powerful. Fairy Miao Qing's hasty attack was unable to block the damage caused by Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. Ugh. Fairy Miao Qing involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. So, Fairy Miao Qing glared at Lin Feng hatefully. She turned around and flew away. That woman was very decisive. She knew that she couldn't compete with Lin Feng now that she was injured, so she wanted to escape. Lin Feng quickly chased after her and sneered. Do you think you can escape now? Fairy Miao Qing did not say anything. She pushed her speed to the limit and quickly fled. She was injured to begin with, so her speed was naturally greatly reduced. Lin Feng's speed was still at its peak. Therefore, the distance between the two was constantly closing. Fairy Miao Qing said, Lin Feng, why don't we make a deal? What deal? Lin Feng looked at Fairy Miao Qing with narrowed eyes. I will give you a great opportunity. In return, let me go. Fairy Miao Qing said. Oh? A great opportunity? What opportunity? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. I know of a mysterious immortal estate that has never been explored by anyone. I originally wanted to go there. If you let me go, I will give you the token to enter the immortal estate and the location of the immortal estate. How about it? Fairy Miao Qing said. Immortal estate, it's really a good place. It's not impossible for me to agree to your request, but there is another condition. What condition? Fairy Miao Qing could not help but ask. Be my concubine. Lin Feng said with a smile. That's wishful thinking. Fairy Miao Qing said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Since you don't know what's good for you, how about this? I will capture you later. It just so happens that I have cultivated the great purification technique and can purify you. After I purify you, you won't even be qualified to be my maid, let alone my concubine. At that time, you will be nothing more than a slave by my side. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Fairy Miao Qing's pretty face turned extremely ugly. Naturally, she had heard of the great purification technique before. At that time, she would lose her sense of self and become a zombie slave. But for her to agree to Lin Feng's request, it was unrealistic. Fairy Miao Qing continued running. But 2 hours later, Lin Feng caught up to her. Lin Feng began attacking Fairy Miao Qing. After a fierce battle, Fairy Miao Qing was no match for Lin Feng. Her body was restrained by Lin Feng and she fell to the ground. Lin Feng carried Fairy Miao Qing on his shoulder. You bastard! Put me down! Fairy Miao Qing screamed. At the next moment, Lin Feng threw Fairy Miaoqing onto the ground. Fairy Miaoqing fell so hard that her tears were about to flow out. She was cursing Lin Feng in her heart. How could he not know how to take care of her? But Fairy Miaoqing soon realized that something was amiss. After Lin Feng threw her down, he turned and flew into the distance. What happened? Fairy Miaoqing was puzzled. At this moment, she saw a skinny old man that looked like a malicious spirit walking over step by step from afar. With a single step, he was already a few hundred meters away. This was the earth-shrinking technique. That malicious spirit-like old man chased after Lin Feng rapidly. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay for even half a minute, because he had seen the old divine servant from far away. The divine servant clearly didn't have good intentions, and Lin Feng was very clear about this. Thus, when he saw the divine servant, Lin Feng didn't even hesitate to turn and run. However, he soon saw the divine servant catch up to him. The divine servant was simply too fast. He didn't know what level the old man's cultivation was at. Lin Feng had thought that he was just an ordinary divine servant, but ever since he had met him in the 9 prefectures, Lin Feng knew that the old man wasn't just an ordinary divine servant. This old man was definitely not a simple divine servant. There were too many secrets hidden on him. Every time Lin Feng thought about the divine servant's gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if the divine servant was sizing up his personal belongings. That gaze was simply too frightening. "Little friend, it's hard to meet an old friend. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" the divine servant asked. Lin Feng replied, "This junior still has matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. If senior has nothing else to do, you can take a nap or fight some monsters." The divine servant said, "How could I not have anything to do? I came here to look for you." Lin Feng's face almost turned green. He already knew that the divine servant was plotting against him, even though he didn't know what it was. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng was clear about. If he fell into the divine servant's hands, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Previously, the divine servant would still try to hide it. However, the divine servant didn't even try to hide it now. Lin Feng said, "If senior has anything to say, you can just stand there and talk. There's no need for us to get too close. I'm young and have good hearing, so I can hear you even if I stand a bit further away." The divine servant laughed strangely and said, "Little friend, this isn't the attitude you should have when discussing matters. This isn't the attitude a junior should have in front of a senior either." Lin Feng cursed inwardly. "Damn. Old thing. You're here to take my life. Could it be that this young master has to stand here respectfully and wait for you to kill me?" Lin Feng said coldly, "Senior, you're not here to discuss matters. Since it's already come to this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. If you continue to hide it, then it's meaningless." The divine servant laughed strangely and said, "If you want to talk about something, then you should act like you're talking about something. Let's sit down and talk about things calmly. This is the attitude that both sides should have. There's no point in saying that. You're an old fox, but don't treat me like a fool. I've known for a long time that you're not a divine servant. I have more or less guessed your identity, so don't give me those empty words." Lin Feng sneered. Back then, this old servant had told Lin Feng the story of Luoshan. Luoshan. Fuxi's daughter, the god of the Luo River. She was the goddess of heaven. Countless people fell head over heels for him. Countless years ago, Luoshan traveled and bewitched countless gods. One of them was called Judas. He had a human face, a snake's body, and lived at the foot of Mount Zhong. He was an unusually powerful god, and he began to pursue Luoshan. However, Judas wasn't the only god who pursued Luoshan. There was another god called the North Pole Celestial Emperor. The two gods came to blows, and Judas emerged victorious over the North Pole Celestial Emperor. He thought he'd be together with Luoshan, but he didn't expect Luoshan to be embroiled in the great war of gods and demons. Judas fought his way into the battlefield and rescued Luoshan from the brink of death. Unfortunately, Judas wasn't able to revive Luoshan. When Luoshan died, Judas moved to Luoshan's temple and guarded her body day and night. After Judas' death, Judas' servants continued to guard the temple in his place. When the divine servant grew old, he would search for a successor. When the old divine servant died, a new divine servant would take his place and continue to guard the temple. At first, Lin Feng believed this story. But when he saw the divine servant in the 9 states, Lin Feng completely overturned his previous beliefs. If this old man was just an ordinary divine servant, how could he leave Luoxan's temple? Divine servants were bound to guard the temple for eternity, unable to leave. This was their duty. If this old man wasn't a divine servant, and his cultivation was so terrifying, Lin Feng thought of 2 people. One was the North God Emperor. The other was Judas. Both of them had pursued Luoxan, and they were the strongest of the cultivators who pursued her. The divine servant told Lin Feng the story of Judas' infatuation with Luoxan. So Lin Feng guessed that this divine servant was none other than Judas. The divine servant said, "You are a smart man, and talented. But smart people don't live long. No matter how talented you are, it's a waste." Lin Feng sneered. "What? You're not going to hide anymore? What do you want from me? Now you can say it without fear." While Lin Feng was communicating with the divine servant, he was also communicating with the demon lord. He called out to the demon lord, wanting to join forces with the demon lord to deal with the divine servant. But Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. The demon lord didn't respond. The divine servant cackled. "Stop your futile struggle. I've already severed your connection to the person you're trying to call out to." Lin Feng's expression darkened. The divine servant knew about the demon lord's existence. And he'd even severed his connection to the demon lord. The divine servant's cultivation was too terrifying. Without the demon lord's help, how was he supposed to fight the divine servant? "What are you plotting against me?" Lin Feng asked as he ran. Man, in the end, cannot escape the fate of old age and death. "It's good to be young," the divine servant cackled. Hearing the divine servant's words, Lin Feng's expression changed. "Old turtle, you're actually plotting against my body." Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. "Keek keek, such a perfect body like yours is hard to find in this world. If I'm not wrong, you've inherited 2 terrifying bloodlines. The first is the immortal divine body, and the second is the sovereign imperial body. Your origins are truly extraordinary. Just thinking about obtaining such a perfect body makes me excited." The divine servant cackled sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression turned ugly. He suddenly increased his speed. He pushed his speed to the limit. Currently, Lin Feng had no other way to deal with the divine servant, so he could only run. But the divine servant was also very fast. Lin Feng wasn't able to shake the divine servant off. Instead, the divine servant caught up to the main ship. "Why do you have to do such useless things? Your fate was already decided when we first met. The reason why I haven't done anything to you is because I want to keep you in captivity and unleash your talent. Only then can I obtain the greatest benefits." The divine servant caught up and waved his sleeve. Asterisk bang. Asterisk following a dull collision sound, Lin Feng was sent flying. "Isn't this old bastard too strong?" Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The divine servant's attack was too terrifying, enough to make one despair. However, Lin Feng wasn't one to give up so easily. He quickly got up. Then, he took out the 9-demon picture and regal sword tomb. Swoosh, with a flash, the regal sword tomb opened, and 4 swords flew out. "You have quite a few treasures on you, but they're still useless. Even if your cultivation is 100 times stronger than before, you won't be able to hurt me at all," said the divine servant. "You're bragging too much." Lin Feng sneered. "You'll know once you try." The divine servant wasn't angry. This old man's mentality was extremely good, like an ancient well without any ripples. He had lived to this age. It was very rare for anything in the world to cause such a huge fluctuation in the divine servant's emotions. The divine servant naturally didn't take Lin Feng's mockery to heart. Swoosh, swoosh, the 9 demons painting and the 4 great swords all shot towards the divine servants. The 9-demon picture released a powerful emperor's aura. As for the 4 swords, their killing intent soared to the sky. The attacks of the 5 supreme treasures were naturally terrifying, instantly shattering the void. Even if a giant god realm powerhouse came, they would probably be killed in an instant. However, the divine servant still had an indifferent expression on his face. In other words, he didn't care about the situation before him at all. If you want to activate an emperor weapon, you need to use an emperor's law. If you don't have one, you need to use a quasi-emperor's law to activate part of the weapon's power. You don't have a quasi-emperor's law, and you don't have an emperor's law. An emperor weapon in your hands is like casting pearls before swine. As for those swords of yours, they all have great origins. Unfortunately, they're either destroyed or sealed, unable to release their power. The divine servant's voice was cold. He stretched out his withered right hand and grabbed at the 9-demon picture and the 4 swords. Crack, it was as if an invisible force had imprisoned the 9-demon picture and the 4 swords. No matter how hard the 9 demons painting and the 4 swords struggled, they could not break free from that invisible force. This divine servant was truly powerful. It instantly imprisoned Lin Feng's magic weapon. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation for the great curse technique. He used a curse to attack the divine servant. Clang, an invisible force struck the divine servant's body, but the divine servant didn't move at all. Seeing this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The power of curses is truly interesting. You actually cultivated the most bizarre Tao of curses. What a genius. The divine servant sighed and stepped forward. A palm shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly retreated, wanting to avoid the divine servant's attack. However, he was shocked to discover that the surrounding void had been sealed. His body was unable to move. This caused Lin Feng's expression to change. Bang! In the next moment, the divine servant's palm landed on Lin Feng's chest. With the divine servant's palm as the center, divine runes intertwined, completely sealing Lin Feng's body. F***ck, I'm done for. Lin Feng pulled a long face. Even though he was a very optimistic person, he was still a very optimistic person. Now that his body was sealed, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the 9 demons painting floating in the air flew into Lin Feng's body and sank into it. The 4 great swords flew into the revered sword mound. Then, the revered sword mound also flew into Lin Feng's injured body. If you dare to touch me, my master won't let you off. Lin Feng shouted. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Now, he had to use Lord Tortoise's name to intimidate others in order to protect himself. It was obvious how bad his current situation was. Lord Tortoise? The divine servant sneered. Although he didn't show any signs of abnormality, Lin Feng still noticed something. When he said the words Lord Tortoise, the divine servant revealed a deep fear between his brows. However, he soon suppressed the fear in his heart. That's right. It's Lord Tortoise. My master is extremely powerful. If you attack me, you'd better think about the consequences. Lin Feng continued to threaten. The divine servant's expression changed. Then, he sneered and said, "It seems like you know quite a lot. But you don't have to use Lord Tortoise to threaten me. After this is done, I'll leave. In this big world, where will your master find me? Moreover, your master has his own mission. If you're still alive, he might save you. If you're dead, he won't find trouble for himself." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine servant grabbed Lin Feng's collar and lifted Lin Feng up into the sky, flying into the distance. Now that Lin Feng's body was sealed, he couldn't move at all. So, he could only let the divine servant carry him. "Where are you taking me?" Lin Feng asked. "We're looking for a place with beautiful scenery. I'll send you to the Western Paradise," the divine servant said sinisterly. The divine servant brought Lin Feng to the peak of a mountain. There was a huge platform here. Lin Feng saw densely packed runes on the platform and a temporary altar. A sacrifice? Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. He was a sacrifice? The divine servant wanted to sacrifice him? The divine servant seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking and said, "Don't worry. This sacrifice isn't about sacrificing you. It's about summoning a mysterious power." "What are you trying to do?" Lin Feng asked with a gloomy expression. "Soul planting." The divine servant laughed strangely. "You know how to plant a soul?" Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. "You or had a soul planted by a mysterious expert." Lin Feng had looked for the Tao sect of soul masters to find a way to break through soul planting. He hadn't expected the divine servant to know how to plant a soul. The divine servant laughed and said, "I almost forgot. You're looking for the Tao sect of soul masters' inheritance to break through that girl's soul planting technique. I have to say, you're really infatuated," Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. "You want to plant your soul in my soul? Then slowly devour my soul and take over my body?" The divine servant said, "What you said is basically correct, but there are some parts that are ridiculously wrong." "What parts are ridiculously wrong?" Lin Feng asked. "My soul planting technique is different from the Tao sect of soul masters. The Tao sect of soul masters' soul planting technique is very slow and requires a very long time to succeed. My soul planting technique is extremely tyrannical. It only needs 2 hours to succeed. At that time I'll obtain all of your memories and you'll disappear. In a way, I'm me, but I'm also you." The divine servant laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng's expression changed. If the divine servant's soul planting technique was so tyrannical, then, doesn't that mean I only have a little more than 2 hours to live at most? Take a good look at this world. Soon, you won't be able to see it, the divine servant laughed sinisterly. Then, he began to worship the heavens. He prepared to use the soul-planting technique on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now certain that this old fellow had been hiding by his side for such a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known so much about Lin Feng. He even knew that Yuer had been affected by the soul-planting technique. He was truly a scheming old monster. After the divine servant laid out all sorts of offerings, he put on a very special ceremonial robe. The robe was covered with a dense array of strange runes. Those runes emitted an extremely demonic power. Lin Feng sat on the ground, unable to move. He laughed and said, "Old man, that robe you're wearing is so strange. What kind of robe is that? Don't end up dying from the backlash instead of killing me." The divine servant said indifferently, "You're about to die, yet you still dare to laugh and mock me. Your attitude is pretty good. Actually, I quite admire you. Unfortunately, every man for himself, the heavens punish him. No matter how much I admire you, only death awaits you today." Lin Feng said, "Then I'll curse you to die before me. That way, I won't be able to die." "Ha ha ha ha, laugh. Laugh. Laugh to your heart's content. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore." The divine servant sneered. Then, he ignored Lin Feng and began the ritual. "The great Tao of the heavens that surpasses all living beings in the world. I shall borrow your power," the divine servant began to chant. This was a language that Lin Feng didn't know, so he didn't know what the divine servant's incantation meant. Looking at the cloudless sky, he couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation. Over the years, he had gone through many life and death battles. Over the years, he had gone through many dangerous situations. Over and over again, he had crawled out from a pile of corpses. He had worked hard to become stronger. He had hoped that one day, he would be able to head into the depths of the universe to rescue his mother. However, after so many years of hard work, everything was going to be for naught. Lin Feng couldn't accept it. But now, what was the use of being unwilling? What was done could not be undone. Everything could no longer be reversed. Now, all Lin Feng could do was wait for death to descend upon him. A loud rumbling sound came from the 9 heavens. The originally clear and boundless sky instantly turned into rolling dark clouds. Amidst the dark clouds, a blood-red moon appeared. "Heavens, day has turned into night. What happened? Look at the sky, there's a blood moon." In countless directions, countless cultivators pointed at the blood-red color in the sky. The appearance of the color of blood was too demonic. Lin Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the blood-red moon in the sky. The sacrificial art performed by the divine servants was so extraordinary that it really shocked him. This kind of sacrificial technique was too terrifying, causing people's hearts to palpitate. However, this also reflected how terrifying the divine servants were. Judas. Lin Feng softly muttered this name. This was the name of the divine servant. In the past, he was an unimaginably powerful existence. Lin Feng guessed that he should be a Xianxia life form. Because Luotian was Fuxi's daughter. Fuxi was the ancient saint emperor of the human race. one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The inventor of gossip. The founding father of the human race. Fuxi lived in a time when Xiantian lifeforms ruled the heavens. Among the oldest of the Xiantian lifeforms were Pangu, Nuwa, Zhurong, Gonggong, and others. These were the strongest of the Xiantian lifeforms. Their strength must have reached the level of true immortals. Only a small number of the Xiantian lifeforms that appeared after them managed to reach the level of true immortals. Most of them were false immortals. Or perhaps they weren't even immortals. As for Judah's cultivation, Lin Feng didn't know. But if he really was a Xiantian lifeform, his cultivation must be unimaginably terrifying. So Lin Feng wasn't surprised that Judas had mastered some ancient and terrifying secret arts. When the ceremony was over, Judas sat down across from Lin Feng. "Kid, it's time to end this." Judas tapped Lin Feng's forehead with his right hand. Lin Feng sat up straight and closed his eyes. His expression was serene. Whoosh, a grayish-brown orb of light flew out. Then, the gray light flew into Lin Feng's brain. The orb of light was the soul of the divine servant. Soul planting meant to transform one's own soul into a seed and plant it in another soul. The seed would take root and sprout. It would spread and grow. The seed would devour all of Lin Feng's memories. These memories included all sorts of techniques, abilities, memories of family, lovers, friends, everything that happened, insights into the Tao, and so on. They would all be devoured. These memories were like nourishment for the divine servant. Lin Feng's soul was hidden in the ancient lamp of primordial chaos. When the divine servant's soul entered Lin Feng's mind, Lin Feng's soul began to attack it. 4 Skyfires. Luya's Stargazer. The primal chaos ancient lamp also swept out beams of primal chaos divine light. All 3 attacks were aimed at the divine servant's soul. But the divine servant's soul was too strong. It directly broke Lin Feng's attack. Then, it took Lin Feng's soul out of the ancient lamp of primordial chaos. "Kid, you don't have to struggle. Although your cultivation isn't weak, it depends on who you're compared to. Compared to me, you're like an ant." The divine servant's soul let out a sinister laugh. With a light tap, it hit Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul instantly lost all consciousness. The divine servant's soul turned into a seed. It quickly flew toward Lin Feng's soul. Then, the seed took root in Lin Feng's soul. At the same time, endless blood-red moonlight descended from the sky. It poured into Lin Feng's mind. They were all devoured by the divine servant's soul. Meanwhile, the soul seed began to grow roots. It took root in Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's various memories were absorbed by the seed. As time passed, Lin Feng's soul power became weaker and weaker. It wouldn't take long. Lin Feng's soul would be devoured. The divine servant's strange laughter came from within the seed. "Keek keek, this is great. I can already feel the aura of this body. It's so young and so powerful. This body will soon be mine. Devour, devour, devour." The divine servant laughed sinisterly, madly devouring the various memories in Lin Feng's soul. He kept looking at the memories that he had devoured. Suddenly, in the depths of Lin Feng's memories, a dusty memory. It was devoured by the divine servant. Then, this dusty memory was opened by the divine servant. "The era has ended, and I am immortal." An ancient and mysterious voice came out from the memory. When that voice came out, an unimaginably ancient aura filled the world. That aura. It was as if it wanted to pull people back to the world countless years ago. A hazy world appeared. A figure appeared in the era of the end of an era. 3,000 great eras, one era. One era, one reincarnation. When reincarnation began, it meant a new life. This was a time filled with hope. It could often give birth to unimaginably powerful existences. When reincarnation ended, it meant that everything had come to an end. The 5 decays of heaven and man appeared. The lives of billions of living beings came to an end. Even the most powerful existences could not escape death. That blurry figure saw the destruction of epochs one after another. When the divine servant read these memories, he immediately let out a miserable cry. The divine servant could not bear some of the things contained in these memories. The destruction of eras. The rebirth of eras. The destruction of eras after eras. The rebirth of eras after eras. The content contained within was too grand and vast. Bang, the divine servant's soul turned into a soul seed and exploded. All of Lin Feng's soul memories were originally devoured by the divine servant. Now, they were absorbed by his soul. And the divine servant's soul origin suffered an unprecedented injury. The heavens want me dead. The divine servant's remnant soul let out a sorrowful cry. Bang bang bang, his remnant soul continued to explode. The divine servant's remnant soul did not dare to stay in Lin Feng's mind any longer. He quickly escaped. And after Lin Feng's soul devoured his original soul memories, it began to devour the divine servant's soul origin energy. The divine servant's soul was heavily injured. In Lin Feng's mind, a large amount of soul origin energy was left. And this soul origin energy would turn into the most powerful energy and replenish Lin Feng's soul. It helped Lin Feng to increase his soul power. It was because it was constantly absorbing the divine servant's soul origin energy. So Lin Feng still did not wake up. The divine servant's remnant soul returned to his original body. His already aged body seemed to have aged even more. Why does this brat have such memories in his soul? The divine servant roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept it. He was about to succeed. But in the end, it was all for naught. Furthermore, he had suffered unprecedented injuries. It's all your fault. I'll kill you. The divine servant looked at Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. This time, the soul planting failed. He had injured his soul origin. The divine servant had a premonition that his life was coming to an end. He hated Lin Feng. He blamed all of this on Lin Feng. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Boom, the divine servant attacked with a palm strike towards the motionless Lin Feng on the ground. If this attack landed on Lin Feng's body, then only death would await Lin Feng. At this moment, a tall and burly figure tore through the void and stepped out, throwing a punch at the divine servant. Bang, the two sides fiercely collided. The divine servant's heavily injured body was no match for this person, and he was forced to retreat. It's you. When the divine servant saw this man, his expression became extremely unsightly. He had seen this man before. However, they had never interacted before. Therefore, they were clearly separated. The divine servant didn't expect this man to save Lin Feng. This man was none other than someone else. It was the man who looked like a savage. You want to stop me from killing this brat? The divine servant's voice was cold. The savage said, your fate is already irreversible, so why take your life? Just treat it as accumulating good karma after death. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, the divine servant suddenly laughed. Accumulating good karma after death? Accumulating good karma after death? He let out a series of roars. He was really unwilling to accept this. But no matter what, he was unwilling. But now, everything could no longer be reversed. After roaring hysterically for a long time, the divine servant seemed to have seen through many things. Forget it. Forget it. That's it. Everything is over. The divine servant turned around and walked into the distance. His silhouette looked so sorrowful and lonely. Many people's lives, they could all be described as a dazzling painting. The divine servant's life, it was the same. However, the world didn't know what he had experienced in this life. Someone as powerful as him, after failing to plant his soul, he had already cut off all hope. The savage looked at Lin Feng and muttered to himself, your bloodline has yet to awaken. Some things, giving you, will also harm you. The savage walked into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The strange blood-colored moon also disappeared. Lin Feng woke up from his deep sleep. I'm not dead? Lin Feng shouted in surprise and quickly jumped up from the ground. The altar was still not far away. The divine servant had disappeared without a trace. He was still alive. All of this made Lin Feng feel like he was in a dream. Could it be that that old bastard found his conscience and gave up on planting his soul? Lin Feng muttered. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. That old bastard was too evil. How could he find his conscience? Then there was only one possibility. There was an accident with the soul planting. Heavens, my soul force has reached Giant God Realm 9th celestial layer. Lin Feng exclaimed. Originally, his soul force was at Giant God Realm 2nd celestial layer. Now, it suddenly rose to Giant God Realm 9th celestial layer. It rose by 7 levels in one go. Lin Feng felt like he was in a dream. It was too unbelievable. There must be a problem with the soul planting. Otherwise, my soul force wouldn't have risen so much. Lin Feng muttered. Now, he was even more certain that there was a problem with the soul planting. However, this also made him sigh in relief. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. In the distance, cultivators flew over. Those cultivators had all seen this strange phenomenon from before. They were here to investigate. Lin Feng didn't stay and quickly left. Then, he found a place to go into seclusion and familiarized himself with the various abilities brought about by his new soul realm. In the outside world, more and more cultivators entered the forbidden land of Tianhuang. Even the powerhouses of the Supreme Immortal Sect and other top forces crossed the continent to come. They entered the forbidden land of Tianhuang. Ancient powerhouses appeared one after another. Many of those powerhouses had been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Now that the restriction of the forbidden land of Tianhuang was broken, they came to find the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if they couldn't obtain the method to become an immortal. If they could obtain the method to become an emperor. It was a heaven-defying opportunity. Boom. On this day, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the forbidden land. The immortal artifact that disappeared. It actually appeared again. The dazzling light floated in mid-air, making it impossible to see what kind of treasure it was. But the powerful immortal aura shook the world, shocking everyone. Now that the immortal artifact had reappeared, it quickly flew out from the depths of the forbidden land. Countless cultivators seemed to have gone mad as they rushed towards the immortal artifact, wanting to get their hands on it. In the end, the immortal artifact floated in mid-air and a high number of cultivators charged towards it. Then, these people started to fight for the immortal artifact. The corpses of experts fell from mid-air. Who knew how many cultivators had died? When Lin Feng came out of seclusion and saw the battle in the distance, he couldn't help but frown. Blood flowed like a river in this battle. But everything in this world was so cruel. In order to seek opportunities and obtain treasures, if cultivators didn't kill others, they were destined to be killed by others. The world of cultivators had always been bloody and cruel. There had never been any warmth to speak of. Voodoo doll. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a familiar figure. It was the strange voodoo doll again. At this moment, the voodoo doll was floating in the forest with its mouth open. Streams of blood-colored energy were being absorbed by it. The blood-colored energy flew out from the bodies of the dead cultivators. Others were fighting to the death for the immortal artifact, but this voodoo doll was hiding in the dark and increasing its cultivation. Lin Feng silently sneaked towards the voodoo doll. Swoosh, he used the void travel method and hid in the void, gradually getting closer to the voodoo doll. Finally, Lin Feng arrived behind the voodoo doll. He suddenly exploded with power. He threw a punch at the voodoo doll. Bang! When the punch landed on the voodoo doll's body was blasted into pieces. But the voodoo doll's body flew back together and then reassembled. This kind of method was really strange to the extreme. Kid, you want to kill me with this little ability of yours? You're still far from it. The voodoo doll shouted. Lin Feng said. Then I won't disturb you, you can continue to devour the blood-colored energy here. Take care, I won't see you off. Said the voodoo doll. He didn't attack Lin Feng because he knew he couldn't do anything to Lin Feng at that moment. After Lin Feng left, the voodoo doll cursed, "Brat, just you wait. When my cultivation level increases, see how I'll deal with you." The voodoo doll continued to devour the blood energy. Boom. Terrifying shockwaves swept through heaven and earth. Experts from top forces had made their moves. Some of the ancient families of the God Realm of Infinite Wasteland. There were also experts from other sects, such as the Supreme Immortal Sect and the Sunset Immortal Sect. These forces were no longer willing to wait any longer. They wanted to snatch this immortal artifact. The implications of immortal artifacts were too great. If he could get his hands on an immortal artifact, then this force would undergo a major transformation, perhaps leaping to become the most powerful force in the world. These top forces were also locked in a fierce battle. The surrounding void had also been sealed. This ancient immortal artifact seemed to have become a turtle in a jar. Swoosh! Just as the countless experts were locked in a fierce battle, the mysterious immortal artifact suddenly swept out a beam of immortal light. Slash! That beam of immortal light tore through all the seals. The mysterious immortal artifact was as fast as lightning. It charged outside. It's mine. Lin Feng appeared and took out the heaven-devouring jar. He wanted to use the jar to devour this mysterious immortal artifact. But this immortal artifact was too extraordinary. The heaven-devouring jar couldn't devour it. Lin Feng pounced over. Dense runes appeared on his palm as he pressed down on the immortal artifact. Brat, are you courting death? When the others saw this, their killing intent soared to the sky. How could they let Lin Feng get his hands on this immortal artifact? All sorts of attacks were moving towards Lin Feng, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. F***ck, Lin Feng's face changed. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly dodged the densely packed attacks. But he also lost the best chance to suppress the immortal artifact. That mysterious immortal artifact shot up into the sky and charged into the distance. A bunch of bastards. How dare they ruin my plans? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath. He put away the heaven-devouring jar and quickly chased after the immortal artifact. Chase after it, many people shouted loudly and quickly chased after that immortal artifact. The immortal artifact flew all the way into the depths. Finally, it flew into a misty brown world. It's gone? Lin Feng frowned. He scanned the surroundings with his divine will. This misty brown world was very strange. It could actually suppress a cultivator's divine will. Moreover, a cultivator's vision would be greatly obstructed here. Even with Lin Feng's cultivation, he could only see within 100 meters. Beyond that, everything was a blur. Many cultivators entered this misty brown world one after another. Everyone went deep into it, searching for the immortal artifact. This place is not simple. Be careful. The demon lord suddenly said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. A place that even the demon lord felt was not simple must contain great danger. Lin Feng went deep into the world. Not long after, he saw a ball of immortal light floating in front of him. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He carefully snuck over. Whoosh. However, the immortal artifact in the ball of immortal light was very agile. It moved as fast as lightning and quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng continued to give chase. However, this place was too strange. His perception was greatly suppressed. So, he was quickly shaken off by the immortal artifact. No, I can't catch it. Lin Feng frowned. It was not easy to catch up to an immortal artifact in this misty brown world. Suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from afar. When he heard that scream, Lin Feng quickly flew over. By the time he arrived, many cultivators had already gathered here. There was a dead cultivator lying on the ground. There was a bloody hole in the cultivator's chest. His heart had been dug out. Lin Feng frowned. Why would someone dig out the heart after killing someone? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be some kind of vicious beast? Specialized in eating hearts? Someone said. If it was really a vicious beast that ate the entire person, I think it was most likely done by someone to deliberately cause panic. A cultivator said. Soon, the cultivators gathered here left one after another to continue searching for the immortal artifact. Lin Feng glanced at the corpse, then turned and left. There was no one left except for the corpse. Suddenly, a cold wind blew past. That corpse. It turned into human skin. Finding an immortal artifact in this misty brown world was not an easy task. The key was after finding the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact would easily slip away. Lin Feng was not sure if the spirit of the immortal artifact was still alive or not. However, even if it was still alive, it should be in a deep sleep right now. These artifact spirits would not awaken so easily. The artifact spirit also had a lifespan. Every time it woke up, it consumed a lot of energy. Their lifespan declined very quickly. However, for a treasure like an immortal artifact, even if the artifact spirit did not awaken, it was still full of spirituality. Lin Feng felt that if he wanted to capture the immortal artifact, he would need to use his wits. Perhaps he could set up a great array. Then, he would think of a way to lure the immortal artifact into the great array. The attack power of an immortal artifact was extremely powerful. Ordinary great arrays would not be able to trap an immortal artifact at all. Therefore, if he wanted to trap an immortal artifact, he would need to set up some powerful great arrays. He would also need the assistance of a top-notch magic treasure to be able to suppress the immortal artifact. And Lin Feng happened to meet all the conditions. He found a valley to set up the array. He took out all sorts of precious array materials and successfully set up dozens of great arrays. After doing all this, Lin Feng began to search for the immortal artifact. He didn't know where this guy had run off to. Suddenly, a miserable scream was heard. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that someone else had suffered a calamity? He quickly rushed towards the direction of the scream. Soon, Lin Feng saw a corpse. This cultivator's death was almost exactly the same as the previous cultivator's. There was a bloody hole in his chest, dripping with blood. It was incomparably miserable. His heart had been dug out. It was truly tragic beyond compare. When Lin Feng saw the dead cultivator, he couldn't help but feel worried. He had the feeling that this cultivator's death and the previous one's death were very strange. Was it really man-made? Was there a need to create chaos? I've already seen 7 people die like this. Someone said. I've seen 12 people die like this. The second cultivator said. I've also seen 5 cultivators whose hearts were dug out. The third cultivator said. Clearly, many people had already died like this. Previously, Lin Feng was setting up the array and did not walk around. Therefore, he only saw 2 people whose hearts had been dug out. Who on earth did this? Is it man-made, or is there something terrifying lurking here? One of the cultivators said with a serious expression. Their suspicions that there was a terrifying existence hidden here grew. Let's go. We don't want the immortal item anymore. Whoever wants to stay can continue to search here. We'll go look for other opportunities. The forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland is so big, there are opportunities to hide. A cultivator said. Obviously, he was frightened by what he saw. Thus, he didn't dare to stay any longer and left with his companions. However, there were also many cultivators who did not leave. To make them give up their immortal artifacts like this, how could he be willing to accept this? Moreover, many cultivators were very confident in their own strength. They were not afraid of people or strange creatures hiding in the dark. Swish. In the distance, immortal light flashed. The immortal artifact appeared once again. Chase! Everyone cried out in alarm. Swish swish swish. Immediately after, the cultivators quickly rushed out and chased after the immortal artifact. However, they soon lost sight of the immortal artifact. Not long after, the immortal artifact appeared again and everyone continued to chase after it. However, they still lost sight of the immortal artifact. Is this immortal artifact toying with us? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had been fooled by the immortal artifact. That immortal artifact had become a spirit. Surround it. A cultivator said and decided to surround the immortal artifact first. However, the immortal artifact seemed to know what everyone was thinking and did not appear again. Lin Feng touched his chin. The immortal artifact's intelligence was too profound. If he wanted to catch it, he had to rely on himself and not these people. He quickly left and looked around for the immortal artifact. When he was passing through a forest, he suddenly heard a sinister voice. Where's my heart? Where's my heart? Where's my heart? The voice came from afar. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a fiend celestial with 3 heads and 6 arms walking over. There was a bloody hole in the fiend celestial's chest. His heart had been dug out. The fiend celestial was holding a heart in each hand. He placed the heart in the bloody hole in his chest. However, the heart did not match his body. The heart fell out. Then, it fell to the ground. Then, the fiend celestial placed the other heart in his chest. Then, the heart fell out as well. Where's my heart? Where's my heart? Where's my heart? The fiend celestial muttered. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng in the distance. Then, he pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and ran. He finally knew why so many people had their hearts dug out. So it was this fiend celestial who did it. Give me back my heart, give me back my heart, give me back my heart. The fiend celestial who had lost his heart roared loudly and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit and spent a lot of effort to temporarily shake off the fiend celestial who had lost his heart. Die, kid! A cold shout suddenly resounded through the forest. A black-robed cultivator appeared and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng reacted quickly and threw a punch at the black-robed cultivator. Bang, the two sides clashed. Lin Feng hastily attacked. Because of that, he was forced back a dozen steps. It's you. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. It was actually the Great Fiend Celestial. Kid, are you ready to die? The Great Fiend Celestial sneered. Lin Feng said, I just saw another Fiend Celestial appear. You can go and see if he's related to you. Really? You're not lying to me? The Great Fiend Celestial looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng smiled. I can swear to the heavens that I really saw another Fiend Celestial. If I lie to you, I'll be struck to death by lightning. Do you believe me now? Then where is he? The Great Fiend Celestial asked. Lin Feng pointed in a direction and smiled. He should be in that direction. When the Great Fiend Celestial saw the smile on Lin Feng's face, he felt that something was amiss. However, Lin Feng had just sworn to the heavens. Thus, the Great Fiend Celestial relaxed. Hurry up and find him. If you're late, that Fiend Celestial might have escaped. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. I'll spare you this time, but the next time I see you, I'll eat you. Whoosh. With that, the Great Fiend Celestial did not stay any longer. He quickly flew in the direction Lin Feng had pointed. Soon, he saw the Fiend Celestial cultivator in the distance. The Great Fiend Celestial was very excited and quickly flew over. Where's my heart? Where's my heart? Where's my heart? The Fiend Celestial cultivator roared as blood flowed from the hole in his chest. When he saw the Great Fiend Celestial, his eyes lit up and he quickly pounced on the Great Fiend Celestial. What the? The Great Fiend Celestial's face turned green when he saw the Fiend Celestial cultivator pouncing on him. He turned and fled. The great demonic god also knew that many cultivators' hearts had been dug out, but he didn't know who had done it. Now that he saw the demon god expert who had lost his heart, the great demonic god already knew who had done it. Clearly, the demon god expert had long since lost his sense of self, or perhaps he had already died. Only his last will remain to control this body. However, he was still very powerful. Although the great demonic god was very powerful, he knew that he was far inferior to the demon god expert who had lost his heart. Thus, the great demonic god immediately chose to flee. Demon god's heart. Demon god's heart. Demon god's heart, the demon god who had lost his heart roared. His voice was low and hoarse. He and the great demonic god were both demon gods. The hearts of other races might be useless to him, but the great demonic god's heart should be of some use. Thus, he increased his speed and chased after the great demonic god. The great demonic god had already regained his senses. As he fled, he cursed Lin Feng for being a good-for-nothing. Clearly, he had been tricked by Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was searching for the immortal artifact. It's here. Don't let it escape. Someone shouted from afar. The immortal artifact had appeared again, and many people were chasing after it. However, the immortal artifact escaped without a trace. Not long after, Lin Feng saw the immortal artifact. The immortal artifact flew in front of him, but Lin Feng didn't chase after it. He knew that the immortal artifact had a spirit and was just toying with the cultivators chasing after it. Using normal methods to chase after the immortal artifact, it was almost impossible. Lin Feng pretended not to see the immortal artifact and walked towards the valley where the array was set up. When the immortal artifact saw that Lin Feng wasn't chasing after it, it flew back and swayed in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng picked up a rock and threw it at the immortal artifact. Then, he cursed, "Scram, you piece of scrap metal. Don't dirty my eyes." The immortal artifact easily dodged the rock that Lin Feng threw at it. Then, it released a terrifying wave of energy. The immortal artifact seemed to be angry. Next, immortal light surged out from the immortal artifact, shooting towards Lin Feng. F***ck, this immortal artifact has really gained sentience. Lin Feng cried out in alarm, turned around and ran. Meanwhile, the immortal artifact was in hot pursuit. Moreover, they were constantly attacking Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was able to dodge every single one of his attacks. The attacks from the immortal weapons became faster and more frequent. Lin Feng found it difficult to dodge. Bang! In the end, he was swept away by a beam of immortal light. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Lin Feng's back was badly mutilated and burned with pain. He hurriedly operated his immortal divine body to heal his injuries, then continued to fly into the distance. After injuring Lin Feng, the immortal artifact seemed to be very happy and it once again chased after Lin Feng. He launched an even more powerful attack. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the immortal equipment in a very sorry state. He thought fiercely in his heart. Just you wait. After you've been refined by me, you'll see how I'll deal with you. Finally, Lin Feng saw the valley where the array was set up. He quickly rushed into the valley. The immortal equipment also chased after him. Buzz. Immediately after, array patterns intertwined. A powerful array had sealed off the area. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. Let's see how you can run. He directly took out the 9 demons painting and attacked the immortal equipment. Bang, 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 the immortal equipment released immortal power. It collided with the 9 demons painting. This mysterious immortal equipment's level surpassed the 9 demons painting, but this immortal equipment was not controlled by anyone. It was a self-conscious counterattack. Its power was not released at all. Therefore, even though its level was higher than Lin Feng's 9 demons painting. However, this immortal equipment was unable to repel Lin Feng's 9 demons painting. Clatter. At the same time, chains flew out. These were chains condensed by the array. The chains wrapped around the immortal artifact. However, the immortal equipment was extraordinary. It sent out beams of immortal light, shattering the chains. Divine blood sacrificed to the immortal equipment. The demon lord said. Lin Feng's spirit was shaken. Ordinary methods could not refine immortal equipment. He could only rely on some powerful origin bloodlines. This was also the divine blood that the demon lord had mentioned. Of course, it was not easy to use divine blood to refine immortal equipment. It required an extremely domineering divine blood to be possible. Lin Feng forced out a drop of sovereign blood from his body. Among the various powerful bloodlines, the sovereign blood was definitely one of the most terrifying. The drop of sovereign blood quickly flew toward the immortal equipment. It entered the immortal light. It dripped onto the immortal equipment. Lin Feng's sovereign blood was instantly absorbed by the immortal equipment. Vaguely, Lin Feng had a strange feeling. This was a connection of bloodlines. He and the immortal equipment in the immortal light had a bloodline connection. Success. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This bloodline connection was a sign that the immortal equipment had been successfully refined. The immortal equipment did not continue to attack the 9 demons diagram. It floated in midair, unmoving. Lin Feng flew toward the immortal equipment, reaching out to grab it. He had no idea what kind of treasure this immortal equipment was. Thus, Lin Feng was very much looking forward to seeing what this immortal equipment looked like. Who would have thought that just as Lin Feng was about to take the immortal equipment? Suddenly, the immortal equipment soared into the sky, smashing a hole in the formation that Lin Feng had set up. Then, it charged out of the hole. Damn, why did it run again? Lin Feng cried out gloomily. He quickly chased after the immortal equipment. He was extremely puzzled. He had used the sovereign blood to refine this immortal equipment. Why would this immortal equipment run? The immortal equipment ran all the way into the depths of the immortal equipment, quickly disappearing without a trace. If it was before, Lin Feng would be helpless against the immortal equipment. Where could he find it in the brown fog? But now, it was different. Lin Feng had a weak bloodline connection with the immortal equipment. Relying on this connection, Lin Feng could roughly sense where the immortal equipment had escaped to. Demon Lord, what's going on? I've already refined that immortal equipment, why is it still running away? Lin Feng asked. How can it be so easy to refine an immortal equipment? There are 2 steps to refining an immortal equipment. The first step is called divine blood refining. If your bloodline is strong enough, you can suppress the immortal equipment's resistance. If you can complete the first step, divine blood refining, you will need the second step, divine soul refining. You need to refine your soul imprint into the immortal equipment. Only then can it be considered as truly refining the immortal equipment. Demon Lord said. Damn. It's so troublesome. Doesn't that mean that this immortal equipment is not mine? Lin Feng said gloomily. Demon Lord said, no. This immortal equipment is already yours. After the divine blood refining, the immortal equipment will be yours. Others will not be able to refine it. If they want to refine it, they will suffer a backlash from the immortal equipment. However, although the immortal equipment is yours, if you want to control this immortal equipment, you still need to refine your divine soul refining. Only then can you control the immortal equipment like other magic treasures. Lin Feng chased after the immortal artifact by relying on his connection with it. In the end, he successfully left the misty brown world. Then, he came to an ancient mountain forest. The immortal artifact seems to have entered the depths of the mountain forest. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He flew carefully into the depths of the mountain forest. Boom, a thick stone rod fell from the sky and smashed toward Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left and dodged the attack. At this moment, he clearly saw what was attacking him. It was a 1,000-meter-tall golden divine ape. Its weapon was the stone rod. It was extremely hard and could shatter the sky with a light swing. What a terrifying aura. After seeing the golden divine ape, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly rushed into the depths of the mountain forest, trying to get rid of the golden divine ape. The golden divine ape's huge body suddenly bounced up. Then, it held the stone rod with both hands. Once again, it smashed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng dodged the golden divine ape's attack in a somewhat pathetic manner. The golden divine ape seemed to have its eyes on Lin Feng and was chasing him relentlessly. This was a primitive mutant. It was a terrifying beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Before this, Lin Feng had never seen the golden divine ape before. This golden divine ape was the first golden divine ape he had seen. And this golden divine ape. It was unimaginably terrifying. It made Lin Feng tremble with fear. The golden divine ape chased Lin Feng for hundreds of miles. Roar. A deep roar was heard. In the mountain forest, a huge beast leaped up and pounced toward the golden divine ape. It was a very strange beast. Its body was like a deer, its tail like a dragon, its head like a crocodile, its limbs like an elephant, and there were dragon horns on its head. Moreover, its body was covered with a thick turtle shell. The beast was about 1,000 meters long and 700 to 800 meters tall. It was unusually ferocious. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward the golden divine ape's neck. These huge beasts would often fight with each other. They all wanted to kill each other and devour each other's flesh. In this way, he could complete his own evolution. The golden divine ape and this strange ferocious beast were the 2 overlords of this forest. He had lost count of how many times they had fought. Every time, there was no clear winner. Now, they saw the golden ape chasing after a weak cultivator. That strange ferocious beast then lay dormant and launched a sneak attack on the golden divine ape. However, the golden divine ape's reaction was extremely fast. It raised the stone rod in its hand. Bang! With a dull thud, the golden divine ape's attack smashed into the strange beast's abdomen and sent it flying. However, even after receiving such a terrifying blow, the strange beast was not injured at all. That strange ferocious beast wasn't good at offense, but defense. Based on their defense, they were practically invincible. The strange beast roared and pounced towards the golden divine ape again. The two behemoths fought fiercely. Lin Feng had no interest in watching the battle between the two terrifying beings. If he stayed here to watch the battle, he might even be implicated. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the ancient forest. He sensed the aura of an immortal artifact. The immortal artifact was in the depths of the ancient forest. He saw an incomparably huge ancient tomb. The ancient tomb covered an area of several thousand meters. Soon, Lin Feng's face was filled with astonishment. He saw another shocking thing. A heaven-shaking stele. 100-meter-tall stele stood in front of the ancient tomb. Using the heaven-shaking stele as a tombstone? Lin Feng took a deep breath. His heart was pounding like a tidal wave. What kind of ancient tomb was this? How could a heaven-shaking stele be used as a tombstone? There were no words on the heaven-shaking stele. However, the stele was stained with the blood of a mysterious ancient being. The blood hadn't dried up yet. It was as if it had just been stained. He had seen a piece of the heaven-shaking stone stele that was stained with blood. In the ancient city, the mysterious heaven-shaking stele was stained with the blood of the sovereign emperor's ancestors. But this was a heaven-shaking stone tablet. Whose blood was it stained with? That person must be extremely terrifying. Was he as strong as the ancestor of the sovereign clan? Lin Feng saw an immortal artifact. It was hidden behind the heaven-shaking stele. Lin Feng was secretly delighted. He had gained a lot today. He had obtained an immortal artifact. He had even obtained a heaven-shaking stele. He walked toward the great tomb. However, when he was 1,000 meters away from the great tomb, Lin Feng felt a powerful pressure spreading toward him. The pressure came from the great tomb. This made him frown. This great tomb seemed to be unapproachable. He tried to get closer to the great tomb. The closer he got to the great tomb, the more he approached, the more terrifying the pressure became. At first, it was just a pressure. After walking a few meters, the pressure became as heavy as a mountain and an ocean. It was difficult to resist. In the end, Lin Feng used all his strength, but he could only walk 17 meters. However, he found it difficult to withstand the pressure released by the great tomb. There was a loud bang. Lin Feng was sent flying by the great tomb. What a powerful pressure. What is the origin of this great tomb? It's so terrifying. Lin Feng's expression became serious. This great tomb was too extraordinary. He didn't even know how this great tomb could condense such a terrifying pressure. That heaven-shaking stele, who was the one who placed it here? There were too many questions in Lin Feng's mind. How can I reach the heaven-shaking stele, take the immortal artifact, and carry the stele away? Lin Feng stroked his chin and couldn't help but think. At that moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. A man flew over. The man was wearing a blood-red robe. After seeing the man, Lin Feng quickly hid. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the man. The heaven-shaking stele. It's really here. The man in the blood-red robe descended from the sky. Buzz. At that moment, the mysterious immortal artifact flew into the air. A cold voice came from the immortal artifact. Those who are cursed should leave this place. Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact had awakened? A broken immortal artifact with an incomplete artifact spirit dares to say such words in front of me? Who gave you the courage? The man in the blood-red robe said coldly. It really is the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact. That immortal artifact is actually a broken one? Such a powerful immortal artifact is actually a broken one? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. He had a new understanding of the power of immortal artifacts. Seeing that you've finally escaped, I'm advising you nicely. If you don't listen, you're just courting death. The artifact spirit said coldly. Ha 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 ha, seeking my own death? This is no longer the Eldritch era. In the past, if it wasn't for that incident, would I have been cursed? I'm taking the sky-shaking stele today. The crimson-robed man's voice was indifferent as he walked towards the sky-shaking steel step by step. His body emitted a terrifying aura. Boom, a powerful aura emanated from the great tomb and suppressed the crimson-robed man. That oppressive energy was really terrifying. Even though Lin Feng was hiding in the distance, when he sensed that oppressive energy, he was terrified. Lin Feng felt a shock that came from the depths of his soul. If the aura that he had endured earlier was as powerful as the one he was facing now, Lin Feng felt that he might have been killed. The crimson-robed man was terrifying. Even in the face of such a terrifying aura, he did not seem to be affected much. He continued to walk towards the sky-shaking steel. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chains of order were formed and swept towards the crimson-robed man. Every chain of order could easily shatter heaven and earth. The crimson-robed man's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and swept his fist towards the chains of order. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Both parties collided fiercely. The power of the chains of order was so extraordinary that the crimson-robed man was forced to retreat. Humph! The crimson-robed man snorted and his expression became extremely cold. A ball of scorching divine flame was circling his palm. Slash! He raised his right hand and used his palm as a saber. He slashed with his saber. A saber light formed by divine flame flew out. Then, it slashed towards the chains in the void. Clang! The resounding clanging sound of the collision rang out. When the crimson-robed man's flaming saber slashed at the chains of order, it was as if it was slashing at divine weapons. It could not break the attack of the chains of order. The crimson-robed man frowned slightly. Obviously, the power of the chains of order was beyond his expectations. Why? Do you feel strange? Do you know who the owner of this great tomb is? If you know, you'll be scared out of your wits. The artifact spirit said coldly. No matter how strong they were when they were alive, they are nothing but dust after death. Even if Pangu, Nuwa, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qiyu, and Yanshan are buried here, so what? He's already dead. What do I have to fear? The blood-robed man's expression was cold. This was a very arrogant person. Of course, his strength was also strong enough. With that, the blood-robed man stepped forward and began to chant an incantation. The blood-robed man chanted one incantation after another. Immediately after, the chains of order in the void began to burn. A sacrificial technique? Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the blood-robed man's divine ability. It was very similar to the 3,000 great Tao of the grand sacrificial art. The chains of order were all sacrificed and became the blood-robed man's supplies. The crimson-robed man absorbed all the energy he gained from the sacrifice, and his aura became even more terrifying. He continued to walk toward the heaven-shaking steel. Boom! The great necropolis was preparing a new attack. Demonic chi descended from the sky and suppressed the man in the blood-red robe. Bam! The man in the blood-red robe was sent flying. The might of that demonic chi was simply way too tyrannical. Cracking sounds could be heard. The blood-robed man's physical body was gravely injured. His body was actually cracking apart. The blood-robed man licked his lips and took another step forward. Punch after punch, he struck out at that demonic chi. Even though the demonic chi was extremely strong, under the continuous attacks of the blood-robed man, gradually, it was being shaken. At the same time, the blood-robed man's physical body was recovering rapidly. His physical body was extremely strange. It seemed to have the ability to heal itself. However, his physical body wasn't the immortal godly body. Of course, there were countless terrifying body constitutions and abilities in this world. Therefore, the blood-robed man's physical body could heal itself. There was nothing to be alarmed about. After a total of 36 punches, the demonic chi was destroyed. The blood-robed man was getting closer and closer to the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't wish for the blood-robed man to succeed. If this guy succeeded, he wouldn't have a share of the heaven-shaking steel. Rumble! Suddenly, a series of loud booms rang out as the great necropolis shook violently. Then, demonic chi gushed out. The demonic chi began to roll violently. The rolling demonic chi formed a torrent. Like an erupting flood, it blasted the blood-robed man away. Ah! The blood-robed man roared. Dense red hair appeared on his body. He instantly turned into a red-haired monster. Seeing the blood-robed man's transformation, Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. Earlier, he saw a dense group of green-haired monsters. Apart from the color of their hair being different from the blood-robed man's, the rest of those green-haired monsters were exactly the same. Could it be that the blood-robed man and those green-haired monsters had awakened together under the treasure mountain? The blood-robed man's strength was far beyond those green-haired monsters. Lin Feng guessed that this blood-robed man might be the leader of those green-haired monsters. After transforming into a red-haired monster, the blood-robed man's strength increased greatly. He walked through the rolling demonic qi as if he was entering a place with no one around. Trespassing into the great necropolis will only result in death. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you today. The artifact spirit said coldly. Boom. The immortal artifact emitted a terrifying aura. Then, a destructive light beam shot out from the artifact. It shot towards the red-haired monster. Roar! The red-haired monster's roar shook the sky. He threw a punch at the incoming beam of light. Kacha kacha, then, the light beam shattered. The power of this immortal artifact doesn't seem right. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. If the artifact spirit of the immortal artifact had awakened, the power of the immortal artifact definitely shouldn't be this weak. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that it was very strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. At this time, the red-haired monster had already rushed to the front of the heaven-shaking steel. Acting all mysterious, come out. The red-haired monster roared and quickly rushed behind the heaven-shaking steel. Whoosh! At this time, a small beast quickly ran out. It dodged the red-haired monster's attack. It was a small golden beast. Its body was only half a meter long. There was a lightning bolt pattern on its forehead. Its appearance was a bit like a fox, but also a bit like a weasel. A lightning marten. Lin Feng was shocked. The small beast was a lightning marten. Earlier, it wasn't the artifact spirit that had spoken. It was actually this lightning marten. However, this lightning marten had used some unknown method to transmit its voice out from the immortal artifact, making others think that it was the artifact spirit that had spoken. You dare attack Grandpa Marten? Are you tired of living? The lightning marten glared viciously at the blood-robed man. A mere lightning mink dares to act so impudently before me? You really don't know the meaning of death. Do you believe that I can crush you to death with a single hand? The red-furred monster sneered. The mink was furious. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Grandpa Mink is not someone to be trifled with. Hurry up and kneel before me, kowtow and apologize, and I'll spare your life. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll chop you into pieces. The red-furred monster sneered. Your boasting has reached the heavens, and you want to chop me into pieces? Today, I'll kill you and make you into a dish to go with wine. Shwa. The red-furred monster attacked the mink. His right hand formed a claw, and a terrifying cold gleam shot out. I'll dodge. The mink was very fast, and it quickly dodged the attack. The lightning mink immediately shouted proudly, "You're still far from being able to hurt me, Grandpa Mink." The mink did not notice that the attack it had just dodged did not dissipate. Instead, it circled around and attacked it from behind. Thus, as soon as the mink finished speaking, the cold gleam struck the mink. The mink was sent flying, and it rolled on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. You deserve to die. The red-furred monster sneered. Ouch, it hurts Grandpa Marten to death. You bastard, you even dare to hit Grandpa Marten. Do you know who Grandpa Marten is? If I tell you who I am, you'll definitely piss your pants. The lightning mink howled. However, it didn't forget to boast about itself even as it howled. You're still alive? Interesting. The red-furred monster's sinister eyes looked at the mink. The mink retreated while shouting, "Red-furred monster, do you want to remove a curse? If you want it, kneel on the ground and beg Grandpa Marten. If Grandpa Marten is in a good mood, I might even tell you the method to remove your curse." You know how to do that? The red-furred monster's eyes shone brightly. Of course. the mink said proudly. Are you tempted? If you're tempted, then quickly kneel down and beg for mercy. I, Grandpa Martin, have always been kind-hearted. Maybe I'll take pity on you and help you. The red-furred monster sneered. Wouldn't it be much easier to just kill you and seize your soul and memories? It would save me a lot of trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-furred monster didn't even care about the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Instead, it pounced towards Grandpa Martin. Clearly, the red-furred monster was extremely concerned about the curse it had been afflicted with. To a certain extent, it even surpassed the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Seeing the red-furred monster charging at him, Grandpa Martin immediately cursed loudly, "Red-furred monster, you are courting death." Based on Grandpa Martin's previous temper, I would have slapped you to death with a single slap. But now, Grandpa Martin has changed. It has been a long time since I last killed, so I will spare your puny life. Grandpa Martin ran off into the distance after acting tough. Although Grandpa Martin's strength was not up to par. However, his speed was extraordinarily fast. Such a fast speed, it really lived up to the name of Lightning Mink. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, muttered to himself. This Grandpa Martin only knew how to talk big. He didn't have any strength and only knew how to brag. Humph, seeing the Lightning Mink flee, the red-furred monster couldn't help but snort coldly. The red-furred monster didn't chase after Grandpa Martin. Instead, it turned around and walked towards the heaven-shaking stone tablet. At this moment, a man flew over from afar. This man was none other than Savage. He was also looking at the heaven-shaking stone tablet. It's mine, Savage's expression was indifferent. It's mine, the red-furred monster said coldly, opposing Savage with equal harshness. It's mine, okay? Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, muttered. He also wanted to snatch the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Unfortunately, his strength was limited. Lin Feng's gaze landed on the immortal artifact hovering beside the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Even if he couldn't obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablet, he had to obtain the immortal artifact. Boom, boom, Savage and the red-furred monster both emitted terrifying auras. Their auras grew stronger and stronger. Step by step, they walked towards each other. These two terrifying existences had yet to fight. However, they had already used their auras to intimidate their opponents. Swoosh, a bolt of lightning flew over and turned into Grandpa Martin. It stopped not far from Lin Feng and stretched its head to observe the two people standing in front of the tomb. Yo! Kid, what's the point of hiding? Do you think those two didn't notice you? Grandpa Martin glanced at Lin Feng and said indifferently. When Lin Feng tried to approach the heaven-shaking stone tablet, Grandpa Martin saw Lin Feng. However, Grandpa Martin didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. Don't disturb me while I watch the battle. F***ck, Grandpa Martin is speaking to you because I think highly of you. How dare you speak to Grandpa Martin in such a tone? I can't defeat the red-furred monster, but do you think I can't defeat you? Grandpa Martin shouted fiercely and charged at Lin Feng. It waved its claws and slapped at Lin Feng. Grandpa Martin loved to brag. Then, it would bully the weak and fear the strong. It felt that Lin Feng was easy to bully, so it attacked without hesitation and decided to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin Feng swung his fist and punched at Grandpa Martin. Bang, a muffled sound of collision was heard. Grandpa Martin was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. It fell to the ground with a plop. Oh my God, you perverted guy, how can you be so strong? Grandpa Martin wailed. It got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Kid, kneel on the ground and kowtow to Grandpa Martin. Otherwise, Grandpa Martin will use the 9 heavens and 10 earths immortal slaying demon slaughtering divine art and kill you. Grandpa Martin was acting tough again. Do you want to try my fist again? Lin Feng waved his right fist. Grandpa Martin was so frightened that it trembled. It shouted, a good Martin doesn't fight with others. Grandpa Martin will let you go and spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Bam, at this moment, the Savage and the red-furred monster finally collided. It was as if two planets had collided. Crack. Crack, crack. 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 Crack, crack. Crack, Crack. 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 Crack, the surrounding forest began to collapse. Only the place where the great tomb was located was protected by a restriction. That was why it was able to withstand the terrifying destructive power of the battle between the two experts. Lin Feng and Grandpa Martin quickly retreated and watched the battle from afar. Damn, if you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to cause destruction? Grandpa Martin pursed its lips. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin's strength was nothing special. What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome mink before? Grandpa Martin noticed that Lin Feng was looking at it, and it immediately spoke proudly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's right. I've been subdued by Grandpa Martin's supreme demeanor." Grandpa Martin was extremely happy when it heard this. It smiled and said, "Kid, you really know how to talk." Bang, at that moment, intense waves of energy surged out once again. Lin Feng and Grandpa Martin couldn't help but look at the two people fighting. The savage and the red-furred monster clashed once again. Both of them had heaven-defying cultivations. Thus, it was extremely difficult to defeat them. Their duel didn't involve any powerful divine abilities or moves. It was just a punch, a kick, a punch to the flesh. However, this kind of collision was even more shocking. Although the two's attacks seemed simple, they had actually reached the level of returning to the basics. That seemingly simple attack contained a lot of mysteries. It was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine. What's the origin of that red-furred monster? Lin Feng asked Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin looked at Lin Feng cautiously and said, "Why are you asking this?" I'm just curious," said Lin Feng, smiling. Grandpa Martin pursed its lips and said, "No comment. 100,000-year-old immortality peach. It's a gift to you, Grandpa Martin. Have a taste." Lin Feng took out a peach and handed it to Grandpa Martin. "Are you trying to bribe me?" Grandpa Martin's eyes were fixed on the peach in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, congratulations, Grandpa Martin has been bribed by you." Grandpa Martin grabbed the peach and began to chew on it. In the distance, the savage and the red-furred monster were fighting fiercely. It was extremely shocking. However, Lin Feng and Grandpa Martin weren't paying attention to the battle at all. Lin Feng was focused on finding out more useful information from Grandpa Martin. For example, the red-furred monster's origin, the Great Tomb's origin, whether it could help him break the curse, and so on. Of course, Lin Feng knew that even if he wanted to ask these questions, he had to do it step by step. No matter what, one shouldn't eat until one is fat. Grandpa Martin's attention was focused on the peach. This guy was eating with relish. He was getting carried away. When Grandpa Martin finished eating, Lin Feng smiled and asked, "How was the taste?" "So. Fortunately, I can still swallow it," Grandpa Martin said indifferently. He was very good at acting tough. Lin Feng smiled. "Now, can you tell me where the red-haired monster came from?" That red-furred monster was indeed a powerful character in the past. During the Desolate Era, when heroes rose, he could be considered a top character. However, he was too confident, so much so that he became arrogant. In the end, he fell into someone's trap and was cursed. He became a red-furred monster while his subordinates became green-furred monsters. Grandpa Martin said. Lin Feng continued, "He was so powerful in the past. What kind of existence could curse him?" Grandpa Martin said, "I can't tell you this. I can't tell you, it's not a big deal if I reveal it, right?" Lin Feng said. "There are some terrifying things involved. Knowing it won't do you any good," Grandpa Martin said calmly. Lin Feng asked, "Who is that great tomb?" Grandpa Martin didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the savage and red-furred monster in the distance, clapping his hands from time to time. How could Lin Feng not know what Grandpa Martin was thinking? He took out another immortality peach and passed it to Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin smiled and said, "Kid, you're not bad. You're quite smart." Crunch, crunch, Grandpa Martin began to chew on the immortality peach. He had an intoxicated expression on his face. Seeing how Grandpa Martin ate, Lin Feng had the urge to take out an immortality peach and have a taste. After finishing the peach, Grandpa Martin said, "The owner of this great tomb isn't simple. It's the tomb of the #1 expert of the Desolate Era, the Desolate Lord." The Desolate Lord? Lin Feng was shocked. Just by hearing the name, one could tell how amazing the person was. Moreover, this was the Desolate Era. Lin Feng had some understanding of the Desolate Era. It was rumored that the Desolate Era was the first era of prosperity after the Xianxia life forms went extinct. Experts were as common as the clouds. And the person buried in this place was actually the Chaos Lord. That was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng was about to ask another question. Suddenly, Grandpa Martin shouted, "Not good. Those two are courting death." Lin Feng looked over. Immediately, he saw that the savage and the red-furred monster had already arrived before the heaven-shaking steel. At this moment, the two of them stopped fighting. With one on each side, they grabbed the edge of the heaven-shaking steel. Then, they exerted force, trying to pull the heaven-shaking steel out. The two of them had heaven-defying cultivation, and the enormous heaven-shaking steel was shaken. Rumble, rumble, a series of violent sounds rang out. Next, the heaven-shaking steel was forcefully pulled out. Bang, bang, bang. The savage and the red-furred monster grabbed the edge of the heaven-shaking steel with one hand, while the other hand smashed at each other across the void. Streaks of fist radiance condensed and then collided in the void. After the two of them pulled out the heaven-shaking steel, they started fighting over it. This treasure is really enviable. Those ancient experts didn't hesitate to fight to the death for the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Courting death. Courting death. You're just courting death. Grandpa Martin paced on the spot. He was also muttering something under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Lin Feng asked curiously. Just watch, those two guys are courting death. Grandpa Martin said. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the heaven-shaking steel. The heaven-shaking steel seemed to have a soul of its own. And now, it had awakened. Bang! Bang! The heaven-shaking steel sent the savage and the red-furred monster flying. Ha 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 ha, did you see that? The heaven-shaking steel has awakened. It's angry. Those two are dead. Grandpa Martin laughed crazily. He looked at the savage and the red-furred monster with a gloating expression. The heaven-shaking steel continued to grow bigger and bigger. Not long later, it grew to a height of 1,000 meters, like a mountain, and enveloped the savage and the red-furred monster. Loud rumbling sounds rang out. Even the void was trembling violently. Numerous runes appeared on the heaven-shaking steel. The gigantic stone tablet displayed a terrifying might that defied the heavens. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was extremely domineering. Fighting one against two, it was still so domineering and crushing everything. It was indeed incomparably terrifying. A loud rumbling sound shook the void. The surrounding order of heaven and earth was affected by the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to freeze. The savage and the red-haired monster felt that their bodies were unable to move. The heaven-shaking stone tablet restrained their bodies, causing them to be unable to move. However, the methods of these two were extremely terrifying. A terrifying power surged out of their bodies. That power offset the pressure of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The two of them took a step forward and threw punches at the heaven-shaking stone tablet one after another. Bang bang bang, the two sides collided. The enlarged heaven-shaking stone tablet was too powerful. After 3 consecutive collisions, the savage and the red-haired monster were once again sent flying by the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Lin Feng knew very well how powerful the savage and the red-haired monster were. Such existences were probably invincible in the world. However, it was still difficult to block the attacks of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. One had to know that no one had activated the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The heaven-shaking stone tablet was only awakening on its own. It had already displayed such terrifying power. If someone activated the heaven-shaking stone tablet, then wouldn't the power of the heaven-shaking stone tablet increase by dozens of times? Just thinking about it made people shudder. The heaven-shaking stone steel was really too terrifying. Myriad Dao destruction. The savage attacked, sweeping a punch towards the heaven-shaking stone tablet. A special Tao was emitted from the savage's body. This was the myriad Tao destruction Tao. Between the worlds, thousands of Taos, I will break them with a punch. This was the true essence of the myriad Tao destruction Tao. When this peerless technique was executed, it instantly displayed an unimaginably terrifying combat strength. Destruction of the heavens, destruction of the worlds, who could compete with it? The void collapsed. The great Tao destruction Tao. Who could match it? In an instant, the savage seemed to have turned into an immortal king. Will of destiny. The red-haired monster attacked as well. His attack was also incomparably terrifying. Above his fist, a mysterious roulette was condensed. This wheel. It was condensed from the power of destiny. The red-haired monster seemed to have transformed into the master of destiny, grasping the most powerful Tao of destiny. When he had first awakened, he had used the path of destiny. The red-furred monster's comprehension of the Tao of destiny. He had definitely reached an unfathomable level. The wheel of destiny began to spin in the void. Then, he charged toward the heaven-shaking steel. The two experts displayed their peerless skills. The heaven-shaking steel was shaken. The gigantic heaven-shaking steel was sent flying again and again. The runes that appeared on the surface of the heaven-shaking stone tablet began to dim. The energy ripples of the heaven-shaking stone steel became weaker and weaker. Lin Feng said softly, "Grandpa Martin. Looks like you miscalculated. Those two fellows are too powerful. They're going to suppress the heaven-shaking stone tablet." Grandpa Martin said, "How could the heaven-shaking steel be suppressed so easily? Just you wait and see, the heaven-shaking steel is about to show its might." Just as Grandpa Martin finished speaking, a strange change happened to the blood on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Originally, there was only a small area on the heaven-shaking stone tablet that was stained with blood. Yet, at that very moment, that pool of blood was growing and expanding non-stop. Very soon, the entire heaven-shaking stone tablet was covered in blood. The heaven-shaking stone tablet turned into a blood-colored heaven-shaking stone tablet. The runes that appeared on the heaven-shaking stone tablet. They also turned into blood-colored runes. It was extremely strange. Eras change, but I'm immortal. Eras collapse, but I'm eternal. Reincarnation is hard to destroy, heaven's way is hard to hurt. Billions of immortal skills, endless mystical skills. At the peak of the great Tao, only I am supreme. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Swoosh, then, a radiance flickered. A shocking and moving scene appeared. All sorts of divine abilities flew out from the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Wheel of reincarnation. Gate of karma. Reversal of the Milky Way. Great calamity skill. Great yin-yang skill. Great creation skill. Stars shift. Heaven falls and earth rends. Instant eternity. Time freeze. Time flies. Wait, there were countless divine abilities that covered the sky. These divine abilities included immortal skills, half-immortal skills, and 3,000 great Taos. The heaven-shaking stone tablet didn't record any divine abilities like the primordial divine ability. Billions of divine abilities descended, and the world seemed to have turned into a sea of divine abilities. The divine abilities that covered the sky all smashed toward the savage and the red-furred monster. Damn, this works too? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. This heaven-shaking stone tablet was too monstrous, wasn't it? It actually used billions of divine abilities to attack at the same time. It was too terrifying. It was shocking and moving. Retreat, the savage and the red-furred monster were shocked. The two didn't fight it head-on. It wasn't wise to fight it head-on. The two dodged the heaven-shaking stone tablet's first wave of attacks. The heaven-shaking stone tablet didn't chase after them. Instead, it soared into the sky and flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The savage and the red-furred monster quickly gave chase. They weren't willing to let the heaven-shaking stone tablet escape just like that. Whose blood is on the heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng asked as he took out an immortality peach and handed it to Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin smiled as he took the immortality peach. Then, he started to chew on it. After he finished eating, he said slowly, "It's said to be sinner's blood." Lin Feng's mind shook slightly. Sinner's blood, it was actually Sinner's blood, if he didn't remember wrongly, Sovereign's blood. In the eyes of some living beings, this was the so-called Sinner's blood. Grandpa Martin looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said, the Sinner's blood is too powerful and isn't allowed to appear in the world. It's still fine in the mortal world, but if you go to the worlds controlled by the celestial race or the immortal race, such as the undying world or the celestial realm, the moment the Sinner's blood appears in the world, those factions will definitely kill them mercilessly. Lin Feng asked. Why? Fear. Grandpa Martin said calmly. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He could understand what Grandpa Martin meant. The so-called Sinner's blood. It was just a name that some factions added. Because they feared this bloodline. Therefore, they wanted to eliminate people with this bloodline. I heard that there are several types of Sinner's blood. Which clan's Sinner's blood was on the heaven-shaking stone tablet? Lin Feng asked. Grandpa Martin's eyes flickered as he said, I'm not sure either. How could Lin Feng not know that Grandpa Martin didn't want to say? It wasn't that he didn't know. He didn't continue asking. Given Grandpa Martin's personality, if it wanted to say, it would definitely say. If it didn't want to say, it would be pointless to ask. Lin Feng took out another immortality peach and handed it to Grandpa Martin. Then, he asked, do you have a way for me to obtain that immortal artifact? This immortal equipment was too strange. Lin Feng had chased it for a long time but could not catch up to it. If he appeared later, this immortal equipment would definitely run away. Now, Lin Feng only needed one more step to completely fuse with the celestial weapon, and then he would be able to control it. Naturally, he was very concerned about this immortal equipment. Previously, Lin Feng saw that Grandpa Martin seemed to be able to control this immortal equipment. Thus, he asked Grandpa Martin how to do it. Grandpa Martin chewed on the immortal peach as he said, this immortal equipment is just a piece of junk. It has been broken by someone and doesn't have an equipment spirit. You want such a piece of junk? A broken immortal equipment was still an immortal equipment. An immortal equipment without an equipment spirit was still an immortal equipment. Moreover, even if an immortal equipment was broken, even if it did not have an equipment spirit, its power was definitely many times stronger than an emperor weapon. Moreover, so what if it did not have an equipment spirit? The equipment spirit was born from the immortal equipment. Even if it did not have an equipment spirit now, a new equipment spirit could be born in the future. Grandpa Martin was used to bragging. Thus, Lin Feng treated Grandpa Martin's arrogant words as bragging. Lin Feng said, Grandpa Martin, you see, I don't have any suitable weapons. You are experienced and knowledgeable, so you naturally don't care about that broken immortal equipment. However, this junior cannot compare to you. Hearing Lin Feng's flattery, Grandpa Martin felt as if he was about to fly into the sky. Grandpa Martin's personality was that he loved to brag and listen to people flatter him. He smiled and said, Grandpa Martin likes people like you. They like to speak the truth. Lin Feng smiled and said, Grandpa Martin, you are so wise and powerful. I worship you from the bottom of my heart. Everything I say is from the bottom of my heart. Ha 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 ha, Grandpa Martin put his hands on his waist and laughed, saying, Kid, can you keep a low profile? Although Grandpa Martin is indeed such a person, it's fine if you know it in your heart. Don't say it when you see people. Lin Feng said, Grandpa Martin is such a wise and powerful senior, he should be worshipped by everyone. How can I be the only one worshipping Grandpa Martin? Once we leave the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland, I will not only publicize Grandpa Martin's noble character and great deeds, but I will also build a temple for Grandpa Martin so that everyone can worship Grandpa Martin. When Grandpa Martin heard this, he was so happy that he rocked back and forth. He grinned and said, Say, if you want to worship me, then worship me. Why do you have to make the entire city know about it? You little brat, you must keep a low profile next time. Grandpa Martin humbly replied before asking, Do you really intend to help me build a temple? Of course, a man of character always keeps his word. Lin Feng said with a smile. Look, you little brat, you're really too enthusiastic. Grandpa Martin was so excited that it danced with joy. Lin Feng said with a smile, Grandpa Martin, can you help me refine that immortal equipment? In the future, when I build a temple for Grandpa Martin, there will definitely be many people who will cause trouble and destroy Grandpa Martin's temple. Junior needs to use this immortal equipment to drive those people away. Junior must protect Grandpa Martin's temple well. Grandpa Martin said with a smile, "Kid, you're too considerate. Since that's the case, Grandpa Martin will help you subdue this immortal equipment." Then, Grandpa Martin put his hands behind his back and swaggered out of the forest. This was a very strange scene. A lightning Martin was actually walking upright like a human. Moreover, it had a valiant and high-spirited appearance. Behind the lightning Martin, there was a young human cultivator following behind. Grandpa Martin said, "Although this immortal equipment is damaged, it is still extraordinary. Moreover, it has nurtured a powerful spirituality. I can faintly sense that a new equipment spirit has been nurtured in the depths of this immortal equipment." However, the nurturing and growth of an equipment spirit requires a process. The new equipment spirit has yet to be completely nurtured, so it has always been dormant. However, I reckon that it will awaken soon. That equipment spirit will awaken at any time and anywhere to control the immortal equipment. Therefore, now is the best time for you to refine this immortal equipment. If you wait until the equipment spirit awakens, with your little bit of cultivation, you will be lucky if you don't get beaten to death by the equipment spirit to refine the immortal equipment. Grandpa Martin looked as if he was giving advice. This fellow had completely forgotten how he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Grandpa Martin's lesson is right. Junior will definitely remember it in his heart. This child is teachable. This child is teachable." Grandpa Martin grinned. An immortal equipment had a spirit. It did not want to be refined by Lin Feng. Therefore, when it sensed Lin Feng's aura, the immortal equipment turned around and fled. At this moment, Grandpa Martin was chanting something. It seemed to be chanting an incantation. After Grandpa Martin finished chanting, the escaping immortal equipment actually flew back towards Lin Feng. "What kind of technique is this?" Lin Feng asked in shock. "Well, it's just a little trick," Grandpa Martin said arrogantly. The little trick that Grandpa Martin mentioned must be a peerless technique in the eyes of others, right? Lin Feng said. Grandpa Martin said with a calm expression, "This divine ability is called the Army Character Formula. Have you heard of it?" "Damn, the 9 syllables Army Character Formula?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Shen, Lai, Zai, Qian. This was the 9 syllables true formula. It was the most ancient divine ability of Taoism. Lin Feng had grasped the incantation Lin. Why was Lin Feng's comprehension ability so heaven-defying? He could comprehend any divine ability. He was unlike others who could not comprehend a powerful divine ability even if they spent their entire lives comprehending it. Lin Feng's comprehension ability was strong. First, it was related to his talent. Second, it was related to the incantation Lin. Cultivating the incantation Lin could help a cultivator comprehend the Tao. Any Tao. One could comprehend it. As for the incantation army, Lin Feng had seen it before. Tianwu Continent's demon race's Peacock King had grasped the incantation army. Lin Feng was drooling over this divine ability. Grandpa Martin squinted his eyes at Lin Feng and said, "You also know the army character incantation?" I know. It's one of the greatest inheritances of Taoism. Of course, in Grandpa Martin's eyes, it's just an ordinary divine ability. It's nothing in Grandpa Martin's eyes. Lin Feng said with a smile. Grandpa Martin said proudly, "Your words are very good. Grandpa Martin has plenty of divine abilities of this level." In Grandpa Martin's eyes, the army character incantation is indeed ordinary. Grandpa Martin's pretentious act reached a new height. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, "I'll think of a way to get the army character incantation later." If it was someone else, it would be almost impossible to learn the army character incantation. But if he wanted to learn the army character incantation from Grandpa Martin, it would be much easier. "Take this immortal equipment and refine it." Grandpa Martin threw the immortal equipment to Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the immortal equipment, his hands trembling. This was an immortal equipment. He was going to have an immortal equipment. At this time, the immortal light was restrained. Lin Feng finally saw the appearance of this mysterious immortal equipment. Because the immortal artifact was damaged, only a part of it was left. However, one could vaguely tell that the immortal artifact was a round-type immortal artifact. What kind of immortal artifact is this? Lin Feng looked at Grandpa Martin. Grandpa Martin said, "This is the 5-dragon wheel." The immortal artifact itself was forged from blazing divine metal and embedded with 5 god-slaying sabers. These 5 god-slaying sabers were forged from blood-mixed stone. However, the 5-dragon wheel has been destroyed and split into 5 parts. Therefore, the 5-dragon wheel that you have now is only 1 god-slaying saber. So that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. Grandpa Martin continued, "The 5-dragon wheel has fused with 5 fire dragon soul essences. Therefore, once it's activated, it can summon 5 fire dragons to fight against enemies. However, your current cultivation is too low, so it's impossible for you to summon the fire dragon soul essences." Lin Feng fondled the 5-dragon wheel lovingly and said, "If I can find the other 4 parts in the future, will I be able to repair this immortal artifact?" Grandpa Martin said, "In theory, of course, there's no problem. However, there's a huge difference between the actual operation and theory. Moreover, will you be able to find the other 4 parts of the 5-dragon wheel just because you want to? That's not an easy task. Where there's a will, there's a way," Lin Feng said. Grandpa Martin pursed his lips and said, "However, the 5-dragon wheel can sense each other. Perhaps you can really find it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Then I'll refine this immortal artifact first. Senior, please don't leave. I still have to build a temple for you. When the time comes, I'll design a blueprint and let you check it out to see if you're satisfied with it." Grandpa Martin grinned and said, "I'm not leaving. Haha, I'll wait for you to refine the 5-dragon wheel. Then, we can build a temple together. Grandpa Martin will also have a temple." Lin Feng was refining the 5-dragon wheel beside the tomb. Lin Feng had already refined the 5-dragon wheel with God's blood. Next, he began the second step, which was refining the 5-dragon wheel with his spirit. He needed to imprint his divine will. Imprint it on the 5-dragon wheel. Lin Feng's divine will. It quickly flew into the 5-dragon wheel. Very quickly, Lin Feng sensed that there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence hibernating in the depths of the 5-dragon wheel. This feeling was very weak. It disappeared in a flash. When he tried to sense it again, he found that he could no longer sense the terrifying existence hibernating in the 5-dragon wheel. Lin Feng suddenly recalled what Grandpa Martin had said before. It suspected that the 5-dragon wheel had given birth to a new weapon spirit. Looking at it now, Grandpa Martin was not lying. Lin Feng began to refine the 5-dragon wheel with his divine soul. He had been very careful throughout the entire process. This was because the 5-dragon wheel had given birth to a new artifact spirit. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to guard against the awakening of the 5-dragon wheel's new artifact spirit. What if he woke up? That would be troublesome. It could even be called a disaster. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The new artifact spirit of the 5-dragon wheel had yet to awaken. After about 6 hours, Lin Feng successfully refined the 5-dragon wheel. He tried to activate the 5-dragon wheel. However, no matter how hard he tried, the 5-dragon wheel did not move at all. "Grandpa Martin, why can't I activate the 5-dragon wheel?" Lin Feng looked at Grandpa Martin with a puzzled expression. Grandpa Martin said, "It's normal that you can't activate it. Your cultivation is not high enough. However, if you burn 1,000,000 years of your lifespan, or a few hundred years of your lifespan, you should be able to activate it." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. However, when he thought about it, this was an immortal artifact. It was normal for it to be difficult to activate. If an immortal artifact could be activated easily, would it still be called an immortal artifact? Lin Feng temporarily kept the 5-dragon wheel. Then, he smiled at Grandpa Martin and said, "Grandpa Martin, when your divine temple is built in the future, there will be many people who will be envious and jealous. When the time comes, they will come and destroy your divine temple. This junior's cultivation is limited. Although I have obtained an immortal artifact, it is too difficult to activate it. In order to better protect your divine temple, this junior has to increase his cultivation." Grandpa Martin curled his lips and said, "What do you want? Let me hear it. Grandpa Martin, can you teach me the army mantra?" Anyway, this divine ability is nothing in Grandpa Martin's eyes. However, to this junior, it is an amazing divine ability. If this junior learns the army mantra, I will be able to protect Grandpa Martin's divine temple more easily. Lin Feng said with a smile. Grandpa Martin said, Grandpa Martin naturally doesn't care about a mere army mantra. There's no problem in teaching it to you. However, Grandpa Martin will only be able to teach it to you after you help Grandpa Martin build a temple. Is that true? Lin Feng said. Grandpa Martin always keeps his word. Grandpa Martin said with a grin. Lin Feng smiled mischievously. Alright, it's a deal, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked towards the depths of the tomb. He said, Grandpa Martin. Since this tomb is the tomb of the Chaos Master, why don't we dig it up and take a look? Who knows, we might find something. Grandpa Martin could not help but roll his eyes and say, how can the tomb of the Chaos Master be entered just because you want to? Don't talk about not being able to enter, even if you do, you will die. When Lin Feng saw Grandpa Martin's secretive expression, he knew that the tomb of the Chaos Master was most likely hiding a great danger. Thus, he did not continue to persuade Grandpa Martin to enter the tomb with him. Lin Feng thought of the curses on his body and said, Grandpa Martin, I seem to have a few curses on my body. Can you help me break them? Grandpa Martin narrowed his eyes and said, breaking the curses on your body is much harder than breaking the curses on that red-furred monster. However, Grandpa Martin is wise and mighty. There is no curse that I cannot break. Really? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. What happened next, however, left Grandpa Martin dumbfounded. Grandpa Martin looked behind Lin Feng, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, as if he had seen something incomparably terrifying. Swoosh, without another word, Grandpa Martin turned and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Grandpa Martin had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng was puzzled. What had Grandpa Martin seen, behind him? Could it be that something terrifying had appeared? When he thought of this, even though Lin Feng was skilled and daring, his expression could not help but change again. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the man. However, when he turned his head to look behind him, it was empty. He did not see anything. Why did Grandpa Martin suddenly run away? Lin Feng frowned and could not help but mutter to himself. Grandpa Martin did not stop. He quickly flew off into the distance. After Lin Feng left, a gust of cold wind swept through the forest. The flowers and trees in the forest instantly withered, and the fierce beasts hiding in the caves turned into beast skins that drifted to the ground. That scared me to death. That scared me to death. Why isn't that guy dead yet? Grandpa Martin seemed to have seen something terrifying, as it patted its chest with lingering fear. Then, it wailed, what the hell? Does this mean that Grandpa Martin's temple is going to be ruined? Grandpa Martin stomped its feet in frustration. It shouted, kid, you can't blame me for not being loyal. I can't help you, and I don't have the ability to help you. Lin Feng flew out of the forest. Although he had obtained an immortal artifact, he had no intention of leaving. That was because Lin Feng had yet to find the Soul Master Dao Sec's inheritance. Many cultivators flew over from afar, heading into the depths of the forest. It seemed that the Chaos Lord's tomb was about to be discovered. Such a huge tomb would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, it would not be easy for these people to enter the tomb and obtain the Chaos Lord's items. Even Grandpa Martin did not dare to enter the Chaos Lord's tomb. One could imagine how terrifying the tomb was. Lin Feng pondered over Grandpa Martin's identity. Who exactly was this guy? He was hiding beside the heaven-shaking stone stele. Could it be that he had always been in the forbidden area of Tianhuang? If that was the case, Grandpa Martin had been beside the heaven-shaking stone stele for many years. Had this guy comprehended the secret of the heaven-shaking stone stele? Lin Feng was shocked when he thought of this. Grandpa Martin was definitely more complicated than he had imagined. Bastard! I'll kill you! A furious roar rang out as the great demonic god flew over from afar. Lin Feng fled when he saw the great demonic god. He was no match for the great demonic god. Do you only know how to run? If you're a man, fight me, the great demonic god said viciously. Lin Feng said, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. As a handsome and elegant gentleman, I won't casually fight with others. That's not what a gentleman should do. The great demonic god's face darkened. If he couldn't win, so be it. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. This was simply shameless to the extreme. Brat, you dare to trick me? You're dead. I will tear you to pieces. The great demonic god said fiercely. When did I trick you? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The great demonic god said fiercely. You lured me to the demonic god who lost his heart. Isn't that cheating me? I almost died at the hands of that devil god. Lin Feng said, back then, I only said that I saw someone from the demon god clan. You didn't ask me if the demon god was alive or dead, or if it was a demon god with a heart or without a heart. Now that something has happened, you're trying to blame me? Do you have any shame? The great demonic god cursed, you're the one who's shameless. I won't argue with you. See how I'll deal with you when I catch you. Lin Feng ran. The great demonic god gave chase. 2 hours later, Lin Feng had managed to shake off the great demon god, but he was unable to completely shake him off. The great demon god was still far behind Lin Feng. Being chased by the great demonic god was not a solution. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a group of women flying in his direction. Leading them were 2 old women. They were from Celestial Valley. Celestial Valley only recruited female disciples, not male disciples. In this aspect, they were very similar to the Red Dust Immortal sect. Celestial Valley had a long history, and it was one of the strongest factions in Infinite Desolation. It was a behemoth that no one dared to provoke. Lin Feng quickly flew over and cupped his fists at the group of women. What are you waiting for? A beautiful female cultivator asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, Great news, great news. I have a friend with a good family background. He has taken a liking to you fairies and wants to take you fairies as his concubines. I wonder if you fairies will agree? What did you say? The group was instantly enraged, and they glared at Lin Feng with eyes that were practically spitting fire. The women of Celestial Valley were all of noble status. How could they become someone's concubine? Moreover, a group of them would become a man's concubine. Wasn't this an insult to Celestial Valley? An old woman said coldly, which one of the female disciples of Celestial Valley isn't a goddess of heaven? Who dares to take a female disciple of Celestial Valley as a concubine? Is this an insult to Celestial Valley? Take this brat down. Lin Feng shouted, Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. A friend of mine has taken a liking to these fairies of Celestial Valley and wants to take them as his concubines. It's not me. Birds of a feather flock together. Since you're friends with that person, you're definitely not a good person either. Another old woman said coldly. More than 10 female disciples unsheathed their swords and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng immediately started running. As he ran, he pointed at the great demonic god and said, Look, my friend is here. He's the one who wants to take you as his concubines. Lin Feng ran after saying that. His speed was too fast, and he managed to shake off the female disciples of Celestial Valley. At this moment, the great demonic god flew over from afar. Stop. An old woman said coldly. What? Do you have a problem? The great demonic god frowned. If an ordinary person dared to speak to him in such a tone, he would have sent them flying with a slap. However, this old woman's cultivation was unfathomable. Thus, the great demonic god did not act too presumptuously. Instead, he calmly conversed with the old woman. So you're the one who wants to take so many female disciples as your concubines? The old woman said coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. I still have matters to attend to, so forgive me for not accompanying you. Impudent. You think you can leave after insulting Celestial Valley? The old woman's expression sank. The great demonic god said. When have I insulted Celestial Valley? Who do you think you are? You actually want to take so many female disciples as your concubines? If that's not insulting Celestial Valley, what is it? The old woman said coldly. At this moment, the great demonic god regained his senses. Lin Feng must have said something to these people when he passed by earlier. He had screwed himself over again. The great demonic god wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to shreds. He said, "It's that bastard from earlier who is spouting nonsense. Don't listen to slander." "Humph, it seems you know each other." "Since you know each other, is there a need for him to spout nonsense?" The old woman's expression was cold as she sent a palm strike at the great demonic god. The great demonic god nearly cried. They knew each other, but they were enemies. However, it was clear that the Celestial Valley's people would not listen to his explanation. The great demonic god and the old woman exchanged a palm strike, and the old woman sent him flying. The great demonic god was shocked. The old woman's strength was too terrifying. He turned around and fled. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" The old woman's voice was cold as she chased after him with the Celestial Valley's people. As the great demonic god fled, he roared hysterically in his heart. "Bastard, I, the great demonic god, will never forgive you." The night was bright. A bonfire was lit in the mountain forest. Lin Feng was roasting meat, which he was most proficient in. He drank wine and ate meat at the same time. It was truly enjoyable. Suddenly, a sinister aura spread from the mountain forest. "Who is it?" said Lin Feng coldly while looking at the pitch-black forest. "Keek keek," a sinister laughter could be heard. Immediately after, a familiar figure appeared. Voodoo doll. It was actually this fellow. Lin Feng did not expect to see the voodoo doll here. "You dare to show yourself after seeing me? Do you not want to live anymore?" Lin Feng curled his lips and said. "Kiki, no matter what, we are old acquaintances, aren't we? Why is there a need to shout and kill the moment we meet?" The voodoo doll said with a smile. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Voodoo doll, this sinister fellow, had the nerve to say that he was shouting and killing the moment they met. "It was clearly you, this bastard, who schemed against this young master. That was why this young master dealt with you, all right." Lin Feng could not be bothered to continue fighting with the voodoo doll. However, the voodoo doll was sinister and cunning. There was a need to be wary of it. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the voodoo doll and said, "Why did you come here? You can't be telling me that you just happened to pass by, right?" The voodoo doll chuckled and said, "Of course, I didn't pass by chance. I felt a strange power." "What power?" Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The voodoo doll said, "The power of curses." Lin Feng said, "There is a hidden meaning in your words." "Heh. Don't misunderstand. It has nothing to do with you," the voodoo doll said. Its gaze then turned to the barbecue and said with a grin, "This smell is not bad. Can I eat some?" "Just eat." Lin Feng cut a piece of barbecue and threw it to the voodoo doll. The current voodoo doll was in a rather strange form. It was like a human but not a human. It was like a puppet but not a puppet. Therefore, there was nothing that the voodoo doll could not eat. The voodoo doll ate with big mouthfuls. Its mouth was filled with oil as it ate with relish. Then, it said, "Hey! How can I eat without meat? Quickly give me the wine." Lin Feng was speechless. Did this fellow really think of himself as a lord, wanting meat and wine? He was simply too shameless. However, Lin Feng didn't reject the voodoo doll and tossed it a jar of wine. The voodoo doll ate meat and drank wine. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he said softly, "You'd better be careful in the next few days. There are some unclean things lingering around you." Hearing the voodoo doll's words, Lin Feng was shocked. Just as he was about to ask what kind of unclean thing had been lingering around him, a voice suddenly rang out. However, the voodoo doll had already run away. "Why is this guy so concerned about me? How strange." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then, he fell into deep thought. The voodoo doll said that there was something unclean around him. What the hell was that? Could it be? Thinking of that possibility, Lin Feng's expression changed again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and suppress the fear in his heart. The next day, Lin Feng heard a shocking piece of news. Someone discovered a group of dilapidated palaces in the northwest direction of the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland. The group of palaces was very large, and many cultivators had already headed there. After Lin Feng heard the news, he quickly rushed in the direction of the group of palaces. A day later, he arrived here. Looking from afar, he saw a group of palaces shrouded in a grayish-brown gas, which looked a little gloomy. There were formation patterns around the group of palaces. The formation patterns were distorted. The group of palaces was sealed. Now that the power of the restriction was weakening, the cultivators who came here were scattered in various places, waiting for the restriction here to completely dissipate. Many people were talking about the origin of the group of palaces. Such a huge group of palaces actually appeared in the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland. It was indeed too strange. Lin Feng saw some acquaintances here. For example, Wu Qianquan of the Taishang Immortal sect. There were many cultivators around Wu Qianquan, including many experts. They should all be from the Taishang Immortal sect. Lin Feng also saw Miao Qing, the celestial woman. He had captured this woman before. If it wasn't for the appearance of the divine servant, this woman might have already become his female slave. He wanted to capture her again. It wasn't that simple. Lin Feng found a relatively secluded place and sat cross-legged. Then he waited for the restriction outside the group of palaces to open. 3 days later, the restriction outside the group of palaces gradually dissipated. The group of palaces was finally completely exposed to everyone's sight. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the group of palaces. Lin Feng also entered the group of palaces. The endless group of palaces. In the past, this force must have been incomparably prosperous. But now, no matter how glorious the past was, it had already become history. After entering the group of palaces, many people couldn't wait to open the palaces one by one, looking for the treasures left behind in the palaces. Lin Feng, on the other hand, headed towards the depths. He wasn't interested in the things outside. There were also many people who had the same idea as Lin Feng. They didn't stop at the periphery and headed straight towards the depths. Many of the palaces had already collapsed. Originally, there were still many statues here. Now, these statues had already collapsed. The era was too long. It was very difficult to preserve them. Eh? Are these the words of that era? Lin Feng was shocked. He saw some ancient words beside a broken statue. The words were twisted and distorted. Lin Feng didn't recognize these words. Demon Lord, do you recognize these words? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, these should be the words of the Desolation era. They are from the same era as the Desolation Lord. However, I don't know what these words record. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and said, a group of palaces from the same era as the Desolation Lord? Could this group of palaces have something to do with the Desolation Lord? The Demon Lord nodded and said, that is indeed a possibility. Rumble. Suddenly, intense fluctuations came from the depths, alarming everyone. Everyone looked towards the depths. Following that, a silver river appeared in the sky. The silver river sprinkled down endless radiance. It illuminated the world. This is. Everyone was visibly moved. You have overstepped your boundaries. A cold voice came from the silver river sprinkling down. Within the silver river, images appeared one after another. All sorts of images flickered without stop. Finally, the images froze. It was a mysterious and ancient world. A stalwart man was surrounded by a group of people. The stalwart man said with an indifferent expression, what do you mean by overstepping my boundaries? Not just anyone can come to this world. Since you are here, you should behave yourself. Don't bring those irrelevant people here. An expert said coldly, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. The stalwart man said, the Undying Realm was once a barren land, no different from the other realms. It was only later that life and races gradually evolved, and cultivators from other realms arrived one after another, forming the current Undying Realm. The 3,000 great realms are equal great realms, and the Undying Realm is also the Undying Realm of all the cultivators in the universe. What's the difference between crossing realms and not crossing realms? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The Undying Realm is our Undying Realm, not the Undying Realm of all the cultivators in the universe. We control the Undying Realm, so we can decide who can and can't enter the Undying Realm. It's one thing for you to come alone, but you actually brought your disciples with you. You're simply courting death. An expert said coldly. Don't waste words with him, kill him. Another expert said. Boom, a great battle broke out, and a group of experts began to besiege the stalwart man. This battle was simply earth-shattering, and the sun and moon lost their light. Who is that man? Could he be the Chaos Lord? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He thought of a possibility. The Chaos Lord. An existence so terrifying that it made people tremble. The number one expert of the Chaos era, how the Chaos Lord had died was a mystery. If the person in front of him was the Chaos Lord, if he had fallen in the hands of the experts in the Undying Realm, in that case, the cause of the Chaos Lord's death was clear as day. At this time, the Demon Lord said, those people in the Undying Realm are some of the 72 domain lords of the Undying Realm. Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 72 domain lords. The Undying Realm was divided into 72 domains. Each domain had a domain lord. Back then, the Demon Lord was one of the 72 domain lords of the Undying Realm. At that time, the Demon Lord was in the Emperor Realm. From this, one could see how powerful these domain lords were. With so many domain lords besieging that stalwart cultivator, one could see how much pressure he was under. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. That stalwart cultivator was simply too powerful. He actually killed 9 domain lords of the Undying Realm in succession. The other domain lords fled in disorder. From then on, the name of the Great Desolate Master spread throughout the Undying Realm. The Great Desolation Master also built a group of palaces in the Undying Realm and arranged for his disciples to stay there. The other domain lords were naturally unwilling to let the Chaos Master establish himself in the Undying Realm. Because they were afraid that the Chaos Master would threaten the rule of the 72 domain masters. Therefore, these people joined forces and prayed to the heavens to communicate with the heavens. The ancient and mysterious Heaven Realm. It was a world that belonged to a higher plane. It was a plane that surpassed the 3,000 great worlds. The cultivators in the mortal world simply could not imagine how strong the experts in the Heaven Realm were. The Chaos Lord was known as the number one expert of the Chaos era. But in fact, this list did not include the Heavenly Realm, the Underworld, the chaotic bound of universe, and the Otherworld. The Chaos Lord was the strongest expert in the mortal world. He was also the undisputed number one expert. The Chaos Master had killed the 9 domain lords of the Undying Realm by himself. From this, one could tell just how powerful the Chaos Lord was. However, the cultivators of the Heaven Realm were synonymous with powerful, terrifying, and unfathomable. The emissary of the Heaven Realm descended. Many people thought that the Chaos Lord was about to fall, because that was the top expert of the Heaven Realm. However, when this great battle broke out, everyone was dumbfounded. The emissary of the Heaven Realm was actually killed by the Chaos Lord. This could simply be described as inconceivable and unimaginable. It was only at this time that everyone realized how terrifying the Chaos Lord was. The Chaos Lord definitely had the strength to contend with the big shots of the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm emissary died, and the Heavenly Court was furious. Therefore, the Heavenly Court sent an even stronger emissary to kill the Chaos Lord, but the final result was that the Heaven Realm emissary was still killed by the Chaos Lord. In the end, the Heaven Realm had no choice but to send an army to attack the Chaos Lord. But in the end, the Chaos Lord still won. The Heaven Realm's army was full of experts. But under the attack of the Chaos Lord, they were utterly defeated. The strength of the Chaos Lord deeply shocked everyone's heart, causing their hearts to tremble in disbelief. Just when everyone thought that the Chaos Master was invincible in the world, a cloud of black fog descended upon the Undying Realm. He. When that cloud of black fog descended, a sinister laughter could be heard from within the black fog. The laughter of the living being within the black fog echoed throughout the entire Undying Realm. When he saw the black fog appear, Lin Feng had already become somewhat incoherent. Black fog again. By now, he already knew what the living being within the black fog was. They were the lucky survivors of the previous era. They had crossed eras without dying. It was as though they had completed their transformation. They had obtained unimaginable strength. These terrifying living beings controlled everything in the world. They would erase everything. Existences that made them feel somewhat unable to control. Just like the Chaos Lord. The Chaos Lord was too powerful. He was so powerful that he shocked the experts of the 3 realms and 6 paths. And so, the living being within the black fog wanted to erase the Chaos Lord, an existence that they could not control. When the black fog enveloped over, this great battle ended with the Chaos Lord's blood. The Chaos Lord's corpse fell from the undying realm, along with the palace he had built and his disciples. All of them died. Together, they fell from the undying realm. Keek keek, a gloomy voice resounded throughout the world. The icy cold eyes of the living being within the black fog stared at the corpse of the Chaos Lord that had fallen into the boundless starry sky. Just as the creature in the black fog was about to leave, suddenly, a deep, ancient, and vicissitude voice resounded throughout the world. Forge my battle sword. Exterminate all the foreign souls. Ignite my battle blood and slaughter the immortal bodies. As the voice faded away, suddenly, a stone sword traveled back from the past and slashed at the creature in the black fog. Stone sword. After seeing the stone sword, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. That stone sword. It was exactly the same as the stone sword placed in the 3rd level of the Chonglu demonic palace. It was said that there were a total of 36 such stone swords. No one knew the origin of the 36 stone swords. These 36 stone swords were buried in the past, present, and future respectively. Now, this sword came from the world of the past, and it slashed toward the living beings in the black fog. How could that be? That's impossible. Wasn't the stone sword destroyed in the past? The living beings in the black fog cried out in horror. The black fog fled into the distance. The stone sword was too fast. It chased after it like a bolt of lightning. Pooh, a tearing sound was heard. The living beings in the black fog were killed by the stone sword. As for the stone sword, it traveled through the river of time and returned to the world of the past. The creature in the black fog was so powerful, but it was still killed by the stone sword. The existence of the stone sword seemed to be for the sole purpose of killing the creature in the black fog. The Chaos Lord's corpse and the dilapidated palace landed in the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland of the 9 prefectures. This forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland. It was not formed when the Chaos Lord died. It was formed a long time ago. The Heaven Wasteland Holy Land had already been formed. Whoosh. A mysterious figure appeared in the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland, surrounded by divine light. This person was too terrifying. He traveled through the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland. It was such a dangerous place. He could travel through it with ease. Not long after, another existence arrived. His appearance was still unclear. He was shrouded in a brown fog. He also traveled through the forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland freely. He was also a powerful figure. Soon after, the 3rd supreme expert arrived. This was a little girl with pigtails, and she was bouncing about. However, this was a forbidden area of Heaven Wasteland. A terrifying place of death. Therefore, no one would really think that she was an ordinary little girl. The 3 people arrived in front of the Chaos Lord's corpse. The little girl said, "What a pity, what a pity. He was too impatient and died." The cultivator shrouded in divine light said, "Yes, it's sad that he died just like that. He should be like us, hiding in the forbidden area and waiting for the right time to come. At the same time, he should be accumulating his strength." "Open the 6 paths of reincarnation," the little girl said. "Are you crazy? We'll be sensed. When that happens, we'll be in trouble too." The cultivator shrouded in brown fog said. "Hee hee, I've brought something that can deceive the heavens," the little girl said with a smile. She stretched out her chubby palm. A stone tablet the size of a grain of rice appeared in her palm. The stone tablet began to grow bigger, bigger, and bigger. Not long after, the heaven-shaking stone tablet became more than 100 meters tall. The heaven-shaking stone tablet? You even got your hands on this treasure? The cultivator shrouded in divine light said in shock. The little girl said with a smile, "I went to the underworld and stole the heaven-shaking stone tablet that suppressed the yellow springs of the underworld." Damn, the other 2 experts immediately felt a headache. This little ancestor in front of them made them want to cry. She dared to steal the treasure that suppressed the yellow springs of the underworld. Wouldn't those people in the underworld go crazy? The little girl said with a smile. Now, I can open the 6 paths of reincarnation. The other 2 experts nodded. 6 paths of reincarnation. The 3 experts shouted. They worked together to form 6 black holes. The 6 black holes twisted together and emitted a sinister aura. The 6 black heaven wasteland. The 3 experts then placed the Chaos Lord's body. They opened the 6 paths of reincarnation. He had buried the Chaos Lord. I say, little ancestor, you mustn't run around. If you expose us, we'll all die. The expert in the brown fog said. Said the little girl. If anything happens, we will wake you up. The expert in the brown fog said. Sky Marshal Continent's Godfall Cliff? Isn't that the place where I found Li Mingxi? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He still remembered Li Mingxi's sudden disappearance. Of course, there was a letter left on the table. In the letter, he thanked Lin Feng. It said that Li Mingxi's family had found Li Mingxi. Then, they took her away. Because it was urgent. They left in a hurry. They left without waiting for Lin Feng to return. Lin Feng retracted his thoughts. Now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to do now was to find the inheritance here. This was the place where the Chaos Lord's orthodoxy was passed down. Yao Jun continued, rumor has it that the Chaos Master didn't take all of his disciples with him. In fact, there were some disciples who didn't manage to return in time. Because of that, they were able to avoid the calamity. Later on, those disciples joined forces and formed a new sect. This sect is called the Soul Master Dao sect. Oh? So this is the origin of the Dao sect of Soul Masters? Lin Feng was quite surprised. This was something he hadn't expected. However, Lin Feng immediately became happy. The Dao sect of Soul Masters was passed down from the Chaos Lord. Didn't that mean they had obtained the Chaos Lord's inheritance? That was equivalent to obtaining the Dao sect of Soul Master's inheritance. At that time, they would be able to break Yuer's soul planting technique? Rumble. At this time, a huge palace in the depths suddenly shook. The earth trembled violently. Ah! How many years has it been since someone came here? I can feel the aura of life. Suddenly, a series of low and deep voices came from the palace. What the hell is that? Everyone stared in shock at the trembling palace in the depths of the palace. Crack, crack, suddenly, the palace began to undergo a strange transformation. Hands, legs, a body, and a head appeared in the palace. The palace is a magic treasure, and it has transformed into a weapon cultivator. A cultivator shouted. Weapon cultivators were very rare in the world of cultivators. This was because weapon cultivators were all transformed from magic treasures. And it was too difficult for a magic treasure to transform into a weapon cultivator. Any weapon cultivator who could successfully transform was usually very terrifying. Just like the weapon cultivator in front of him. Who knew how powerful he was in the past? However, after a long time, there was also a problem with the body of the weapon cultivator in front of him. Time was enough to destroy everything. Of course, even though his strength was far from what it used to be, this weapon cultivator was still very powerful. The weapon cultivator's roar shook the sky. He quickly rushed into the crowd. Immediately after, he killed in all directions. Bang, 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 his attacks were very simple. He just punched out one after another. Or he kicked out one after another. However, each attack was able to kill many cultivators. However, there were too many cultivators, and they quickly gained the upper hand. Holes were blasted out one after another on the weapon cultivator's body. I'm going to kill you all and drink your blood. Devour your souls. The weapon cultivator roared. Swish, streaks of divine light shot out from his body. Those rays of divine light turned into all kinds of powerful magic treasures that danced in the air. Haha, kill you all, kill you all. I want to drink blood. I want to drink blood. The densely packed weapons were actually speaking human language. One by one, the weapons emitted a monstrous aura. What a powerful monstrous aura. Those weapons are all legendary demon weapons. Many people roared in shock. Immediately after, everyone looked at the demon soldiers with burning gazes. Demon soldiers were a very special kind of weapon. In simple terms, they could be considered a type of weapon cultivator. Weapon cultivators were still magic treasures in essence. Therefore, cultivators could refine them. The biggest characteristic of weapon cultivators was that they could cultivate on their own and continuously increase their cultivation. Demon soldiers were the highest level of weapon cultivators. Demon soldiers had the ability to evolve on their own and could continuously increase their cultivation, becoming stronger and more terrifying. Furthermore, demon soldiers were extremely rare magic treasures. It was very rare to see such a treasure. In the long years, one might not even see a few demon soldiers. As for this place, it was unknown how many demon soldiers there were. These demon soldiers and cultivators were fighting. The cultivators wanted to capture these demon soldiers, and these demon soldiers wanted to kill the cultivators and drink their blood. The battle between the two sides was very intense. From time to time, people would die in the battle. There were also demon soldiers that were subdued by some very powerful cultivators. Demon soldiers have appeared, kill them, a loud shout came from afar. More and more cultivators rushed over. After seeing these demon soldiers, the others could no longer stay calm. In the distance, a fan showed its power. It waved lightly. Flames soared to the sky. Ah! Screams came one after another. Many cultivators who were enveloped by the flames were burned and screamed again and again. Soon, they were burned to ashes. The 5 Flames 7 Birds fan is actually this treasure. The demon lord's voice came. What kind of treasure is that? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and couldn't help but ask. To be able to attract the demon lord's attention. It was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Demon Lord said, the 5 Flames 7 Foul fan fuses 5 types of flames, the void fire, the metal stone fire, the mystic wood fire, the true samadhi fire, and the mortal fire. This treasure fan has the wings of a phoenix, the wings of a green swan, the wings of a crane, the wings of a peacock, the wings of a white crane, the wings of a swan, the wings of an owl, and the feathers of 7 fowl. On the back, there are poems. Release flames. Endless power. As soon as the demon lord's voice fell, the 5 Flames 7 Birds fan showed its power again. The fan suddenly flapped. The dozens of cultivators who surrounded it were all burned to death. Keek keek. Go to hell, all of you. The fan of flames and birds was roaring. It does not consume human blood essence. Instead, they devoured the remnant souls of dead cultivators to nourish themselves. The 5 Flames 7 Foul fan was truly powerful. It had killed over 100 cultivators in a row. The other cultivators quickly stepped aside. He didn't dare to appear beside the Flames of 5 Birds fan. Die, brat. The fan of flames and birds locked onto Lin Feng and roared loudly. Your soul is truly powerful. Killing you will bring me more benefits than killing 100 cultivators. Swish, he suddenly waved the fan of flames and birds. The void flame, the metallic stone flame, the mystical wood flame, the samadhi true flame, and the mundane flame immediately flew out. It shrouded Lin Feng. These 5 types of flames were very strange. They were difficult to extinguish, and their power was abnormally strong. Once an ordinary cultivator was entangled, they would die unless they had a way to restrain it. This was also the reason why so many powerful cultivators died after being shrouded by the flames of the fan of flames and birds. However, Lin Feng happened to not be afraid of fire attacks. Lin Feng had 4 heavenly flames. Among the many flames, the heavenly flames were of the highest level. Therefore, the heavenly flames could restrain all kinds of flames. Of course, there were also some mutated flames in this world. They were not weaker than the heavenly flames. The 5 types of flames needed to refine the fan of flames and birds. They were all mutated flames. Not many people had heard of the void flame, the metallic stone flame, the mystical wood flame, and the mundane flame. However, the samadhi true flame. Many people must have heard of it. One of the 3 pure ones, the Supreme Lord of Daoda, Supreme Lord of Laozi, had this mutated heavenly flame. It was said that there was a powerful demon in the heavenly realm called the Boy Sage King. He also had the Samadhi true flame. This was also the reason why the fan of flames and birds was so powerful. The 5 types of mutated flames were too powerful. However, even though they were mutated flames, it was difficult to hurt Lin Feng, who had mastered the heavenly flames. Lin Feng's 4 heavenly flames and the mutated flames fanned by the fan of flames and birds collided in the void. The heavenly flames and the mutated flames suppressed each other. It was hard to determine the winner. Brat! You have mastered the heavenly flames. Then I must kill you and devour your heavenly flames. If I can devour your heavenly flames, I will complete the most perfect transformation. The fan of flames and birds shouted. Swish, immediately after. The fan of flames and birds shot out 7 beams of divine light. Among the 7 beams of divine light, they revealed the phoenix, the blue swan, the big crane, the peacock, the white crane, the swan, and the owl. The 7 beasts let out loud and clear cries. Then, they pounced towards Lin Feng. A terrifying aura filled the air between heaven and earth. The 7 beasts were extremely ferocious. Each of the ferocious beasts displayed an extinct art. They charged towards Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. What a fan of flames and birds! Not only can it produce 5 mutated flames, but it can also reveal 7 beasts to fight against the enemy. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. However, he didn't panic at all. Facing the attack of the 7 beasts, Lin Feng was very calm and composed. He waved his hand and a tornado swept across heaven and earth. This was a tornado. It was formed by the power of calamity. This supernatural power was the one ranked 9th, the 3000 Great Tao Calamity Technique. The calamity tornado formed by the Great Tao Calamity Technique directly enveloped the 7 beasts. It made it difficult for them to escape. Immediately after, Lin Feng stepped forward. A low voice sounded. In this world, only I am immortal. The world should believe in me like an immortal and respect me as a ghost god. I will purify you. From now on, you will believe in me and respect me. As the voice faded, Lin Feng had already arrived beside the fan of flames and birds. He stretched out his right hand and gently tapped the fan of flames and birds. Swish, a powerful purifying power surged into the fan of flames and birds. Lin Feng wanted to forcibly purify the fan of flames and birds. You want to purify me? Dream on. The fan of flames and birds roared angrily and constantly struggled. It swept out beams of divine light toward Lin Feng. It wanted to send Lin Feng flying. But every time, it failed. In the end, the fan of flames and birds couldn't resist Lin Feng's purification. It was successfully purified by Lin Feng. Master. The fan of flames and birds withdrew all of its attacks and then respectfully greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, Fan of flames and birds, let me ask you. Is the inheritance of the Chaos Master in this group of palaces? The fan of flames and birds said, most of the inheritances are indeed here, but the most powerful techniques of the Chaos Master are all in the main tomb. Take me to the inheritances here. Lin Feng said. Master, come with me. The fan of flames and birds said and then flew into the distance. Lin Feng followed the fan of flames and birds. The palaces were extremely large, covering an area of 10 kilometers. There were quite a few huge palaces. Lin Feng had thought that the legacy of the Chaos Lord would be in some of the main palaces. However, he was wrong this time. The 5 Flames 7 Foul fan brought Lin Feng to a dilapidated statue. The statue was broken in half. He could not see anything special about it. Master, this is the entrance. The 5 Flames 7 Foul fan said. Lin Feng nodded. There were cultivators passing by, but Lin Feng was not afraid. He was bold and powerful. Who would dare to snatch the legacy of the Chaos Lord after he obtained it? When the time came, he would kill them with a slap. The 5 Flames 7 Foul fan chanted an incantation. It was unknown what the incantation was about. Shwa. The broken statue emitted a beam of divine light that enveloped Lin Feng and the 5 Flames 7 Foul fan. Then, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng realized that he was in a dark and gloomy passage. Who built this passageway? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The Five Flames Seven Foul Fan said, "This is an underground chamber built by a few elders of the Chaos Immortal sect. When the Chaos Lord was attacked, the Chaos Immortal sect suffered as well. Then, the Chaos Immortal Island where the Chaos Immortal sect was located fell from the Undying Realm. However, there were still some survivors of the Chaos Immortal sect. Unfortunately, they were hunted down in the starry sky world and all of them perished." Lin Feng had not seen what the Five Flame Seven Foul Fan said in the previous images. It seemed that the images were not complete. Lin Feng guessed. Those images probably only showed a portion of the content. The Five Flame Seven Foul Fan flew in front while Lin Feng followed behind. They went deeper into the passageway. Finally, they arrived at the depths. Lin Feng saw that there were many corpses piled up here. Judging by the size of the skeletons, the people who died here should be children. These are the juniors of the Desolate Immortal sect. They are all young and have outstanding talent. They were hidden in this place, but they were unable to avoid that calamity," said the Fan of Flames and Birds. Lin Feng said, "It seems that aside from you demon soldiers, everyone else is dead. What is the origin of you demon soldiers?" The Fan of Five Flames and Seven Birds said, "We came from a mysterious place where the Chaos Master came from." "A mysterious place? Where is this place?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. His interest was piqued. The Fan of Flames and Birds said, "My memory of this is very vague. When I was first brought out, my intelligence was still incomplete." Lin Feng nodded and did not continue asking. The Five Flame Seven Foul Fan had been purified by him, so it was impossible for it to lie to him. Therefore, even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't get any results. Soon, Lin Feng and the Five Flame Seven Birds Fan arrived at the Land of Inheritance. Lin Feng immediately saw a tome surrounded by divine light. It was actually made of bronze. This bronze tome is called the Desolate Tome. Many of the Chaos Master's legacies are recorded in it. However, some of the Chaos Master's most powerful divine abilities should be in the main tomb. The Fan of Five Flame Seven Birds said. Lin Feng said, "The main tomb is extremely dangerous. I have no fate with those legacies." When Lin Feng returned from the main tomb, he saw many cultivators heading there. They were probably some of the most powerful experts. They were all heading there. The attraction of the palaces was definitely not as great as the Chaos Master's tomb. However, he wasn't sure if those people could open the Chaos Master's tomb. If they could open it, they wouldn't be able to obtain the items inside. Since Grandpa Martin was so secretive about the Chaos Master's tomb, Lin Feng felt that the tomb was a pit. Whoever jumped in would fall to their death. Even if they were lucky enough to crawl out alive, they would probably lose a layer of skin. Lin Feng opened the Desolate Tome. Then, he began to flip through the contents. There were many divine abilities and secret techniques recorded in the Desolate Tome. There was also the Qi Huang technique and so on. Unfortunately, there were no immortal techniques, no emperor techniques, and no 3,000 Great Tao. Immortal techniques, emperor techniques, and the 3,000 Great Tao were all the most important inheritances. It was very likely that such an inheritance was in the main tomb. Of course. Even if there were no immortal techniques, emperor techniques, or the 3,000 Great Tao, Lin Feng still had an indifferent expression. He had already obtained too many benefits from coming to the forbidden grounds of Heaven Wasteland this time. His soul force had greatly increased, and he had even obtained the immortal artifact 5 Dragon Wheel and the demon weapon 5 Flame 7 Birds Fan. If the Desolate Tome recorded the soul planting technique, then it would be able to help Yue resolve the soul planting technique. This trip could be described as perfect. Found it. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He found the cultivation method and method to resolve the soul planting technique in the Desolate Tome. He quickly put away the Desolate Tome. Then, Lin Feng continued to observe this place, wanting to see if there were any other treasures. After carefully searching for a while, he found nothing. Lin Feng kept the 5 Fire 7 Birds Fan into the mountain river ring, and then quickly rushed outside. Swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng returned to the outside from the passage. Just as he came out, a sharp cold light slashed towards him. The void was instantly torn apart. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. His fist was surrounded by the power of dragons and elephants. He threw a punch out. Clang, Lin Feng's punch landed on the cold light. Tap, 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 tap. In a hurry, Lin Feng was forced to retreat a few steps. Kid, you have some ability. Hand over what you got, or I'll take your dog life. Not far away, a fierce-looking cultivator sneered. This cultivator held a blood-colored saber in his hand. It was this person who launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng just now. After seeing this cultivator, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold expression. You don't know what's good for you. Lin Feng rushed forward and fought with this cultivator. This person's cultivation was not ordinary. He fought with Lin Feng for dozens of rounds. Lin Feng found an opportunity to injure him. Go to hell. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he threw a punch at this fierce-looking cultivator. Do you know who I am? If you dare to kill me, I'll... The fierce-looking cultivator roared loudly with a ferocious expression, wanting to threaten Lin Feng. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Feng had already killed him with a punch. After killing this person, Lin Feng flew into the distance, but at this moment, he felt several terrifying killing intent enveloping his body. Lin Feng, your death is here, Wu Qianquan stepped forward with a cold gaze. Did you expect to die here today? Fairy Miaoqing looked coldly at Lin Feng. I'm going to cut off your head. A white-haired youth walked over. It was by Xianxia. Kid, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. Young Master Huang Quan walked over. I think you should just go to the 18th level of hell. Evil Young Master walked over from another direction, his voice cold. End of chapter 2168. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.